In the course of reliving my life, what is the foremost task I ought to undertake? The resentful man clenched his teeth and spat. Book a room. Book a room? With whom? That foolish beauty from my past life who yanked me down from the rooftop. She owes me. And then what? Eat her food, drink her drinks, book a room with her money, and even utilize her wallet. That highly intelligent senior. With a senior as astute as her, do you truly believe you can win her over? She taught me herself. Goodness, your circle certainly knows how to play. But what happened next? Earn money, and for heaven's sake, earn money. Henceforth, there emerged a ruthless money-making practitioner who cast aside personal integrity to revel in a life of unscrupulousness. Chapter 1. In the next life, I shall have my reckoning with you. Woe is me, I wish to cease existing. On the rooftop of a skyscraper in the dead of night, the biting cold wind accompanied the woman's sorrowful cries. In a state of inebriation, Xiao Chusheng gazed vacantly at the woman who stood less than 10 paces away from him. Despite the fog of intoxication clouding his mind, causing the silhouettes of people to blur, he could still discern that the woman possessed a face of such exquisite beauty that it could incite criminal thoughts. Xiao Chusheng momentarily became entranced, uncontrollably belching before shouting towards the woman, "Sister, the wind is fierce on the rooftop, come down." Chishinshin, her face streaked with tears, initially harbored merely a fleeting inclination towards self-destruction, yet she was so startled by Xiao Chusheng that her heart nearly stopped, almost causing her to stumble off the edge of the rooftop. Clutching her chest, she steadied her emotions, only to feel a surge of unnameable fury rising within her, turning to glare fiercely at the man behind her. He nearly pushed her to her demise. She felt it necessary to confront this despicable man. However, upon seeing him, she was momentarily taken aback. The man sat despondently on the ground, surrounded by an array of countless beer and liquor bottles. Some were fresh, while others appeared to have been discarded there for an eternity. The description that sprang to Chishinshin's mind was that of a downtrodden, disheartened middle-aged man. Witnessing his desolation, her desire to settle the score dissipated entirely. "Hey, why are you scaring people by being out here instead of heading home at this late hour?" Chishinshin took a seat on the ground beside him, bluntly inquiring. Perhaps the alcohol had dulled his senses, for it took Xiao Chusheng quite some time to respond. "It's nothing, just encountered a rather unhappy incident, drowning my sorrows in drink." A bitter smile surfaced on Xiao Chusheng's face. What awaited him was not sympathy, but rather the woman's eager curiosity. "Oh, is there a story? Did your wife run off with someone? Speak up and let me find some joy." Even in his inebriated state, Xiao Chusheng fell silent, realizing that her happiness was built upon his suffering. Yet, he did not refuse. He was in dire need of an outlet for his emotions. Xiao Chusheng sank into a melancholic mood, slowly uttering words laden with resignation. "Today, my girlfriend of over a decade became engaged to another man, and I only just discovered it. We had agreed to marry once I achieved success in my career. But, so, you haven't accomplished anything until now." Chishinshin interjected. The man shook his head. "No, just last week, my company successfully secured funding and went public. I have turned my fortunes around from being millions in debt to possessing shares worth over 100 million. Question mark. Chishinshin was taken aback, disbelief etched across her face. Then how could her girlfriend run off with someone? Instead, she was met with Xiao Chusheng's incredulous gaze, as if he were looking at a fool. "They are engaged. She must have already been inclined towards him without my knowledge. I intended to surprise her, but now." Xiao Chusheng lowered his head, a manifestation of the harsh realities of life. He had missed the golden opportunity to start his venture. After years of relentless struggle, he had finally achieved this little success. It was already the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could attain with utmost effort. As for truly transcending social classes, that was merely a fool's dream. Chishinshin pursed her lips, swallowing back her words. "And you? What brings you here to seek death?" Xiao Chusheng lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the foolish woman who had just been crying like a child. "Did your man run off with someone too?" Upon hearing this, Chishinshin burst into another fit of tears, her sobs nearly causing her to lose her breath. "My family is on the brink of bankruptcy, and that old hag intends to sell me off to a balding man." After a fragmented explanation, Xiao Chusheng pieced together her predicament. Her father, in a bid to avert bankruptcy, was considering marrying her off to a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. This balding man was willing to provide her family with a low-interest loan, which could buy them some time to weather the storm. Kindred spirits in despair? No, perhaps it was better phrased as kindred spirits in misfortune. In that moment, they could no longer hold back. The two embraced, weeping uncontrollably, embodying the lament of middle age. Thus, they began to drink, with Chishinshin grabbing a bottle and downing it. Despite being a woman, she managed to consume 6 bottles of liquor, leaving Xiao Chusheng in astonishment. Whether or not she was truly intoxicated was debatable. But what sort of otherworldly stomach did she possess? How could she possibly drink so much? As she became increasingly incoherent, she turned to the man beside her, questioning whether he had come to this forsaken place to drink in search of death. Xiao Chusheng, however, shook his head. I merely ascended to catch a breeze and bid farewell to the past years. I am now wealthy and handsome. Why would I contemplate ending my life? Throughout these years of entrepreneurship, she has enjoyed the benefits I provided, yet contributed little in return. She couldn't even comprehend whether my daily business was profitable or not. Leaving me would be her loss. Upon hearing his words, Chishinshin pondered seriously for a moment before nodding in agreement. That makes sense. The night breeze invigorated Xiao Chusheng, bringing him back to a semblance of clarity. So what about you? Are you still considering jumping? If not, then let's go back. At the mention of this, Chishinshin began sobbing once more, crying out, Woe is me! No one wants me anymore. What's the point of my existence? Do not stop me. I wish to end it all. After declaring this, she genuinely appeared ready to leap off, prompting Xiao Chusheng to swiftly grab her waist and pull her back. Hey, do you truly wish for death? Shan resolutely nodded her head. Indeed. Then, before you perish, may I indulge myself a little? Xiao Chusheng was not taking advantage of her predicament. Rather, he sought to deceive this foolish woman, momentarily at a loss for other excuses. Look, you are so beautiful, yet you have never experienced the pleasures of being a woman, even in death. Why not let me take advantage of you? I consider myself quite handsome, Xiao Chusheng mused to himself. However, to his astonishment, Shan actually nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I'm going to die anyway. What do I have to fear? Come, let's find a room. This time, Xiao Chusheng was utterly taken aback. Wait, are you serious about this? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shan had already linked her arm with his, dragging him downstairs in search of a hotel. Reluctantly, Xiao Chusheng followed, but then an unexpected turn of events occurred. Shan, oblivious to her footing, stepped on a discarded bottle, losing her balance and falling backward uncontrollably. Xiao Chusheng, ensnared by her grip around his neck, tumbled down as well. The two of them rolled perilously close to the edge of the rooftop, and, as Shan slipped, she was propelled outward. Yet, she clung tightly to Xiao Chusheng's neck, preventing her immediate descent. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the rooftop, a woman wailing piteously while clutching the neck of a man, who found himself precariously hanging over the edge on the verge of falling. I'm going to fall. I'm going to die. Weren't you supposed to jump anyway? Let go of me, or we shall both perish. Xiao Chusheng could barely hold on any longer. Whoa, I regret it. I don't want to die. The woman had devolved into a frantic state, driven solely by her instinct for survival. Where were you all this time? It's too late now. Crack. A dreadful sound echoed as the tiles at the edge of the rooftop began to fracture. Damn it. I never intended to die. It's all your fault, you foolish woman. Just then, an unforeseen gust of wind swept through the building, hurling the two of them into the abyss. If there's a next life, I will not let this go. In the depths of the night, Xiao Chusheng's most venomous curse lingered in the air. No, it was his last words. Chapter 2. The Foolish Woman, Shan. The glaring sunlight cascaded upon his eyelids as Xiao Chusheng found himself entranced by the girl before him. Was it true that a running light existed before death? This absurd thought flickered through his mind, and a tinge of bitterness welled up within him. Promise him. What are you dawdling for, you beast? Speak quickly. The clamor around him crescendoed, interspersed with murmurs of pity. Was it him again? If memory serves. This fellow has confessed to Zheng Jiayi several times already. Indeed, he would likely face rejection once more. As the cacophony of chatter enveloped him, Xiao Chusheng found himself in a stupor. What was happening? It seemed as though this was not a mere running light. But had he not, indeed, perished? Just as he struggled to grasp the situation, the girl named Zheng Jiayi softly inquired, Chusheng, is there something on your mind? Her voice trembled, adorned with a flicker of anticipation on her face. Xiao Chusheng's pupils dilated, and in that moment, he finally realized he was not dead. No, that wasn't he quite right. He should be dead. Yet, he had been reborn at this crucial juncture, the very moment he had last confessed to his former girlfriend in his past life. Indeed, the girl before him, Zheng Jiayi, was none other than his ex-girlfriend from his previous existence. This pivotal moment would profoundly influence the next decade of his life. He knew that if he spoke, she would undoubtedly accept his confession. In his previous life, he had been engulfed by overwhelming joy, oblivious to the chaos that would ensue. Now, bestowed with the opportunity to relive his life, he could not turn a blind eye to the events of the past. A reborn individual could only be a speculator of time. They were neither gods nor saints. In their decade-long relationship, he and Zheng Jiayi had indeed shared love and happiness. However, differing perspectives and worldviews had led to more arguments and the burdens of reality. Deep down, Xiao Chusheng was not content. Moreover, certain events had transpired during that time, akin to a compromise with life, or perhaps a sunk cost, resulting in their perpetual back and forth. Ultimately, Just before his rebirth, their long-term romance had come to an end. Rather than a decade-long race, they had nearly lost contact. Their relationship had become a mere facade. After all, their essay saying that one does not need a divorce certificate to be divorced, and two terms, disconnection and widowhood, also apply. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng felt disoriented. Having foreseen the outcome, he had no intention of repeating the same mistakes. In his previous life, he had pondered countless times that if he were granted a second chance, he would likely sever ties with Zheng Jiai, for it was only when passion waned that one could discern the essence of things. With this thought, Xiao Chusheng's gaze hardened. Zheng Jiai, witnessing the determination in his eyes, mistakenly believed he had finally mustered the courage to confess his feelings. To her, Xiao Chusheng was quite admirable, and at her age, she had yet to experience the harshness of society. Furthermore, during this period, society had not yet become as materialistic as in later years, allowing for a purer form of campus romance. Thus, after more than a year of pursuit, she had finally resolved to accept Xiao Chusheng's confession. However, what she did not anticipate was the cool, detached tone that emerged from his lips. "No, it's nothing." Zheng Jiai was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "Aren't you going to confess to me?" The moment the words left her mouth, she realized how desperate she sounded. For reasons unknown, she felt a heaviness in her chest, as though something crucial was slipping away from her grasp. Hence, she urgently pressed Xiao Chusheng, thinking to herself, "Surely my hints are clear enough? You must confess. This time, I will certainly say yes." Little did she know, for Xiao Chusheng, this was merely the second iteration. He had already experienced a similar scene. Faced with Zheng Jiai's inquiry, he interrupted her, fully aware of what she intended to convey. In his previous life, Zheng Jiai had been swayed by his pursuit. Otherwise, she would not have consented. Yet many subsequent events were beyond anyone's control, for no one is perfect. Given the chance to start anew, knowing that the outcome would be erroneous, there was no need to err once more, for the sake of all involved. Moreover, while some things could indeed change in this new life, others would remain immutable. Just as a book may yield new insights upon a second reading, its conclusion does not alter. Zheng Jiai's fault was never her lack of companionship during hardships. If she did not wish to endure suffering alongside him, she could leave. Besides, had she truly suffered? She had never lacked for a home, a car. Everything was in her favor. Enjoying the benefits of that time while keeping him dangling, she gambled on the chance that he would eventually succeed. At that point, she would be the general's wife, soaring high as a phoenix. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had silently sought out a new partner. Zheng Jiai could afford to make that initial mistake, but there would always be subsequent chances. Moreover, just because she had not made certain errors did not signify a lack of desire. Rather, it was due to her ordinariness that she lacked the qualification. In this life, Xiao Chusheng would ascend step by step to the pinnacle, while she would remain at the base, gazing up, a cruelty in itself. "I understand. I will certainly keep my silence once I leave." With those words, Xiao Chusheng attempted to extricate himself from the scene. "No, that is not what I meant," Zheng Jiai exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot, yet feeling utterly powerless. Everything had unfolded too suddenly, catching her off guard. But she could not afford to dwell on her thoughts, for that ominous feeling in her heart urged her to stop Xiao Chusheng at all costs, as if allowing him to depart would precipitate something dreadful. Observing her movements, Xiao Chusheng found it rather ironic. He contemplated employing a bit of force, but as he lifted his gaze, he beheld a striking figure. It was a tall girl, possessing an elegant appearance, yet her expression was one of icy indifference. Xiao Chusheng was not one to be rendered immobile by beauty. Rather, he pondered, why was she here? The aloof girl was the very one who had yanked him from the rooftop, leading to his rebirth. The onlookers, too, had noticed the high-cold girl, murmuring in astonishment, "Hey, isn't that the campus belle? Chi? The campus belle has arrived. Chi Shan Shan, the campus belle?" Hearing the crowd's chatter, Xiao Chusheng was utterly bewildered. In his past life, he had only had eyes for Zheng Jiai and had never paid attention to other girls. He truly had no idea that this foolish woman was actually the campus belle of his cohort. It seems that the affluent enjoy exquisite delicacies, their skin delicate and tender. Unlike his own, who, despite being of the same age, has been worn down by the toils of life, earning him the moniker of uncle from her. Yet, she exudes an air of aloofness. There is no semblance of connection with the heart-wrenchingly foolish individual he encountered on a rooftop, if not for their striking resemblance. He would genuinely question whether they were indeed the same person. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at how small the world is, as he recalled his confession to Zheng Jiai, only to discover that Chi Shan Shan, that foolish woman, fortuitously passed by the scene. Qi Shanshan was accustomed to the whispers of the students, having long since grown indifferent to them. Consequently, she intended to leave with her usual expressionless demeanor. But a figure suddenly obstructed her path. Lifting her gaze, she was met with the sight of a rather handsome face. The boy exuded a comfortable aura, yet his expression bore an inexplicable hostility. Just as she pondered his intentions, he abruptly seized her arm and pulled her away from the crowd. What was happening? Chapter 3. Shouldn't the girl pay for the room? It would be more accurate to describe Qi Shanshan as socially anxious rather than aloof. Thus, when Xiao Chusheng dragged her away from the throng, she instinctively followed him. The onlookers, witnessing the protagonist of the confession abandon his pursuit for some unknown reason, were just beginning to disperse when this unexpected turn of events unfolded. Wasn't this a case of emotional infidelity? One moment he was confessing to Zheng Jiai, and the next he was rushing into the embrace of the esteemed Qi Shanshan. While it was undeniable that Qi Shanshan was indeed stunning, what truly astonished everyone was not Xiao Chusheng's shift in affection, but rather Qi Shanshan's unexpected acceptance. A terrifying thought began to brew in the hearts of the onlookers. Had they already been involved prior to this? The socially awkward girl, Qi Shanshan, was whisked away by Xiao Chusheng, and it wasn't until they had distanced themselves that she finally mustered the courage to withdraw her hand from his grasp. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, her face devoid of expression, though her voice betrayed a hint of trepidation. Xiao Chusheng furrowed his brow and, with a hint of impatience, snapped at her, "Just come along, no need for so many questions." In the eyes of others, Qi Shanshan appeared as an untouchable goddess. Yet in reality, she was merely an unabashedly socially anxious girl. Xiao Chusheng's brusque words nearly brought her to tears, her expression resembling one on the verge of weeping, which momentarily caught Xiao Chusheng off guard. "Now this feels right," he mused. "I thought you truly were that aloof." Without waiting for Qi Shanshan's consent, he led her out of the school grounds. Qi Shanshan found herself taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical remark, feeling as though her inner secrets had been laid bare. Did he, perhaps, perceive the true essence of who she was? Yet, where was he taking her? Qi Shanshan was unable to articulate why she felt this way. Despite the boy's forceful demeanor and his insistence on taking her away, she felt no fear, only a strange sense of comfort. She sensed an indescribable quality about him. He would not harm her. However, unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chusheng had no intention of being kind. As she gazed at the sign of a couple's hotel, she fell into contemplation. Just moments ago, she had convinced herself that this boy meant her no harm. But who would have imagined that he would turn around and lead her to a hotel? Wasn't this progression rather hasty? Shouldn't we first embark on a romantic relationship? Qi Shanshan's head buzzed with confusion, utterly flummoxed by Xiao Chusheng's unorthodox approach. Why are we here?" she timidly inquired. Xiao Chusheng cast her a disdainful glance, replying, "What do you think? What else would one do in a place like this?" "Of course, we're here to check in." Qi Shanshan was taken aback. She had never anticipated his bluntness. Hadn't they known each other for less than half an hour? And he was already suggesting they check into a hotel? Was this polite? Her mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief. Before she could voice her objections, Xiao Chusheng had already dashed to the front desk to secure a room. However, before she could fully process the situation, he returned, extending his hand toward her. "Did you bring money? Lend me some." At that moment, Qi Shanshan's skepticism deepened. Was he really bringing her to a couple's hotel only to ask her to cover the room fee? What sort of nonsense was this? Yet it was precisely this unorthodox behavior from Xiao Chusheng that oddly reassured her. Even she couldn't comprehend it, but he seemed to possess a certain naive innocence that was rather endearing. Perhaps it was a whimsical impulse, or perhaps a rebellious streak from deep within her. In that instant, the boy before her radiated a distinct charm. In an unexpected turn of events, Qi Shanshan found herself retrieving 2 crisp 100-yuan bills from her wallet and handing them over to Xiao Chusheng, leaving him equally bewildered. "Wait, you're really giving this to me? How has such a foolish girl managed to reach adulthood without being deceived?" Xiao Chusheng felt as though his intelligence had been insulted, coupled with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Had he genuinely contemplated checking into a hotel with such a naive girl? Was this not tantamount to taking advantage of someone with diminished faculties? Surely this couldn't be legal. Yet, as he reflected on his previous life, having painstakingly achieved billionaire status, despite his romantic failures, he was on the cusp of a good life before being pulled back to the rooftop by her. An inexplicable ire surged within him. After 10 arduous years of toil, 10 years, did she have any idea what those years entailed? All because of her foolishness, he found himself starting anew. If he didn't make her weep tonight, it would be a disservice to the hardships of his past decade. Initially harboring a modicum of sympathy for the foolish beauty, the realization that she owed him a life, no, more than one life, and an entire future, vanquished any lingering guilt or compassion. Besides, in his previous life, she was already on her way to the hotel with him. After all, could he truly be blamed? Such were his thoughts as he recalled the time they spent on the rooftop, crying and embracing each other. Qi Shanshan had once mused about the concept of rebirth. If only I had met you a few years earlier. What difference would that make? Xiao Chusheng queried, perplexed by her sentiment. I think I might have found you somewhat appealing, and perhaps your ex-girlfriend would have been a non-issue. Qi Shanshan defended him, prompting a chuckle from Xiao Chusheng. His gaze grew distant as memories of his confession to Zheng Jiayi flooded back. With a resigned shake of his head, he replied, that would have needed to happen many years ago, over a decade, back when I was just starting out and focused solely on her. I likely wouldn't have noticed your existence. Oh, how unfortunate it is that there are no alternate timelines. If only everything could be reset, Qi Shanshan lamented. Xiao Chusheng laughed at her words. Even if I could relive my life, with your beauty and your family's wealth at that time, would you truly have looked my way? At that time, I was quite shy, which resulted in my having very few friends. Had you taken the initiative to pursue me back then, I am certain I would have been moved. What began as mere drunken ramblings between two inebriated souls unexpectedly manifested into reality. Xiao Chusheng truly returned to this time and fortuitously encountered this foolish beauty. The most astonishing part is that he had intended to settle the score with this foolish woman who had caused his demise in his previous life. Yet, to his surprise, she even covered the cost of the hotel room for him. Truly a series of extraordinary revelations. Chapter 4. What You Owe Me. In the hotel room, the two of them stared at each other in silence, neither making a move. The foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, was the first to break the spell. Pouting slightly, what are you daydreaming about? Xiao Chusheng, taken aback by her expression, opened his mouth. Why do you seem even more anxious than I am? Qi Shanshan's face flushed, her gaze evasive. I am not. In truth, she had mentally prepared herself for this moment. Though whether it was a subconscious desire or a hint of rebellious spirit, she could not say. Xiao Chusheng, however, was immobilized by a tumult of conflicting emotions upon entering the room. His conscience was attempting to surface. To be honest, bringing this fool to the hotel was driven more by impulse than anything else. It was perhaps a cathartic release for the efforts he had squandered in his previous life. Yet now, in a moment of clarity, he pondered, is it truly right for this foolish woman to repay the debts of her past life in this one? Is it appropriate to wield the sword of the past against the officials of the present? It felt somewhat peculiar, as if he was reborn. Yet using the tools of a previous life felt oddly out of place, while relying on future knowledge seemed inappropriate. This was the crux of Xiao Chusheng's dilemma. However, upon reflecting on his own name, he fell into deeper contemplation. Though he had acted like a brute, he was not a scoundrel. There is a distinction between being a brute and being a moral degenerate. Faced with such a headache-inducing conundrum, he instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to realize he had none on him. In that instant, it dawned on Xiao Chusheng. Oh yes, at this moment, he did not even smoke. In his previous life, he had not learned to smoke until after graduating college, as he was quite disciplined. His first encounter with smoking had occurred during the intense pressures of entrepreneurship after graduation, where smoking and drinking became habits. Even though his current body had not yet developed a craving for cigarettes, the itch in his throat was unmistakably vivid. This tangible sensation transported Xiao Chusheng into a surreal reverie, making him acutely aware that he truly had a second chance. Perhaps this time, he could attain the future he had always desired. However, before that, he thought it best to bid farewell to his former self, as if performing a symbolic act, and take one last puff. With that in mind, Xiao Chusheng took a deep breath and in a commanding tone, instructed Qi Shanshan, go buy me a pack of cigarettes. And don't forget to bring a lighter. Huh? Oh. Qi Shanshan seemed to respond well to his authoritative demeanor. She always complied when he spoke sternly. It was not that he genuinely wanted to smoke. After all, seizing the opportunity to quit would be ideal, serving as a ritual to bid farewell to his past. To his surprise, Qi Shanshan actually returned with a pack of cigarettes, which turned out to be Huazi. Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes, realizing that, just as she had claimed before his rebirth, this foolish girl came from a wealthy family. As she handed him the items, he adeptly unwrapped the pack and took a drag, only to cough violently. His unaccustomed body could not handle it, and he extinguished the cigarette, tossing the entire pack into the nearby trash bin. Qi Shanshan stared at him in bewilderment, thinking perhaps the cigarettes she bought were defective. Did I buy a fake one? She asked anxiously. Xiao Chusheng paused, then realized that it was 2007 and counterfeit cigarettes were rampant. His actions had been misconstrued by this foolish woman. No. He shook his head. I just wanted to smoke one, but I won't do it again. I'm quitting. Oh. Qi Shanshan, looking somewhat dazed, made him sigh inwardly, feeling she was rather easy to deceive. Nevertheless, she was undeniably beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the campus belle. As he pondered this, Xiao Chuxing's thoughts began to wander. Perhaps he could pursue her? After all, she owed him a life. Even disregarding that debt, she had agreed to share a hotel room with him. Yet, considering her lack of intellect, would she pass on such unfortunate genes to their children? Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but think that perhaps one should seek a partner with a higher IQ. At that moment, the foolish beauty hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Xiao Chuxing raised an eyebrow. If you have something to say, then speak. Why did you bring me here? Qi Shanshan asked timidly. Xiao Chuxing was at a loss for words. Why would I bring a stunning beauty to a place like this, if it weren't for the obvious reason? Of course, it's for a good time. No, that's not what I meant, Qi Shanshan insisted, biting her lip defiantly. We didn't know each other before. Realization struck Xiao Chuxing. Perhaps he had been too hasty. Reflecting on her words, he met her gaze earnestly. From her eyes, he could sense profound confusion. It was difficult to reconcile this timid girl with the frantic woman he had encountered on the rooftop before. Had she transformed from a socially anxious person to one who was socially adept? What had transpired in the years since? In his previous life, Xiao Chuxing had been an ordinary person striving for survival. He could hardly fathom the challenges she must have faced. The atmosphere in the room thickened, becoming stifling. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Chuxing finally uttered, "You owe me." Qi Shanshan blinked, her beautiful eyes wide with confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend his meaning. Xiao Chuxing offered no explanation, merely reiterating, "You need to understand that you owe me. 3 lives wouldn't suffice to repay that debt." Huh? A blush crept across Qi Shanshan's cheeks. Her shyness palpable. Internally, she wondered what he was talking about. Was this all moving too fast? 3 lives? Thinking back to the hotel setting, it didn't seem too fast after all. Unfortunately, her already limited intellect was now utterly overwhelmed. Xiao Chuxing leaned quietly against the headboard, contemplating his next steps. The abruptness of his rebirth had left his mind in turmoil. He pondered what he could truly accomplish. If given a second chance, he must accumulate wealth. For life had taught him the importance of money. However, rebirth was not as simplistic as depicted in most web novels. One does not simply wield past memories to achieve everything. In reality, there are countless details to consider, where even the slightest misstep can yield vastly different outcomes. This was the essence of the butterfly effect, and, at this moment, he was that butterfly. After careful consideration, Xiao Chuxing realized that his most valuable asset was witnessing the future firsthand. In other words, his greatest advantage was the ability to minimize trial and error. The world of tomorrow is built upon numerous iterations of mistakes, and he could choose the optimal path from the very beginning. With this revelation, Xiao Chuxing's resolve solidified. Yet, beginnings are often fraught with difficulties, and currently, he was just a powerless student. He lacked both money and connections. Thus, he found himself in dire need of assistance. And, above all, financial resources. As he sought assistance, he was reminded of his classmate, Su Hai, who had previously played a pivotal role in his relationship with Zhang Jiai. However, at this moment, he could hardly consider Su Hai a true brother. They were merely classmates who got along reasonably well. He sighed, recognizing the impossibility of relying on Su Hai. In his past life, during the tumultuous times of entrepreneurship, Su Hai's dedication was profoundly moving, often running around tirelessly, sacrificing sleep, and even ending up in the hospital on several occasions due to social obligations. In his early 20s, he had already begun to lose his hair. To be candid, Xiao Chuxing's feelings towards this companion were intricate. Some individuals are suited for hardship together, but falter in prosperity. Su Hai had been diligent during their most challenging times. Yet when fortune smiled upon them, he committed a grievous error. Chapter 5. Show me what you've got. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective or the intoxication of sudden wealth. In his previous life, after acquiring a modest fortune, Su Hai became somewhat arrogant, pursuing his college goddess and marrying young. The issues arose from this very marriage. Under the influence of his wife, Su Hai embezzled company funds meant for expansion. This misappropriated sum nearly led to the collapse of Xiao Chuxing's company due to a severed financial chain. In light of their past camaraderie, Xiao Chuxing chose not to pursue legal action, allowing Su Hai to simply repay the misused funds. However, their friendship effectively reached its conclusion at that point. Now, much like Zhang Jiai, did Su Hai truly intend to repeat past mistakes, fully aware of the likely outcome? Xiao Chuxing understood that Su Hai was an ordinary person. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to earn more than one's comprehension allowed. Faced with greater wealth, Su Hai remained unable to control his impulses. Once unfaithful, always untrustworthy. If Xiao Chuxing hadn't been resolute, He would not have achieved success in his previous life. Contemplating this, he inhaled deeply, acknowledging the difficulty ahead. The timid Shan, who had been silent since earlier, quietly murmured, "Is there something I can help you with?" Only then did Xiao Chusheng notice her presence. "Oh, you're still here." Shan felt an inexplicable sense of indignation. Here she was, a striking beauty, and he had been lost in thought. Hadn't he brought her here for a purpose? Did he find her utterly unappealing? This perhaps exemplified a woman's competitive spirit. Initially, he seemed flustered, but now, by not making a move, she felt discontented. Xiao Chusheng, growing slightly impatient, waved her off. "Why don't you go take a shower?" "Huh? Oh, the daft beauty." Embodying obedience, genuinely went to shower, leaving Xiao Chusheng momentarily stunned. How had she managed to reach this age with such naivety? He was astonished. This foolish beauty seemed to possess a concerning level of intelligence. Would she even be capable of bearing children? Or she inherited some congenital deficiency? In truth, he merely wished to dismiss her, as he needed to focus on his thoughts. In this timeline, what could he do? With no other options, he had to grit his teeth and persevere. If he couldn't trust Su Hai, he had to consider who else might be reliable. Wait a moment. Perhaps a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Specifically, she was the linchpin of his entrepreneurial success in his previous life. Half of Xiao Chusheng's accomplishments were attributable to her. The reason he hadn't thought of her sooner was that he had initially focused on those he knew at this moment in time. Indeed, he was thinking of Lin Shi, his former business partner, a prodigy from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. However, when they first crossed paths, Lin Shi was already engaged in her graduation internship. By chance, he had helped her, and they became friends. Later, when they ventured into business together, Lin Shi showcased her talents, providing substantial support for Xiao Chusheng's success. Pondering, he realized that at this time, Lin Shi should be a sophomore. If it were Lin Shi, perhaps he could indeed persuade her to join him. Xiao Chusheng muttered to himself. He might have difficulty with others, but the bond between him and Lin Shi was extraordinary. Even in 2 lifetimes, their fates intertwined. Yes, that is how he perceived it. Thus, rather than dwelling on the nebulous future, he should focus on bringing Lin Shi aboard his proverbial ship. As he fervently plotted his next steps, Shan emerged from the bathroom. The foolish beauty was wrapped in a large towel, freshly bathed, with steam lingering on her bare shoulders. Xiao Chusheng couldn't deny feeling a stir of attraction. Despite her foolishness, she was indeed a beauty. Who could resist a beauty? Xiao Chusheng, a normal man, was fully aware of this. He never considered himself particularly sentimental. His entanglement with Zheng Jiai in his past life felt more like an obsession. First love, nurtured over the years, had persisted for so long that abandoning it would seem trivial. It was with this mindset that, even if passion had long since faded, and the experience was genuinely painful, Xiao Chusheng's affection was merely superficial. Regrettably, in the end, his deep feelings amounted to nothing. Shan felt uncomfortable under Xiao Chusheng's intense gaze, which seemed almost predatory. Could you stop looking at me like that?" The little fool said, her cheeks flushing. "It's quite embarrassing." Only then did Xiao Chusheng realize that his stare had been rather blatant. Wait a minute. Hadn't he come here with her for this very purpose? What was wrong with gazing a bit? With this thought, he grew bolder, his gaze unabashedly fixed on the foolish goddess. Shan was incensed yet amused by his shamelessness. Perhaps to overcome her social anxiety, she needed a brazen rogue like him. Quite unfortunately, Xiao Chusheng fit that description perfectly. "Show me what you've got?" "Huh?" Shan was taken aback. Was he really pushing his luck? "What do you mean, huh?" "You owe me," Xiao Chusheng retorted, his reasoning shaky but his confidence robust. "I want to see what is going on. You can't escape." Shan felt her mind faltering again. His words sounded reasonable, yet something felt off. The foolish beauty genuinely believed this rogue's nonsense, allowing Xiao Chusheng to feast his eyes at such a young age. She was still the campus belle. If the admirers of other beauties discovered this, they might very well want to harm Xiao Chusheng. His notorious reputation was not merely derived from the phonetic play on his name. He was indeed a beast. TSK. That figure is quite something. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but evaluate the daft beauty's physique. Yet, he had to admit, where she was supposed to be ample, she truly was, and where she wasn't, it was just right. Reflecting on the foolish beauty from his previous life, she was likely a genuine 36D. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but wonder, where had her intelligence gone? Had it been replaced by those measurements? While indulging in a visual feast, Xiao Chusheng felt an inexplicable pang of guilt within. Was he not, in essence, deceiving an unsuspecting young lady? Particularly since this naive girl appeared to possess some cognitive deficiencies. Was he not merely exploiting her innocence and bullying someone less fortunate? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He seemed to be accumulating quite the dubious reputation. Yet, the more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. He narrowed his eyes, suspecting she might be feigning ignorance, playing him for a fool. The foolish beauty shivered, her face contorting into a perplexed expression. No, I'm truly simple-minded, I swear. Oh, so you're genuinely simple-minded, are you? Something feels off. Chapter 6. Are you just a freeloader? At this moment, Xiao Chuxing's mind remained a tumultuous sea of confusion, and he had no desire to return home just yet. Thus, he resolved to make a phone call to his family, only to realize, upon patting his pockets, that he had no mobile phone. In this era, it was still the age of basic cell phones, which were rather expensive and served limited purposes beyond calling and texting, hardly ubiquitous. Hey, do you have a phone? Xiao Chuxing inquired bluntly of the foolish beauty. I'm not Hey, I'm Qi Shanshan. She pouted, visibly annoyed. Oh, well, do you happen to have a phone? Yes. May I borrow it? Oh, Qi Shanshan, not one to fuss, handed over her device. Upon receiving it, Xiao Chuxing exclaimed, wow, a Nokia N95. This girl must indeed hail from a wealthy family. Using an N95 in 2007, this gadget cost over $6,000. Spending that much back in 2007 was akin to splurging $20,000 on a top-tier iPhone a decade later. The average income in 2007 was indeed modest. Yet beneath the surface lay various opportunities, and a legal framework was not yet fully established. In simpler terms, there were many avenues for profit that had yet to be codified in law. Consequently, this period saw the rise of many opportunists, with genuine wealth being amassed during these years. Of course, these are matters best left unspoken. Xiao Chuxing understood that this time was one of the world's most precarious years, as storms were brewing. Following 2008, the financial crisis would sweep across the globe, with the domestic market not escaping its reach. Many financial bubbles would burst, leaving only a few to seize opportunities and elevate their social standing through previously accumulated wealth. Others, however, would find their fortunes evaporating, leading to devastating outcomes. Why aren't you dialing? Qi Shanshan asked, puzzled by Xiao Chuxing's inactivity at the keypad. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. I was just trying to remember my family's phone number. This was hardly Xiao Chuxing's fault. His memories were of his previous life as parents' numbers. Yet, in this time frame, it seemed that only his father possessed a mobile phone, with the household having a landline. But what was the number? After much contemplation, he attempted to dial the number imprinted in his memory. To his surprise, it connected. Was this really the number? Astonishingly, his father had maintained the same number for over a decade. Ah, old Xiao, I want to be home tonight. I'm staying over at a classmate's place. Came his father's voice. Xiao Chuxing kept his responses to a minimum, wary of revealing any noticeable changes in his demeanor that might raise suspicions. Returning the phone to Qi Shanshan, he said, get dressed. Let us go grab a bite. Huh, that's it? Qi Shanshan appeared bewildered. Xiao Chuxing couldn't shake the feeling that their conversation was somehow off, though he suspected it was his own mind playing tricks. That's it? You think you can escape? I booked this room for the night. First, we eat, and then we'll see what the night holds. Qi Shanshan blinked in confusion, a flush creeping on her cheeks. What did I just say? Xiao Chuxing had indeed reserved this room for the purpose of spending the night with the foolish beauty. However, his mind was chaotic, and hunger gnawed at him. He needed sustenance. Otherwise, he would be lightheaded and unable to carry out his intentions, an utterly frustrating predicament. As he saw Qi Shanshan preparing to dress, he mischievously suggested, how about letting me have a feel first? The air seemed to freeze momentarily, but he ultimately got his wish. At this stage, Qi Shanshan's figure was quite impressive. A little indulgence was in order. He wouldn't be at a loss. Descending the stairs, Qi Shanshan trailed behind, her face flushed and averted, stirring the curiosity of the receptionist below. Observing the two, it was evident they were students. And given that it was not the weekend, their presence in such a place spoke volumes. Yet, had they truly finished so quickly? Xiao Chuxing, oblivious to the receptionist's musings about labeling him as a slacker, was singularly focused on his hunger. However, when he reached into his pocket, he found it emptier than his face. With no choice, he had to rely on the affluent Qi Shanshan, reasoning that since she had inadvertently caused him to lose his life, his existence was worth at least this much. Qi Shanshan, on her part, did not dwell on such thoughts and silently followed him. Freshly bathed, her hair still damp, she bore a delightful fragrance that Xiao Chuxing found intoxicating. Far from the synthetic scents of shampoo or body wash, it was refreshingly natural, nearly enraptured by her aroma. He shook his head to clear his thoughts, glancing around. In 2007, the economy was still predominantly physical, with street vendors aplenty. How about that? he asked, pointing to a barbecue stall. Qi Shanshan followed his gaze, her eyes landing on the vendor. Xiao Chusheng had his reasons for choosing this, having the chance to relive life. He aimed to seize opportunities to accumulate wealth, knowing that after these 2 years, financial prospects would dwindle. In this environment, the quickest way to earn a first fortune was indeed here. After haggling, just as Xiao Chusheng anticipated, the profit margins for barbecue were astonishingly high. Let us eat. But don't overindulge. We should take some back with us, he advised her. Oh, the foolish beauty complied, which pleased Xiao Chusheng greatly. All right, time to settle the bill, he asserted, still firmly believing that Qi Shanshan should foot the expenses. The vendor regarded Xiao Chusheng with disbelief, muttering to himself, so, you're a freeloader after all? Xiao Chusheng dismissed such thoughts. After all, why bother with pride when sustenance was at stake? On their way back, they passed a convenience store, where Xiao Chusheng seized the opportunity to purchase a dozen beers, naturally with Qi Shanshan covering the cost. I don't drink. Qi Shanshan timidly protested. No worries, I'll handle it. Xiao Chusheng felt a twinge of discomfort within, yearning for one final, drunken escapade to bid farewell to the past. Upon awakening, he would face a new life. It was a sort of ritual, perhaps. Returning to his hotel room, he perched on the balcony, gazing out at the cityscape. Unable to recall the last time he had looked upon this city in such a manner, years having passed since then. In the night of Hangzhou in 2007, the city was not yet ablaze with lights, exuding a certain indescribable warmth that offered an inexplicable sense of solace. He indulged in barbecue and beer, unable to stop himself. Soon, half of the case of beer was gone, and his gaze began to blur. Qi Shanshan watched him intently, sensing an ineffable emotion enveloping him that tugged at her heartstrings. He truly needed me, she mused. As Xiao Chusheng reached for another bottle, it was snatched away. Qi Shanshan clutched the bottle, pursing her lips and shaking her head at him. Chapter 7, is this guy merely trying to deceive me into paying for a hotel room? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng was already quite intoxicated, barely able to discern a figure in the darkness. With the faint light filtering in from outside, he strained to make out the clean and beautiful features of the person before him. He exhaled a breath laden with the scent of alcohol. You're still here? Qi Shanshan was momentarily taken aback by his words, her earlier emotions evaporating in an instant. Then, she heard him ask, aren't you going home? Qi Shanshan paused, pondering who had insisted on bringing her to a hotel. Surely, this fellow couldn't he just be trying to trick her into paying for a room? Yet, she wasn't entirely convinced of that either. Despite her somewhat muddled thoughts, she could still piece together the logic of the situation. His actions were utterly perplexing. I'm not going back, she replied softly. Isn't your family looking for you? Xiao Chusheng inquired. But Qi Shanshan merely pressed her lips together, her gaze dimming. It was evident that she was shrouded in an unfathomable negativity. She managed a forced smile. They wouldn't look for me. They never would, even if I were dead. The gravity of her words, escalating to the mention of death, stirred Xiao Chusheng's senses, making him slightly sober. He recalled the time before his rebirth, when he had been drunkenly conversing with this foolish girl on a rooftop, discussing how she wished she had met him sooner. In truth, there had been more to that conversation, but he had previously dismissed it as mere foolish lamentation from a pretty girl. If I had met you sooner, you would help me get rid of that old bastard and that wretched woman. Xiao Chusheng's expression grew increasingly complex, as it appeared that her grievances were not without foundation. This girl genuinely wished to rid herself of her father. Pondering this, he couldn't suppress his curiosity, and finally asked, what is wrong? Does your family treat you poorly? Qi Shanshan seemed to have been struck at her most vulnerable point, her expression shifting to one of grievance. She began to guzzle the beer she had wrested from Xiao Chusheng, startling him. He quickly reclaimed it, only to find that it was already more than half empty. After a prolonged coughing fit, she finally burst into tears, reminiscent of the foolish girl he had encountered before his rebirth. This seemed to be the most authentic version of her hidden beneath her facade. Through her sobs, she divulged the secrets she had long concealed. Qi Shanshan recounted how her family had not been affluent during her childhood, but her father had later found a benefactor and opened a small coal mine, amassing wealth through coal trading. When the business was flourishing, policies shifted. Xiao Chusheng's mind, still clouded by alcohol, nonetheless began to piece together these events. The small coal mine had seemingly been shut down by the state in the early 2000s, which elucidated why this foolish girl's family was so wealthy. A coal tycoon, indeed. Subsequently, her father, old Deng, had invested in real estate, further propelling their fortune. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chusheng's mind clarified the motivations behind the foolish girl's leap from the rooftop in his past life. The real estate sector had indeed thrived over the following decade. However, many had succumbed to insatiable greed, ultimately leading to a catastrophic collapse. Countless individuals connected to the real estate industry had found themselves on rooftops, a fate even Xiao Chusheng had been oblivious to. So, it was this foolish beauty-s family that had fallen into bankruptcy. Because of that, Xiao Chusheng was primarily curious about why the foolish girl had harbored such animosity toward her father. Moreover, who was the wretched woman she spoke of? Qi Shanshan lifted her gaze, staring vacantly at Xiao Chusheng before bursting into tears once more. After comforting her for what felt like an eternity, Xiao Chusheng finally gleaned all that he sought to understand. Her father had made money in real estate, yet, as is often the case, wealth had corrupted him. Qi Shanshan's biological mother had been a girl from her father's village. They had met through arranged marriage. Once prosperous, he had callously abandoned his first wife in favor of a younger, more beautiful woman. A cliché story, indeed. Yet, the tragedy didn't end there. This stepmother had been responsible for the death of Qi Shanshan's biological mother. What was most grievous was that her father knew this. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback, realizing why this foolish girl harbored such hatred. Were he in her shoes, he too would wish to eliminate that old bastard and the wretched woman. With a self-deprecating smile, Qi Shanshan, her face flushed from alcohol, lamented, "They never truly valued me. They only kept me because of my pretty face. Someone like me could fetch a good price in the future, right?" Xiao Chusheng fell silent, fully comprehending why the foolish girl had become who she was in his past life. She had merely been an object, nurtured by her father and stepmother to exchange for greater profits. However, they had not anticipated the swift collapse of their empire, leaving Qi Shanshan, the hidden gem, unutilized. In the end, they had resorted to offering her to a balding man, hoping to prolong the survival of the Qi family business. Alas, while her intellect may have been lacking, her spirit was fierce, leading her to ascend the rooftop. How unjust it felt to be the one ensnared by this foolish girl. Observing her silent tears, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. Suddenly, Qi Shanshan felt a slight sting on her face, followed by a tingling sensation. She was momentarily stunned, forgetting her tears. Xiao Chusheng gently patted her back, softly reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll help you deal with them, so they can't bully you." Xiao Chusheng's second chance at life was somewhat intertwined with this girl's fate. After all, had it not been for her, he might not have been granted this opportunity for rebirth. Thus, he resolved to fulfill her wishes in this lifetime. Embracing her more tightly, he inhaled the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, his gaze becoming increasingly hazy. In a drowsy state, the incessant ringing of a phone began to irritate him. Groggily, he fumbled for the source of the sound, until he finally grasped it. Ow! A pained cry escaped the girl's lips, startling Xiao Chusheng into full alertness. He then realized what he had just done. With such immense force, he had caused that fellow to wince in pain. The alarm on Qi Shanshan's phone continued to ring, a daily ritual that heralded her awakening each morning. Xiao Chusheng chuckled awkwardly, enveloped in a wave of embarrassment. Yet at that moment, he suddenly became acutely aware of something amiss. Where are my clothes? In Chapter 8, A Feast of Excess, it wasn't merely his attire that was missing. Even Qi Shanshan was devoid of clothing. Moreover, Xiao Chusheng finally grasped the peculiar situation. Had he really been holding that individual in his embrace just moments ago? How else could the sensation have been so effortless? In that instant, Xiao Chusheng's pupils dilated in shock. He couldn't possibly have consummated his encounter with Qi Shanshan. Could he? Assessing his own physical state, he noted a lingering haze of dizziness. Was this the aftermath of exhaustion? He was utterly bewildered. For a fleeting moment, both were ensnared in an awkward silence. What transpired last night? The events began to blur. It was likely that, after indulging in libations, they had groggily made their way to the bed. As for their garments, they probably shed them themselves during the night. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chusheng found himself in deep contemplation. Could it be that he harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding what might have transpired between them? He questioned his own sanity. Although he had indeed engaged with this imbecile, he felt no guilt. However, the lack of a genuine experience seemed rather unfortunate. Meanwhile, Qi Shanshan had been a daze since earlier, prompting Xiao Chusheng to scratch his head in confusion. "What is the matter with you? You and I." Xiao Chusheng chuckled again, recalling their conversation before he was dragged off the rooftop. Clearly, this fellow had never experienced what it was like to be a woman, a notion that probably left her uncertain about what had actually occurred. "Don't ask. I have no idea either," he quipped deliberately. Unsurprisingly, Qi Shanshan's cheeks flushed crimson. Her embarrassment stemmed from the fact that she had, albeit momentarily, felt a twinge of anticipation. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a hint of indignation. This guy had crossed the line. How could he treat her so casually, given her beauty? If he had indeed acted, that would be one thing. But if he hadn't, it would be a mark of disrespect. Of course, both remained in a state of confusion. Thus, they tacitly began to gather their scattered clothing from the floor. Indeed, it seemed they had discarded them themselves during the night. Are you going to school? Xiao Chusheng suddenly inquired. Qi Shanshan paused for a moment, then nodded. Still in a daze, Xiao Chusheng hesitated. Initially, he had intended to wait until the holidays to visit Lin Shi in Shanghai. However, he now reconsidered. During the holidays, Lin Shi might not even be at the school. After all, when he first met her, he knew she struggled with her life, often juggling multiple jobs. Moreover, Xiao Chusheng realized that 2007 was an exceptionally sensitive time, on the brink of ushering in a new era. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. He had once missed the prime opportunity for entrepreneurship, but now, the era was ripe with golden opportunities, and he must seize them. With this in mind, Xiao Chusheng addressed Qi Shanshan. If you're heading to school, then, could you please ask for a leave of absence for me? Qi Shanshan blinked in surprise. Huh? Where are you going? Suddenly, Xiao Chusheng felt a mischievous urge to tease her, playfully suggesting, I'm going to support a female college student. Qi Shanshan was left dumbfounded. What on earth was he talking about? He had just taken advantage of her, but wait, had he actually done anything? And now he was speaking of supporting a college girl? If this were uttered by a lecherous man in his 30s or 40s, it wouldn't seem so out of place. But the key point was how old was Xiao Chusheng. It was absurd, anticipating her incredulous reaction. Xiao Chusheng chose not to clarify, instead grinning as he said, Let us go, we need to check out. Just as they stepped out of the room, Qi Shanshan noticed Xiao Chusheng suddenly remember something and rush back inside. She followed, puzzled, only to see him rummaging through the trash can, retrieving the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes he had discarded the previous day and stuffing it into his pocket. Seeing her bemused expression, Xiao Chusheng chuckled awkwardly, attempting to justify his actions. Wasting is shameful. Although I don't smoke, I could give him to someone else. It could earn me quite a bit of goodwill. Qi Shanshan found him refreshingly unconventional. She had never encountered anyone quite like him. After all, as a cool and aloof campus beauty, she was accustomed to suitors who either pretended to be cool or overly refined. But someone as shameless as Xiao Chusheng was a rarity. The most outrageous part was that he had led her straight to a hotel. And, inexplicably, she had followed him right in. I must be out of my mind. At that moment, a handsome student heading to school rubbed his eyes and thought he must be seeing things, but the figures had already vanished into the distance. Another student beside him inquired, What's wrong? I think I just saw our campus beauty, Chi, leaving a hotel with a guy. Are you sure you didn't team Ms. C? That S. Chi. Her family is quite affluent. How could she? I don't know, but that guy looks familiar. I think he is the one who confessed yesterday afternoon. Could it be? That is quite a dramatic twist. The two students had witnessed the commotion from the previous afternoon, but they had left midway, unaware of the subsequent events involving Qi Shanshan being taken away by Xiao Chusheng. They certainly had no inkling that the two had headed straight to a hotel. Of course, Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan were oblivious to the fact that more than just these two students had seen them emerge from the hotel together. Soon, their scandal would spread throughout the entire school. So, where are Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan now? They had ventured out for breakfast, indulging in steamed buns and tofu pudding from an ordinary roadside stall. However, as a strikingly attractive pair, they drew the attention of passers-by, particularly at a modest breakfast stand, causing students and pedestrians alike to steal glances. Xiao Chusheng ate heartily, soon finishing his meal with a satisfied burp. After consuming such a significant amount of alcohol, his stomach felt uneasy, but the food had alleviated some discomfort. Although Xiao Chusheng had a high tolerance for liquor in his past life, his current body was new to such indulgences and lacked the same resilience. Well, I'm off now. You should head back. He bid farewell to the beautiful yet foolish girl. Qi Shanshan stood there, dazed, watching as the man who had tricked her into sharing a hotel room walked away. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly turned back. Qi Shanshan furrowed her brow, puzzled at his return. She then saw Xiao Chusheng extend a hand toward her, palm up, while the other hand awkwardly scratched his nose. Could you lend me 70 yuan? No, wait, make it a whole bill, a red one. Xiao Chusheng boldly demanded, showing no signs of politeness. Qi Shanshan felt utterly flabbergasted. Not only had he deceived her into sharing a room, but now he sought to swindle her out of money. So, you're looking to support a college girl and asking me for cash? Yet, inexplicably, she found herself handing over the money to Xiao Chusheng, even giving him an extra red bill, fearing he wouldn't have enough. Xiao Chusheng felt an odd sensation, as if he were indeed about to support a college girl. But with the wealth of a sugar mama, it was quite surreal. It was only after taking a few steps that he recalled he was broke and needed money for a train ticket to Shanghai, which was why he had approached her for funds. Then he recalled that in the event he could not find Lin Shi, he would still need money for a meal, which is why he requested 100. Little did he expect that the wealthy woman would generously give him 200. Chapter 9. He contemplated murder, while she silently offered him the knife. In the hotel room, Lin Shi nestled in Xiao Chusheng's embrace. If we had met years earlier, would many things have turned out differently? Lin Shi passionately kissed Xiao Chusheng. He shook his head, probably not. He was acutely aware of the nature of his past. Yet, with a light-hearted jest, Xiao Chusheng remarked, "Even if I had encountered you sooner, you were quite cautious back then, weren't you?" However, Lin Shi fell into deep contemplation and eventually spoke softly, "Not necessarily. You're 3 years younger than me. If you had suddenly appeared before me years ago and offered to support me, I might have actually agreed." On the train, Xiao Chusheng opened his eyes, recalling a scene from his previous life where he had awakened from a drunken stupor in a hotel. Perhaps it was a natural progression or merely an accident, but he had ended up entangled with his most trusted partner, Lin Shi. In that lifetime, they were more akin to soulmates, with Lin Shi being Xiao Chusheng's true confidant. At that time, Zheng Jia had returned to her hometown for over a year. Although they occasionally spoke on the phone, their conversations were often devoid of substance. In truth, Xiao Chusheng had already begun to sense that, while striving for a future with Zheng Jia, their future was precariously balanced. His relationship with Lin Shi may have expedited this realization, though until the very moment before his rebirth, he had never formally been with Lin Shi. The news he received was that Zheng Jia was the first to depart. In his heart, Xiao Chusheng mused that, upon learning of his demise, aside from his parents, only Lin Shi would genuinely mourn for him. Would Zheng Jia shed tears for me? He pondered. Ultimately, he shook his head, surmising that even upon learning of his death, she would likely feign ignorance. After so many years together, Xiao Chusheng understood better than anyone the woman he almost married. Zheng Jia was, by all accounts, an exceedingly ordinary woman, and ordinary people often weigh their interests carefully. Ignoring Xiao Chusheng's death would be a choice Zheng Jia made after considering her own benefits. Thus, the question arises, how much trust existed between Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi in his previous life? It was a level of trust where, if Xiao Chusheng desired to commit murder, Lin Shi would silently hand him a knife. This is no exaggeration. Without Lin Shi, Xiao Chusheng could never have achieved success in that later environment. It is important to note that the later era was marked by a harsh entrepreneurial winter. Succeeding in such circumstances and amassing substantial assets was no small feat, while Xiao Chusheng's unique perspective and ideas played a significant role. It was Lin Shi who truly transformed these notions into reality and rationality. Moreover, Lin Shi, in a sense, served as Xiao Chusheng's strategist. Many pivotal decisions would have led him down a much more arduous path filled with errors had it not been for her guidance. If there were only one person in this world who would never deceive Xiao Chusheng, it would undoubtedly be Lin Shi. Of course, their relationship later became less innocent. Some experiences can only be counted as either singular or infinite. Following their previous encounter in the hotel, their relationship evolved into one of intimacy. After all, during that time, Xiao Chusheng was under immense pressure and in the throes of youthful vigor. Lin Shi, being a normal woman herself, had needs and was also in a prime age. Everything unfolded quite naturally. Yet, both maintained their boundaries. Had it not been for Zheng Jia, they might have genuinely become a couple in their past life. With a second chance at life, Xiao Chusheng thought everything would become better. Lin Shi, I have come to fulfill our appointment. Meanwhile, in Xiao Chusheng's class, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, unexpectedly appeared. The high school entrance examination had just concluded, but the school required students to remain on campus for notifications and to attend promotional events from various colleges. Additionally, students were bidding farewell before graduation, exchanging contact information and the like. Thus, the class was relatively full, yet, where was Xiao Chusheng? Mr. Liu furrowed his brow upon noticing his empty seat. He anticipated Xiao Chusheng's absence, as the latter was well liked by both peers and teachers, known for his good behavior and commendable grades. Mr. Liu assumed it was merely a minor mishap, perhaps a malfunctioning alarm, or oversleeping, or maybe he was unwell. As he contemplated this, Mr. Liu couldn't help but chuckle. After all, young people do have their moments of carelessness. However, just as he was about to leave the classroom, a beautiful girl peeked in from outside. "Excuse me, are you looking for someone?" Mr. Liu recognized her instantly. Qi Shanshan was quite the figure at school, widely regarded as the aloof campus belle. with a father who was a prominent real estate mogul and had donated educational equipment to the school. Mr. Liu was puzzled as to why this esteemed campus beauty would come to his class, and even more so, why she appeared so furtive. The dainty beauty was not being secretive. She was merely socially anxious, and upon being called out by Mr. Liu, she had no choice but to muster her courage and approach. The arrival of the campus belle sent the classroom into a frenzy, with everyone curious about her intentions. Yet one individual stood pale-faced, gazing at the enchanting figure in the doorway. Indeed, it was Zheng Jiai. Just yesterday afternoon, Xiao Chusheng had seemingly given up on confessing his feelings to her, only to leave with Qi Shanshan afterwards. Zheng Jiai was troubled for quite some time, yet did not want to believe that there was anything between Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan. But now, why was Qi Shanshan in her class? Was she looking for Xiao Chusheng? Xiao Chusheng has some urgent matters today, so he couldn't make it, Qi Shanshan stammered, avoiding Mr. Liu's gaze. Mr. Liu was stunned. He hadn't misconstrued anything, but he simply couldn't fathom why the aloof campus belle would be the one to request a leave for him. What is your relationship with him? However, Mr. Liu did not dwell too long on this question, graciously acknowledging her request. Although he was curious about the relationship between Qi Shanshan and Xiao Chusheng, he thought to himself that young people would have their youthful pursuits, so he chose to remain discreet. Yet, Mr. Liu dared not speculate too much. Considering Qi Shanshan's status, he simply tried to convince himself that perhaps they lived nearby. The news of the campus belle requesting leave for Xiao Chusheng spread like wildfire throughout the school within half a day. Zheng Jiai's face darkened further. What exactly was going on between Xiao Chusheng and her? Chapter 10. The brilliant young woman with an IQ of 163 was on her way to university. Unaware of the whispers surrounding her and the campus belle, having just emerged from a hotel together. Oh no, this might not even qualify as mere gossip, as they had indeed shared a hotel room. Upon arriving in Shanghai, for Xiao Chusheng, it felt no different than returning home. After all, he had lived in this city for over a decade in his previous life, attending school and starting a business here. However, regarding Lin Shi's school, his knowledge remained quite limited. This is precisely why he harbored uncertainties about whether he could locate Lin Shi. Their initial encounter had not transpired at the financial academy. In his past life, Xiao Chusheng's academic performance would have easily allowed him admission to the financial academy, the very institution he once aspired to attend. However, due to Zheng Jiai's inadequate scores, he chose to accompany her to the comparatively lesser-ranked University of International Business and Economics. Yes, at this juncture, it still bore the name of the College of Foreign Trade, a title it would retain for several more years. Reflecting on the sacrifices he made for Zheng Jiai in his previous life, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. He had been too youthful back then, forsaking far too much for the sake of love. It was only later that he came to a stark realization. In an age when one ought to focus on amassing wealth, he had been preoccupied with romantic entanglements, an illusory endeavor. Nonetheless, the weight of his past life had afforded Xiao Chusheng a clearer perspective. He recognized that he and Zheng Jiai were fundamentally incompatible, primarily due to their differing worldviews. In truth, when he contemplated it now, even had they married in his previous life, it was highly probable that they would have eventually succumbed to divorce. Thus, in this life, Xiao Chusheng resolved to minimize his entanglements with Zheng Jiai and let bygones be bygones. Stepping out of the train station, Xiao Chusheng was enveloped by a sense of disorientation, a familiar déjà vu. In his previous life, he had similarly arrived in Shanghai, albeit in a state of confusion. Yet now, Xiao Chusheng's aspirations were resolute. His goal was none other than to meet a female university student. Upon boarding the bus, he effortlessly reached the financial academy. However, a conundrum soon arose: how to find Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng fell into deep contemplation. While he was aware that Lin Shi was majoring in economics, he was oblivious to the specific department she belonged to. Wait, a sudden thought struck him. Finding Lin Shi might not be as arduous as it seemed. He approached a random student from the financial academy and, as expected, was able to acquire the information he sought with ease. How could he have forgotten that Lin Shi was a prodigy at the financial academy? Although her reputation as a gifted student would only solidify in her third year, she had already begun to garner attention. Given her status as the campus belle of her freshman class, surely few were unaware of her. He promptly made his way to the School of Finance, and, after some inquiries, discovered that Lin Shi had no classes scheduled for the day. This predicament left Xiao Chusheng in a quandary. No classes? Where's he to find her? Nevertheless, he resolved to test his luck and headed directly to the dormitory area. While he was uncertain of the location of Lin Shi's classes, he was well acquainted with the dormitory, having visited numerous times in his previous life. Was it fortuitous or unfortunate? As soon as he arrived outside the girls' dormitory, he spotted Lin Shi. From a distance, her youthful and somewhat unrefined visage evoked a profound sense of nostalgia, intertwining the past with the future. In that moment of reverie, he instinctively began to hum a line from the classic Song Qinghua by Zhou Chuanxiong. It couldn't have been more fitting. In 2 lifetimes, upon re-encountering this woman with whom he shared an indelible connection, Xiao Chuxing found himself unable to contain his tears. Of course, it would have been preferable had there not been an unwelcome presence nearby. Big sister, our family is currently in dire financial straits. I can hardly afford reference books, said Fong Sudong, Lin Shi's adoptive brother, who was watching her with an expression devoid of any emotion. He was not Lin Shi's biological sibling. Her biological parents had perished in an accident years ago, and her relatives, seeing her as nothing more than a burden, had not offered her any support, seizing her parents' inheritance and casting her out. Ultimately, she was taken in by Fong Mingwei, a former colleague of her parents, who was also the father of Fong Sudong. However, Fong Mingwei's motives for adopting Lin Shi were far from altruistic. He viewed her as a child bride for his son. Life in her adoptive home was far from pleasant, with Lin Shi bearing the brunt of all household chores and receiving minimal financial assistance. Consequently, her tuition was funded by scholarships, and her living expenses were largely covered by her part-time work throughout university. It can be said that prior to meeting Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi's life had been one of relentless tragedy. Yet, despite her hardships, she exhibited remarkable resilience. She was the top science student in the city in 2005, with an IQ of 163. Far from exaggeration, as it had been genuinely tested in her past life, she embodied the archetype of a high IQ beauty. However, even the highest intelligence could not shield her from the harsh realities of life, a plight that most ordinary people could not fathom or empathize with. Her academic prowess could have easily granted her admission to the esteemed universities of Tsinghua or Beida, but her adoptive family had no intention of allowing her to thrive. In their eyes, the disparity in academic performance between their biological son and their adopted daughter created an imbalance, leading them to fear that she might one day surpass them. Thus, they restricted her freedom, insisting she could only attend a local university, for they feared that if she ventured beyond their grasp, they would lose control over her. They even confiscated the scholarship money awarded to her for her outstanding achievements, leaving her without a single cent. They threatened Lin Shi, insisting that she remain at home to work until the day of her university enrollment. Their sole aim was to suppress her, leaving her with no opportunity for a better life. Consequently, she was forced to attend the local financial academy, with all her expenses relying solely on scholarships and her meager earnings for part-time jobs. The financial academy was a compromise that her family begrudgingly accepted. It was neither too prestigious, which would incite their envy, nor too inadequate, which would yield little benefit for them. Additionally, the academy provided for all of Lin Shi's expenses aside from living costs. This arrangement enabled her survival, as funds were dispensed directly to the institution rather than to her, thereby preventing her adoptive family from seizing it. Nonetheless, her adoptive family frequently visited the school, demanding money from her. Fong Mingwei had been laid off from his job at a state-owned enterprise and had been out of work for over 6 months. He held disdain for any job that required him to display himself publicly, feeling it beneath his dignity. His attempts to secure employment were met with rejection due to his age and lack of qualifications. Meanwhile, his wife, Chun Shui, was a lazy and unscrupulous woman. Thus, the entire family relied solely on Lin Shi's scholarship and part-time earnings for their sustenance, with Fong Sudong's request for money for reference books merely a pretext to fund his escapades with his friends at internet cafes and for cigarettes and alcohol. They were a family of leeches, a reality Xiao Chusheng was acutely aware of. In this era, even reporting such matters to the authorities typically resulted in mere mediation. If that, after all, it was a family issue, only in the age of the mobile internet, when such incidents garnered public attention and escalated into social issues, did conditions begin to improve. Lin Shi, possessing a strong moral compass, became an easy target for mistreatment, while Xiao Chusheng felt no such moral obligations. In his previous life, he had resolutely confronted Fong Mingwei and his family, even helping Lin Shi reclaim her parents' legacy from those relatives. Regrettably, he had arrived too late. By then, Lin Shi had already lost her passion for life and succumbed to severe depression. After several years, Xiao Chuxing finally managed to cure Lin Shi's ailments completely. However, she was left with lingering aftereffects. For instance, she often experienced nightmares and suffered from poor sleep quality. Fortunately, this time, there was still hope. Chapter 11. Is intelligence high? A tragedy earned. Xiao Chuxing suddenly felt that perhaps the divine was fair. If a certain foolish beauty traded her intelligence for a 36D figure, what about Lin Shi? Her astonishing IQ of 163 was likely a result of the tragedies she endured in her early life. It was unfortunate, yet sometimes abilities do not enhance a person's life, especially for beautiful women. Nonetheless, Lin Shi was fortunate. In both of Xiao Chuxing's lives, he found this woman, whose life was marked by tragedy, and he became her spiritual anchor, preventing her from continuing down a path of despair. Sis, stop dawdling. My old classmate is waiting for me to pay. Fang Sudong urged Lin Shi impatiently, noticing her distant expression. In her previous life, Lin Shi had initially believed Fang Sudong's words and had indeed supported her family financially. However, he soon became greedy, emptying her wallet. Consequently, Lin Shi lived in a state of perpetual hunger for a long time. But that was not the primary reason why Xiao Chuxing targeted Fang Sudong. It was his unscrupulous nature. When Xiao Chuxing rescued Lin Shi, he initially spared Fang Mingwei's family, who had at least raised her. However, he ensured that Lin Shi would not give them another cent. Later, Fang Sudong, in pursuit of money, betrayed Lin Shi, selling her to a wealthy boss in the nightlife industry, intending to deliver her to his bed. Fortunately, Lin Shi had long been disillusioned with their family and was cautious. At that time, Xiao Chuxing and Lin Shi had given them a sound thrashing. As a result, Xiao Chuxing spent a few days in jail. However, he was not one to hold grudges overnight. Upon his release, he swiftly sought out that boss and gave him a beating. Under the cover of night, he executed his revenge without leaving a trace. Although the boss knew Xiao Chuxing was behind it, he found himself powerless to retaliate. When it came to dealing with scoundrels, Xiao Chuxing's notorious reputation was not unfounded. As for what followed, in his previous life, Xiao Chuxing's vengeance against Fang Sudong was particularly severe. It was not merely a beating. He effectively ruined Fang Sudong's life, resulting in his expulsion from school and an inability to find work. Wherever he sought employment, Xiao Chuxing would send someone to create trouble for him, and eventually, he became unemployable, lacking an education or even the opportunity for labor-intensive jobs. What was left for him in life? Similarly, Fang Weiming and his wife experienced a comparable retribution. After all, Xiao Chuxing spent a considerable sum just to avenge Lin Shi. Thus, when Xiao Chuxing saw Fang Sudong before Lin Shi, he was consumed by rage. Fang Sudong continued to prattle on, attempting to seize the hard-earned money Lin Shi had recently made. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Before he could process what was happening, a size 44 foot had sent him sprawling to the ground. What followed was a brutal one-sided beating, as Xiao Chuxing believed that in dealing with fools, fists were the most effective weapon. Fool! You want money? Go earn it yourself. How dare you ask your sister for money? What audacity! With each kick, Xiao Chuxing proved himself worthy of his notorious reputation, aiming directly at Fang Sudong's face. Fang Sudong, a mere drunken buffoon with a combat power of only 5, was overwhelmed and could not even see what Xiao Chuxing looked like. He cried out, "Brother, please stop. I know I was wrong." "No, you were wrong? A dog like you with no remorse? I doubt the sun has risen in the west." Lin Shi was utterly dumbfounded, lost in confusion. "Who are you? Where did you come from? What kind of madness is this?" Nevertheless, she silently thought, "Good job," as she watched Xiao Chuxing deal with Fang Sudong. After tiring himself out, Xiao Chuxing finally ceased his assault, gazing at the now sobbing Fang Sudong. He spat contemptuously, cursing, "You scoundrel, Lin Shi is mine, and I will protect her. Dare to show your face in front of her again, and I'll break your legs." In dealing with such scum, only crude and brutal tactics could instill fear in them. Reasoning was for the weak and spineless. After venting his anger, Xiao Chuxing delivered one last powerful kick, landing squarely on Fang Sudong's tailbone, eliciting a series of pain cries from him. His wailing echoed loudly enough to rouse students still lazily sleeping in the girls' dormitory. A line of curious figures poked their heads out. Even the dormitory supervisor was intrigued enough to step outside, though she seemed disinclined to intervene. Xiao Chuxing realized he might have gone too far and quickly grabbed Lin Shi. Fleeing the scene, Lin Shi, instinctively wanting to resist being pulled away by this stranger, was instead driven by curiosity to discover his intentions. Of course, what truly piqued her interest was Xiao Chuxing's age. Wasn't he a bit young? As they escaped together, they reached the food street behind the finance college, stopping at a familiar old hot pot restaurant where they had often dined together in his previous life. "Do you know me?" Lin Shi asked uncertainly. Xiao Chuxing rolled his eyes. Lin Shi, the renowned and acknowledged campus beauty of the finance college's sophomore class. "Surely you are aware of your own fame?" Lin Shi was left speechless and chose not to respond. However, she timidly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for helping me back there." Xiao Chuxing gazed at Lin Shi, contemplating silently. Indeed, this visit had been timely, The current Lin Shi was vastly different from the Lin Shi he had first encountered in his previous life. How to articulate it? The despair that once enveloped her seemed absent now, likely because she hadn't yet succumbed to hopelessness and still held dreams for the future. Thankfully, he had arrived. He would turn that hope and fantasy into reality. Half an hour later, the two sat in a 20-year-old hot pot restaurant. Xiao Chusheng nonchalantly cooked lamb slices, prompting Lin Shi to silently admire his audacity. Unbeknownst to her, this was precisely the impression Xiao Chusheng intended to create. You seem a bit young? Lin Shi tentatively inquired. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Yes, I'm 3 years younger than you. Lin Shi was even more astonished. Then, what do you want with me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chusheng set down his chopsticks, unable to contain himself any longer. Yes, I do have something to discuss with you. He feigned contemplation before smiling. Yet, what he said next was utterly shocking. I want to support you. Lin Shi was left in a state of disbelief, her expression frozen, her voice involuntarily rising. You want to support me? Not just want. I intend to, Xiao Chusheng asserted firmly, believing that in this moment, he needed to be particularly blunt with Lin Shi. Chapter 12. The fastest rebirth in history. Is there truly a distinction? Lin Shi retorted with a bemused smile, having regained some semblance of calm. Despite the astonishing words of the boy before her, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. Indeed, a voice in her subconscious urged her to acquiesce. Xiao Chusheng remained remarkably composed, embarking on a self-assured explanation. Of course there is a distinction. One is compulsory, leaving you no room to refuse. To think, it signifies that I am soliciting your opinion. Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Is it that domineering? Am I truly without the option to decline? With unwavering conviction, Xiao Chusheng nodded. Indeed, you cannot refuse. Thus you are now under my patronage. Lin Shi felt a surge of amusement, yet she inquired, if I am under your patronage, what is it that I am expected to do? At that moment, Xiao Chusheng's heart raced with exhilaration. Had he genuinely succeeded? The genius Lin Shi was indeed true to her reputation. The future version of her teaching him to woo the pastor. How could such a feat even be possible? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng cleared his throat, his tone turning exceptionally earnest. For now, we must accumulate wealth. I am preparing for a major venture. We'll proceed in this manner, then that way, and, subsequently, you shall assist me in counting the earnings. Lin Shi, as she listened, regarded Xiao Chusheng with an increasingly peculiar gaze. What precisely did this way and that way entail? Having solidified their patronage arrangement, the two boarded a train, departing from Shanghai and arriving 4 hours later at a wholesale market in Hangzhou. Gazing at the barbecue cart before her, Lin Shi's lips involuntarily twitched. Is this what you meant by a major venture? Xiao Chusheng, equally awkward, coughed lightly. Well, one must have initial capital. We need to earn some starting funds. Hurry and pay. Although it was Lin Shi who was footing the bill, Xiao Chusheng bore a brazen expression, not batting an eye. Lin Shi felt a wave of frustration. Had she unwittingly boarded a pirate ship? Was this truly what he meant by patronage? First, he had her pay for lunch, and now he was using her funds to purchase a barbecue cart? She was nearly exasperated into laughter. What kind of patronage was this? One might as well say she had found a gigolo. Xiao Chusheng, with righteous indignation, asserted, rest assured, this will never happen. After all, you will still need to cover the cost of the ingredients shortly. Lin Shi was rendered speechless. How can you say such things with a straight face? She had steeled herself, her clenched fists tightened. Yet, upon reflection, she decided to let it slide. She was already aboard this fellow's ship, and though it felt bewildering, she found it rather incredible. Consequently, the modest savings she had painstakingly amassed through work were swiftly siphoned away by Xiao Chusheng. However, compared to being drained by her parasitic foster family, this was a far more palatable arrangement. In recent years, the urban management in Hangzhou had not been overly stringent. As long as there was a vacant space in parks or similar venues, one could set up a stall. Hence, with Xiao Chusheng leading the way and Lin Shi pushing from behind, the two adeptly maneuvered the barbecue cart to the vicinity of the stall where they had dined the previous evening. Are you certain this will yield profit? Lin Shi observed Xiao Chusheng scribbling on a board and couldn't help but retort, I don't have that much money to reimburse you. Xiao Chusheng waved dismissively. Fear not, it's guaranteed profit. He then began skillfully threading lamb meat on his skewers, one after another. Lin Shi perched on a stone block behind him, her chin resting in her hands, lost in thought. It felt surreal, as if in a dream. The belle of the finance academy, Lin Shi, had become someone's patronage, and he was 3 years her junior. Despite her feelings of oddity, shouldn't a patron provide funds for indulgence and remain idle in bed? Why did it seem as though she was the one spending all her money? And why was she here selling barbecue with him? Hey, Lin Sure said, her expression serious. I suspect you are using this patronage as a ruse to swindle my money and make me work for free. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Nonsense. Do I appear to be that type of person? Lin Sure pondered seriously for a moment before finally replying. Yes. Hey, you have a keen eye. Xiao Chusheng chuckled like a villain. But I'm not just tricking you into working. I'm also deceiving you in other ways. Did you think I was joking when I said I was sponsoring you? What? Lin Sure was taken aback, incredulous. Could he possibly be serious? Yet, she found it hard to digest the situation. How had she inexplicably traveled from Shanghai to Hangzhou, following such a young boy? As the saying goes, extraordinary events often conceal ulterior motives. The high IQ beauty Lin Sure activated her formidable intellect, a staggering IQ of 163, and swiftly processed the unfolding events. She stared blankly at Xiao Chusheng's back, and an absurd thought flickered in her mind. Are you from Hangzhou? Lin Sure inquired cautiously. Xiao Chusheng, focused on threading meat, mistook her question for casual banter. After all, this version of Lin Sure hadn't grown overly familiar with him yet, so her curiosity about his background was rather reasonable. However, Xiao Chusheng had overlooked a crucial detail, one that inadvertently exposed many of his secrets. So, you came to Shanghai specifically to find me and sponsor me? Lin Sure queried thoughtfully. Xiao Chusheng nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, you are extraordinarily talented. I need your assistance, which is perfectly reasonable, right? Lin Sure fell silent, contemplating for a long while before asking Xiao Chusheng. No problem, but why did you think of sponsoring me? At that moment, alarm bells rang in Xiao Chusheng's mind, realizing she had begun to harbor suspicions about him. Nevertheless, he was not surprised. It would be abnormal for her to have no doubts. Thus, he concocted an excuse, continuing to thread the meat while adopting a casual tone. Seeing you so stunning, it would be a shame to let other men take advantage of you. I might as well enjoy you myself. His reasoning seemed sound, yet Lin Sure remained unconvinced. She narrowed her eyes. Is that so? I thought you might have come from the future. Xiao Chusheng felt a cold sweat break out on his back. How could someone with an IQ of 163 be so astute? Had he just set a record for the earliest exposure of a reborn individual? Was this not utterly outrageous? On the first day of his rebirth, he had rented a room with a beautiful fool, and on the second day, he was identified as a reborn by a high IQ senior. Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a plot. Xiao Chusheng felt as though his heart was leaping into his throat, yet he maintained his composure, feigning ignorance. From the future? Why would you think that? Lin Sure pondered, pouting. Because I simply cannot fathom how you could devise such a bizarre scheme to win me over if I hadn't told you myself. Xiao Chusheng's mind was already a tempest of emotions. Was this truly the brilliance of a genius with an IQ of 163? The future version of himself accurately predicting the actions of his past self? Ah, your imagination is indeed quite vivid, he thought, drenched in sweat. Chapter 13. The Mole on the Backside. It seems that no one understands oneself better than oneself. In her previous life, Lin Sure anticipated that to make her former self believe in Xiao Chusheng, she would have to lower her defenses. Yet, this was a formidable challenge. Having been betrayed by her kin and bullied by her foster family, Lin Sure had grown disillusioned with the world. Thus, trusting anyone became exceedingly difficult, unless that person could provide her with a sense of security. A sense of security is an enigmatic concept, and thus Lin Sure, contemplating the character of Xiao Chusheng, conceived such a rather dubious idea. However, one cannot deny the efficacy of this approach. When a boy 3 years her junior suddenly declares his intention to support her financially, any ordinary person would deem him deranged or foolish. Yet, Lin Sure is far from ordinary. With an impressive IQ of 163, she is bound to ponder whether there might be some hidden agenda at play. This almost bizarre method of flirtation is likely one that no one else could conceive apart from Lin Sure herself. Hence, this is her unique way of communicating with her past self. Xiao Chusheng, drenched in perspiration as he skewers lamb, fears that this fellow might continue to overthink the situation. However, Lin Sure fell into a thoughtful silence for an extended period, leading Xiao Chusheng to believe that she had genuinely bought into his ruse, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as he was merrily threading the meat, Lin Sure's cool voice pierced through the air. By the way, is the mole on my backside unsightly? She inquired, her face tinged with embarrassment. Xiao Chusheng instinctively chuckled. Nonsense. Where would a mole come from on your backside? As the words escaped his lips, an alarm bell rang in his mind. Oh no. He had let slip an inadvertent remark. His lips twitched as he cleared his throat. Lin Sure, I meant to say that I misspoke earlier. Do you believe me? Lin Sure gazed at him with a knowing smile. How do you know I don't have a mole on my backside? We only just met. How would you know? Well, I guessed, he replied. Is that so? Lin Shi's tone dripped with sarcasm. Do you think I would believe that? Truly the fastest reincarnated individual to face a setback, right? My journey of rebirth has yet to commence, and already Lin Shi has deduced your identity? Is this the terrifying prowess of those with an IQ of 163? Could it be that this is the legendary suppression of intelligence? My goodness, how frightening. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng was preoccupied with how to deflect the conversation, but was interrupted by Lin Shi's sudden smirk. Oh, perhaps I'm overthinking it. I know nothing at all. Her clumsy attempt at misdirection caused Xiao Chusheng's face to darken. Indeed, this person was as cunning as she had been in his past life. In her previous life, Lin Shi had initially appeared quite serious, but as she gradually opened up, Xiao Chusheng truly recognized that she was far from the facade she displayed. Deep down, she was an individual brimming with cunning. Having likely endured numerous hardships in her early life, Lin Shi had built walls around her heart, leading to a precarious mental state. Thus, upon first encountering Xiao Chusheng, she had harbored a sense of wariness, making her reluctant to trust him completely. Lin Shi rested her chin in her hands, quietly observing this man who evoked both love and ire within her. This boy had undoubtedly penetrated the softest recesses of her heart. Surely, if she was willing to entrust her body to him, it must mean she had fallen deeply in love with him, she mused. Despite the surreal nature of her thoughts, Lin Shi was resolute in her belief that this boy had come to rescue her. I shall assist you, she said with a gentle smile, moving to help Xiao Chusheng skewer the meat and vegetables. Before 6 o'clock in the evening, they had finally prepared the platters of ingredients they intended to sell that day. Given the uncertainty of their first day, they had not prepared an excessive amount, opting instead to test the waters. Are you already grilling before we even have customers? Lin Shi asked, perplexed, as she sat on a nearby chair, blinking in curiosity. Xiao Chusheng grinned mischievously. You wouldn't understand. Those passing by might catch a whiff of this aroma and be drawn in. Oh, Lin Shi fell silent, realizing she sometimes acted similarly. However, she pointed to the sign Xiao Chusheng had made and remarked, the way you wrote this might offend some people. The sign boldly declared, absolutely pure beef and lamb. No duck or chicken masquerading as lamb. Tenfold compensation for any falsehood. The practice of using lamb essence and lamb tail oil to soak duck meat to pass it off as lamb had long been a common trick in the industry by this time. Yet, as a newcomer, Xiao Chusheng had openly stated this practice, implying to passers-by that all others were fraudulent, while only his offerings were authentic lamb. Clearly, this would provoke some competitors. After all, there was enough profit for everyone, and he had just flipped the table. Xiao Chusheng scoffed. Do dishonest merchants deserve sympathy? We're merely here to make a quick buck and gather some startup capital. What does it matter if we offend a few? You truly are something else, Lin Shi remarked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she began to worry for their future. What state of mind led you to fall for this guy? She found herself questioning her future self. Unfortunately, her future self remained silent. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her gaze toward Xiao Chusheng had softened considerably. Boss, is this really lamb? As Xiao Chusheng had anticipated, the sign had caught the attention of some discerning customers. Indeed, it is truly lamb, freshly cut, Xiao Chusheng confidently assured them. All right then, I'll take 20 skewers to start, and add some vegetables. Wait, is this chives? Yes, we haven't sold those yet, so I thought I'd give them a try. Xiao Chusheng explained. In 2007, grilled chives and garlic had not yet gained national popularity. So to experiment, Xiao Chusheng introduced some items that would later become widespread. However, this particular customer was a seasoned foodie who had tasted everything across the country, and he promptly ordered a variety of delectable items. After starting a company in his past life, Xiao Chusheng had inevitably found himself in team-building situations where he would be responsible for grilling, thus honing his culinary skills. At least running a stall was not a problem. Here, give this a try, he said, offering the extra grilled meat to Lin Shi. Lin Shi hesitated. Aren't we supposed to be selling this? Does it matter if you have a taste? Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes. In truth, he had noticed Lin Shi salivating since earlier. Her adoptive parents frequently demanded money from her, and she rarely allowed herself such indulgences. She could hardly afford her meals. With this thought, Xiao Chusheng's resentment toward her adoptive family intensified. Chapter 14. Are we already facing a love rivalry? As Xiao Chusheng continued grilling, Lin Shi quietly ate beside him, learning in the process. Although Xiao Chusheng's grilling skills were commendable, this business would not survive on his efforts alone. He would need a partner. Of course, this endeavor was not easily mastered, especially grilling vegetables, as they could easily become overcooked. The earlier customer had already contributed over 100 yuan to their sales, showcasing the lucrative potential of such a stall. However, the work was labor-intensive. After only a short while, Xiao Chuxing's back was drenched in sweat. After all, standing before an open flame in the sweltering summer heat was no small feat. Are you two running a couple stall? The earlier customer inquired, casting a curious glance at Lin Shi and then at Xiao Chuxing. It was not unusual for him to think this, as the scene was not yet filled with the exaggerated number of university students that would later come to be. Many young couples fresh out of school would either enter factories or start small businesses together. Xiao Chuxing discreetly stole a glance at Lin Shi, who was also looking at him. A sense of indescribable happiness swelled within him, prompting him to nod in affirmation. Yes. We're just trying to earn some capital and start a business. Oh, that's quite good. After seeing off the elder brother, Xiao Chuxing finally asked, Sure. Is it delicious? Sure. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Ahem, doesn't that make us seem intimate? Xiao Chuxing chuckled awkwardly. However, Lin Shi shot him a meaningful glance, her heart already filled with a hint of speculation. In truth, the endearing nickname Shi had only been adopted after they had shared a bed in their previous life. After all, they had spent several years together thereafter, and the wave of happiness that surged within Xiao Chuxing had caused him to utter it without restraint. Nonetheless, Lin Shi, possessing a touch of pride, did not object. Her silence implied acceptance of the affectionate moniker. At this age, there was an innocent charm about Lin Shi that had not existed in her previous incarnation, which was rather endearing. It was as if Xiao Chuxing, having reincarnated, was experiencing a side of her he had never encountered before. What a strange sense of honor was this? By the way, why is it so delicious? Lin Shi was genuinely curious, having sampled food from other vendors before, yet none had matched the aroma of Xiao Chuxing's grilling. With a mysterious smile, he revealed a spice jar to her. Chili powder? It's a seasoning. This is the soul of the dish, an exclusive secret recipe, he declared with pride. Indeed, it was a genuine secret recipe, one he had acquired during a collaboration with a particularly popular small restaurant tucked away in an alley during his past life. For establishments like these, the spices and dipping sauces constituted their commercial secrets. However, Xiao Chuxing had helped them gain fame, and since he merely wished to enjoy it himself, they were willing to share their knowledge. Little did he expect that it would one day become the first pot of gold in his venture. Oh, the twists of life. Should we purchase more lamb for tomorrow? Lin Shi proposed, recalling how he had consumed over 40 skewers by himself. Yet, Xiao Chuxing shook his head. Let's observe for now. These vegetables yield higher profits. For instance, potato slices have a profit margin that is several times higher. Lin Shi refrained from arguing, silently squatting on a large stone behind him. Subsequently, she tore a piece of thick cardboard and fanned him to create a breeze. Feeling the cool air, Xiao Chuxing's heart warmed. Had he managed to win her over already? Indeed, to court a goddess of Lin Shi's caliber, one must rely on her future self. Soon, another wave of customers arrived, particularly students, marking the peak business hours after school. This is when business thrives, Xiao Chuxing informed Lin Shi. He had been encouraging her to try her hand at grilling, starting with vegetables. Although grilling meat was simpler to learn, the costs were considerably higher. Nevertheless, Lin Shi possessed an exceptionally sharp mind, her learning ability akin to being on an advanced level, while she may not have mastered it instantly. Her speed far surpassed his initial attempts. In less than half an hour, they had raked in several hundred in revenue. Lin Shi was astonished. Is street vending this profitable? Indeed, but this can only sustain us for one summer, Xiao Chuxing sighed. Street vendors often attracted more patrons than brick-and-mortar establishments, as the rustic appeal easily whetted the appetites of passers-by. Moreover, a barbecue cart could be set up in bustling parks, but once summer faded and the weather turned cold, the customers would dwindle. Lin Shi understood this, feeling a bit anxious. So, when you mentioned making a profit, were you referring to opening a barbecue restaurant? Xiao Chuxing was taken aback, quickly denying it. No, although physical businesses are mainstream now, the future belongs to the internet. You want to create software? Lin Shi was surprised. Software? Xiao Chuxing recalled that in 2007, although smartphones had begun to emerge with the first generation of the iPhone launched that year, it wasn't until the iPhone 3G that smartphones could be genuinely utilized. Without a thriving application ecosystem, smartphones were merely attractive feature phones. Thus, Xiao Chuxing pondered whether he should embark on a grand venture. Having been reincarnated, he felt like a butterfly flapping its wings, the extent of his impact uncertain. Yet, given the chance to live again, why not strive for a brighter future? Though it was prudent to avoid disrupting the original timeline to reap the benefits. As smaller changes are easier to manage, his greatest advantage in this reincarnation was not merely foreknowledge of future events or profitable ventures, but rather an advanced mindset, an aesthetic sensibility, and an understanding of what people truly desire. Realizing the key to success, he already had a plan forming in his mind. He did not elaborate further. Sharing with Lin Shi Let's focus on making money first. Without funds, all our thoughts are futile. Lin Sure tilted her head. How much do you need? In truth, she had a bit saved up. Forget it. Your money is for meals. We need substantial funds. The more, the better. Reluctantly, Lin Sure nodded, her thoughts swirling. She could not grasp how a barbecue stall could generate significant wealth. This was a common misconception, as the staggering profit margins of such businesses had yet to be widely recognized. What would the beautiful lady like to eat? While Xiao Chusheng was engrossed in grilling, he noticed another girl approaching and instinctively responded without looking up. Hey, The familiar tone struck him. Confused, he lifted his gaze, and his eyes widened in shock. What a surprise. The newcomer was none other than the foolish beauty he had spent the night with, Qi Shanshan. Xiao Chusheng felt a jolt in his heart, alarm bells ringing. Is the scenario already turning into a battlefield so soon? Chapter 15. The Pressure from the Main Palace. Qi Shanshan pouted, her face adorned with a melancholic expression that rendered Xiao Chusheng momentarily dumbfounded. Ahem, it's you. Xiao Chusheng felt slightly embarrassed. He had never expected to encounter her again at this time after having brought her to the hotel just last night. What are you doing at the stall? The foolish beauty displayed a clear, yet naive expression. Xiao Chusheng awkwardly scratched his nose. Well, I need money, so I'm selling food to earn a bit. Money? Qi Shanshan paused. Under Xiao Chusheng's puzzled gaze, she rummaged through her wallet. Suddenly, it seemed she had an epiphany, and she directly handed her wallet to him. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. No, miss, you can't just because we have a connection acts so generously. Moreover, the nature of their relationship still required clarification. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him, as if he were being accused of seducing and exploiting this foolish girl. He did not accept the wallet, merely clearing his throat. The money I need isn't something a few hundred or thousand can cover. Just don't worry about it. Oh. Qi Shanshan seemed to half understand. Her gaze fixated on the lamb Xiao Chusheng was grilling, clearly tempted. With no other choice, he pulled her aside to sit. Who is she? Lin Sure, who had been lingering behind, leaned closer to Xiao Chusheng and whispered. She had noticed Qi Shanshan speaking with him and recognized that the girl was a beauty in her own right. Initially, she thought Qi Shanshan was a classmate of Xiao Chusheng's. However, as she observed, it became apparent that something was amiss. Wait, why are you even giving your wallet to this scoundrel? Then, Xiao Chusheng saw the girl being pulled to a side seat, prompting his curiosity to inquire about the situation. Just as his heart began to settle, Lin Sure unexpectedly approached, startling Xiao Chusheng so much that he nearly experienced cardiac arrest. This Xiao Chusheng found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to introduce the foolish beauty to Lin Sure. Girlfriend? Certainly not, if one were to insist. Lin Sure in her past life resembled Xiao Chusheng more. Had the original timeline unfolded as intended, without that foolish girl dragging him off the rooftop, he would likely have emerged from his minor injury with Zheng Jiai and probably pursued a relationship with Lin Sure, or perhaps lost all desire for love altogether. However, one thing would remain unchanged. At the very least, his relationship with Lin Sure would continue to be maintained. Therefore, Xiao Chusheng felt that this reincarnation was undoubtedly about Lin Sure. Living two lives, coupled with future assistance from herself, how could he possibly fail? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng believed his mind had never operated as swiftly as it did today. It was in overdrive. Lin Sure scrutinized Xiao Chusheng, observing his flustered expression, and she vaguely sensed something amiss. You haven't, by any chance, swindled that young lady out of her money, have you? She inquired, hesitatingly. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. It seemed incorrect, yet upon reflection, it appeared to be true. He had indeed swindled $200 from the foolish beauty, not to mention 2 meals and a pack of cigarettes. Almost forgetting, he recalled that she had also covered the cost of the hotel room. When considering all this, Xiao Chusheng felt a deep sense of guilt. Well, I suppose I did deceive her, he admitted, reluctantly following the conversation's lead. However, just as expected, an unexpected turn occurred. The foolish beauty had appeared out of nowhere, standing behind him. Is she your sister? Xiao Chusheng froze, instinctively glancing at the foolish beauty and then at Lin Sure. Suddenly, it seemed he understood something. Lin Sure indeed appeared older than Xiao Chusheng, and most would hardly perceive them as a couple. This awkwardness was palpable. Yet at that moment, a subtle thought flickered in Xiao Chusheng's mind, as if no, she is merely my kept university student. Indeed, Xiao Chusheng brazenly acknowledged this. He realized that some matters were better addressed openly, as there was nothing that could not be laid bare. Lin Sure's trust was paramount, and as for this foolish girl, well, she owed him a life, so what if he dragged her to a hotel every day? Who was to blame but her for being indebted to him? Yes, It was with such righteous indignation. The foolish beauty was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chuxing's unabashed admission, her words caught in her throat. Although he had mentioned in the morning that he intended to keep a university student who would take such a declaration seriously, yet, to her astonishment, he had indeed done so and brought one back. Lin Shi was even more baffled. Wait, are you serious? She truly did not expect that when Xiao Chuxing introduced her, he would boldly state that she was being kept. It was utterly absurd. The foolish beauty stared at Lin Shi in astonishment, noting that while she appeared to be a few years older and wore no expensive brands, the very nature of the woman before her emanated an inscrutable depth. Indeed, Lin Shi possessed an innate ethereal quality that could not be replicated through fashion or makeup. Standing there quietly, her naturally unadorned face rendered a sea of superficial beauty utterly ashamed. Conversely, the foolish beauty lacked such an aura, her naive charm too pronounced. Though to those unfamiliar with her, it may come across as aloofness. Is it truly the case that you're being kept? Even now, the foolish beauty found it hard to believe, wondering if Xiao Chuxing was merely teasing her. Yet Lin Shi smirked knowingly, extending her delicate, jade-like hand toward Qi Shanshan. Lin Shi, this is my kept university student. Lin Shi harbored a slight mischievousness as her intelligence allowed her to discern the peculiar relationship between the girl and Xiao Chuxing. She exuded an effortless confidence, a pressure emanating from the rightful consort. Chapter 16. You stayed with me at the hotel. Qi Shanshan was momentarily stunned, forgetting to shake Lin Shi's hand. Perhaps she had not anticipated that the person before her would so confidently admit to being Xiao Chuxing's kept woman. After all, any normal woman would harbor reservations. I am Qi Shanshan. Qi Shanshan stammered, hastily grasping Lin Shi's hand. Yet, as she stole a glance at Xiao Chuxing, her eyes held a hint of resentment, as if she felt toyed with by him, only to betray him in turn. It seemed this interpretation wasn't entirely unreasonable. This was indeed the peak business hour of the day, and for the sake of petty profits, Xiao Chuxing paid little mind to whether the two women would erupt into a terrifying confrontation. I'm solely focused on making money. One could say Xiao Chuxing underestimated the scale of the physical economy in 2007. The customer flow was incessant. Yet, considering the context was quite normal, in 2007, online shopping and food delivery had yet to take off, and people's entertainment at home was limited. Apart from some antiquated computer games, the primary option was television. Thus, individuals during this era preferred outdoor activities, and a leisurely stroll often led to an impromptu meal. The speed at which money was collected left Xiao Chuxing unable to keep track, only aware that the box for collecting cash was already full. Nevertheless, while preparing food for customers, he did not forget to grill a portion for the foolish beauty and delivered it to her. He asked Lin Shi to take over for a while, as the current grilling was quite simple. Seeing that the foolish beauty had already begun to eat, Xiao Chuxing curiously inquired, "Are you going home?" Qi Shanshan shook her head, mumbling 3 words while eating. "Don't want to go." Xiao Chuxing scratched his head, saying nothing more. After all, he himself had not gone home either, making it even less appropriate for him to comment on her. "Don't just eat this. You still need to have a proper meal," Xiao Chuxing reminded her. "Oh," the foolish beauty seemed a bit distracted, her responses sluggish. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Chuxing contemplated for a moment before turning back to relieve Lin Shi. "You stayed with me at the hotel?" Just as he prepared to step away, he heard the foolish beauty's words from behind. He halted, turning around in confusion. "Huh? You dragged me to the hotel?" Qi Shanshan repeated emphatically. Xiao Chuxing, somewhat bewildered, pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "So, you still want to stay with me at a hotel?" The foolish beauty's mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief at his audacity. "I mean, you were the one who took me to the hotel." Qi Shanshan was nearing her breaking point, which only added to Xiao Chuxing's confusion. Thus, he could only clear his throat. "I know, you have developed quite well, and it feels nice to touch. Is that sufficient?" "I'm not talking about that." The foolish beauty has finally been pushed to her limits by Xiao Chuxing, who inadvertently coaxed her into expressing her innermost thoughts, her tone suggesting that she perceives herself as the legitimate partner. "You've already shared a hotel room with me, yet you're still keeping her." To which he retorted, "Why not?" The bewilderment in her small eyes was profound, her mind momentarily paralyzed by Xiao Chuxing's nonchalant confidence. The question "why not?" echoed repeatedly in her thoughts, and she pondered whether there truly was any reason it shouldn't be so. It can only be said that Qi Shanshan, this dim-witted beauty, exhibited a lack of cognitive prowess that led her to overthink the matter, finding herself earnestly contemplating the feasibility of the situation. Xiao Chuxing, feeling a mix of exasperation and superiority, couldn't help but perceive an intellectual dominance over her. He mused that with a mind like Chi, he could easily persuade her to bear him 5 children. How could he call it deception when she was clearly indebted to him? 5 seemed rather reasonable, didn't it? Quietly, he returned to grilling skewers, for he was currently pressed for time and needed to amass a considerable amount of capital. The period between 2007 and 2008 held the greatest potential for business opportunities in the next decade. Missing this chance would mean losing it forever. As he grilled, he took the time to instruct Lin Sure. He didn't expect her to master the skills by the end of the day. He merely hoped she would reach a competent level. Fortunately, Lin Sure possessed an exceptional intellect and learning ability, making such a standard easily attainable for her. These days, I have to remain at school for forms and volunteer guidance, so I can't come here too early, he said, and without needing further explanation, Lin Sure nodded in understanding. Signaling with an okay gesture, I will come by every afternoon. As a university student, her evenings were nearly devoid of other commitments. However, Xiao Chushang expressed concern. You'll tire yourself out going back and forth between Shanghai and Hangzhou every day. Lin Sure looked at him skeptically. But we don't have classes every day in college. Taken aback by her question, Xiao Chushang realized she was indeed correct. With his worries dispelled, he nodded. All right, as long as the commute isn't too long, we can endure the initial phase. What do you mean by the initial phase? How long do you plan to set up this stall? Lin Sure inquired with genuine curiosity. At least through this summer, he replied earnestly. This was the truth. 2007 was a pivotal moment, and in business, if one considered the cost factors and disregarded the labor intensity, food stalls of this nature boasted frightening profit margins, rivaling even the stock market's gains. The difference, however, lay in the fact that the stock market hardly induced fatigue but could lead to hypertension. Risk and reward were inextricably linked. Lin Sure did not react strongly to the prospect of working all summer. After all, she was already juggling 2 jobs, and the barbecue stall was less demanding than her current workload. While conversing with Lin Sure, Xiao Chusheng occasionally cast glances at the foolish beauty. To his amusement, it seemed he had inadvertently prompted her to contemplate a philosophical conundrum as she sat there deep in thought. Noticing his gaze, Lin Sure turned her head. What is up with her? She doesn't seem too bright. This remark elicited a chuckle from Xiao Chusheng, who teased, indeed. While both of you are beauties, you are polar opposites. Polar opposites? She echoed. Yes, one is frighteningly clever, while the other is endearingly foolish. Lin Sure burst into laughter. Really? Isn't that obvious? It appeared to be so. As their banter continued, Lin Sure suddenly shifted the topic. Given her beauty, why do I feel that your relationship seems rather unusual? Chapter 17. I see. She is the mistress. True to her nature, Lin Sure struck with precision. Xiao Chusheng's smile faltered, and he awkwardly scratched his cheek, stammering, well, that might be because I shared a hotel room with her last night. Lin Sure, bewildered, pointed at herself and asked, You're keeping me, yet you went to a hotel with her? Xiao Chusheng paused, then corrected her. No, it was I who went to the hotel with her, while still supporting you. Oh right, the money for your support came from her. Lin Sure began to question her life choices, increasingly confused, thinking, Lin Sure, what were you thinking falling for this man? This roadside stall business thrived, capable of selling until late into the night. However, Xiao Chusheng had no intention of working such long hours. After all, he had just completed his college entrance exams and still needed to spend several hours at school, a waste of time, compounded by his family's restrictions. Moreover, this was only the first day, and his stock of ingredients was insufficient for such extended hours. As 11 approached, most items were already sold out, leaving only the less desirable ones, which he planned to grill for the 3 of them to consume internally. Just then, an elderly gentleman wearing shorts and flip-flops approached, reminiscent of a character from a Stephen Chow film. Boss, I'll take the rest. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback, surprised that the old man had an appetite for his fare. After a brief conversation with the elderly man, Xiao Chusheng learned that he was there with friends playing chess, and his grandson had brought over the skewers. The enticing aroma had piqued their interest, and upon inquiry, they discovered it was a new stall. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late, and the old man expressed regret that Xiao Chusheng was preparing to close up. Sitting down on a stone stool, Xiao Chusheng sighed. I never expected this to be so exhausting. I haven't even had a moment to drink water in the past several hours. How much did we earn today? Lin Sure asked, her eyes gleaming with the prospect of profit. Having previously lived in relative poverty, this was her first encounter with such remarkable profit margins, starkly contrasting what she had learned in class. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously. Let us discuss it later. One should not flaunt their wealth, lest others develop ulterior motives. Lin Sure's realization dawned upon her as she glanced around at the nearby stalls. With Xiao Chusheng's stall in operation, the others were evidently struggling. Only after he finished selling did they manage to attract some customers. The key factor was the psychological tendency to follow the crowd. Patrons saw the long line at Xiao Chuxing's stall and were naturally drawn to it, believing it must have something special to attract such a queue. It was a simple logic that the astute Lin Shi easily grasped. Are you still here? Xiao Chuxing's gaze fell upon the foolish beauty, who had sat quietly at her small table for the entire evening, neither noisy nor disruptive, yet appearing deep in contemplation. Perhaps she was grappling with a particularly perplexing issue. Given her somewhat concerning intellectual capabilities, it was indeed a challenge for her. Upon hearing Xiao Chuxing's voice, Qi Shanshan's eyes brightened, and she raised her head. Suddenly, the foolish beauty Qi Shanshan pointed at Lin Shi with a look of dawning realization. I understand now. She is the mistress. This foolish beauty had spent the entire night pondering over this issue, and now felt she had finally unraveled the mystery. However, Xiao Chuxing and Lin Shi exchanged a glance, their lips twitching involuntarily. So, you spent the whole night thinking about this? Xiao Chuxing could hardly contain herself. This was no longer a matter of intelligence, was it? Yet the foolish beauty nodded earnestly in agreement. Now, it was Xiao Chuxing who questioned her life choices. And even Lin Shi couldn't help but lower her voice to ask Xiao Chuxing, where did you find this kid? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Even someone as thick-skinned as Xiao Chuxing felt a flush of embarrassment at that moment, and she could only clear her throat and retort, I didn't tea. Besides, what is conscience? Can it be eaten? To top it off, she brazenly pointed at Lin Shi and told the foolish beauty, what if there is a possibility that you are the mistress? The foolish beauty's mouth fell open, her entire being struck dumb, her mind once again crashing. This shocking revelation was indeed a bit too stimulating for someone with a less-than-average intellect. But clearly I arrived first. Xiao Chuxing gazed at the foolish Qi Shanshan with a complex expression, unable to refrain from mocking. What kind of absurd statement is that? What absurdity? She asked. Nothing. Xiao Chuxing quickly brushed it off, as the internet meme she referenced didn't even exist in this era. She could only softly inform the foolish girl. Actually, she came first, and you're the one who owes me. Qi Shanshan's eyes were filled with an innocent foolishness, believing Xiao Chuxing without a hint of doubt. Since Xiao Chuxing claimed she owed her, she took it as truth. Unable to help herself, Xiao Chuxing pulled Lin Shi aside and whispered, what should I do? I think I really feel a twinge of conscience. Lin Shi was utterly speechless at this person. Can you be any more nonsensical? Suddenly, Lin Shi asked, what about the barbecue cart? Should we take it to your house or leave it here? Xiao Chuxing froze for a moment, then suddenly realized, damn, no wonder I felt like I forgot something. Operating this roadside stall had merely been a spur-of-the-moment idea. He hadn't thought through these details at all. So, you really hadn't thought about it, huh? Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Xiao Chuxing gnawed at his thumb's nail. Deep in thought. There's no way my parents would allow me to do this at home. I think so too, Lin Shi replied. But leaving it here, it's hard to guarantee it one tea gets stolen. The safety situation nowadays isn't as good as in the future, and even then, it's still hard to ensure. After some consideration, Xiao Chuxing sighed. I can't just leave you here to sleep. How about I try to trick my parents into believing it's something someone asked me to keep at my house? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, finding the excuse rather flimsy. At that moment, the foolish beauty, who had been standing behind them without them noticing, suddenly spoke up. You can put in my yard. What the heck? How did you walk so quietly? Xiao Chuxing exclaimed in shock. Chapter 18. Are you going to rent a room? An hour later, Xiao Chuxing found himself lost in thought while gazing at the three-story villa. He should have anticipated this. How could a wealthy woman not have a villa? Lin Shi, on the other hand, had no particular thoughts about Qi Shanshan. Being a woman herself, she could see that Xiao Chuxing didn't harbor romantic feelings for Qi Shanshan. But there was definitely something between the two of them, and she was curious about how Xiao Chuxing ended up connected with such a girl. So, she poked Xiao Chuxing and quietly asked, how did you manage to woo such a little heiress? Xiao Chuxing cast her a complex glance. Woo? I do have better luck wooing you. Lin Shi laughed, teasing, well, given her family background, it might not be easy for her to accept you. At this, Xiao Chuxing's expression grew even stranger, as he indifferently replied, why should she accept me? I plan to take out her father. This time, it was Lin Shi who was left speechless. Wait, you're wooing her daughter and planning to kill her father? What kind of bizarre development is this? You don't understand. I'll tell you later. Xiao Chuxing cryptically replied. Lin Shi chose not to press further, as she had already guessed there was a story behind it. Is it okay to store these at your house? Lin Shi inquired tentatively. Your family won't mind? Qi Shanshan paused for a moment before shaking her head. I live here alone, so no one will mind. In that fleeting moment as she spoke, she briefly exuded that aloof, unapproachable aura reminiscent of a goddess at school. Xiao Chuxing felt a bit dazed. Perhaps her cold demeanor was not an act, but rather the result of lacking familial companionship. Contemplating this, he looked up at the three-story villa once more. Is it really okay for a girl to live alone in such a place? It must be quite lonely, he mused. He began to understand why this foolish beauty had remained quietly in her seat all night without moving. Perhaps, returning home and being there were fundamentally no different, at least. There was Xiao Chushing there. What was this strange feeling in his chest? Xiao Chushing mumbled softly. After securing the key to the front door from the foolish beauty, he instructed Lin Shi to come by every afternoon to take the barbecue cart to set up their stall. In fact, it wouldn't be long before Xiao Chusheng would also join Lin Shi after she had been selling for nearly 2 hours. So, are we leaving? Lin Shi asked quietly. Xiao Chusheng nodded nonchalantly, but his gaze lingered on the foolish beauty, reluctant to tear himself away. He could sense that she didn't want them to leave. Uncertain of what to say to her, Xiao Chusheng finally told Lin Shi, "Let us go." Suddenly, the foolish beauty's voice rang out from behind them. "Are you two going to rent a room?" The content of her words caught both of them off guard. However, had she not asked this question, Xiao Chusheng wouldn't have thought of it at all. Right, what about that? Xiao Chusheng looked at Lin Shi. It was clearly unrealistic for Lin Shi to return to Shanghai at this hour, and the cost of daily round trips was a considerable expense. Although the profit from a barbecue stall would certainly cover it. What about finding a small hotel? Lin Shi suggested after some thought. Xiao Chusheng hesitated, then shook his head. No, those places aren't very clean, and they're not safe either. This was a fact. In 2007, the safety conditions weren't as good as they would be over a decade later, and there were always shady hotels around, posing a danger to young women. Especially someone as beautiful as Lin Shi. What should we do then? Lin Shi asked. Let's go to my house, Xiao Chusheng casually suggested. What? Lin Shi was taken aback. Are we meeting the parents already? Xiao Chusheng was well aware of Lin Shi's misinterpretation, but he intentionally chose not to clarify. Feeling anxious, Lin Shi followed closely behind Xiao Chusheng, although she had accepted this abstract arrangement of being supported by him. Was it too fast to be meeting parents on the first day? She remained silent, her mind in turmoil. Upon arriving at Xiao Chusheng's home, the place was dark and unlit. Is there no one at your house? Lin Shi questioned skeptically. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of your text. My parents do not return home every day as they run a restaurant and often work late into the night, occasionally opting to sleep in the establishment itself. Xiao Chusheng's explanation left Lin Shi enlightened. No wonder he dared to bring her home. However, this was merely Lin Shi's misunderstanding. Xiao Chusheng was indeed unafraid to openly discuss his relationship with her in front of his parents. After all, Lin Shi was a true talent, exceptionally beautiful. Wouldn't old Xiao be overjoyed? Upon returning to Xiao Chusheng's residence, he exclaimed, "Let us see how much we have earned today." Saying this, he scattered all the day's earnings across the coffee table. As Lin Shi beheld the stack of bills, her eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens, is there this much? She gasped, covering her mouth. Xiao Chusheng maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly he too was startled. Is the real economy of 2007 truly this astonishing? It seems we are indeed in an era where fortunes lie at our feet. Counting the notes one by one, and after deducting the costs of ingredients and expenses for the food cart, the net profit amounted to 1,872 yuan and 50 cents. If we continue at this rate, there is still a market until National Day. 2,000 yuan a day? Lin Shi exclaimed excitedly. However, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. Not just that, today is merely the first day. This total does not account for the cost of the food cart. If we expand further, selling for a couple more hours, averaging a net profit of 3 to 5,000 yuan a day will not be an issue. Lin Shi could hardly contain her excitement. This amount of income equated to what many earn in 1 to 2 months. Initially, she had been skeptical about the profits from a night market barbecue stall, but her perspective had shifted dramatically. Yet, she observed Xiao Chusheng deep in thought, prompting her to inquire, "Is something troubling you?" Xiao Chusheng nodded solemnly. "This money certainly won't come easily. As you have seen, we are encroaching on the business of other stalls, and they will undoubtedly devise counter-strategies. But isn't your secret ingredient a trade secret? They cannot replicate it, can they?" She asked. "Indeed, they cannot replicate it, but only for a short time," he replied gravely. "Those competitors who cannot match us in business will certainly resort to underhanded tactics." Lin Shi understood now. The public order was not as it would be in future Hangzhou, and brawls were commonplace in this era. "What shall we do?" she asked, her concern evident. "Are you afraid?" Xiao Chusheng teased, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Lin Shi resolutely shook her head, her voice steady as she declared, "I am not afraid. If necessary, I will confront them." "Well, if you're not afraid, that is good. Just leave it to me," he reassured her. The two shared a bond reminiscent of their past lives. One was a killer, the other a supporter, And though this new chapter had only just begun, the signs were already apparent. Chapter 19. Are we really not going to do anything? Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi stored away their earnings and then descended to a nearby noodle shop for a meal. They had been so busy throughout the night that they had scarcely had time to eat, subsisting solely on the barbecued skewers they prepared. Although delicious, such fare alone could not stave off hunger. In the present day, Lanzhou noodles were well known, yet not found everywhere. By 2007, they were nearly ubiquitous. The most astonishing part was that a bowl of noodles cost only 4 yuan, despite the meat being rather thin. Comparing knife skills, the chefs of Lanzhou are world-class. They slurp their noodles with satisfaction. Nothing beats a warm bowl of noodles to soothe the stomach. Xiao Chusheng sighed contentedly, patting his belly. Tomorrow evening, you can pack some to eat while we work, he suggested to Lin Shi. She had no objections, understanding that today was merely the first day, and they were still somewhat inexperienced. Nevertheless, they had made a promising start, having earned quite a bit. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Chusheng cautioned her, by the way, you should go ahead in the afternoon. Until I arrive, do your best to avoid conflict with those people. He was aware of Lin Shi's character. Though she appeared gentle and amiable, she harbored a fiery spirit. Oh! Lin Shi ate slowly, savoring each sip of broth, unwilling to waste a single drop. After all, her adoptive family had treated her poorly, especially in recent years. Lin Shi often struggled to make ends meet with her monthly allowance, barely getting by on 2 meals a day during her growth spurts. Even after starting university and working part-time, most of her earnings were siphoned off by her exploitative family. This predicament accounted for her frugality. Xiao Chusheng silently observed Lin Shi, his heart aching for her. Though he had arrived just in time to prevent her from succumbing to depression at the hands of those wretches, it still felt a bit late. After a long pause, he tentatively asked, is there anything you wish to ask me? Lin Shi hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Being as clever as she was, she understood that some questions were better left unasked. Sometimes, feigning ignorance yielded greater rewards. Xiao Chusheng respected her discretion and nodded, not pressing further. Later, they returned to Xiao Chusheng's home, where he took a shower to wash away the sweat from a night spent by the grill. Would you like to wash up? He inquired as he emerged from the bathroom. Lin Shi instinctively glanced at herself before shaking her head and softly replying, I'll manage. I didn't bring any change of clothes. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng realized that he had brought her over from Shanghai rather hastily. She had come without anything. Rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly, he suggested, actually, you can wear my clothes for now. They will dry overnight on the balcony. Lin Shi paused, scrutinizing him with suspicion. Are you sure you're not trying to take advantage of me? Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes. Of course not. Do you think I need such an excuse? Given our relationship, you certainly have the right to refuse. Lin Shi was momentarily speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement and went to wash up. Throughout this time, she was filled with worry, fearing that Xiao Chusheng might intrude. However, when she finished and exited, nothing had occurred. A subtle disappointment washed over her. Could it be that she lacked charm? In truth, although Xiao Chusheng was in the prime of his youth, his past experiences with Lin Shi had imbued him with a certain patience regarding her allure. Wearing Xiao Chusheng's clothes made Lin Shi feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet she did not detect his scent. Instead, she was met with the pleasant aroma of laundry detergent. Freshly bathed, Lin Shi's hair was still damp, and a delicate flush adorned her skin, making her resemble a lotus flower emerging from the water. All right, let us go to bed. Xiao Chusheng yawned, his eyelids growing heavy. Lin Shi nodded, quietly trailing behind him. As they entered Xiao Chusheng's bedroom, he intended to suggest that she take the bed while he settled on the sofa. However, reconsidering, he thought about how, in their previous life, they had seen every facet of each other. Why dwell on such trivialities? Lin Shi surveyed the neat and tidy room, and Xiao Chusheng found himself lost in nostalgia, reflecting on the journey from his entrepreneurial beginnings to establishing a company in Shanghai and eventually bringing his parents to live there. He hadn't returned to this modest abode in nearly 5 years, and the thought stirred a sense of longing within him. A modestly sized bed could comfortably accommodate 2 people if they squeezed together. Lin Shi did not exhibit any overt resistance. As Xiao Chusheng had just pointed out, he was already financially supporting her. The notion of sharing a bed was trivial, and even if something more intimate were to occur, what difference would it make? She possessed a keen awareness of her circumstances. Leaning back and reclining, they each took a thin blanket to cover their midsections as it was summer. Silence enveloped them. After an indeterminate time in the darkness, Lin Shi finally broke the stillness. What do you need so much money for? Xiao Chusheng was at a loss for words. It wasn't that he was unwilling to respond, but the question was too profound for him to articulate a suitable answer. What did he require such an abundance of money for? Lin Shi was not merely seeking a surface-level response. Money is meant to be spent, to purchase whatever one desires, and to be utilized as one sees fit. That was the simplest answer. Yet Lin Shi sought to understand why Xiao Chusheng felt such an urgent need for wealth. In her eyes, he was still just a student. Certainly, with Lin Shi's intelligence, she realized he was nearly stripped bare of all pretenses. This fellow must have perceived something. In this society, having money instills confidence, Xiao Chusheng stated earnestly. In his previous life, he had recognized this truth too late. He had invested his sincerity at an age when he should have been accumulating wealth. And by the time he awakened to the reality, the opportunity to earn had long since slipped away. In this life, he was determined not to repeat those mistakes. He needed that confidence. Lin Shi remained silent, lost in contemplation. Xiao Chusheng suddenly added, "If your family ever asks you for money, just tell them you have none." He actually wished to convey to Lin Shi that his current desire for money was also for her sake. With wealth, he would possess the means to protect her. Otherwise, he was merely a powerless student. Chapter 20. Exiting the hotel with the campus bell. In the darkness, Xiao Chusheng embraced her. It was warm. After a while, Lin Shi, feeling somewhat aggrieved, remarked, "Humph, and you find this too warm?" Xiao Chusheng teased, "I think you're yearning for something even hotter. Something that will leave us both drenched in sweat." Lin Shi's cheeks flushed furiously in the darkness. Her teasing was intentional, laced with humor. However, she did not anticipate that Xiao Chusheng would counter with an embrace, leaving her feeling quite constrained. Now she was even more convinced that this man, who understood her so well, must have taken advantage of her already. The thought made her blush intensely. Despite knowing the truth, she could not help but feel shy. She said nothing, burying her face into his chest, as if retreating from reality. Although the heat was unbearable, she paradoxically felt an unprecedented sense of security. Perhaps after a long night of setting up stalls, Xiao Chusheng soon fell into a deep slumber, holding her close. Lin Shi nudged him several times to no avail, ultimately resigning herself to his slumber. In the morning, the alarm clock roused Xiao Chusheng, simultaneously awakening Lin Shi, who held her forehead, feeling quite overwhelmed. Since starting university, she had not woken up this early in quite some time, often working late and frequently sleeping in due to her regular class schedules. Xiao Chusheng, yawning, handed her some money. "You keep sleeping, but be mindful of the time. It's best to leave before 9:30. My parents sometimes return home between 9:30 and 10. Lin Shi remained silent, simply watching him scramble. "Take this money and decide what you'd like for breakfast. Then find somewhere to sit for a while, like an internet cafe or an arcade to pass the time. Make sure to be at the entrance of my school before 11:30. He added, "Oh, and if my parents come home, don't make sound. They usually 1T come into this room, but if you're discovered, just say you're my friend S sister, and that you're temporarily staying over for the night. Just make it sound convincing." With that, Xiao Chusheng hurriedly left for school, leaving Lin Shi lying there in a daze. "I must be going crazy, but this feeling of being supported is rather delightful," she muttered to herself, lost in thought for a long while, unaware of what she was contemplating. On his way, Xiao Chusheng casually picked up a meat sandwich to eat. He now possessed a considerable sum of money, at least for someone his age, so he didn't need to worry too much about food. What he truly needed were substantial amounts of capital. After all, the economic winds were shifting, and he needed to gather as much as possible before the impending global financial crisis of 2008 struck. Following the crisis, many industries would see a shift in dynamics, particularly in the internet sector, where the valuations of several major giants would be halved. This would usher in a prolonged period of economic downturn, during which cash would become exceedingly valuable. Indeed, the purchasing power of cash would reach an extraordinary level. Thus, Xiao Chusheng had to seize this opportunity to accomplish as much as possible with minimal expenditure. After all, making money during the early and mid stages of the financial crisis would not be as effortless as it was now, though he merely operated a simple night market barbecue stall. Such grassroots consumer spending would increasingly reflect the turmoil of the financial market. In truth, Xiao Chusheng was quite fortunate to be in Hangzhou. This city possessed a certain abstract quality. By 2007, the average housing price had surpassed 10,000, and the cost of living was alarmingly high compared to many other places. This trend would only amplify in the future. So what did this signify? Quite simply, it meant that in 2007, Xiao Chusheng could more easily earn money in industries related to everyday expenditures. He could then use those earnings for other ventures, essentially leveraging the profits from Hangzhou's physical industries to invest or develop opportunities elsewhere. Of course, that was a matter for the future. It was a process requiring significant time and accumulation. Upon arriving at school, Xiao Chusheng felt something was off, though he couldn't quite articulate it. He sensed that many students were watching him, even pointing and whispering. "Am I really that famous?" He pondered. In his previous life, he had enjoyed a degree of notoriety, primarily due to his frequent public declarations of affection for Zheng Jiai. However, he didn't think it warranted this level of attention. What was going on? Had his recent confession to Zheng Jiai made the news? Surely not. Confused, he entered the classroom, only to find nearly everyone staring at him in unison. If he failed to recognize the issue now, he truly would be slow on the uptake. You rascal. Suhai approached Xiao Chusheng and playfully punched him twice, a common gesture among friends. At this moment, he and Suhai were still on good terms. So Xiao Chusheng said nothing. Taking his seat, Xiao Chusheng began to organize his books. He had attended class yesterday, and, given his rebirth, this was his first time back in the classroom, so it felt somewhat ceremonial. What's going on between you and the campus belle? Suhai asked eagerly. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. What is this about? He wondered. How did Suhai know that foolish beauty? However, he maintained his composure. What do you mean? How could the campus belle have asked you for a leave of absence? Xiao Chusheng was surprised. How do you know that? After Suhai explained, he finally understood. That foolish beauty had come to find old Lu, in front of so many classmates. How could I have not anticipated this? Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but cover his face. The oblivious and somewhat slow-witted beauty was indeed unreliable in such matters. Yet he found himself retorting. Is it such a big deal to ask her for a leave of absence? However, he was met with Suhai's intricate expression. A pang of anxiety gripped Xiao Chusheng's heart. Was it possible that there was more to this than just the current situation? Their conversation had not been deliberately whispered, drawing the curious gazes of several classmates, among whom was Zheng Jiai, who had just entered the classroom and was seated diagonally across from Xiao Chusheng. Is it true that you and the campus beauty, Chi Daxua, emerged from a couple's hotel together? Suhai inquired, bursting with curiosity. Xiao Chusheng felt a jolt within. Could it be? Had they truly been seen? It dawned upon him then why so many people had been staring at him along the way. He had unwittingly become famous. Chapter 21. The Campus Beauty and the Beast. Suhai's gossip silenced the entire class. Zheng Jiai turned to fix her gaze intently on Xiao Chusheng, seeking answers. Yet, Xiao Chusheng maintained an unruffled demeanor, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. He shoved Suhai aside, stating, children should not pry into matters that do not concern them. Suhai, naturally, surmised something was amiss, but he also understood that acknowledging the situation would pose its own complications, so he resolved to pursue the truth privately. The classmates, witnessing Xiao Chusheng's silence, refrained from pressing further, yet they had tacitly accepted the notion that this beast likely had a romantic entanglement with the campus beauty. After all, Chi Daxua had never been embroiled in any scandal before. The idea of her requesting leave for a male was unfathomable. As for the rumor of her and Xiao Chusheng exiting the hotel together, opinions varied, but it was certainly not without basis. The students engaged in buzzing conversations, some even playing cards, while Xiao Chusheng quietly scribbled on a piece of paper. Seizing the opportunity of his recent rebirth, during which his memories remained clear, he felt compelled to document key information regarding the future he had retained. After all, should his memories become muddled at some point, it would spell disaster. The memories from his rebirth were akin to a confluence, seamlessly integrating like pieces of a puzzle. However, there seemed to be a slight side effect. His mind felt somewhat heavy, and he was prone to drowsiness. The pen glided across the paper, yet accustomed to digital note-taking, Xiao Chusheng soon felt fatigue in his wrist. The paper bore notes on numerous future trends and elements pertinent to the world's impending landscape. It was a historical backup. Anything he could recollect, he transcribed. For who could say whether it would prove useful? This process persisted for over 2 hours, and the revelations were startling. In the short span of a decade, humanity had seemingly advanced by leaps and bounds. It was nothing short of dreamlike. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng folded the paper carefully and tucked it into his pocket, planning to hide it well, for his discovery could lead to disbelief and potentially trigger a butterfly effect. The primary reason for documenting this information stemmed from his understanding that human memory is notoriously unreliable. Many of his childhood recollections had grown hazy. He dared not gamble on his ability to remember them in a few years, especially with the overlap of 2 lifetimes' memories, which could lead to discrepancies. The notes served as a comparative reference to help him identify any deviations. Moreover, he needed to safeguard his identity as a reborn individual, ensuring that no one beyond Lin Shi was aware of it. Lin Shi was a different matter altogether. Her intellect was off the charts, yet fortunately, she was an ally he could trust. As for the rumor regarding his emergence from the hotel with Qi Shanshan, it was no mere fabrication. The entire school had caught wind of it. Learning the truth left Xiao Chusheng feeling utterly exasperated, for this was a predicament indeed. As expected, their homeroom teacher, old Lu, summoned him to the office, leaving Xiao Chusheng feeling quite anxious. Was it about that foolish incident? Or perhaps his absence the day prior? Now tell me, what exactly is going on between you and Ms. Qi Shanshan? Old Lu adjusted his glasses, a kind smile on his face. The 50-something physics teacher had a scholarly air about him, yet he was exceptionally humorous, often sharing jokes that had the students in stitches. Therefore, old Lu had an excellent rapport with his students and tended to overlook certain matters. However, this time, it seemed his curiosity had compelled him to call Xiao Chusheng in for a chat. Xiao Chusheng, aware of his precarious position, stammered, "Well, there's really nothing to discuss. You know how it is at our youthful age." Old Lu appeared momentarily flummoxed by Xiao Chusheng's candidness. "Are you openly admitting it? Did you truly come out of the hotel with Qi Shanshan?" Old Lu leaned in closer, his voice dropping conspiratorially. The office was devoid of other teachers. But old Lu's mischievous demeanor elicited a chuckle. Xiao Chusheng could only muster a weak defense. That's not the case. Perhaps some students misinterpreted the situation, or we merely happened to pass by the hotel entrance. Even if it were true, he could not admit it, though, in reality, there was little reason not to. Old Lu found it difficult to discern the veracity of Xiao Chusheng's words, yet they were plausible enough. He had no intention of delving deeper into the matter, as there was no substantial evidence, merely a casual inquiry. "Very well, let us leave it at that." Xiao Chusheng nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of relief. "So, are you and Qi Shanshan in a relationship?" Old Lu interjected once more, still curious. "Well, not exactly." Xiao Chusheng hesitated. Old Lu chuckled. "Either you are or you aren't. Why the ambiguity? Oh well, at your age, it's perfectly normal. But let me remind you, just because you're soon-to-be college students doesn't mean you should act recklessly, understood?" Upon exiting old Lu's office, Xiao Chusheng let out a sigh of relief. He needed to be more cautious in the future to avoid being seen again. Why do I feel like there will be a next time? He was perplexed by his own thoughts. After a brief visit to the restroom, Xiao Chusheng returned to the classroom, only to witness a peculiar scene outside. That same oblivious beauty, exuding an air of aloofness, was stealthily peering into their classroom. Naturally, this did not escape the notice of his classmates, yet none dared approach her. After all, she was Qi Shanshan, the epitome of cool elegance. Xiao Chusheng, exasperated, marched over and dragged her away in full view of his classmates, who exchanged astonished glances. Was it true? The campus beauty and Xiao Chusheng seemed to indeed have something going on. Chapter 22. Someone better than you? Why should it be you? Xiao Chusheng led her to the staircase below, a secluded spot often frequented by couples seeking a moment of privacy. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you in your own class?" he queried. The oblivious beauty, looking rather sheepish, replied softly, "I came to eat." Xiao Chusheng thought he had misheard her. "Eat? What are you eating at this hour?" "Lunch," she clarified. A moment of realization struck him. "You want to have lunch with me?" The oblivious beauty nodded vigorously, leaving Xiao Chusheng with a strange sense of having bullied a simpleton, only for her to now cling to him. Was this considered PUA? He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "All right, you come here. Oh no, let's meet at the school gate." Xiao Chusheng amended his words, recalling that there was still Linshur to consider. After ensuring her well-being, he returned to the classroom, only to find himself the center of attention once again. There was no escaping it. To others, he had seemingly won the affections of the campus beauty from Cheetah University, making any attempt at subtlety utterly futile. This time, however, no one gossiped further, for the truth lay bare before them, although some still harbored disbelief or resentment, questioning how this ordinary fellow could possibly attract such an exquisite girl as the campus belle. These thoughts remained unspoken. As he settled into his seat, Su Hai, that rascal, sauntered over with a mischievous glint in his eye, teasingly nudging Xiao Chusheng. "Come on, confess. How can you deny it now? The campus beauty herself approached you. How did you manage to win her over?" Before Xiao Chusheng could respond, an unexpected visitor arrived. Zheng Jiai stood at his desk, her expression a tumultuous blend of confusion and curiosity, as if she wished to inquire about something. Su Hai, sensing the tension, wisely retreated. He had no desire to become embroiled in this situation. After all, having known Zheng Jiai for over a decade in his past life, he understood her character all too well, proud and somewhat arrogant. Yet having been spurned by Xiao Chusheng at a critical moment, she was not one to easily move on. The arrival of the foolish beauty undeniably accelerated this process. "You and Qi Shanshan?" Zheng Jiai bit her lip, grappling with how to frame her question. In this life, Xiao Chusheng yearned to distance himself from Zheng Jiai, fully aware that their previous emotional entanglement had been misguided. He had no desire to relive that experience. Furthermore, His thoughts were now focused on someone far more relevant than her. Thus, he decisively affirmed, "Yes, just as you suspect." Zheng Jiai appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. "But you always liked me, didn't you?" Her voice brimmed with incredulity, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. "When did you and her?" Xiao Chusheng, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, "This does not concern you. I did like you once, but I have come to realize that we are truly incompatible. Isn't that your sentiment as well? Therefore, I have chosen to move on. Yes, that foolish girl, Qi Shanshan, suits me better." He nearly let slip the word foolish, but caught himself just in time. Zheng Jiai's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her expression one of impending sorrow. In their past life, she had often displayed this very countenance during their conflicts. Initially, Xiao Chusheng felt a pang of sympathy, but over time, he became immune to it. Thus, his heart remained unmoved. When one ceases to love, such is the reality. Zheng Jiai, witnessing Xiao Chusheng's indifference, felt an ache in her heart. "If only you had confessed to me one more time, I would have accepted you," she lamented. "But why? I regret it." Biting her lip, she seemed to gather her resolve. "Could you possibly give me another chance?" Yet Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "No, I made up my mind. My feelings for you have faded. Besides, Qi Shanshan possesses qualities far superior to yours. I truly have no reason to look back. The truth can be more piercing than any lie, and the most direct way to reject someone is to inform them that someone else surpasses them in every way." Zheng Jiai could no longer contain her emotions, turning away to cry into her desk. Xiao Chusheng observed her silently, his heart long since numbed. Such scenes had played out countless times in his past life. Perhaps it was simply the fate of mismatched souls trying to force a union. Did he harbor any resentment towards her? Xiao Chusheng believed not, for Zheng Jiai had done nothing egregious. She was merely an ordinary girl with aspirations of a desirable life in Shanghai, yet the rapid economic growth rendered her efforts futile against escalating housing prices. Realizing this, Xiao Chusheng sought to change his circumstances and began to venture into entrepreneurship. Initially, Zheng Jiai supported him, for her family demanded that any suitor possess a house and car in Shanghai. However, the early stages of starting a business proved to be an endless abyss of investment. All of Xiao Chusheng's savings and his father's financial assistance were consumed. For a time, his situation was dire, and even affording meals became a challenge. The uncertainty of their future led to increasing discord between them, culminating in more frequent arguments. Pain, it seemed, was the predominant emotion that characterized their relationship. During Xiao Chusheng's most arduous times, Zheng Jiai encountered difficulties in her own job in Shanghai. In those days, he often returned home late, and their financial and emotional states deteriorated to their worst. It was during this tumultuous period that Zheng Jiai returned to her hometown, securing employment there. Subsequently, Xiao Chusheng managed to visit her a few times, but each encounter was fraught with tension. Zheng Jiai urged him to abandon his entrepreneurial dreams, while her family insisted that Xiao Chusheng's parents secure a loan to purchase a wedding home in Shanghai. Otherwise, they would not approve of their union. Yet by that time, their relationship had already teetered on the brink of collapse. Reflecting on the vestiges of their past, Xiao Chusheng found it difficult to recall any moments of genuine happiness shared with Zheng Jiai. Their experiences could be summarized in mere sentences, an utterly disheartening realization. Afterwards, Zheng Jiai ceased to disrupt his life, while classmates occasionally cast glances in his direction. Many were aware of the dynamics between the two, yet Xiao Chusheng had opted to disengage. Ironically, after stepping away from that chapter, he turned around to captivate the campus beauty, leaving many bewildered. Thus, while the classroom buzzed with gossip and speculation, there were those who seethed with envy. The reason was simple. Although Zheng Jiai could not compare to the stunning Qi Shanshan, she was still undeniably attractive. Previously, Xiao Chusheng's pursuit of Zheng Jiai had deterred others from intervening. But now, with the campus beauty in his grasp, surely Zheng Jiai was fair game for them. Many individuals have begun to sense an opportunity and are eager to take action. However, this has no bearing on Xiao Chusheng, who, in this life, seeks only to distance himself from the woman that filled his memories in the previous life with nothing but anguish. "Hey, let's go eat together today." Su Hairu approached Xiao Chusheng as usual to invite him to dinner, but this time he declined. "I have something on recently and have made plans with someone. Let's wait until things settle down." After offering an excuse, Xiao Chusheng swiftly departed, leaving Su Hairu scratching her head and murmuring to herself, "Plans with someone?" Another person observing Xiao Chusheng's retreating figure was Zheng Jiai. Perhaps it was the words he had spoken to her or his resolute demeanor that had made her lose her appetite. Xiao Chusheng jogged briskly and soon reached the school gate. As expected, he spotted Lin Shi in the distance, accompanied by the lovely but foolish beauty. Although he had not informed Qi Shanshan that Lin Shi would be present, it was no surprise that they encountered one another. Xiao Chusheng merely waved at the two, saying, "Let us go." As they walked together, they drew the attention of passers-by, with a remarkably high rate of glances directed their way. After all, two beauties in tandem were a sight to behold. In terms of appearance, they were evenly matched, representing different archetypes of beauty. One exuded an air of sophistication, while the other radiated youthful charm. However, the foolish beauty seemed somewhat oversized, perhaps due to excessive pampering. Standing at a height of 170 centimeters, clearly referring to her stature, not her weight. Yet, this only amplified the impression of her being somewhat clumsy, evoking the image of a lovable giant. Among the trio, Xiao Chusheng appeared quite out of place, feeling somewhat awkward. At this stage in his life, he had just begun to establish his financial footing and could not afford to indulge extravagantly. Although the school cafeteria offered mediocre meals, they were incredibly inexpensive, making it a suitable choice during lean times. They ordered 3 servings of rice bowls and found a window-side table to begin their meal. Lin Shi, with an unspoken understanding, refrained from questioning why Qi Shanshan was present, while the foolish beauty herself seemed oblivious to such complexities, perhaps her mental capacity insufficient for deeper thoughts. However, as they ate, Xiao Chusheng felt an oddity in the atmosphere. Why are all these people staring at us? He pondered, perplexed. Is it merely because these two are attractive? It seemed absurd to him that they were being regarded as if they were rare specimens. Former students paused to gawk, some whispering to one another. The root of this attention lay in the rumors surrounding Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan. Witnesses had seen them exiting a hotel together, and their current dining together naturally lent credence to the gossip, drawing a crowd. Lin Shi's presence only added an air of mystery to the situation, with onlookers curious about her identity and why she was dining with them. Given that Lin Shi's beauty rivaled that of Qi Shanshan, many speculated whether she was Qi Shanshan's sister or something similar. After all, it was not surprising that Qi Shanshan's family might confront Xiao Chusheng for bringing her to a hotel. They hastily finished their meal and fled the scene. Once outside the school gates, Xiao Chusheng took a deep breath. I was hoping to save on meal expenses, but it seems I'll have to eat out more often now. Lin Shi giggled beside him. What is this? Aren't you the one with thick skin? Is that not holding up now? Xiao Chusheng shot her a glance. Thick skin can't withstand being treated like a monkey in a zoo. Did you not see those men's eyes nearly blazing with envy? You monopolizing two beauties is bound to incite jealousy, Lin Shi teased. If hitting were not against the law, you would have been beaten to a pulp by now. Xiao Chusheng conceded her point. It was evident that many were drawn to the two beauties. Beautiful women are indeed a resource everyone desires. And having captured the affections of Qi Shanshan, he had already attracted ire. Now, with another beauty by his side, it was inevitable that some would be displeased. Despite Lin Shi appearing to be of a different generation, the onlookers remained oblivious to the nature of her relationship with Xiao Chusheng. Yet, that did not deter their curiosity. Let us go. We have things to attend to during this lunch hour, Xiao Chusheng decided, uninterested in lingering over the matter. But after a few steps, he noticed the foolish beauty trailing silently behind him, causing him a slight headache. Lin Shi, noticing this, tentatively asked, Shanshan, do you want to join us? Qi Shanshan nodded vigorously. Xiao Chusheng ran a hand through his hair, finally conceding, fine, you can come along but don't wander off. It would be quite troublesome if you got lost. He was particularly worried about her saying something amiss. After all, Qi Shanshan was regarded as the aloof school beauty, synonymous with silence. Seeing Xiao Chusheng hail a taxi surprised Lin Shi. You're trying to save on meal costs, but don't mind spending on taxi? One must save where possible and spend where necessary. Riding a bike to a bar is one thing, but time is the most precious resource right now. Food is relatively inconsequential, but a taxi saves time, Xiao Chusheng argued, leaving Lin Shi momentarily stunned. Yet upon reflection, she found his reasoning sound. Her curiosity piqued, she asked, why the urgency? Even if it's about making money, surely it's not a matter of a day or two. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily at a loss for words. It was indeed a matter of mere days. In this present era, a few hundred or thousand yuan, if handled wisely, could yield returns that are exponentially greater in the future. Chapter 24. You are mine, and I decide that unilaterally. The dock. Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were taken aback as Xiao Chusheng led them to the dock. What are we doing here? Lin Shi was genuinely curious about Xiao Chusheng's thoughts. Just yesterday, he was running a barbecue stall, and now they were at the dock. Xiao Chusheng offered no explanation, scanning the surroundings until he finally spotted his target. Hey, wait a moment. Do you supply oysters privately? Xiao Chusheng stopped a shirtless man who was unloading boxes of seafood from a container. The man appeared slightly bewildered. Oysters? Is that what you mean? Following his gesture, Xiao Chusheng saw rows of refrigerated containers labeled oyster. He recognized them immediately. They appeared to originate from New Zealand. At this time, oysters were not yet a popular delicacy in the country, and foreigners typically avoided them, making the import prices exceptionally low. Of course, this pertains to the prices upon entering customs. Once they reached the seafood market, the costs would differ entirely. This was precisely why Xiao Chusheng had come to the dock, to procure at the lowest cost. You'll have to ask our supervisor about that, the man replied, as he was merely a laborer. Thus, Xiao Chusheng inquired about the location of the supervisor's office and headed straight there. The supervisor responsible for the containers was a man with a small mustache, appearing to be in his 40s, and he seemed somewhat surprised upon meeting Xiao Chusheng. However, he did not show it outwardly, as many young people in business at that age were not uncommon. Oysters? With a puzzled expression, the man with a small beard stroked his chin and remarked, "Not many people buy this, right? It's primarily supplied to markets and large hotels." "Indeed, I was hoping to try selling it in a different manner," replied Xiao Chusheng, feigning an air of earnestness. Lin Shi, standing beside him in silence, was still inexperienced in such dealings and could only observe and learn. The small bearded man took the cigarette from Xiao Chusheng and noticed it was still a huazi. Momentarily astonished, his gaze towards Xiao Chusheng shifted. After all, few young individuals would indulge in such luxury. After some contemplation, he reached a decision. In principle, it's not feasible as these transactions are recorded. However, if your requested quantity isn't large, we might come to an arrangement. Really? A flicker of joy crossed Xiao Chusheng's heart, though he maintained a stoic exterior. "How much can you provide? Let me show you. There are various prices for these goods." With that, the small bearded man led Xiao Chusheng to the dock. "The ones over there are the cheapest. Further along, you'll find the more expensive ones. The affordable ones come in boxes weighing 50 pounds, containing about 300 to 400 pieces, the smallest sizes available." "This one," Xiao Chusheng quickly interjected. "I want this. Let's start selling it. I'll take 3 boxes for now, and if it sells well, I'll need 3 boxes daily moving forward. What do you think?" The small bearded man was taken aback by Xiao Chusheng's decisiveness and nodded, lowering his voice. "All right, but keep this under wraps, understood?" Xiao Chusheng immediately grasped his intent. It was evident that the man intended to pocket the money from these oysters. Such dealings were common across various industries, and, as a beneficiary, Xiao Chusheng had no qualms about it. He never intended to rely solely on this for income. One day of sales was sufficient for him. Given the clandestine nature of the transaction, he managed to procure the 3 boxes of oysters for a mere 200 yuan. While this price was not exceptionally low, it was reasonable considering the small quantity he was acquiring. "By the way, my friend, I have a small favor to ask." Xiao Chusheng chuckled awkwardly. The small-bearded supervisor paid little mind. "Go ahead. We lack refrigeration methods. Could you assist me by delivering ice to this address every afternoon?" Xiao Chusheng handed him a note with the address of the foolish beauty. Upon reading it, the small-bearded supervisor hesitated. However, after a moment's consideration, he acquiesced. "All right, if you provide an extra 20 yuan, I'll personally drive and deliver it each afternoon." The small-bearded supervisor had his reasons, with Xiao Chusheng visiting daily. Should anyone with ill intentions spot him and report it, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Not only would he lose money, but he might also risk his job. Thus, Xiao Chusheng's request allowed him to mitigate risk while earning a bit of extra cash. Xiao Chusheng nodded in agreement. "Then we shall take our leave." Once outside the dock, Lin Shi inquired, "How do you plan to sell these?" A mysterious smile graced Xiao Chusheng's face. "We'll roast them. I'll teach you tonight, 2 yuan each. Over 1,000 pieces. Just imagine the profit margin." Lin Shi's eyes sparkled, though skepticism lingered. "But I haven't seen many people eat them. Are they really that easy to sell?" "Just watch me," Xiao Chusheng replied, withholding his strategy. In 2007, oysters were indeed not well known. But that was only because the market had yet to uncover the opportunities within. In China, anything associated with the notion of vitality would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. In any case, expect me in the afternoon. Once we have the goods, we'll set up the stall. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Xiao Chusheng's lips curled into a smile. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of concern for Lin Shi, having her lug the barbecue cart alone, but given the circumstances, there was no choice. One must invest effort to reap rewards. In this life, Xiao Chusheng was determined to provide the best for Lin Shi. Lin Shi, however, was unfazed, readily agreeing, "This is nothing compared to my previous jobs, and the pay is significantly better." Afterward, Xiao Chusheng took the 2 women to the wholesale market to acquire additional barbecue ingredients based on yesterday's sales performance. Even if they didn't sell out, it was inconsequential since the foolish beauty had a refrigerator at home, allowing them to store the excess. The ratio for the chili powder is like this. You adjust it as you see fit. Xiao Chusheng casually shared the recipe with Lin Shi. She teased. Aren't you worried I might use your recipe to start my own venture? Xiao Chusheng paused, then chuckled. Not at all. You are mine. Lin Shi pouted. How am I yours? I never agreed to that. I decided unilaterally. You have no right to refuse. How domineering. Although she protested, Lin Shi felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. The two were oblivious to the foolish beauty trailing quietly behind them. Chapter 25. The beautiful Lin Shi only plays high-end games. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Curiously, both turned to see the foolish beauty gazing at him with a pitiful expression. An awkward silence enveloped them. Qi Shanshan, the foolish beauty, resembled an abandoned stray dog, evoking sympathy. I almost forgot about you, Xiao Chusheng admitted sheepishly, then asked, Are you coming tonight? Qi Shanshan nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. Lin Shi observed her intently, her eyes reflecting a different meaning. After delivering the frozen goods and fresh vegetables to Qi Shanshan's refrigerator, the foolish girl exhibited no wariness whatsoever, handing her house keys to Lin Shi without hesitation. Xiao Chusheng scratched his head, torn between reprimanding her and finding the right words. Ultimately, it was Lin Shi who stepped in, admonishing, Don't be so trusting of others, all right? We may not harm you, but not everyone is like us. The foolish beauty nodded absently, seemingly unaware of the weight of Lin Shi's words. Xiao Chusheng shook his head in resignation, choosing not to press further. In any case, I'll leave the afternoon to you, he sighed, feeling a pang of guilt for imposing such labor on her. You're making me do this tough work, and I feel bad for you, he thought. Yet Lin Shi appeared unfazed, smiling with self-deprecation. I don't have much else to offer you. This is just fine. Upon hearing her self-derision, Xiao Chusheng's gaze intensified as he refuted, Don't say that. You simply haven't found your rightful place yet. Your battlefield is not here. Lin Shi paused at his words, realizing that this young man understood her better than she did herself. In truth, Xiao Chusheng was indeed more attuned to Lin Shi than she was to her own being. It was worth noting that Lin Shi's true talents and abilities only began to surface after they embarked on their entrepreneurial journey. Initially, they were not evident until the company flourished. It was during this time that Xiao Chusheng recognized Lin Shi as a genuine prodigy. On a whim, he once had her take an IQ test, discovering her astonishing score of 163. Lin Shi, the beautiful lady, only plays high-end games. In businesses reliant on manual labor and social connections, her capabilities remained underutilized. Nonetheless, even in such conditions, Lin Shi occasionally showcased her extraordinary ability to learn. For instance, last night, when it came to mastering the art of grilling skewers, Xiao Chusheng had no idea how many failures he endured before he could barely reach a level suitable for selling. Yet Lin Shi, she merely watched from the side. Although Xiao Chusheng provided explanations, such mastery could not be acquired so swiftly. In just one evening, she had already advanced to a level where she could almost substitute him, an astonishing feat. Furthermore, her remarkable memory was evident in her ability to recall the precise ratios of chili powder, the money spent during shopping, and even the phone number of the dock supervisor. This individual had no need to jot anything down. It was all stored effortlessly within her mind. She could perform mental calculations with a prowess akin to that of a human calculator. However, Xiao Chusheng did not disclose to Lin Shi just how formidable she truly was. After all, the time for that revelation had yet to come. He needed to guide her gradually, allowing Lin Shi to fully immerse herself in an arena suited to her strengths. As for the possibility of Lin Shi one day abandoning or betraying him, Xiao Chusheng dismissed such notions with a smile, deeming them utterly improbable. Their relationship was distinctly different. It resembled a mutual redemption. The trio spent time at the home of the foolish beauty, skewering an ample quantity of meats and vegetables in preparation for the evening. However, Qi Shanshan, in her clumsiness, accidentally pricked her hand with a skewer, causing blood to ooze from the wound. With tear-filled eyes, she fought back the urge to cry, a sight that tugged at the hearts of both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi, particularly the former, who could hardly bear such a scene. He quickly searched for tissue to staunch her bleeding. Do you have any Band-Aids at home? Where are they? The foolish beauty, sniffling, pointed to a box on the bookshelf. Lin Shi understood and promptly went over, discovering, to her surprise, an entire box of Band-Aids. Do you run a Band-Aid factory at your house? Why so many? Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. I used to get hurt often, the foolish beauty mumbled, looking quite pitiful, at a loss for words. Xiao Chusheng applied a Band-Aid to her wound and suggested, perhaps it's best you refrain from this for now. Just go sit over there. The two watched as Qi Shanshan sat aside, gazing at her bandaged finger while still sniffling, her expression still one of suppressed tears, as if she were in considerable pain. But was it truly that painful? Both were uncertain. If you feel like crying, you should just let it out. Holding it in isn't good, Xiao Chusheng tentatively suggested. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, feeling a similar discomfort for Qi Shanshan. However, the foolish beauty's subsequent words cast a shadow over the two. But Aunt Zhang said I mustn't cry, or else she would hit me. Xiao Chusheng was candid with Lin Shi about certain matters concerning the foolish beauty's home, such as the stepmother who caused the death of Qi Shanshan's biological mother. The implications of the foolish beauty's statement revealed much. Indeed, Aunt Zhang referred to Qi Shanshan's stepmother, Zhang Ting. It was evident that in previous years, when Qi Shanshan cried, that woman had bullied her numerous times, even forbidding her from shedding tears. In such a toxic environment, one could only imagine how a little girl's character would be shaped. Submissive? Timid? Insecure? Xiao Chusheng began to understand the origins of her social anxiety. It was the malevolent work of that wicked woman. His past curses directed at Zhang Ting felt entirely justified now. Moreover, this was merely a small fragment of her torment. To think she wasn't even allowed to cry. It was unfathomable what further atrocities Zhang Ting had inflicted upon this foolish beauty. Just the thought of it left both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi feeling nauseated. Lin Shi, in particular, resonated deeply with this plight. In truth, the experiences of these two individuals bore a resemblance to each other. One had a stepmother, while the other had foster parents. Yet the commonality lay in the absence of the affection they rightfully deserved. Xiao Chusheng suppressed the fury boiling within, vowing that one day, both families would face their reckoning. Fortunately, he was present to intervene. That said, sure, let's go. I have a place to take you, Xiao Chusheng remarked after glancing at the time. Feeling it was about time. Huh? Where to? Lin Shi asked, puzzled. I'm going to find you some bodyguards. Chapter 26. Such a grown daughter. Throughout their journey, Qi Shanshan clung to Lin Shi, refusing to let go, leaving Lin Shi utterly exhausted. At home, both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi had indulged the foolish beauty's need to cry, allowing her to release the pent-up emotions she had suppressed over the years. Now, she seemed to have latched onto Lin Shi completely. Why do I have this inexplicable sense of déjà vu? Xiao Chusheng's expression was complex. What do you mean by déjà vu? Lin Shi, feeling Qi Shanshan's embrace, inquired curiously. Well, Xiao Chusheng hesitated before finally admitting. It feels as though we have acquired a daughter of this age. Lin Shi's expression momentarily froze. She, too, felt that this notion was not entirely unfounded. However, the foolish beauty seemed oblivious to such thoughts. Where are we going? Lin Shi hesitated as she noticed Xiao Chusheng guiding them down an alleyway with few people around. Just come along. You'll find out soon enough, Xiao Chusheng replied, his face devoid of emotion. In truth, he was uncertain if he would indeed find the person he sought here. It was merely a gamble based on his recollections from the past few years. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a group of spirited young men, essentially delinquents. Xiao Chusheng was now certain they were in the right place. Lin Shi instinctively grasped the hem of Xiao Chusheng's shirt, as any normal girl would feel apprehensive in such a situation. What are we doing here? Xiao Chusheng gently patted her hand, reassuring her, don't worry. As long as I'm here, they won't harm you. Internally, he was unperturbed, for he was well-versed in martial arts. Having come this far, he naturally possessed the confidence to face any challenge. Maintaining a calm exterior, Xiao Chusheng inquired of the group, is Binzi around? The young men, taken aback by his approach, momentarily hesitated but eventually pointed toward the back. He's inside. Nodding, Xiao Chusheng led the two women deeper into the venue. The young men exchanged glances, bewildered. Are they friends of Binzi? I don't know, but those two girls are stunning. Indeed, as they proceeded, they encountered more spirited young men. Yet none dared to obstruct their path. To these individuals, anyone who ventured into their territory must have some purpose. After all, they were the dregs of society, and others typically kept their distance. Xiao Chusheng had a specific motive for being there. Upon reaching the innermost part of the alley, he finally laid eyes on the individual he had been searching for. Binzi. Binzi, he called out directly. Chinbin was momentarily taken aback. You call me Binzi? It's Brother Bin to you. Before he could say more, one of his underlings jumped in to defend him. However, after doing so, the underling's gaze shifted lasciviously toward Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan. With a lewd tone, he teased, wow, you ladies are truly beautiful. Want to have some fun with the brothers? Xiao Chusheng's brow furrowed, and without further ado, he seized the scant strands of the underling's hair and forcefully slammed his head against the wall without hesitation. The entire sequence of events transpired with remarkable swiftness. Not only was Chunbin caught off guard, but even Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were momentarily bewildered. This is their territory, and yet you dare to act so brazenly? Chunbin did not anticipate that the seemingly youthful figure before him would execute his actions with such ruthless precision. Xiao Chusheng forcefully pressed the head of the young ruffian against the ground several times before releasing him. The unfortunate fellow's forehead was now a gruesome sight, smeared with blood. Though in reality, he was not gravely injured. Despite the ferocity of his actions, Xiao Chusheng had exerted little strength. His aim was merely to instill fear in these individuals, to disrupt their conventional thought processes. They're not the sort of people you should dare to covet, understand? Yet at that moment, a certain fool tilted his head and naively inquired, "What does covet mean?" The group fell into a state of utter astonishment. Xiao Chusheng cleared his throat awkwardly to mask the embarrassment. Redirecting his gaze to Chun Bin, "I seek your assistance." Chun Bin's expression darkened, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "You, a mere boy, come onto my turf to assault my people? Is that not a bit too audacious? You must provide me with an explanation, otherwise you shall not leave here today." Xiao Chusheng fixed his unwavering gaze upon him. "Explanation? None to offer. As I said, I have business with you." Chun Bin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Very well, speak your piece. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, you will not leave today." Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan had long been rendered speechless before their arrival. Xiao Chusheng had intended to recruit a few bodyguards, but who would have thought he would seek them in such a place? "From now on, you shall all follow me," Xiao Chusheng stated nonchalantly, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Chun Bin burst into laughter, instinctively pointing at himself. "You want me to follow you?" Xiao Chusheng nodded earnestly, indicating Lin Shi. "For the next month, you will stay close to her and ensure her safety. Starting next month, I will offer you a position." "A position?" Upon hearing those words, Chun Bin's condescension towards Xiao Chusheng dissipated. Xiao Chusheng affirmed, "Yes, a position, but let me make it clear, I have standards for selection. First, you must be trustworthy, and secondly, you need to temper your thuggish demeanor. Oh, and this one is not included." He referred to the ruffian who had been knocked down for harassing Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan. Chun Bin hesitated, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one, exhaling clouds of smoke as he contemplated the veracity of Xiao Chusheng's words. His position as the leader of this group indicated he possessed certain qualities. At the very least, he was not lacking in intellect. At that moment, Chun Bin's gaze fell upon the two women accompanying Xiao Chusheng, and he was instantly captivated. These two were, of course, Lin Shi and the naive beauty. The presence of such exquisite companions made Chun Bin realize that this unexpectedly appearing individual was likely far from ordinary. The unspoken assumptions in his mind were perilous. As Chun Bin's thoughts began to evolve, the remaining spirited youths whispered among themselves, clearly fixated on the notion of employment. Being a ruffian does not equate to being involved in the underworld. After all, they lacked wealth and influence, merely appearing as a group of ordinary individuals who seemed intimidating. In truth, many so-called delinquents merely stood around to intimidate others, too cowardly to engage in actual violence. "You intend to pay us?" After some deliberation, Chun Bin posed the question. Xiao Chusheng nodded. "Once you work, you will be compensated. That is a certainty." "A significant amount?" A man standing next to Chun Bin instinctively asked. Xiao Chusheng shot him a disdainful glance. "What do you think?" "Certainly not much." "Then why should we work for you?" The man immediately became disgruntled. Xiao Chusheng chuckled softly. "To speak candidly, do you truly believe that you know that you social miscreants are deserving of substantial compensation?" Lin Shi gasped, quickly grasping Xiao Chusheng's arm, bewildered by his audacity. He had struck someone without hesitation, and now he was brazenly insulting them. Was he not courting trouble? As expected, Xiao Chusheng's highly derogatory remarks incited an uproar among the spirited youths, who were instantly enraged and ready to confront him. Yet Chun Bin, as the leader, remained remarkably composed. Xiao Chusheng maintained his demeanor of calm assurance. He chuckled lightly. "What is it? Do you not accept this? Let me ask you, what skills do you possess? What abilities do you have? On what grounds do you believe you miscreants deserve more money than others?" A series of inquiries left the spirited youths momentarily speechless. Recognizing the opportune moment, Xiao Chusheng shifted his tone. "Remember, your worth determines your compensation. That is the rule of this world. However, I will extend to you an opportunity. I cannot promise you a fortune, but if you possess the capability, you can earn a living and perhaps even attain a modest degree of wealth that is not beyond reach." He fixed his gaze on Chun Bin, his eyes piercing. "The chance is yours. Think carefully. Will you continue to be a societal miscreant, occasionally incarcerated for brawling, unable to provide for your ailing mother? Or will you follow me? I make no promises. What you gain depends solely on your efforts." Chapter 27. Beauty is also a resource. As Xiao Chusheng's words hung in the air, Chun Bin fell silent. In truth, his statement was a reflection of reality, for it had unfolded in such a manner in the past. At that time, Chun Bin's mother had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, and he, lacking any skills, had squandered his days. The entirety of his family's finances was insufficient to cover her medical expenses, with some relatives willing to lend a hand while others looked on coldly. Ultimately, Chun Bin was nearly driven to despair, knocking on doors and begging for money, his knees bloodied and battered. In that moment, Xiao Chusheng had taken pity on him and handed over 5,000 yuan. Subsequently, Chun Bin's mother recovered, and he turned his life around, securing a legitimate job. But was that the conclusion of the tale? Not quite. On one occasion, while Xiao Chusheng was conducting business with Lin Shi, her striking beauty caught the attention of the opposing businessman, who attempted to coerce a group of individuals into detaining her. Although Xiao Chusheng was capable of defending himself, he found himself outmatched. At a critical moment, Chun Bin appeared from nowhere, unleashing a ferocious assault on the businessman. Xiao Chusheng later learned that Chun Bin had been working as a waiter at the hotel where the business meeting took place. Due to this incident, Chun Bin lost his job and served half a year in prison. After his release, he dabbled in computer parts, seemingly making a decent amount of money. However, Xiao Chusheng was unaware of the ensuing events, as his business had expanded significantly, placing him in a different social stratum, and he had not crossed paths with Chun Bin again. Xiao Chusheng's decision to seek out Chun Bin was driven by his own considerations. In his previous life, Chun Bin had remembered the 5,000 yuan gratitude and was willing to endure imprisonment to repay that debt, demonstrating that he possessed a sense of loyalty and righteousness. Moreover, despite his past misdeeds, for the sake of his mother, he had knelt before others in search of assistance. Such individuals value loyalty and possess a moral compass, making them trustworthy. Of course, one's vision and perspective will ultimately dictate how far they can go in life. Although Chun Bin's capabilities may be limited, preventing him from amassing significant wealth, Xiao Chusheng harbored no objections. He was willing to allow Chun Bin to earn within his capacity, even a little beyond it. Thus, he sought him out today. Chun Bin was undoubtedly a clever individual. Otherwise, he would have impulsively expelled Xiao Chusheng by now. As for whether Chun Bin could surpass Xiao Chusheng, that is a different matter altogether. In truth, his ability to rise to prominence in such a chaotic environment undoubtedly speaks to his competence and charismatic persona. This is something Xiao Chusheng has no doubt about. After silently finishing a cigarette, a glimmer of light flickered in Chun Bin's eyes. He inhaled deeply and declared, "All right, I will follow you." At these words, the entire venue erupted in astonishment, as the spirited young men gazed at Chun Bin in disbelief. "Brother Bin, hold your tongue. I have already made up my mind. He shall be our leader from now on." Chun Bin promptly interrupted his underling. "No, do you think this is a mere gang?" Xiao Chusheng's expression was peculiar. "What I intend to engage in is legitimate business. From now on, you must shed your second-rate demeanor and refer to me as boss." Chun Bin chuckled, humorously inquiring, "Then, boss, what shall we call you?" Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes at how quickly he immersed himself in the role. Xiao Chusheng, however, was unfazed. "I'm Xiao Chusheng. You may call me Boss Xiao. This is your boss lady, Lin Shi. Refer to her as such." He introduced Lin Shi to them, as she was the target they were to protect. "And me?" Suddenly, a foolishly charming girl piped up. Xiao Chusheng raised an eyebrow, pressing the girl's head down to silence her. "You lot can just call her as you see fit." This scene prompted laughter among the spirited young men, though many cast ambiguous glances. To them, Xiao Chusheng might very well be a big boss, and having beautiful women by his side was perfectly normal. They had seen enough of the world to understand the nature of the affluent. "All right, this afternoon, you will go to this address to find her." Xiao Chusheng provided Chun Bin with an address before departing with Lin Shi and the foolish girl. Chun Bin stared thoughtfully at the paper, as a younger companion leaned in and asked, "Brother Bin, are you truly going to follow him?" Chun Bin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he is right. We cannot continue this way. This may very well be an opportunity to change our fates." He understood clearly that sometimes seizing a small opportunity could alter the course of one's entire life. Many among them did not genuinely wish to fall into depravity. Rather, they felt hopeless about the future. In this era, for someone like Xiao Chusheng, opportunities leading to a golden path were plentiful. However, for the majority of ordinary individuals, their capabilities and perspectives would serve as shackles binding them for life. The meager average salary in Hangzhou, coupled with soaring housing prices nearing 10,000 per square meter, constantly instilled anxiety in every ordinary person. Once they exited the alley, Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan gasped for breath, still shaken by Xiao Chusheng's earlier display, which nearly frightened them to death. "So, this is what you meant by bodyguard?" Lin Shi found it hard to believe. "Yes, currently we do not have the funds to hire professional bodyguards, and for such minor affairs, It is unnecessary to seek out experts, so we must make do, Xiao Chusheng explained matter-of-factly, leaving Lin Shi speechless. Was he really so brazen as to spin such grand tales? Oh, she almost forgot. She had been lured by his grand vision. Xiao Chusheng saw no issue with this. After all, capitalists are often ruthless, and pulling off a con is a skill in itself. Though my vision is but a fabrication, I possess the means to make it a reality. Then you need not involve us, do you? Aren't you afraid of trouble? If a fight breaks out, we are merely delicate girls. We cannot help you, and may even hinder you. Lin Shi, intrigued, questioned. Besides, did we not nearly cause a scuffle earlier? Xiao Chusheng cast a dubious glance at Lin Shi. Delicate? Are you certain? He had witnessed her fierce side in her previous life. Lin Shi had always kept a weapon on her person ever since Chun Bin's incident. Ahem, truth be told, those weapons combined would not stand a chance against me. I have trained. Moreover, I have my own considerations. Xiao Chusheng coughed lightly, attempting to explain. You only see that aside from being beautiful, you are of little assistance. But that is not entirely the case. Oh, then what can we assist you with? Lin Shi arched an eyebrow, genuinely curious. Even the foolish girl blinked her clear, yet naive eyes, brimming with inquisitiveness. Xiao Chusheng replied with a slight nod. Indeed, you are sufficiently lovely, but you are not without merit. You must understand, in this society, beauty is also a form of power. A beautiful woman is indeed a resource. Huh? Are you implying that should you find yourself outmatched, you would offer us up? Xiao Chusheng regarded her with the expression of an elderly man on the subway, engrossed in his phone. No, what bizarre logic is that? Chapter 28. The essence lies in companionship. What? Is it not? Lin Shi feigned surprise. In truth, she was aware that Xiao Chusheng would never surrender them, and she was merely teasing. Nevertheless, she was curious to know what further considerations he held, gazing at him with a face full of intrigue. Of course not. While beautiful women are indeed a resource, not everyone is entitled to such resources. If one person can possess one, that is already quite impressive. But what if one were to have two? His rhetorical question momentarily stunned Lin Shi, instinctively causing her to glance back at Qi Shanshan, who indeed was very beautiful. If a woman of her caliber were to be won over, it would surely drive countless men mad with desire. Lin Shi harbored some insecurities about her own appearance, stemming from her upbringing, which is why she seldom gazed at mirrors. Yet, she could not deny that she was also attractive. As for Xiao Chusheng, he was the envy of countless men for having won her over. At this moment, Lin Shi began to grasp Xiao Chusheng's intentions but still probed. So, you aim to leverage our presence to create a psychological advantage for yourself? Elevating your status in an intangible manner? Status? What a misnomer. It's about levels. Xiao Chusheng shot her a look of exasperation. In essence, that is indeed the crux of the matter. Now it became clear. Lin Shi had yet to truly step into society, and thus, she was not well versed in its intricacies. These were precisely the attributes that Xiao Chusheng possessed. When combined with Lin Shi's exceptional intellect, they formed an unbeatable duo. As they spoke, the trio reached the school entrance. Each held an ice cream, finishing it before Xiao Chusheng and the two girls entered the school, while Lin Shi returned to the foolish girl's home to continue preparing the materials needed for the evening's barbecue. This shop was the source of their initial capital, their foundation, and thus it required earnest attention. With money in his pocket, Xiao Chusheng could confidently tread the path ahead. On their way to the classroom, the foolish girl trailed behind him like a shadow. Xiao Chusheng quickened his pace, and she matched him, making it impossible to shake her off. To onlookers, this scene was akin to witnessing a ghost. After all, that was Qi Shanshan, the aloof campus belle. The notion that the cold school beauty would pursue a boy was simply unfathomable. However, those who were aware of Xiao Chusheng dining with two beautiful girls at lunch were unperturbed, their hearts untouched by any stir. As they neared the classroom, Xiao Chusheng suddenly halted and turned around. The foolish girl, following closely behind, collided into his embrace. Gasp! Students witnessing this spectacle collectively inhaled sharply. The high-cold campus beauty Qi Shanshan had just dashed into another boy's arms. Envy and resentment swirled among them. Yet, the foolish girl and Xiao Chusheng were entirely oblivious to these details, particularly the foolish girl, whose gaze was filled solely with innocent simplicity. Well then, if you're going this afternoon, just wait for me at the school gate, Xiao Chusheng informed Qi Shanshan. Oh, Qi Shanshan replied, yet her determination to leave was non-existent. Xiao Chusheng was at a loss. I need to go to my own class. Our paths do not align, do they? His class was in a completely opposite direction from that of the foolish beauty, but it was evident that she had no intention of parting ways with him. Was she truly foolish enough to follow him to his class? While it wasn't entirely unfeasible, her response made it clear that she had indeed realized her folly. as she turned and headed toward her own class. Xiao Chusheng remained behind, watching the foolish beauty depart in utter confusion. How had she managed to remain so oblivious for so long? Was the aloof demeanor truly the best disguise? Shaking his head in resignation, he quietly entered his classroom. Arriving just in time, he found that the seats were nearly filled to capacity. As a figure of interest upon entering, Xiao Chusheng instantly became the center of attention in his class. Even having experienced grand spectacles in his previous life, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Was it really necessary? Passing by Zheng Jiayi's seat, he noticed her looking rather unwell, her eyes slightly swollen, and her face bore the unmistakable traces of tears. Yet, he felt no pang of sympathy or sorrow. This realization led him to ponder how, indeed, one could become so heartless after ceasing to love someone. As a student, while education might seem insignificant in his current situation, it still constituted an essential process. Missing a part of this journey rendered life incomplete. In this new life, Xiao Chusheng would view any educational institution merely as a backdrop to his own narrative. He would attend a school that would take pride in his presence, rather than one where he needed to derive pride for being a student. Thus, as long as he did not attend a disreputable institution, it mattered little. Presently, he leaned towards the School of Finance, primarily for Lin Shi, as his intention was simply to accompany her. Oh, speaking of which, who is my current desk mate? His memories remained muddled over these past few days. He had only managed to find his seat previously because it was one of the 2 unoccupied spots available. There had been no alternative, so he had simply taken a seat. The adjacent spot had remained empty, which struck him as peculiar. However, asking someone about the occupant of that seat seemed an awkward endeavor. After mulling it over, Xiao Chusheng suddenly had an idea and discreetly poked the shoulder of Su Hai in front of him. What is up? Su Hai turned around, puzzled. When do you think he'll be back? Xiao Chusheng inquired, gesturing toward the vacant desk beside him. Su Hai paused. How would I know? With the situation at Sherry's home, she might not return at all. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. Sherry? Lu Xueli? A long-buried, unpleasant memory resurfaced, recalling Lu Xueli, a girl with a rather fashionable name. Due to the phonetic similarity, she was known as Sherry, reminiscent of the codename of Hybra AI from Detective Conan. Xiao Chusheng had shared a desk with this girl for a time until misfortune struck her family, leading her to drop out of school, never to return. I can't believe I forgot about this, Xiao Chusheng thought, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Chapter 29. The time he loved her most. This was precisely when Lu Xueli's parents suffered a tragic car accident, resulting in her father's immediate death and her mother's amputation. The driver, a solitary trucker, also perished at the scene. At that time, legal frameworks were inadequate, and the driver had no insurance. Consequently, there would be no compensation. The man was the pillar of his family. With the father gone, Lu Xueli's family lost all sources of income. The medical expenses for her mother were staggering, depleting their finances day by day. Lu Xueli, unable to finish her education, had to work tirelessly, accruing debts along the way, until Xiao Chusheng encountered her years later during his entrepreneurial ventures. By then, Lu Xueli had become so gaunt that he could hardly recognize her. She had borne the weight of worldly suffering almost entirely alone. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chusheng felt a swirl of complex emotions. Had he not been reborn, he might have entirely forgotten about her. He wondered if, in this new life, he could alter some outcomes. Yet that thought was fleeting, as he had no knowledge of Lu Xueli's current whereabouts. In truth, their classmates had once considered banding together to assist her. However, to pay for her mother's treatment, they had sold their home. And by the time the teacher and students arrived with their collected donations, Lu Xueli and her mother had vanished without a trace. In 2007, before the proliferation of personal mobile phones, changing addresses made it nearly impossible to locate someone again. Well, let it be, he thought. In such circumstances, even a reborn individual would find themselves powerless. With a heavy heart, Xiao Chusheng closed his eyes to rest. His recent attendance at school felt like a mere waste of time, with nothing to do but await an announcement. He almost wished to skip school entirely. His current state was rather complex, with memories from 2 lives intertwined in his mind. He felt an overwhelming mental fatigue, a consequence of the rebirth coupled with the lack of a midday rest. After all, he had spent his lunch running errands and preparing ingredients for the evening's market, leaving him with no time for sleep. It was no wonder he felt exhausted. Oh, everyone has fallen asleep. It was then he noticed that many in the classroom had succumbed to slumber, unable to resist any longer. Xiao Chusheng laid his head down and drifted off for over an hour. Eventually, he was roused by Su Hai's voice. Hey, wake up. There's a beauty looking for you. Xiao Chusheng, still dazed from sleep, lifted his head and spotted Qi Shanshan peeking in from the back door of the classroom. Well, she certainly is a beauty. Su Hai grinned lewdly, Come on, what is the deal between you and the campus beauty, Chi? Xiao Chusheng maintained his composure. It's an adult matter. Children should refrain from prying. With that, he stood up and headed toward the exit. After sleeping for over an hour, he felt achy all over. It had been years since he had rested his head on a desk, and it was quite an adjustment. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chusheng, someone was intently watching his departing figure. Indeed, that person was Zheng Jiai. According to the original timeline, he and Zheng Jiai were already together by this point. Thus, it could be said that she was genuinely moved by him. In other words, Zheng Jiai was currently at her most fervent in her feelings for Xiao Chusheng. Setting aside what was to come, Zheng Jiai was undeniably in the throes of her deepest affection for him at this moment. After all, youthful emotions, untainted by ulterior motives, are the purest. Naturally, Zheng Jiai felt discontent. Yet, Xiao Chusheng, who had resolved not to repeat past mistakes, would not look back or concern himself with how Zheng Jiai felt at present. At that moment, he was outside the vending area, sharing a snack with the foolish beauty, indulging in a large pack of Wei Long chips. This snack was truly timeless. It was impossible to tire of it, no matter how much one consumed. At this point in time, Wei Long had yet to transition to its white packaging, and it had not yet hit the market. Who would have dared to imagine that this product could sell billions within a year? Back in 2007, no one would have dared to dream such a dream. Do you truly enjoy eating it? Xiao Chusheng observed the foolish beauty, who, like a hamster, was unable to stop devouring one piece after another, and couldn't help but inquire. Qi Shanshan nodded in response. When I was a child, my mother forbade me from eating it, claiming it was unhealthy. Xiao Chusheng refrained from asking whether the mother she referred to was her biological mother or her stepmother, Zhang Ting. Nevertheless, she was not entirely incorrect. While consuming spicy strips may not pose any immediate health issues, it certainly does not align with the concept of health, given its heavy oil and salt content. What if I were to create a spicy strip to sell? Would that be lucrative? Xiao Chusheng pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Huh? The foolish beauty was momentarily taken aback, glancing thoughtfully at the spicy strips in her hand. Don't ask. It's simply my craving for Wei Long's annual revenue in the billions. Besides Wei Long, there was also a brand called Malatang Prince that became popular in later years, although that brand primarily thrived in the South. Whereas Wei Long captured the national market and even extended its reach overseas. There is undoubtedly an element of marketing hype involved, but it was indisputable that this industry proved to be quite profitable. However, the spicy strip industry was limited in scale, accommodating only 2 or 3 major players. This meant that ultimately, only 2 or 3 companies would reap substantial profits, while the remaining brands would merely scrape by on the crumbs left by the dominant few. In 2007, the industry found itself in a precarious position, neither fully developed nor entirely stagnant. This particular venture was perhaps not suitable for his path of growth. At present, Xiao Chusheng needed to secure startup capital. He required funds to build momentum. It would be best to first engage in a business that guaranteed profit, especially considering that it was not an opportune time to establish a factory before the financial crisis. All right, let us flush the water back, Xiao Chusheng said, wiping the spicy oil from his hands with a tissue. Flush the water? He placed a hand on his forehead, nearly forgetting that this fool likely wouldn't comprehend. He suspected that this simpleton could be so oblivious that he could trick her into bearing a child without her even understanding how it happened. Chapter 30. Truly a good woman. In truth, he was quite puzzled, primarily because this individual was astonishingly dense. Didn't you ever take a biology class? Xiao Chusheng tentatively asked. Given that she was raised in a free-range manner by her parents, it made sense that they had not imparted such knowledge to her. Furthermore, her demeanor often exuded an aloof, goddess-like aura, which explained her lack of close friends. However, one would think that some physiological knowledge would have been covered during the 9-year compulsory education. Yet, it soon became evident that he had overestimated her. Qi Shanshan wore a bewildered expression and shook her head. It seems not. Wait, that can't be right, Xiao Chusheng remarked, his expression growing serious. If you Haven T studied these things, how did you end up here? Biology must have included these topics, right? My family previously donated a teaching building to the school. Good heavens, he almost forgot about her monetary influence. Xiao Chusheng could hardly contain his amusement, yet he felt a twinge of envy. However, he did not harbor any actual jealousy, although, at first glance, it seemed that this fool-s family was willing to spend money on her education. This, however, did not equate to love, but rather an attempt to gild her image. A beautiful vase with an impressive degree would fetch a high price, wouldn't it? Moreover, corporate donations could be tax-deductible and enhance one's reputation, so the benefits were plentiful. Clearly, this girl was oblivious to these underlying motives. All of this had been relayed to him by Qi Shanshan long before his rebirth on the rooftop. After flushing the water, Xiao Chuxing prepared a bottle of chilled soda. Then he and Qi Shanshan returned to their respective classes. On their way, they attracted the attention of many students, as the illustrious Qi, the campus flower, was hard to miss. Furthermore, the lunchtime incident had since spread like wildfire, with everyone aware of Xiao Chuxing dining with two beautiful girls. Upon returning to class, he was immediately caught in a headlock by Su Hai. "You rascal, you're quite the player, aren't you? You're still tangled up with Zheng Jiai, and now you're flirting with another one? Spill it. Who asked the beauty you had lunch with?" Su Hai questioned with a mischievous grin, pressing for answers. Xiao Chuxing effortlessly wriggled free and had no intention of explaining himself. At that moment, a few classmates he was friendly with gathered around, intrigued by the rare gossip. Xiao Chuxing merely smiled and deflected. "Just some rumors. It was merely a meal." They assumed he meant that he had no real relationship with the beauty and that it was merely a misunderstanding by outsiders, so they dropped the topic. However, Su Hai, who was currently Xiao Chuxing's closest companion, did not share this belief. Once the crowd dispersed, he lowered his voice to ask, "It can't be that simple, right? You got to tell me what is going on." Xiao Chuxing shot him a nonchalant glance. "Mind your own business. You'd be better off finding someone for yourself." Su Hai was left speechless, realizing that it wasn't that he didn't want to find someone. It was that he needed a partner. Although Xiao Chuxing had no intentions of partnering with Su Hai in business this time around, they could still maintain their friendship, as Su Hai was merely an ordinary person. While they whispered to each other, a figure appeared at Xiao Chuxing's desk. Without needing to look up, he already knew who it was. "I want to talk to you," Zheng Jiai said, almost in a commanding tone. Xiao Chuxing did not lift his head, his voice cold and distant. "I don't see anything worth discussing with you." Zheng Jiai appeared as if struck by lightning, her face a mask of disbelief. She could not comprehend why Xiao Chuxing had suddenly lost all warmth towards her, becoming so aloof, even exuding an air of disgust and impatience. Her tone unconsciously rose. "You can't just end things without clarity. You must explain yourself." Yet, what awaited her was an even colder gaze from Xiao Chuxing. With just one glance, Zheng Jiai was rendered speechless, frozen in place. The intensity of his stare was terrifying, as if warning her that if she continued to press, he might slap her without hesitation. Su Hai shrank back, feeling pitiful and helpless, fearing he might be caught in the crossfire. "Zheng Jiai, you were the one who said we were incompatible. What are you trying to say now?" Xiao Chuxing was reluctant to invest further energy into this failed relationship, as it was simply too painful. Moreover, the more she persisted, the more it felt like salt was being rubbed into his wounds. He wished to sever all ties with Zheng Jiai, yet she was unwilling to let go, repeatedly forcing herself into his orbit. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chuxing laid it bare. "Please stop bothering me. We never began anything, so what is there to end? If you insist on seeking an answer, consider it that I have found a better option. Is that sufficient?" Zheng Jiai's complexion drained of color. That response was her greatest fear, for nothing could be worse than hearing that. A better option? Was it Qi Shanshan? She knew it was a leading question. Yet Zheng Jiai remained obstinate. Perhaps it was her unwillingness to accept the thought of Xiao Chuxing being taken away by someone as superior as Qi Shanshan that fueled her determination. It made her feel unworthy of Xiao Chuxing, as if she fell short in comparison. Xiao Chuxing did not respond. Instead, he stated, "This no longer concerns you. I'm under no obligation to answer you. Please leave." After that, he did not lift his gaze to her again. Zheng Jiai stood there silently for quite some time, while the classmates in the room naturally witnessed the scene but dared not utter a word. It was only much later that she finally returned to her seat. Su Hai turned his head and quietly asked Xiao Chuxing, "Is this really okay?" Xiao Chuxing shot him a glance. "So, what are you trying to say?" Su Hai found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, what was he trying to convey? In truth, he felt a twinge of guilt. For it was he who had initially attempted to bring together Zheng Jiai and Xiao Chuxing. Su Hai had previously been in the same class as Zheng Jiai, but later grew close to Xiao Chuxing, which prompted him to play matchmaker. Xiao Chuxing had long since lost interest in such musings, yet even so, he found it difficult to calm his emotions. For at that moment, Lin Shi was already preparing to set up her stall. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, at the home of the beautiful yet foolish girl, had indeed received 3 boxes of oysters delivered by the dock supervisor, still chilled with ice. Upon arriving, the supervisor was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the 3-story villa. He scrutinized the address multiple times, only realizing he hadn't made a mistake when Lin Shi emerged. Concurrently, this supervisor no longer looked down upon Xiao Chuxing. Anyone who could reside in such a place must surely be wealthy. Thus, he concluded that Xiao Chuxing was merely a rich second generation who dabbled in entrepreneurial ventures, illustrating the perils of assumptions. Lin Sure struggled to drag the barbecue cart to her stall in the park, her slender and delicate frame almost appearing as if it could be toppled by the cart's weight. Yet, she stood resolute like a rose swaying in a tempest, unyielding to the winds and rain. Chun Bin, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable woman!" Chapter 31. Dare to covet her? How many lives do you have? Any man witnessing this would be moved. It was Lin Sure's unique aura that captivated. Tenacious. She would never succumb to fate. "Bingo, if you like that girl, just pursue her," one of Chun Bin's subordinates remarked, harboring a sense of disdain for Xiao Chusheng, the student working for them, and wishing to stir trouble. However, Chun Bin's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the subordinate, delivering a swift kick to his side, sending him sprawling. "Get back. You need to return here again." With an impassive countenance, Chun Bin scolded, "Such a fine woman is beyond my reach. How dare you covet her? How many lives do you have?" With that, he turned away, leading the others to chase after Lin Sure. The subordinate, now on the ground, was filled with frustration, yet powerless to retaliate. Ultimately, he could only rise and leave in disgrace. Deep down, he remained unconvinced, believing that Xiao Chusheng, this student, possessed no real capabilities and that associating with him would yield no benefits. As Lin Sure struggled with a barbecue cart, she suddenly felt a lightness behind her. Turning in confusion, she saw Chun Bin and several of his subordinates helping to push the cart. Lin Sure nodded her thanks to Chun Bin. "Thank you. It's my duty," he replied. With their assistance, Lin Sure found the journey considerably easier. Upon reaching the designated area, Chun Bin and his crew refrained from approaching, instead observing from a distance. Before leaving, Xiao Chusheng had briefed Chun Bin about the situation, allowing him to gauge how to proceed. Although Lin Sure set up her stall rather early, several competitors had already established their own. It was quite normal to pursue profit. At this hour, there weren't many patrons, so her stall attracted little attention. As Lin Sure began preparing the items for the evening, trouble inevitably found her. Just as Xiao Chusheng had anticipated, their thriving business would undoubtedly encroach upon the interests of their competitors. If one merely shared a few bites with others, it would likely go unchallenged. However, what Xiao Chusheng was doing was entirely different. It was a monopoly, pure lamb, with a secret spice blend. He not only claimed all the profits, but also left nothing for the others. The quality of his offerings was unmatched, rendering it impossible for competitors to resort to inferior duck meat. What was the point? Pure lamb? How could they make money off that? Such things were considered unwritten rules within the industry. Genuine lamb? That certainly wouldn't be profitable. Even Xiao Chusheng, operating on a smaller scale, would find it difficult to turn a profit. He merely utilized this reputation to attract a wave of customers and recoup profits from the sale of vegetables. His venture to the dock for oysters was precisely for that purpose, as they represented the lion's share of profit. Thus, this maneuver incited collective outrage. Xiao Chusheng's strategy was astute. A few competitors approached with an accusatory demeanor, their expressions hostile. "Little girl, this isn't fair. Where's you man? Get him out here." They had no intention of escalating the situation initially, as Lin Sure was merely a woman. They believed it best to have a man confront them. Lin Sure raised her head expressionlessly. "Yes, not here. What do you want?" She was fully aware of their intentions, but feigned ignorance. The challengers exchanged glances, surprised that this young woman showed no fear in the face of such a group of men. This unexpected response disrupted their rhythm. They had intended to intimidate Xiao Chusheng and Lin Sure into ceasing their table-turning operations. Given the current circumstances, they felt compelled to teach her a lesson. The leader, a burly man with a fierce countenance, signaled to his companions, and they prepared to strike. They didn't intend to go too far, just to cause a bit of damage. As they brandished their weapons, they were suddenly poked on the shoulder. "Who? What do you want?" They turned to find a group of jovial young men, some bare-chested, displaying muscular physiques. Compared to these street fighters, the middle-aged vendors seemed outmatched. "You lot, what's the matter?" The lead man stuttered, beginning to sense something was amiss. Chun Bin, cigarette dangling from his lips, flashed a smile at Lin Sure. "Boss lady, don't worry. Leave it to me." Lin Sure nodded, unfazed. Even without Chun Bin, she was prepared to confront these ruffians. She wasn't one to back down easily. Chun Bin and his associates seized the troublemakers by their collars and dragged them into a nearby alley to teach them a lesson, ensuring the encounter wouldn't unfold in public. Once in the alley, Chun Bin shed his previously meek demeanor, revealing himself as a formidable figure in the underworld. The leader, now pinned by several of Chun Bin's subordinates, was utterly helpless. Chun Bin slapped the leader's face. "You have quite the audacity to trouble my boss lady." "And no, we didn't mean to." The burly man stammered, his lips quivering. "Didn't he mean to? Then why come armed?" Chun Bin feigned ignorance. The stall owners were so terrified they collapsed to the ground, pleading, "We want to do it again. We were misguided. It was all his idea." They hastily shifted the blame onto their leader. In truth, he was the one who had initiated this plan to teach Xiao, Chusheng, and Lin Shi a lesson. Chunbin sneered. "My bosses said, in business, some win while others lose. It's perfectly normal. If you have the skills, you can earn that money too. Don't think of resorting to such underhanded tactics. Understood?" Several bosses nodded their heads like rattling drums. Understood, understood. Chunbin responded with a nod. "As long as you comprehend, you may leave. Remember, there will be a next time, and I trust one need not elaborate on the consequences." "No, no," the bosses exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, fleeing faster than rabbits. While Chunbin and his companions were reprimanding these bosses, Lin Shi was already welcoming today as clientele. With the stalls of several competitors devoid of their owners, the customer flow naturally gravitated towards Lin Shi. Not to mention, Lin Shi was a stunning beauty, standing there like a radiant landscape. Imagine a middle-aged man with his shirt off juxtaposed with a charming young woman whose every smile and frown captivated hearts. Which stall would one choose? "Where's the boss?" one customer inquired. "Why is it just you?" the boss's wife. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, recognizing a returning customer from yesterday. "He," at school, "will be here shortly. My grilling does not compare to his, so please bear with me." Lin Shi replied with a gentle smile. "Haha, that's fine. Your chili powder is delightful. I have a penchant for it. But you mentioned school? You're still attending while running a business?" the older gentleman queried, puzzled. Lin Shi blinked. "Yes, he'll arrive in the afternoon." "What? Huh? Chapter 32. Is she actually airhead? Let us go grab a meal together. A few of us are heading to the internet cafe later. Are you coming?" Suhai approached Xiao Chusheng with an invitation. As the saying goes, a childhood without visiting an internet cafe is incomplete. However, Xiao Chusheng had already outgrown that phase. In his past life, he had long lost interest in gaming, deeming it electronic impotence. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll pass," Xiao Chusheng politely declined, preparing to leave. Suhai scratched his head, unable to pinpoint why, but he felt that Xiao Chusheng seemed somewhat different than before. Just as Xiao Chusheng exited the classroom, someone blocked his path. "I need to talk to you," Zheng Jiai said, her eyes shimmering. Xiao Chusheng remained silent, genuinely unwilling to entangle himself with Zheng Jiai any further. Despite his attempts to distance himself, Zheng Jiai persistently approached, which left him rather troubled. Ultimately, Xiao Chusheng merely cast a deep glance at Zheng Jiai before turning away, uttering not a single word. His refusal was unmistakably clear. There was nothing more to discuss. The scene was witnessed by the students coming and going, many initially believing Xiao Chusheng was merely playing hard to get with Zheng Jiai. However, opinions shifted, especially with the rumors swirling around regarding the campus belle, Qi. Although Xiao Chusheng was embroiled in a public spat with the beautiful fool, many still refused to believe that the campus belle was truly involved with him. Without hesitation, Xiao Chusheng dashed outside the school. "You're quite fast." Upon spotting the beautiful fool waiting for him at noon, he was somewhat astonished. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of guilt. Had she truly rushed out the moment class ended? What to do with this guilt? They wasted no time and headed straight to the park where they set up their stall, spotting their booth bustling with customers and a long queue forming. In stark contrast, the other stalls were rather desolate, with hardly any patrons. Those other vendors dared not shout, having just been warned by Chunbin and his group that afternoon. While Chunbin and explicitly forbade them from conducting business, they had just narrowly escaped a scare, and their anxiety lingered. Lin Shi busily grilled various skewers, and instead of approaching her directly, Xiao Chusheng veered towards where Chunbin and others were squatting, fending off mosquitoes. Xiao Chusheng offered Chunbin a cigarette, which he accepted, preparing to light one for Xiao Chusheng in return. "No need, I've quit," Xiao Chusheng smiled. Chunbin paused, retracting his hand. "So what happened this afternoon?" he inquired. Consequently, Chunbin recounted the trouble caused by that group to Xiao Chusheng, who nodded in response. "That is sufficient. In business, we all rely on our own merits to earn, but one must not engage in those outside rules. Remember, we refrain from illegal activities." Chunbin nodded, understood. Xiao Chusheng replied gently, "Our nation will surely become increasingly regulated, progressing towards a peaceful and stable society. Of course, I'm not implying that individuals like you are without merit. Much like our country's nuclear arsenal, I may not need it, but it must exist. Do you understand? That is the essence of confidence. I've learned something valuable." Having grasped the situation, Xiao Chusheng sought out Lin Shi, observing her from the side for a while. He soon realized that her technique had reached a level comparable to his own, though she still needed to refine her control over the cooking time. "You've arrived?" Lin Shi's eyes brightened upon seeing Xiao Chusheng. "Yes," he replied. Instead of immediately assuming her business, he crafted a new sign. A man's refueling station. A woman's beauty salon. delicious and invigorating, garlic grilled oysters for 2 yuan each. Lin Shi was taken aback. She never anticipated Xiao Chusheng would create such a sign. Does anyone actually eat this? She wondered, uncertain. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously. Just wait and see. Once the sign was hung, nearly everyone in the queue began inquiring whether the claim on the sign was genuine. Of course it is. Feel free to check online, Xiao Chusheng assured, unfazed. Although searching on Baidu could lead to trouble, it didn't hinder its dominant status in China in 2007. Even feature phones could access Baidu, prompting some customers to skeptically verify. No way, it's real. Instantly, many began contemplating their options. Though hesitation lingered due to the price, 2 yuan each was indeed somewhat steep for such a small portion. In 2007, people were not as free with their spending as in later years, which was entirely reasonable. Xiao Chusheng remained unhurried, confident that the oysters would eventually sell. He began grilling, adding garlic and seasoning, along with some chili peppers. This dish was among the simplest to prepare and could be mastered quickly by Lin Shi. The enticing aroma wafted through the evening breeze, causing mouths to water. The naive beauty, drawn by the scent, wandered over, gazing longingly at the oysters on the grill. Her pitiful expression left Xiao Chusheng both amused and bewildered. Why did it feel like he was withholding food from her? Here, try some. Xiao Chusheng divided a few grilled oysters between Lin Shi and the naive beauty. Both took a bite, their first taste causing them to gasp from the heat. How is it? Xiao Chusheng was pleased with their reaction, recalling his own first experience. Delicious, Lin Shi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Though a bit pricey. I wonder if we can sell them all. I'm not sure, but we should be able to, Xiao Chusheng replied, equally uncertain. Both their gazes fell on the naive beauty, who had already devoured the 2 oysters Xiao Chusheng had given her, now looking at him with that same pitiful expression, like a neglected puppy. Ugh, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but rub his forehead. At this rate, I fear I won't have enough stock for you. This was, of course, a jest. The cost of half-shell frozen good from the dock was exceedingly low, and even if she could eat a lot, it wouldn't exceed a few dozen. Ultimately, Xiao Chusheng permitted her to indulge freely, and she certainly did not disappoint, devouring them with delight. This girl was something else. Words failed to express his astonishment. Lin Shi rested her chin on her hand, pondering. So, Shan is actually naturally clueless, right? It's not that she's foolish. Huh, it seems so, doesn't it? However, this beautiful fool eats so heartily, dazzling everyone around her. Such a stunning beauty not only catches the eye, but also tempts the appetite with her eating style. Consequently, this individual attracts quite a number of young men who stop to gawk, essentially becoming a living advertisement. Watching her enjoy her meal so much, many are tempted to come over and sample a few themselves, coupled with the invigorating and beautifying properties of the ingredients. Even middle-aged men who must pay their dues daily are not left out. Lin Shi was astonished. Could there truly be such a tactic? This would sound like hotcakes. Chapter 33. Where's the campus belle? Is she not here? Since Shan became this living advertisement, the barbecue grill has been non-stop, and before long, an entire box of oysters was sold out. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with greed, yet simultaneously, she felt a twinge of concern. While our offerings sell exceedingly well and the profit margins are substantial, isn't it quite easy for others to snatch away this business. That was Lin Shi's primary worry. Indeed, unlike the secret spice mix for barbecues, which takes considerable time to perfect, grilled oysters require minimal skill. Controlling the heat is astonishingly simple, and even a casual sprinkle of seasonings results in deliciousness. They belong to the category of night market fare that merely requires a pair of hands. But would Xiao Chusheng not have considered this? He flashed a mischievous grin at Lin Shi. You're right, but have you pondered one question? At 2 yuan each, we stand to gain significantly, but what about others? Huh? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowed in suspicion. What do you mean? You can scarcely find an oyster for 2 yuan anywhere that sells seafood, unless you're remarkably fortunate, Xiao Chusheng asserted with conviction. Huh? Lin Shi was taken aback, for she truly did not know the price of oysters. This was not her fault, as in 2007, oysters had not yet reached the national culinary craze. Seafood vendors typically sell live oysters, and in the vicinity of Shanghai, they rarely cost less than 4 yuan each. Of course, that pertains to live oysters in their shells. Imported half-shell frozen oysters like those offered by Xiao Chusheng are considerably more affordable. However, unless you purchase in bulk, the individual cost would not be particularly low, perhaps even exceeding 2 yuan. Naturally, if one had connections with suppliers, they might secure them for as little as 1 yuan 50 each. But at 150, factoring in labor, seasonings, and charcoal costs, how much profit remains? Xiao Chusheng's source, being nearly free, allows him to procure stock at an almost negligible cost. The profit margins in this scenario could be substantial. Of course, this venture could not sustain itself indefinitely. However, Xiao Chusheng did not intend to rely on this alone. He merely sought initial capital. Furthermore, the barbecue stall's business could realistically continue until the National Day in October, after which profits would dwindle. Once autumn arrives, earning 1,000 yuan in a night may prove difficult, so Xiao Chusheng had alternative plans for that time. No wonder you seem so confident. After hearing some of Xiao Chusheng's plans, Lin Shi felt a wave of clarity wash over her, alleviating her concerns. Simultaneously, she began mentally calculating how much they could earn by National Day, although various circumstances could arise, such as rainy days or fewer customers. A net profit exceeding 100,000 yuan within a month still seemed manageable. 100,000, Lin Shi thought, even the mere mention of that figure was daunting. Earning such an amount monthly in 2007 was almost unfathomable. The most terrifying aspect was Xiao Chusheng's mention of undertaking something grander. Lin Shi could hardly fathom the magnitude of what he meant by something grand. Yet, Xiao Chusheng had yet to reveal his complete plans to Lin Shi, for he had not initiated the venture yet. Contemplating such vast ambitions might deter her confidence. Undoubtedly, the future belonged to the internet. However, even amidst the splendor of the digital realm, it must be founded upon tangible industries. Industry is the lifeblood of a nation or even the world. Thus, before delving into the internet, Xiao Chusheng needed to establish a solid foundation in the real world, one that ensures a continuous and stable source of profit. Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and the cycle of life and death. Xiao Chusheng chuckled softly. These 12 words encapsulate a human existence. Lin Shi gazed at Xiao Chusheng with a complex expression. At that moment, she found the young man before her somewhat intimidating. Xiao Chusheng did not elaborate much further, simply stating, people prioritize food above all. Any industry may face disruption from the internet, yet the food industry remains impervious. Do you know why? Because it must be physically consumed to be truly appreciated? Lin Shi immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Xiao Chusheng nodded in acknowledgement. In reality, even with the thriving delivery industry, certain items must be consumed on the spot to savor the moment's flavor and sensation. Therefore, while the internet may challenge some snack businesses, restaurants and bubble tea shops will always stand resilient. After all, if you cannot compete, you can always join in. So, you're making money to open a shop? Lin Shi quickly deduced Xiao Chusheng's next intentions. Indeed, as they grilled oysters, they discussed their future plans. With the oysters gaining notoriety in the area, many diners came seeking them out. Most crucially, there were numerous returning customers from the previous day, and the word of mouth had already spread. By the way, your summer break seems to start a bit earlier, right? Xiao Chusheng suddenly recalled. Yes, if all goes well, I should be able to return home next week. Lin Shi remarked, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes at the mention of home. Why not come directly to Hangzhou for the summer? Rent a place here? Xiao Chusheng decisively suggested. When school resumes in the second half of the year, you can transfer your household registration to the school. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. She had indeed never considered this before. Boss, I'll have 10 grilled oysters, 2 yuan each, right? Xiao Chusheng instinctively replied. Yes, 2 yuan each. However, as the words left his mouth, he furrowed his brows. Why did that voice sound so familiar? He looked up and met Su Hai's gaze. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Su Hai's mind also came to a halt, filled with questions. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? After an indeterminate time, this fellow exclaimed, Damn it. He finally snapped back to reality. Is this what you meant by having something going on? What are you doing setting up a stall here? Xiao Chusheng rubbed his temples. He should have anticipated this. This area is rife with internet cafes, and if his friends were there gaming, they would surely crave some late-night snacks. Given the popularity of his barbecue stall, it was highly likely to attract students from school. Seeing Xiao Chusheng, Su Hai lost all restraint and leaned in, impressed. Not bad, your business is thriving. Xiao Chusheng did not say much in response, but instead asked, How did you end up here? We heard there's a barbecue stall with exceptional flavors, and the proprietress is stunning. We were feeling hungry, so we decided to check it out, but who would have thought it would be you? Su Hai was at a loss for words, but quickly realized something, his gaze landing on Lin Shi beside Xiao Chusheng, unable to tear his eyes away. Huh, beast. Have you turned your affections elsewhere? What about the illustrious Qi Daxiao? Isn't she here? Chapter 34, Straddling Two Boats. Su Hai gazed at Qi Shanshan, who was fervently grilling nearby, utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that Xiao Chusheng was not merely flirting. This fellow was blatantly straddling two boats. Xiao Chusheng was well aware of Su Hai's thoughts, yet he had no intention of denying them. After all, There seemed to be no fault in the reality of the situation. Although his feelings for the beautiful yet foolish girl were somewhat convoluted, it ultimately amounted to a clandestine affair. Furthermore, allowing this individual to escape was simply not an option for Xiao Chuxing's damned pride. Having sacrificed a life for her, he felt compelled to reclaim something in return. His conscience would not allow otherwise. Suhai lowered his voice conspiratorially. Beast, tell me, what has to deal with this proprietress? Why are you here helping her? Xiao Chuxing paused for a moment, finally grasping Suhai's implication. Was he under the impression that he was laboring for Lin Shi in a bid to win her affection? Might it not be possible that I am, in fact, the proprietor? Xiao Chuxing cleared his throat. What? Suhai exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. You've abandoned the internet cafe to do this? Are you simply idle? Being a student, Suhai had yet to experience the harsh realities of society, and he remained oblivious to the challenges that awaited him beyond the ivory tower. Of course, in 2007, the prevailing ethos was still one of striving for a brighter future, unlike later years when dreams seemed to evaporate and society became fixated on monetary gain. With materialism reigning supreme, Xiao Chuxing chose not to elaborate, for he was a young man encased in a decaying soul. Perspectives on the same issue vary greatly with age and experience. So what exactly is your relationship with that stunning beauty? Suhai stammered, barely able to breathe in Lin Shi's presence. The primary reason was that Lin Shi appeared older than him and was strikingly beautiful. Suhai was the type of person who, upon encountering a woman, instinctively felt inferior, which explained his lack of assertiveness in marriage. Easily swayed by his wife's manipulations of funds, Xiao Chuxing briefly introduced them. Suhai, a classmate of mine. Lin Shi, suddenly he felt a surge of mischief and, with a sly grin, declared, my sponsored university student. Suhai was utterly flabbergasted, his expression one of incredulity. Lin Shi, however, found it amusing and played along. Hello, I'm a sponsored university student. Please take care of me. This exchange left Suhai questioning his very existence, his gaze towards Xiao Chuxing filled with admiration. Are you two not pulling my leg? The more he pondered, the more implausible it seemed. Yet, observing their earnest demeanor, a sense of doubt crept into his mind. The reason Lin Shi and Xiao Chuxing appeared so serious was that this jest, if one could call it that, was as much a truth as it was a fabrication. After teasing Suhai sufficiently, Xiao Chuxing remarked, see, I speak the truth, and you still don't believe me. Hurry up and take your things and leave. Suhai chuckled. Given our relationship, is there a discount? To which Xiao Chuxing replied, our relationship. Oh, that should cost you more. Half price for strangers, but a full grand slam for acquaintances. Surely you ought to be more generous. Suhai was taken aback. This fellow truly had the demeanor of a cunning merchant. In the end, he relented and paid, knowing that the goods were not solely for him. Accompanying him at the internet cafe were several unfamiliar faces, hence he could not allow Xiao Chuxing to incur a loss. After bidding farewell to Suhai, Lin Shi curiously inquired, why didn't you ask him for help? Xiao Chuxing replied with a knowing tone. Just because someone plays well does not mean they can embark on a business venture together. When money is involved, many hearts will waver. Lin Shi pondered his words, quietly asking, then do you trust me that much? The secret of his rebirth was no longer concealed from Lin Shi, though it had yet to be explicitly stated. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Chuxing responded, indeed, if I were to mold you into my image, I would certainly trust you. Lin Shi, taken aback by his sudden boldness, felt her cheeks flush, instinctively delivering a playful slap on his arm. You silly boy. Unfortunately, her force was too great, nearly toppling the grill. Careful now. Isn't that just you speaking nonsense? At this moment, Lin Shi remained a naive young woman, unaccustomed to such playful teasing. Her face was burning, as if capable of frying an egg. Yet, the more she reacted this way, the more Xiao Chuxing yearned to tease her further. With a mischievous grin, he taunted, what's wrong? Do you think I'm jesting? Let me tell you, if I weren't so exhausted from this business these past few days, do you think you would be in such a fine state? Otherwise, why would I refer to you as my sponsored university student? Lin Shi turned her gaze away, no longer daring to meet Xiao Chuxing's eyes, yet deep within, she inexplicably felt a surge of anticipation. Undoubtedly, in just 2 short days, she had completely opened her heart to Xiao Chuxing. Even she herself was bewildered at how swiftly she had succumbed. Clearly, she had only just met this fellow, yet there was an undeniable sense that they had known each other for many years. How mysterious. Xiao Chuxing smiled slightly, his heart brimming with joy. The university student version of Lin Shi was indeed delightful, a stark contrast to her previous more mature persona. Now, she radiated vitality and a certain spirit, perhaps because she had not yet lost hope in life and its possibilities. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chuxing felt increasingly grateful for his timely return. Hey, you over there? Xiao Chusheng called out to the foolish beauty, Qi Shan Shan. Did you call me? The foolish beauty displayed an alarming lack of self-awareness regarding her own foolishness, even seeking confirmation. Go buy some dinner, whatever, noodles or rice dishes will do. We need to sustain ourselves. Standing at the stall all night without consuming high-calorie food would be quite the challenge. Oh, the foolish beauty complied obediently, rising from the small table, brushing off the dust from her bottom before preparing to leave. Lin Shi hurriedly followed. I'll go with her. It's unsafe for her to be out this late alone. Not far off, Chun Bin and the others, observing the situation, also followed suit to ensure the safety of both women. As Xiao Chusheng watched them depart, he couldn't help but chuckle. What is this about being unsafe? Just admit you're shy. Given that several competitors had refrained from shouting today, a significant flow of customers had gravitated towards Xiao Chusheng's stall. Thus, by just past 10, the ingredients he had prepared were nearly depleted. The oysters were particularly scarce. Upon inspection, only 3 remained. Well, it seems that South time close up, Xiao Chusheng sighed. Lin Shi, now thoroughly convinced, remarked, did we earn an extraordinary amount today? Indeed, but alas, tomorrow will not yield the same profits. All right, go fetch Bin and the others. Xiao Chusheng intended to bestow a small favor upon Chun Bin and his crew. Chapter 35. This fellow speaks the truth. Boss, do you have any plans? Chun Bin cheerfully approached with his group. Take these and distribute them among the brothers, Xiao Chusheng instructed, tossing the remaining skewers onto the grill. Given their mixed nature and limited quantity, and with peak customer flow having passed, Xiao Chusheng felt there was no need to linger. It would be wiser to return home early. Merely indulging in skewers may not yield significant benefits, yet it serves to strengthen relationships. Recently, your esteemed proprietress has relied on your protection. As Xiao Chusheng dipped his skewers into the sauce, he engaged in casual conversation with a few individuals. They eagerly responded. Having been tantalized by the enticing aroma wafting from the stall since its inception, their appetites peaked long before. Once they finished their meal, Xiao Chusheng began to pack up. Ready to return, Chun Bin and others hurriedly approached him, saying, you are the owner. We can handle this. A group of spirited young men seemed to wear their desire for improvement on their faces, leaving Xiao Chusheng both amused and exasperated. He declined to refuse their assistance and instead discussed future plans with Lin Shi. I must catch the first train tomorrow morning. I have class at 9, she remarked, her tone imbued with a hint of reluctance. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Then I shall escort you. Ah, Lin Shi, the elegant lady, was taken aback momentarily, though the sparkle in her eyes was unmistakable. Yet, she replied, is that necessary? It's no trouble, Xiao Chusheng asserted with an air of determination, then shifted the conversation. What about your home? Lin Shi replied firmly, I will not return. Very well, but should you encounter any difficulties? Xiao Chusheng scratched his head. This is indeed complicated. We lack mobile phones, and we must procure one. He had not considered purchasing a phone immediately, as his business was still modest. And, considering the times, functional phones were prevalent. Functional phones are quite useless, he mused. A mobile phone? No, that's too expensive, Lin Shi protested swiftly. However, Xiao Chusheng dismissed her concerns. It is merely a phone. We only need it for calls. The cheapest will suffice. His aim was to ride the wave of the mobile internet boom, so he was inclined to make do during this phase. I already have one, came the voice of the foolish beauty from behind. Both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi were momentarily startled by her voice, but he quickly chuckled. I know you have one. It's us who do not. For the sake of convenience, we shall find time tomorrow to purchase a mobile phone. Yet the foolish beauty shook her head vigorously, correcting him. I have many phones. The two were taken aback for a few seconds before realizing her naivety had led them to forget that this foolish girl was, in fact, a small heiress. Xiao Chusheng raised an eyebrow. You possess many that you do not use? Yes, she affirmed. When they returned to the foolish beauty's home, they were met with an astonishing sight. A drawer brimming with mobile phones left Xiao Chusheng astounded. What a collection of Nokias and Sonys, he exclaimed. Are these all functional? He inquired, intrigued. Some batteries are dead, but most are operational, she replied. Noticing that many appear to be men's phones, Xiao Chusheng asked, are these your father's? Yes. He used to replace one every few months, she responded. Xiao Chusheng was not surprised. A penchant for novelty is common, especially among the affluent. If this individual were not fickle, Lin Shanshan's mother would not have been abandoned, nor would she have fallen victim to a mistress. Not only phones, but even people and homes follow suit. Lin Shanshan's scoundrel of a father abandoned her here, only to establish a new family with a mistress elsewhere. Xiao Chusheng pondered whether there were more mistresses, perhaps a fourth or fifth. Selecting 2 seemingly functional phones, he found chargers to test them. They worked, so he decided on those 2. The service center had long since closed, and since Lin Shi needed to catch the earliest train in the morning, acquiring a phone card was out of the question. Thus, when you disembark the train tomorrow, you can obtain a mobile card in Shanghai, Xiao Chuxing instructed. Then you can use that card to send a message to this foolish girl. She will relay the number to me. If you find yourself in trouble, call her. Xiao Chuxing would only have time to procure the card by midday, thus relying on the foolish beauty to act as an intermediary. All right, Lin Shi smiled, accepting the plan. She understood how extraordinary her foster family was. It was quite possible that Fang Sudong would report them upon his return. Moreover, he might directly approach the school. But she had managed to evade them during her brief stay in Hangzhou. Presently, Fang Mingwei's family had no source of income, and extremes could lead them to lurk around the school daily. Xiao Chuxing had dealt with Lin Shi's foster family in his previous life and was aware of their shamelessness, which prompted him to warn Lin Shi as a precaution. Let's proceed this way. First, let us see how much we earn today, he chuckled, pouring the day's earnings onto the table. The foolish beauty was one of their own, and there was no need for pretense. Besides, she was a wealthy girl, possibly even more affluent. As they counted the bills, Lin Shi's expression became increasingly vibrant. It was quite astonishing. They had barely counted half, and it already amounted to 3,000. Is it possible we've earned this money too easily? Lin Shi expressed disbelief. With the average monthly salary of most individuals falling below 3,000, they had achieved this in just one night. Xiao Chuxing, however, remained remarkably composed, chuckling lightly. With my seasoning and those oysters, any stall could easily make 2,000 in a single night. He attempted to analyze the situation. You see, tonight was our first night. Many patrons came seeking something novel, and we diverted business from other vendors, funneling their income into our pockets. Oh, so it won't be like this every night. Lin Shi mused, a hint of disappointment creeping in her voice as she contemplated how wonderful it would be if every day yielded such profits. There's another reason. Xiao Chuxing interjected suddenly, glancing at the foolish beauty who was secretly observing with her chin cupped in her hands. Then turning to Lin Shi, he smiled. Without you too, our earnings would likely be halved. Why? The foolish beauty tilted her head in confusion. Because you're our good luck charms. Many patrons come for the beauty, and you are living advertisements. Xiao Chuxing laughed, his eyes crinkling in delight. Lin Shi and Lin Shanshan felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Yet both understood that Xiao Chuxing spoke the truth. Humans are inherently visual creatures. Chapter 36. I want them all, and two at once. 7,351 yuan. Lin Shi gasped, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of this figure. At this rate, their net profit could easily reach 150,000 in a month. Xiao Chuxing nodded, already calculating how to allocate these funds in his mind. The principle of making money from money is paramount. Initially, he had anticipated needing 2 months to proceed with the next phase of his plan, but he had not expected the night market barbecue stall to perform so splendidly, thus accelerating his timeline. On the way home, he contemplated perhaps we should establish a clothing stall at the night market, but he quickly shook his head. Apparel differs from food, as it is heavily influenced by subjective consumer aesthetics. While there may be profit, it would be minimal and largely reliant on luck. Observing Xiao Chuxing in thought, Lin Shi suddenly suggested, how about a breakfast stall? That would certainly be a guaranteed success, yielding substantial earnings daily. Xiao Chuxing was taken aback. Why would you think of a breakfast stall? Isn't the money from tonight sufficient? I simply noticed how many customers frequent breakfast stalls. Lin Shi pouted. Yet, Xiao Chuxing shook his head. That won't work. The time constraints are too tight. You go to school, and I can manage the stall on my own. Lin Shi was quite insistent. Not again, whether it's late at night or early in the morning, just how many hours do you plan to sleep in a day? Xiao Chuxing's tone inadvertently bore a hint of reproach. Lin Shi's confidence immediately waned. Her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. I simply feel that you are in dire need of money, so I wanted to earn some as quickly as possible. A warmth surged in Xiao Chuxing's heart, and he couldn't help but embrace Lin Shi tightly. In the dark alley, Lin Shi's body went rigid, hesitant to move. Although she had accepted Xiao Chuxing, her inexperience left her feeling somewhat flustered. He wished he could meld her entirely into his being, but alas, he was still in the throes of adolescence, appearing slightly younger than Lin Shi. As he nestled into Lin Shi's embrace, he noted that the youthful version of her facial cleanser lacked the immersive allure of a more mature, sophisticated woman. You little rascal, let go of me. Lin Shi protested playfully, attempting to push Xiao Chuxing away. Yet, he stubbornly held on, provoking Lin Shi into a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she exclaimed, Let go. You little rogue, you're pinching me too hard. Only then did Xiao Chuxing mischievously release her, teasingly remarking, Actually, I was thinking of taking a bite. Lin Shi, exasperated, chased after Xiao Chuxing, declaring, You stop right there? You dare bite? I'll be the one to bite you first. As they playfully tussled, they arrived at Xiao Chuxing's residential complex. He made a gesture for silence, and they stealthily crept into the building. Glancing upstairs, he noted, "It seems there are no lights on. They must not be home." Xiao Chuxing's parents often returned home at irregular hours, necessitating caution due to their unpredictability. "What should I do if someone is at your home?" Lin Shi inquired, voicing her concern. Xiao Chuxing shot her a sidelong glance. "Then we can only check into a proper hotel, or—" His words trailed off as a thought struck him. His expression shifted to one of contemplation. "I had completely forgotten about that idiot's house. It wouldn't be out of the question. Shanshan's place? But her parents." Lin Shi also realized that Shanshan's parents were largely indifferent to her, leaving her to manage a spacious home all on her own. Xiao Chuxing earnestly considered this dilemma. "I initially thought you could rent a place temporarily, but if you stay at her house, the advantages are manifold. Not only would it save on rent, but you could also prepare some meals." However, Xiao Chuxing hesitated, grappling with a sense of moral conflict. He questioned himself. Was he straddling two boats? Inwardly, Xiao Chuxing quickly arrived at a conclusion. Undeniably, he was. Initially, his feelings towards Shanshan were rooted in a desire for vengeance, given that his current circumstances were largely her doing. Yet, this burden was not one she should bear today. Although it did not preclude Xiao Chuxing from insisting she take some responsibility. Upon learning of the beautiful fool's plight, his perspective towards her had shifted. This change in sentiment marked a pivotal connection between him and Shanshan. Lin Shi had also taken note of this dynamic, though she refrained from addressing it. The notion of housing these two women, both of whom shared ambiguous relationships with him, felt somewhat disconcerting. Shanshan, with her endearing simplicity, seemed oblivious to the intricacies of emotional entanglements, yet this very innocence heightened Xiao Chuxing's feelings of guilt. While Lin Shi took her shower, Xiao Chuxing reclined on the sofa, contemplating the matter. Ultimately, reason prevailed over emotion. He recognized the need to regulate the interactions between the two. However, pressing matters of financial necessity overshadowed these concerns. Making money was the paramount task at hand. Xiao Chuxing resolved that earning money was of utmost importance. His past experiences had instilled in him the understanding that one should not pursue romantic entanglements during a time when financial stability was crucial, lest everything become an illusory dream. Additionally, he sensed a desire to evade emotional commitments. In truth, he was already calculating that, given his current lack of strength, he was incapable of protecting either Lin Shi or the beautiful fool. Lin Shi, a strikingly beautiful and intelligent woman, was born into unfortunate circumstances. If fate were to favor her, meeting a good man could transform her life. Indeed, in his previous life, her fortune turned when she encountered Xiao Chuxing. However, should destiny prove unkind, she could face a lifetime of tragedy. Similarly, the beautiful fool had met a dismal fate, having jumped from a rooftop. Both women were dangerously beautiful, and their union intensified this peril. Xiao Chuxing knew he must cultivate enough strength to safeguard them, thereby earning the right to be part of their lives. The inherent flirtation within a man stirred restlessly within him as he mused, "If I were wealthy enough, why not have them both? Not just both, but I could have them at once." The mere thought was exhilarating. Just as Xiao Chuxing's mind wandered into fanciful realms, Lin Shi emerged from the bathroom. Casting a furtive glance, her demeanor somewhat shifty. "Why do you look so creepy? What are you thinking?" she queried suspiciously, masking her own anxiety. After all, being alone in a room with a man while clad only in a bath towel left her feeling profoundly insecure. She had washed her intimate garments, having spent the entire day outdoors and feeling quite sweaty. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chuxing squinted, a hint of displeasure creeping in. Evidently, his mischievous nature resurfaced, and he remarked, "I was contemplating how to coax you into bed later." Chapter 37. Do you expect the girl to take the initiative in such matters? In truth, Xiao Chuxing was not entirely joking. After all, he was at an age brimming with youthful vigor. Had he not been so exhausted from standing all night at the market, he would have long since acted on his feelings for Lin Shi. Their shared history from a past life intertwined their fates, and he was not the type to be overly sentimental. When emotions run deep, escape becomes impossible. After a refreshing shower, Xiao Chuxing returned to the bedroom clad only in shorts. Upon seeing him bare-chested, Lin Shi's face flushed crimson, yet she could not resist stealing glances. For curiosity about the male form exists beyond gender. Well, if you want to look, then look. It's not like I'm going to grow eyes on you. Xiao Chuxing teased with a smirk. Lin Shi, the stunning beauty, huffed in response, turning her face away. Xiao Chuxing reminded her, "When you come back tomorrow, remember to bring your change of clothes and your essentials. You will be residing in Hangzhou for an extended period. and you need to be mentally prepared for the back and forth between Shanghai and Hangzhou. Upon hearing Xiao Chusheng address serious matters, Lin Shi's expression grew earnest, and she nodded in agreement. However, after they concluded their conversation, an awkward tension enveloped the room. In the sweltering summer heat, a solitary man and woman shared a small space, lying together on the same bed, gazing into each other's eyes as they drifted into slumber. It felt as though they were a couple, didn't it? The bedroom was not overly dark, allowing the light streaming in from the window to illuminate their faces. As they inhaled one another's scents, their breaths grew increasingly rapid, uncontrollable. Sure, you smell delightful, Xiao Chusheng swallowed hard. In his previous life, he had already discerned that Lin Shi emanated a subtle, yet refreshing fragrance reminiscent of plants, akin to the atmosphere of a traditional Chinese medicine shop, though far less overwhelming. A single remark from Xiao Chusheng shattered Lin Shi's psychological defenses, causing her cheeks to flush in the dimly lit room. Their proximity was such that they were nearly embracing. Any closer, and they would be entwined in slumber. In the ensuing silence, the rapid thumping of her heart echoed distinctly for Xiao Chusheng to hear. Unable to suppress a smile, he noted how innocent Lin Shi still was, easily flustered by the slightest provocation, adorably so. As they found themselves in a stalemate, Lin Shi suddenly felt a hand sneakily encircle her waist. She opened her mouth, intending to voice a complaint, yet no sound escaped her lips, for her mouth had been silenced. Instinctively, she sought to push away this rogue man, but gradually she felt herself melting away, her strength waning until she succumbed entirely to the moment. Lin Shi, yielding to her instincts, reciprocated Xiao Chusheng's advances. In the instant they parted, both were momentarily taken aback. Overcome by embarrassment and indignation, Lin Shi pinched Xiao Chusheng's waist twice in frustration, but that did little to alleviate her feelings. Instead, she pulled on his arm and bit him fiercely a few times. Yet, Xiao Chusheng was not one to offer her any respite. He evaded her attempts until he managed to pin her down. "Let me go. I want to bite you a few times to vent," Lin Shi exclaimed defiantly. Xiao Chusheng, unfazed, suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Lin Shi felt a jolt of apprehension. She sensed he was up to no good, yet being at his mercy left her with no room for resistance. Sure enough, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You can't bite my arm. But perhaps you might want to try something else?" Something else? Lin Shi, naive and inexperienced, had never contemplated such matters before encountering Xiao Chusheng. After all, living with her foster parents was fraught with hardship, leaving her little energy to fantasize about the future. Sometimes, she even mused that her chaotic family life made dating a burden, better to spare any potential partner from her troubles. Little did she expect that she wouldn't have to seek out a boyfriend. One seemed to have found her instead. Well, perhaps boyfriend was a stretch, considering she was currently in a more transactional relationship as a university student being supported. Yet, if it were him, being a little mistress didn't seem so bad. This was Lin Shi's current mindset. She held no grand expectations for happiness. Merely a desire to live without pain was sufficient. Thus, the tangible future Xiao Chusheng offered her became a beacon of hope. At present, Xiao Chusheng was merely exploiting his experience to coax and surprise Lin Shi, who was still a novice in such affairs. "Oh, I want to say it. You guess," he teased with a villainous grin. Lin Shi, suspicious, responded, "Guess?" As she processed this, her expression stiffened, her face burning with a heat that felt as though it could fry an egg. Even Xiao Chusheng could feel the heat radiating from her, bemused by her shyness. Lin Shi fell silent, burying her face in his embrace. Though initially she had struggled against his hold, she now remained utterly still. This left Xiao Chusheng perplexed. Why the sudden lack of reaction? Hidden in his embrace, Lin Shi lightly pounded his chest with her small fist, though she refrained from using much force. With a soft, almost inaudible voice, she queried, "What kind of reaction do you expect from me? Come on, I'm a girl. Do you want me to take the initiative?" Xiao Chusheng was thrown into confusion. Wait, is she implying what I think she is? That I should take the lead? No way. She couldn't possibly have agreed, could she? His mind raced as he struggled with the notion of whether to pursue Lin Shi. Noticing his hesitation, Lin Shi, brow furrowed, mustered her courage and spoke softly. "If you really can't hold back, I wouldn't be opposed." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "Perhaps it would be better to abstain. I have an early start tomorrow, and if I indulge now, my energy throughout the day will surely suffer." Lin Shi pondered this and replied, "But I could catch up on sleep during the train ride. I still need to rise early, even if the college entrance exams are over. I'll have to return soon for some guidance on the next steps." With an air of nonchalance, she added, "But I don't mind. I'm a university student now, after all." I can afford to be a little lazy. Chapter 38. Could you please remove your hand from my leg? Xiao Chusheng found himself rather vexed. In terms of cunning, Lin Shi was indeed a match. Haha, I've let you off this time. You chose not to take it. She teased, laughter bubbling forth. Xiao Chusheng felt an inexplicable sense of frustration, sensing that Lin Shi was intentionally provoking him, though he lacked any proof. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at her meaningfully. You wouldn't be considering this yourself, would you? He asked provocatively, his eyes roving over her unabashedly. He could sense that Lin Shi was somewhat eager for him to make a move. Under his gaze, which seemed to devour her whole, she averted her eyes, refusing to acknowledge her thoughts. Alas, the innate modesty of a girl was at play. Even if she harbored such desires, she could never admit it aloud. With no other recourse, Xiao Chusheng simply held her close, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped her as he drifted off to sleep. However, while he succumbed to slumber, Lin Shi found herself wide awake, seething with frustration. The most infuriating part was that he was restless in his sleep. Shouldn't he, a good person, be on guard? She thought, her anger escalating. Humph, you rascal, Lin Shi huffed, voicing her frustration so that Xiao Chusheng would hear, though he was blissfully unaware. Having fallen into a deep sleep after a long night, Lin Shi, acutely aware of his exhaustion, carefully nestled into his embrace, inhaling the comforting scent unique to young men, and finally succumbed to sleep. Ever since Xiao Chusheng had brought her to Hangzhou, she hadn't experienced a sleepless night. Perhaps being distanced from her foster family had rekindled a long-lost sense of living life to the fullest. Meanwhile, in the Qi household, the television droned on with tedious and lengthy commercials. On the sofa, a foolish beauty had long since drifted into slumber, a glistening droplet of saliva resting at the corner of her mouth, occasionally murmuring in her dreams, though her words were unintelligible. Yet one could tell she was content, for even in sleep, a serene smile graced her features. Perhaps it was her profound loneliness that compelled Qi Shanshan to require some form of auditory comfort to fall asleep. Sometimes it was the melodies from her phone, other times the sounds of programs on the television. These voices brought her a sense of tranquility. Moreover, there is another matter to consider. She occasionally leaves the lights on and the television running throughout the night, which serve to assure any passersby that the household is occupied, thus deterring any ill-intentioned individuals from lurking about. Do not underestimate her seemingly foolish demeanor. Her vigilance is quite formidable. As for that scoundrel, Xiao Chusheng, it can only be said that he treads a path unorthodox, employing a series of unscrupulous tactics that rendered the already not particularly astute Qi Shanshan utterly flummoxed, thus allowing him to seize the opportunity. At dawn, shortly after 5, Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng were roused from their slumber by the insistent blare of an alarm. Given that Lin Shi's earliest bus was at 6, their time was rather constrained. The two remained in the same position as the previous night, having spent the entire night intertwined in each other's embrace. Xiao Chusheng inhaled deeply, unexpectedly detecting a hint of a milky fragrance mingled with the herbal scent that surrounded her. His expression turned peculiar. Surely it was just an illusion. Nonetheless, he could not deny that being close to her was indeed rather delightful. This sensation was incomparable to the aloofness exhibited by the mature Lin Shi of his past life. For this was a unique edition of her youth. Were they to embrace during more intimate moments, he could hardly fathom the ecstasy it might bring. It would likely elevate him to celestial heights. Lin Shi, having rubbed her drowsy eyes, recalled how Xiao Chusheng had shattered her defenses the previous night, leaving her sleepless until the dawn had barely broken. It felt as though she had barely closed her eyes before the morning light forced her from slumber, leaving her irritable. Especially upon witnessing Xiao Chusheng's smug grin brimming with vitality, her ire surged. She shot him a venomous glare, vowing to repay this grievance in due course. Just wait, she thought bitterly. There will come a time when I will bite you, and you shall beg for mercy. As they needed to head to the train station, and with public transport scarce at this hour, Xiao Chusheng decided to retrieve the seldom-used bicycle from their home. It felt like they could take the entire little electric vehicle. Xiao Chusheng pondered, isn't it rather expensive? Lin Shi, while also finding the idea appealing, felt a pang of guilt over the expenditure. Only then did Xiao Chusheng recall that it was 2007, and most electric bicycles at that time were still merely electric bicycles, not yet the compact electric scooters of later years. The mainstream models were still cumbersome, resembling traditional bicycles with pedals, and were not cheap. Even lesser-known brands were priced above 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. The small electric scooters, while reminiscent of motorcycles, were also somewhat clunky. Perhaps we should consider obtaining a four-wheeled vehicle once we have the time to acquire a driving license, Xiao Chusheng mused, shifting his thoughts. Wait, what? A four-wheel vehicle? Isn't that even more expensive? Lin Shi was taken aback, genuinely troubled about the finances, especially since she had only recently accumulated over 10,000 yuan. Did Xiao Chusheng truly intend to spend it on a car? Xiao Chusheng, however, remained unfazed, responding with a mysterious smile. Don't worry. We won't be buying it just yet. We'll wait until you obtain your license. Oh, Lin Shi replied, not fully comprehending the implications. Xiao Chusheng, on the other hand, was well aware of the situation. In 2007, one could either bribe their way to a license or endure a lengthy series of tests. Regardless, it would take at least half a year to obtain one, and by that time, the fund for a vehicle would no longer be an issue. As Xiao Chusheng inflated the bicycle tires, Lin Shi suddenly remarked, actually, a car doesn't seem essential. It could be a luxury we can forego. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he inquired, is that truly how you feel? Lin Shi, feeling uncertain, contemplated her response before nodding. Yes, you are right, yet also not. Xiao Chusheng elaborated, for the moment, a car primarily offers convenience. If you drive, it allows for direct travel to Shanghai. But its utility is still relatively limited. Isn't it? Isn't that so? Lin Shi countered. No, a car signifies more than mere utility. It represents status. Especially in this day and age. Xiao Chusheng explained. In the future, as we engage in various business ventures, we must ensure that others do not underestimate us. As appearances can be deceiving, many people are not as astute, and there are countless individuals who look down on others. What Xiao Chusheng articulated stemmed from his experiences in his previous life as an entrepreneur, and thus resonated deeply with him. Are you settled? Shall we depart? Xiao Chusheng inquired as he reached for the back seat. Lin Shi's expression morphed into one of amusement. I understand your reasoning, but could you kindly remove your hand from my leg before we set off? My apologies. I was too smooth in my actions, Xiao Chusheng stammered, clearing his throat awkwardly. Your legs deserve better than to be left bare. Lin Shi shot him a withering glance, huffing in response, and chose to ignore him. With a chuckle, Xiao Chusheng pedaled off. Somewhere along the journey, he recalled that black stockings were not particularly fashionable in 2007. His recollection suggested that they only became ubiquitous around 2009 or 2010, but he could not quite remember the reasons for their sudden popularity. His knowledge of the past was limited to what he could remember, highlighting the inherent limitations of his rebirth. He contemplated whether he should seize this opportunity to make his first fortune. However, he hesitated, recognizing that he lacked specific timing, and the potential profits were not substantial enough to warrant the effort. In more precise terms, the energy-to-return ratio was too low, with equivalent effort directed elsewhere. The potential gains would be significantly higher. This notion of return on investment contrasted starkly with the struggles of ordinary workers versus capitalists. Ordinary laborers toil tirelessly for the same earnings, while capitalists often profit through strategic thinking and what is termed interest exchange. What does this entail? Essentially, it involves leveraging opportunities without initial investment, creating mutual benefits in the marketplace. Thus, after careful consideration, Xiao Chusheng resolved not to waste energy chasing this profit, as, barring unforeseen circumstances, by the time black stockings became fashionable, his mobile internet venture would already be well established. Just wait until then. I will ensure Lin Shi wears black stockings for my viewing pleasure every day. Not only will I admire them, but I shall also tier one each day. No, too. As Xiao Chusheng continued to secure the bicycle, Lin Shi waved goodbye to him. The scoundrel called out, hold on. Huh? What is it? Lin Shi inquired, blinking her beautiful eyes in confusion. Without waiting for her to respond, Xiao Chusheng took her hand and led her away, balancing the bicycle with one hand while guiding her with the other. Lin Shi watched this unfold with a hint of concern, quietly warning, be careful, the bike is unstable. You might fall and hurt your foot. No need to worry. I possess considerable strength. Then where are you taking me? Lin Shi questioned, perplexed. Xiao Chusheng did not respond immediately, leading her to a breakfast stall near the train station where he purchased a few meat buns, placing 2 into her embrace. He then handed her 2 cups of soy milk, asking, is this sufficient for you? Lin Shi stared in astonishment at the buns and soy milk nestled in her arms, her eyes glistening with tears. It is often in these seemingly inconspicuous moments that true emotion flourishes. No one had ever treated her so kindly before. It was only since Xiao Chusheng, the little rascal who had approached her with intentions of keeping her, that she experienced such tenderness. Is it not enough? Xiao Chusheng, noticing her silence, assumed she was still hungry and prepared to offer her one of his 2 meat sandwiches. However, Lin Shi quickly interjected, that's enough. Only then did Xiao Chusheng perceive the tremor in Lin Shi's voice, realizing that her innermost vulnerabilities had been stirred. This revelation only deepened his compassion for her, prompting him to gently stroke her hair and whisper words of comfort. Do not rejoice too prematurely. There was a hint of mischievousness in his tone as he consoled her. As expected, Lin Sure looked up at him in astonishment. Confusion etched across her face. Was this man truly devoid of romantic sensibility? Yet, Xiao Chuxing's next words nearly made her burst into tears. This is merely the beginning. In the years to come, indeed, every single day, you shall experience such happiness. Whatever you desire to eat, however much you wish to consume, you shall never again go hungry. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Sure collapsed into Xiao Chuxing's embrace. Tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls. The beautiful girl wept profusely, while Xiao Chuxing, one hand clutching breakfast and the other grasping the bicycle handle, found it impossible to draw her closer. Passers-by observed this poignant scene, yet everyone discreetly maintained their distance, a gesture of respect. It was unclear how long this state of emotional turmoil persisted until Lin Sure, exhausted from crying, finally spoke. All right, you must go now, or you'll miss your train. Lin Sure, wiping her tear-streaked eyes, replied with a smile, If I miss it, so be it. I can simply stay and let you take care of me. Xiao Chuxing, heart aching, hung the breakfast on the bicycle handle and tenderly caressed her hair. Yes, I shall take care of you. So you need not fear those who wish to bully you. You can attend school with peace of mind and return with confidence. No words could offer more reassurance. Xiao Chuxing undoubtedly became Lin Sure's steadfast support. She nodded earnestly. Remember to get a mobile phone. If you encounter any trouble, you must call us immediately. Before she entered the station, Xiao Chuxing reiterated his instructions, and only after Lin Sure assured him of her understanding did he allow her to proceed. Yet, scarcely had she taken 2 steps when Xiao Chuxing suddenly called out to her. Sure. Is there something else? Lin Sure instinctively turned back. Like a concerned mother, Xiao Chuxing reminded her, Do ensure you eat well at noon. Do not skimp on your meals to save money. To others, these words may seem tedious, but to Lin Sure, they resonated with affection and joy. A radiant smile spread across her face as she listened intently to him. Suddenly, she cupped Xiao Chuxing's face in her hands. Taken aback, he felt her lips press firmly against his. The kiss, though brief, left him momentarily dazed. And by the time he regained his senses, Lin Sure had already shyly retreated into the station. Watching her figure disappear, Xiao Chuxing felt an emptiness within, even knowing she would return in the afternoon. After Lin Sure's train departed, he pedaled back to school, despite rising early. It was nearly 9 by the time he returned after escorting Lin Sure. This rascal munched on his meat sandwich while sipping soy milk as he entered, displaying none of the demeanor expected of a prominent figure. Upon seeing Xiao Chuxing, Suhai approached him with curiosity. Is that stall truly yours? Xiao Chuxing did not deny it. Yes, it is. How much can you earn from it? Is it substantial? Suhai was genuinely intrigued, unable to fathom how a bustling stall could generate significant income overnight. Given Xiao Chuxing's hard work, he believed it must be quite profitable. Xiao Chuxing calmly replied, That's a commercial secret. He was acutely aware of the adage that one should not reveal their wealth and had no intention of divulging details to Suhai. What stall are you talking about? At that moment, Zhang Jiai, whom Xiao Chuxing wished to avoid, interjected abruptly. It has nothing to do with you. Chapter 40, The Animal Within. Xiao Chuxing's displeasure was evident. Despite his clear rejection, Zhang Jiai persisted in her advances, reminiscent of his past self. This thought weighed heavily on him. Now, he had spurned Zhang Jiai, yet their roles seemed entirely reversed. Zhang Jiai, with a look of feigned innocence, timidly asked Xiao Chuxing, Do I truly disgust you so? Suhai, having shared a past camaraderie with her, attempted to mediate, signaling Xiao Chuxing not to be overly harsh. However, Xiao Chuxing merely cast a cold glance at him, his tone devoid of warmth. Yes, I do find you distasteful. This single statement rendered Suhai and Zhang Jiai speechless, as they had perceived Xiao Chuxing to be a generally agreeable person. On the surface, this was indeed true, but that was within the confines of school. Suhai had come to know the true Xiao Chuxing during their entrepreneurial ventures. In his student days, Xiao Chuxing was affable, but that was predicated on a shared understanding. All were students, occasionally bickering, yet no profound enmity existed. Thus, there was no need to dwell on trivial matters. However, in the real world, Xiao Chuxing no longer concealed his sharpness. He walked a challenging path. In the saturated landscape of the booming internet economy, carving out a niche was nearly impossible. In such an environment, a congenial individual would only invite trouble. This reality had awakened the more feral aspects of Xiao Chuxing's nature. Now reborn, he no longer restrained his temperament. Friends could be made, but if one sought to engage him in frivolous games, they were sorely mistaken. He would not hesitate to sever ties. Xiao Chuxing understood Zhang Jiai's intentions, she undoubtedly sought to enlist Su-hai's help to secure another chance with him. Su-hai, being inherently indecisive, seldom refused requests, especially from someone with whom he shared a history. Moreover, Zhang Jiai's familiarity with him made it even more difficult for him to decline. Conversely, the beautiful yet naive Lin Shi was unfamiliar to Su-hai, leading him to subconsciously favor the more familiar Zhang Jiai. Additionally, Su-hai believed that Xiao Chusheng and the campus beauty, Qi Dashan, were incompatible, even if they appear to be dating. Having encountered the enchanting Lin Shi just the previous night, Su-hai's insecurities as an ordinary person left him feeling unworthy of either woman. Consequently, he instinctively regarded the approachable Xiao Chusheng as someone of his own ilk, convinced that neither Lin Shi nor Qi Dashan could possibly be suited for him. Zhang Jiai, being of a similar social standing, was deemed a more fitting match for Xiao Chusheng. Thus, upon arriving that morning, Zhang Jiai sought out Su-hai, persuading him to assist her in rekindling her relationship with Xiao Chusheng. But what is Xiao Chusheng now? He had become a seasoned player. Such trivial schemes could not deceive him. He immediately discerned the awkwardness between Su-hai and Zhang Jiai. It was clear that their connection involved him. In his view, rejection must be thorough. If love had faded, there was no need for lingering ties. Any glimmer of hope would only invite endless complications. Thus, it was not that Xiao Chusheng was heartless. Indeed, he was. Such was his nature. When affection thrived, he would wholeheartedly invest in those he cared for. Yet once that affection waned, he would become more frigid than a stranger. His destiny and affection with Zhang Jiai had long concluded in a past life when she sought solace in another's embrace. In truth, he did not harbor lingering feelings for Zhang Jiai. Rather, he believed that if she no longer wished to be with him, it was best for both to part amicably. What was the purpose of this charade? Thus, in this lifetime, Xiao Chusheng would hold no emotional ties to Zhang Jiai. It is well understood that in matters of love, the most devastating wound is indifference. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng regarded Zhang Jiai with such indifference. Ignoring her, he cast a detached glance at Su-hai. This is your final warning. Next time, I shall not hesitate to sever ties. Su-hai's expression darkened. He had merely intended to act out of kindness, yet he did not anticipate Xiao Chusheng's utter lack of regard. Beast, we should discuss this rationally. Su-hai attempted to justify his actions. However, confronted with Xiao Chusheng's frigid gaze, he could only swallow his words in silence. It was the first time he had witnessed Xiao Chusheng direct such a look at another, and he even sensed a hint of murderous intent within it. As the classroom grew more crowded, Su-hai turned away, and Zhang Jiai retreated to her seat in silence. Yet, it was evident that she was desperately suppressing her emotions. Striving to hold back tears, Xiao Chusheng paid no further attention to the two. His thoughts were consumed solely by the pursuit of wealth, and those two individuals. Oh, and his family. Lin Shi and that simpleton, in a sense, could also be considered family. Well, that settled it. Class teacher Lao Lu made his rounds, and when he passed by Xiao Chusheng, he noted his presence, but said nothing, seemingly forgetting the prior incidents involving Qi Shanshan. He shook his head and sauntered away with a demeanor of indifference. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Chusheng's overwhelming assertiveness that neither Su-hai nor Zhang Jiai dared to disturb him afterward. Consequently, Xiao Chusheng felt invigorated and in high spirits. Later, the simpleton beauty arrived, bringing with her Lin Shi's phone number and news of her arrival in Shanghai. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and nodded at the simpleton, saying, "She likely won't make it back for lunch." "Oh, shall we eat together?" The simpleton beauty inquired with sparkling eyes. Xiao Chusheng, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Very well." He then managed to persuade her back to her own class, for with her lack of awareness, she might have lingered there until noon. Nevertheless, Xiao Chusheng experienced a peculiar sentiment. He contemplated that had he chosen a partner with a personality akin to the simpleton beauty in his past life, perhaps he would not have endured such a plethora of unpleasant memories. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that if the simpleton beauty were his girlfriend, he would likely become complacent, finding contentment in a mere classmate. Indeed, some matters seem to be predestined. One cannot escape their fate. By noon, Su-hai, perhaps filled with regret, approached to invite Xiao Chusheng to lunch. However, Xiao Chusheng flatly declined. "I have plans with Qi Shanshan." "Huh?" Su-hai's eyes widened, still somewhat incredulous. "Beast, are you seriously dating the campus flower?" Before Xiao Chusheng could respond, Qi Shanshan suddenly entered, hurriedly thrusting her phone into his hands. Upon reading the message, Xiao Chusheng's expression darkened, and he promptly dashed out of the classroom. The simpleton followed closely behind, sprinting at full speed. Xiao Chusheng abruptly halted, blocking her path. "Why are you following me? Go eat first. I need to find her." The simpleton, with a pitiful expression, stubbornly pouted. I want to go too. Seeing her resolve, Xiao Chusheng could only sigh and concede. Fine, let us go. He had intended to inform Lao Lu, but time was of the essence. Missing the afternoon class was inconsequential. After all, there was little happening at school in the coming days, merely passing time. After hailing a cab, they sped directly to the train station. Once they secured their tickets, Xiao Chusheng rushed to buy 2 boxes of lunch. The vegetarian meals were rather unpalatable, but he could not afford to be picky at the moment. Following that, he acquired a large bucket of iced cola. For the heat was oppressive and the train would be crowded. They settled in the waiting room, consuming their meals and sharing a few sips of soda before boarding the train. The simpleton seemed either unbothered or blissfully ignorant, happily sipping from the cola cup Xiao Chusheng had used. Yet, as Xiao Chusheng reflected on their somewhat abstract relationship, he realized that sharing a drink did not hold any significant weight. With that thought, he found himself at ease. Using the simpleton's phone, he called Lin Shi, who answered immediately. Upon learning that Xiao Chusheng intended to pick her up without hesitation, she was nearly moved to tears, though she protested. You needn't come. I'll find a way back. We're already on the train, Xiao Chusheng gently informed her. Huh? You're on the train already? Lin Shi exclaimed, quickly catching the inconsistency in his words. Wait, we? Xiao Chusheng did not withhold the truth, affirming, yes, the simpleton is with me. I'm not a simpleton. Qi Shanshan puffed her cheeks, attempting to appear fierce, which only made her seem adorably fierce. Huh, you both came. Lin Shi was taken aback. Anyway, just wait for us, and don't neglect yourself. Have someone bring you some food. Don't settle for anything inferior. Okay. Lin Shi hung up, feeling somewhat dazed. Repeatedly murmuring, she came too. As she pondered, Lin Shi felt a complex swirl of emotions. She found Qi Shanshan rather endearing despite her simplicity. Yet she remained uncertain about the nature of the simpleton's feelings for Xiao Chusheng. The fact that this innocent girl had come to meet her without a second thought stirred something inexplicable within her. In the midst of her emotions, an impulsive desire to form a family with the two arose. This notion was rather misguided, rash, and distorted. Yet, it encapsulated Lin Shi's current yearning. She could not bear to part with Xiao Chusheng nor with a naive girl. After all, she had endured considerable hardship in her early life. And now that she had encountered those who genuinely cared for her, she found it difficult to let go of either. Even though she was acutely aware that her thoughts were flawed, and that she was being excessively greedy, she reasoned. After all the suffering I've endured and the sacrifices I've made, is it so wrong to be a little greedy when I finally meet someone who treats me well? Lin Shi, who are you calling? Who is coming? Lin Shi's roommate, a somewhat shy but kind girl named Zhu Wen, inquired curiously. Zhu Wen was a bit short, but possessed an endearing charm with her glasses. Lin Shi found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain Xiao Chusheng and her relationship. Was he her boyfriend or merely a sugar daddy? Regardless of the answer, it would undoubtedly stir up a commotion throughout the financial college. One of the reasons she was unable to leave was intricately connected to this situation. Just a couple of days prior, she had ventured to Hangzhou and stayed for 2 days without returning home. When she arrived back for class, the news of her absence had somehow leaked to the public. While she was tidying up her belongings in the dormitory, she was confronted by the senior who had persistently pursued her. Lin Shi had never held any affection for him, having firmly rejected his advances numerous times. Yet he remained undeterred. What made matters worse was his utter lack of self-awareness. He would boast to anyone who would listen that Lin Shi would eventually be his woman, and urged others to keep their distance from her. This self-centered individual was attempting to meddle in her life, revealing his despicable character. Consequently, Lin Shi not only felt no fondness for him, but her aversion only intensified. Having returned to class, she planned to grab a change of clothes and head back to Hangzhou. If time had permitted, she would have packed all her belongings to take with her, as she intended to spend the majority of the next few months in Hangzhou. While she was still organizing her things, the boy had gathered a group to block her downstairs, complete with flowers for a public confession. This was the information relayed to her by her classmates, inciting her anger. Worst of all, he had declared that he would not relent until she agreed to his advances, employing a form of moral coercion. He had even enlisted a group of his friends to assist him in this endeavor. When returned, she overheard him boasting about how he would deliver a passionate confession followed by an intense kiss, ensuring he would win her over by the evening. Upon learning of this, Lin Shi could only laugh in disbelief. The charming boy she was infatuated with hadn't even dared to sleep with her, while this insufferable person was brazenly planning to take her to a hotel. She confided in Qi Shanshan, requesting that she inform Xiao Chusheng that she would likely return late in the afternoon. When this insufferable boy grew impatient, she intended to slip away unnoticed. It wasn't that she lacked the courage to confront him, but rather that she was wary of being overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. She had no desire to compromise her dignity. Zhuan regarded Lin Shi with a playful smile, teasingly inquiring, "Ashi, you must confess. Where have you been these past couple of days? With that look, you're not in love, are you?" Chapter 42. Lin, your mother. In response to her roommate's teasing, Lin Shi instinctively felt her cheeks heat up and did not immediately retort. Having known Lin Shi for 2 years, Zhuan was taken aback by this unfamiliar side of her friend. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Wow, could it be true? You two have been together these past few days? Did you?" Zhuan's eagerness was palpable, perhaps even more than that of Lin Shi, the one directly involved. Lin Shi, blushing, remained silent, grappling with her own impulsive feelings. If Xiao Chusheng were to take a more proactive approach, she might just relent. After all, she felt drawn to him like no other. A man who would support her in her circumstances, not out of lust, left her pondering what his true intentions might be. Yet, even if his desires were purely physical, what of it? Lin Shi harbored a sense of inferiority, believing that perhaps all she had left was her body. Unbeknownst to her, however, Xiao Chusheng's interest was indeed sparked by her physicality, but it also encompassed a deeper admiration for her intellect. Zhuan regarded Lin Shi with a knowing look, astonished that such a talented woman could fall in love. The thought of Lin Shi experiencing romance was beyond her imagination. She attempted to extract more information about this man from Lin Shi, his school, whether he had graduated, and where he worked. Lin Shi often juggled multiple jobs, a fact well known among her roommates, who were also aware of her tumultuous family situation. Whenever her exploitative foster parents came around, her roommates would provide cover, doing their utmost to help her evade them. Thus, Zhuan speculated that Lin Shi must have interacted with many men in the workforce, and the idea of her being pursued by an older, employed man was not entirely implausible, provided he wasn't too much older. Lin Shi bit her lip, at a loss for words in the face of her roommate's relentless questioning about Xiao Chusheng. He was, after all, a complex individual. Just then, a commotion erupted downstairs. The two girls leaned closer to the window, only to discover that the boy, growing impatient, had decided to take a more aggressive approach. He believed that if he displayed enough sincerity, Lin Shi would at least come down to acknowledge him. However, under the blazing sun, 3 hours had passed with no sign of her. "Where's she?" he bellowed, frustration boiling over. Lin Shi was utterly heartless, showing no regard for his efforts. If the confession was reciprocated, it could be deemed romantic. However, if it was merely a one-sided affair, it would reduce him to a pitiful laughingstock. The ruckus he had caused drew a crowd, and soon he became the subject of mockery. Lin Shi, being the freshman belle of her class and acknowledged as a prodigy by several professors, had attracted countless suitors over the past 2 years. Thus, when someone declared their love for her, it was met with indifference, as everyone anticipated failure. Yet here he was, prematurely celebrating his success. Just moments ago, he had boasted about how he would secure her affection and whisk her away to a hotel that evening. The louder he had bragged, the more the slap of reality would sting. Suddenly, the would-be suitor became the laughingstock of the crowd. As he stood, a mixture of embarrassment and anger washing over him, he could no longer contain himself and shouted towards Lin Shi's window, "Lin Shi, I love you. You love me too, don't you? Give us a sign. Everyone is eagerly waiting for your response. You can't hide forever." In such a public display, he had crossed a line, resorting to moral coercion. Just wait until she comes down. I'll sweep her into my arms and seal it with a passionate kiss. She'll be mine for sure, he proclaimed, brimming with misplaced confidence as he assured his friends. Coincidentally, these words reached the ears of a certain individual who had just disembarked from a train. "Oh, who do you think you're trying to win over?" The man instinctively replied, "Lin Shi, who else? Lin, your mother." With a swift kick, Xiao Chusheng sent the man flying. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, but now he found himself painfully reminded of the consequences of his arrogance. As he crashed to the ground, the surrounding crowd fell silent, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. This scene was witnessed by Lin Shi and Zhu when upstairs, particularly by Zhu, who wore an expression of sheer delight at the unfolding drama. "Wow, Asher, did you see that? That fool just got beaten up. Hey, Asher." It was then Zhu realized that Lin Shi had already vanished without a trace. Zhu was momentarily stunned, but quickly gathered her wits. No way. Without a second thought, Zhu hurriedly slipped on her slippers and dashed downstairs in pursuit of Lin Shi. The unfortunate boy who had been kicked to the ground found his face intimately acquainted with the scorching pavement, grimacing in pain, barely managing to rise. He spotted Lin Shi sprinting towards him, her face etched with concern. This sight rendered him utterly captivated, although he had no clue how he had been ambushed. He couldn't help but feel fortunate, for it had summoned his goddess to his side. This fool naively believed that he had discovered the key to winning Lin Shi's heart by playing the victim. After all, seeing him injured must have stirred her concern, right? With that thought, he raised his arms in a comical display, expecting Lin Shi to leap into his embrace. However, Lin Shi didn't spare him a glance and simply bypassed him. He was left dumbfounded, as were the onlookers. Not only he, but the entire crowd had assumed that this fellow's display of misfortune had won over the goddess. Some even expressed indignation over how easily she seemed to be swayed. But the shocking reality was that Lin Shi had completely ignored him. What transpired next left everyone's eyes wide with disbelief. Without a hint of hesitation or doubt, Lin Shi leaped directly into the arms of another boy, including the one who had intended to confess to Lin Shi. All present were left in a state of shock. What was going on? Their goddess had been whisked away, just like that. You came. Lin Shi's voice trembled with barely contained joy. Yes, I'm here. Chapter 43. The Outburst of the Foolish Beauty. This spectacle dazzled countless onlookers, many of whom could not fathom why Lin Shi, the goddess, will be taken by a boy who appeared rather average in height and only slightly handsome. In truth, Xiao Chusheng was not short. He was merely undergoing a growth spurt. In his previous life, he had shot up in height during his sophomore year, making him of average or even slightly above average stature among his peers. Of course, the spectators had not considered such nuances. The boy who had been kicked by Xiao Chusheng had finally regained his composure, his face twisted by jealousy, his eyes burning with rage. Damn it, where did you come from? Lin Shi is my woman. Stay away from her. Xiao Chusheng casually cast a glance at him. He recognized this fool. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say he recognized him. Rather, he had encountered him before. In his past life, this individual had harassed Lin Shi for an extended period, even attempting to woo her with candlelight vigils outside their company after he and Xiao Chusheng had started a business together. However, Xiao Chusheng had dealt with him decisively using a fire extinguisher. After that, Lin Shi had called security to handle him, and after a few encounters that left him bruised, he had vanished from her life. This relentless pest would not be won over by kindness. He would only take advantage. It could be said that such individuals are protected by law. Otherwise, they would have long since met with a more severe fate. Hey kid, your father is asking you a question. Don't play dumb. This fool believed he had intimidated Xiao Chusheng, suddenly adopting a smug demeanor. He was of a taller build, presenting a somewhat clumsy appearance, which could easily intimidate freshmen. Yet, Xiao Chusheng was unperturbed. Lin Shi's ears perked up at the foul language, her expression growing icy as she prepared to defend Xiao Chusheng. But Xiao Chusheng was quicker, not allowing her the opportunity to interject. Fool, dare you utter another word? He charged forward, delivering a straightforward uppercut. The entire sequence occurred so swiftly that the instigator had no time to react before being rendered dazed by Xiao Chusheng's blow. His companions, realizing the situation, rushed in to gang up on Xiao Chusheng. In these times, whether in school or society, public order was not always guaranteed, and brawls were common. Lin Shi grew anxious. Despite Xiao Chusheng's fighting prowess, he was still but one man, and the principle of one against many was not lost on her. However, Xiao Chusheng calmly inhaled deeply, striking a pose reminiscent of a martial arts master. Wing Chun, beast. The group, taken aback by his stance, was left bewildered. Good heavens, could this kid be a martial artist? In reality, the popular film Ip Man featuring Donnie Yen had only been released at the end of 2008, so no one grasped the reference Xiao Chusheng was making. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from putting on a show. Of course, he wasn't merely posturing. This fool indeed knew Wing Chun. In a flash, he seized the lead aggressor and delivered a barrage of strikes, leaving him battered and bruised. The essence of a brawl lies in neutralizing the leader, and Xiao Chusheng executed this principle flawlessly, stunning these naive college students into submission. Several of them trembled at the knees. With a cold smirk, Xiao Chusheng thought, "My previous life as empire was built through battle. What do you clueless university students know of my struggles?" Although the boy had sustained visible injuries, they were not severe enough to warrant a hospital visit. In fact, they barely qualified as minor injuries, as assessments of injuries can often be quite abstract. Xiao Chusheng's mastery of Wing Chun had been honed in his past life, not for the sake of combat against experts, but to ensure his self-defense against ordinary individuals. This was precisely why he had felt confident enough to confront Chen Bin. Even though Chen Bin was currently unaware, Xiao Chusheng could easily fight his way through. Although his reborn body had not undergone the rigorous training of his past, the instinctive techniques ingrained in his subconscious allowed him to handle these foolish college students with ease. This was the foundation of Xiao Chusheng's confidence. He could control his strength, and even if the police arrived, it would only result in a verbal reprimand, perhaps a fine of a few hundred yuan. Should anyone attempt to retaliate, he would not hold back, delivering a crippling blow, thus justifying his actions as self-defense. As for whether it constituted excessive force, that was open to interpretation. Regardless, he was not financially burdened and was determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to this group. After delivering a decisive kick that sent the bully sprawling, Xiao Chusheng turned to Lin Shi and said, "Go upstairs and grab your things. We're leaving." Lin Shi nodded emphatically, about to ascend the stairs when suddenly, the previously dazed boy sprang up in a fit of rage. "You bastard! You just ruined my chance." He charged at Xiao Chusheng, seizing the moment while Lin Shi was distracted. However, just as Xiao Chusheng prepared to defend himself, a graceful figure had already positioned herself in front of him. One could not deny that the presence of the foolish beauty provided an undeniable sense of security, leaving Xiao Chusheng momentarily entranced. Not only was he captivated, but the assailant was also momentarily spellbound by the stunning visage of the girl before him, his anger evaporating in an instant. Beautiful, a beauty. What awaited him was not the bashful demeanor of Qi Shanshan, but rather an unrelenting strike delivered with a heavy hand. The half-full large bottle of cola, wielded as a weapon by the foolish beauty, came crashing down upon this fool's nose with a resounding impact, one blow after another. The force was so tremendous that even Xiao Chusheng felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, did this fool strike with such ferocity? Xiao Chusheng had not managed to injure him, but after enduring the onslaught from the foolish beauty, he would likely be left with significant wounds. The foolish beauty, her expression devoid of emotion, relentlessly pounded the cola bottle, causing the unfortunate fellow to howl in pain, his only instinct to raise his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself from her assault. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom how such a beautiful woman could unleash such brutality. Yet, upon observing the high and mighty demeanor of the man, it all seemed somewhat justified. Only Xiao Chusheng understood that this man was not aloof, but rather socially anxious. Her fierce fighting stance was likely a reaction to protect him, prompting a swell of emotion within him. He hurriedly approached and grasped her small hands. All right, if this continues, someone might get seriously hurt. The cola bottle was now stained with blood, the result of the bottle's bottom scraping across his face and arms during the impact. Though not grievous, it appeared alarming nonetheless. Initially, the foolish beauty struggled instinctively, her strength astonishing and leaving Xiao Chusheng in a state of shock. This fellow, with such a hearty appetite, clearly did not eat in vain. Upon realizing that it was Xiao Chusheng who restrained her, the foolish beauty suddenly transformed, her gaze blankly fixed upon the cola bottle in her hands. "I can't drink it anymore." Xiao Chusheng gently patted her head. "Yes, we could buy another one later. Be good." With a sudden no, the cola bottle was hurled by the foolish beauty, striking the fool squarely in the face. Chapter 44. Do you want to know how to ruin a person? A headshot? No, this is called a slap to the face. The scene left everyone present gasping in shock. That blow surely inflicted excruciating pain. Indeed, the boy emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet soon his fury ignited. Without the cola bottle, the foolish beauty stood there, momentarily dazed. The boy's eyes blazed with rage, disregarding any thoughts of tenderness, and swung a fist at the foolish beauty. This time, Xiao Chusheng did not hesitate. He delivered a decisive kick squarely to the advancing fool's chest. The fool, oblivious to the presence of another, lunged forward, only to be sent sprawling. Infuriated, he spat curses. "Damn it, you bastard! I'll kill you!" Xiao Chusheng's gaze turned frigid, laced with a hint of murderous intent. He approached the fallen fool, unafraid of any retaliation. Should he dare to strike, it would warrant justification for self-defense. Why should I not have had my eye on her since her freshman year? Why not? I'll soon be interning, and I can earn a six-figure salary. I'll be an executive at a financial firm. Lin Shi, why do you look down on me? The boy's tirade echoed a sense of self-importance. Unfortunately, no one wished to listen to his diatribe. His words only served to deepen the disdain directed at him, as his reasoning was incomprehensible to anyone of sound mind. However, the reincarnated Xiao Chusheng could comprehend. Understanding the societal context of the era, it was clear that at this juncture, the internet had yet to proliferate, and many still clung to the notion of academic superiority. Some students in remote areas even believed that the college entrance examination could alter their fates. Indeed, it could change lives, but it was not an absolute guarantee. These students believed that gaining admission to a university would lead to good employment, with salaries reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions. This societal phenomenon persisted until the advent of the mobile internet, which dismantled information barriers across regions. Xiao Chusheng recognized this fellow, If memory served correctly, his name was Song Yu. He hailed from a province with scant educational resources, his family lacking both wealth and influence, an utterly ordinary individual. Yet, such a person harbored dreams of landing an internship at a prestigious company with a lavish salary. Xiao Chusheng could only scoff. After years of navigating the complexities of society, he had learned many of its harsh truths. Lacking connections and financial means while pursuing finance, it was safe to say that at least 99 of individuals in such a predicament would lead miserable lives. The rationale was simple. There are countless geniuses stronger than you. With nothing to offer, why would anyone employ you? Thus, those studying finance believed they could amass wealth in the field through two primary avenues: entrepreneurship, where the odds were stacked against them, or by courting wealthy patrons. First, one must possess good looks, and second, one must be adept in other ways. As for entering a large corporation, that was laughable. The funds of big companies were entrusted to those they implicitly trusted, never to be placed in the hands of outsiders. Those affluent scions studying finance did so to manage their own companies, essentially as insiders. As for ordinary finance graduates, even if they miraculously secured a position in a large firm, the pinnacle of their career would merely be as an accountant. Executives? That was a mere figment of their imagination. Squatting before the fallen boy, Xiao Chusheng lowered his voice and uttered coldly, "Do you wish to know how to destroy a person?" Huh. The boy's expression changed drastically at those words. Ignoring his reaction, Xiao Chusheng continued, his gaze darkening. "You, with your delusions of grandeur, will ultimately find yourself in servitude, working for someone like me. Unfortunately, I have no interest in employing you. You're talking nonsense." Song Yu, now frantic, refused to accept such a notion, deeming it absurd. How could someone of his high educational standing ever work for a mere student? Xiao Chusheng, however, paid no mind to his outburst and persisted. "I, a petty man, have always sought vengeance. Destroying scum like you is a trivial task. For instance, I could spend a little money to hire someone to flood your door lock with glue every day, or ambush you on your way home." At this, Xiao Chusheng revealed a sinister smile. "Oh, if you happen to work for a company where I have acquaintances, I could easily have you dismissed. Or I could send someone to disrupt your workplace daily. Which company would retain you then? Even if you were reduced to selling goods on the street. I could bribe a few thugs to smash your stall. Do you think your so-called prestigious qualifications would save you?" These are the most vile and malicious tactics that Xiao Chusheng had once employed against Lin Shi's foster parents. Now, he merely recounted them to this fellow named Song Yu. As he listened, Song Yu's face turned ashen. Xiao Chusheng had imparted a lesson on the treacherous nature of life. Yet, that was not the end of it. For Xiao Chusheng scoffed. "Speaking of the qualifications you pride yourself on, I could just as easily ruin those. For instance, I could create disturbances at this school every now and then, ensuring you never graduate." Let me ponder for a moment. Yes, for instance, if I were to spend some money to hire a streetwalker to create a scene at the school, claiming to be pregnant with your child, that would certainly amplify the impact. To further escalate the situation, I might even invest a bit more to publish an announcement about it. Hee. Do you truly believe that the school would intervene on behalf of someone as inconsequential as you? Song Yu's face drained of color, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. The aforementioned scenarios were merely a ploy by Xiao Chusheng to intimidate him, aimed at preventing a recurrence of the previous life's entanglement with Lin Shi. It would be impossible for the current Xiao Chusheng to employ such tactics against him, as he lacked both financial means and resources. However, it wouldn't be long before that changed. Of course, should it come to employing repugnant methods to deal with this individual, it was not beyond the realm of possibility, albeit rather troublesome. At this moment, Song Yu shed all his previous arrogance and insanity, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Brother, please, I beg you, spare me. I promise I will never dare to cross paths with Lin Shi again. I absolutely will not appear before her again. All right?" Xiao Chusheng spoke in a low tone, ensuring that the surrounding students remained oblivious to the content of their conversation. Yet, witnessing Song Yu's sudden capitulation left them in shock. What on earth transpired? Chapter 45. Settling down? What happened? Why is he like this? I don't know. Why did he suddenly back down? The whispers of the crowd grew, while Song Yu, oblivious to their murmurs, knelt before Xiao Chusheng, weeping uncontrollably, utterly disregarding his own image. He may have been shameless and foolish, but he was not genuinely formidable. Confronted by someone even more unscrupulous, more shameless, and far more ruthless, he was but a coward among cowards. Xiao Chusheng had to acknowledge that while some methods were morally questionable, even bordering on illegal, they were indeed effective. Certain vile individuals exploit loopholes in the law, and while the law protects the virtuous, it inadvertently shelters the scoundrels as well. This is an undeniable truth. Therefore, when dealing with such despicable beings, Employing any means necessary is not excessive. Xiao Chusheng disdainfully kicked him, admonishing him not to touch him. Get lost. If you dare to show yourself in front of my sure again, I won't hesitate to let you experience what I just alluded to. Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, stumbling to his feet in a frantic attempt to escape. Today, he had lost all semblance of dignity. But just as he rose, his legs buckled, and he fell once more in a most undignified manner. It wasn't until the crowd dispersed that the onlookers began to drift away. Yet, a few remained, curiously observing the trio. For both Lin Shi and the foolish beauty were undeniably stunning. Particularly, Qi Shanshan, the foolish one, was so strikingly beautiful that many assumed she was a freshman or an outsider. Some even dared to approach, eager to obtain Qi Shanshan's contact information, but hesitated, deterred by her aloof demeanor that screamed, "Stay away." Little did they know, this beauty was plagued by social anxiety. Xiao Chusheng, uninterested in their antics, patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. "Go grab your things, and we'll leave." Lin Shi, still somewhat dazed, snapped back to reality at his words, responding with a soft and finally ascended the stairs. It was then that Xiao Chusheng noticed a girl nearby, none other than Zhuwen, who had just chased Lin Shi down the stairs. Xiao Chusheng recognized her, having interacted with her in his previous life. It could be said that Zhuwen was one of Lin Shi's closest friends. Particularly during the times when her foster parents were most exploitative, Zhuwen often treated Lin Shi to meals, alleviating some of her burdens. These were stories Xiao Chusheng had later learned from Lin Shi herself, which shaped his favorable opinion of Zhuwen. Of course, he could only feign ignorance of her presence, having learned to be cautious not to reveal his identity as a reborn individual. Eventually, Zhuwen approached Xiao Chusheng, initiating a conversation. "You must be Ashur's boyfriend?" Xiao Chusheng neither confirmed nor denied, instead countering with a question. "And you are?" "I'm her roommate. We share a bed," Zhuwen replied with evident pride, a mischievous smile gracing her face as she teased. "Aren't you envious?" Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed Zhuwen possessed a rather cheeky disposition. Their previous encounters had been few, and he had never noticed this aspect of her character. But upon reflection, it made sense by the time Xiao Chusheng met Zhuwen. Lin Shi was already grappling with depression, creating a heavy atmosphere that stifled any lightheartedness. Subsequently, Lin Shi became inseparable from Xiao Chusheng, leaving her encounters with Zhuwen few and far between. The most vivid memory was several years after their university graduation, at a gathering of Lin Shi's classmates. When Zhuwen had asked Xiao Chusheng how he viewed Lin Shi, did he intend to keep her hanging? At that time, Xiao Chusheng had remained silent, internally leaning toward a relationship with Lin Shi, yet still tethered to Zheng Jiai, his first love from school days. Though their relationship had long since lost its spark, he was loath to let go. Thus, he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol that night, leading to a regrettable encounter with Lin Shi. Reflecting on that night, now left Xiao Chusheng in a state of daze. So, faced with Zhuwen's teasing, his initial reaction was one of shock, quickly followed by a retort, naturally not envious. "What? You're not envious? I share a bed with Ashur. We're together every day, even sharing the same blanket." "No, you can't," Xiao Chusheng declared with a mix of pride and satisfaction, "because from now on, she will be with me every day." Zhuwen then caught on. "Wait, you're planning to have Lin Shi move off campus?" "Well, something like that," Xiao Chusheng replied evasively, allowing her to draw her own conclusions. During their conversation, Zhuwen noticed the foolish beauty following Xiao Chusheng and recalled the fierce scene where she had decisively dealt with Song Yu, coupled with Qi Shanshan's distant demeanor. To Zhuwen, this girl was nothing short of a heroine. If Xiao Chusheng knew what Zhuwen was thinking, he might have burst out laughing at the audacity of her imagination. "A heroine?" Zhuwen queried cautiously. Not suspecting anything untoward, Zhuwen did not entertain bizarre notions, such as Xiao Chusheng straddling two boats, a notion far too scandalous for an innocent and naive university student. "Qi Shanshan, she is." Before Xiao Chusheng could fabricate an appropriate identity, Lin Shi reappeared, laden with bags of clothing. "So much?" The others exclaimed in surprise. Lin Shi, sheepishly scratching her head, explained, "These are all clean clothes, including extras for the next few months." "A few months?" Zhuwen remarked with a puzzled expression. "Isn't summer vacation just around the corner? Why bring so much?" Both Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan shared her confusion. Lin Shi, blushing, offered an awkward smile as she clarified, "Well, since you all came, I thought it would be convenient to bring them along, so I wouldn't have to come back next week to retrieve them. After all, I can't carry too much on my own." "Oh." Xiao Chusheng comprehended the situation. The reasoning was quite sound. Yet, Zhuwen remained utterly perplexed. But she seized upon a key phrase in Lin Shi's dialogue. "Wait a moment. Ashur, where are you headed?" The The summer vacation has concluded. Aren't you returning to attend classes? Lin Sure was momentarily caught off guard by the question, shaking her head in confusion. No, of course, I will return for class. Then what about all these clothes? Oh, these? Although I will come back for classes, I likely won't be residing at the school anymore. For an extended period. Aside from attending classes, I will probably be spending most of my time in Hangzhou. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wen let out a sigh of relief. However, she suddenly froze, her voice rising by several octaves. What? You're planning to settle in Hangzhou? Half an hour later, Xiao Chusheng and the three ladies arrived at a hot pot restaurant near the finance college. Lin Sure attempted various excuses to decline, but Xiao Chusheng would not grant her the opportunity to refuse, insisting on bringing her along. During lunchtime, while Lin Sure was tidying her belongings in the dormitory, she was cornered by Song Yu and his entourage. She had asked Zhu Wen to bring her lunch, but Song Yu's group recognized Zhu Wen immediately, quickly deducing that the food was meant for Lin Sure. Consequently, they snatched it away downstairs, hoping to coerce Lin Sure into coming down. Thinking of this, Zhu Wen trembled with anger. That Song Yu is utterly disgusting. He truly deserves a scolding. All right, Wen, why bother discussing him? Lin Sure consoled the furious Zhu Wen. By the way, is it really necessary for you to bring my food when you're eating? Zhu Wen felt a bit embarrassed, considering it was inappropriate for her to intrude upon a couple's meal. It's no trouble. You usually take such good care, sure. It's only right that I treat you. Unfortunately, I have no idea when I'll be back in Shanghai again. Today is merely a coincidence, Xiao Chusheng spoke calmly. He smiled slightly, adopting a contrite demeanor. As long as you don't mind that it's during mealtime, I think it's fine, especially since you already had lunch. Zhu Wen quickly waved her hand. Not at all. Moreover, it's nearly 4 o'clock. Our school serves dinner at 6. Xiao Chusheng nodded, his gaze inadvertently softening as it landed on Lin Sure, who was indulging in lamb slices. Looking over at the ditzy beauty beside him, he noted that despite having eaten a box meal at noon, she was now ravenously stuffing herself with tripe, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Well, it was evident that she was quite the foodie. Given that the boxed lunch had indeed been rather lackluster, Xiao Chusheng refrained from commenting on her eating habits. Meanwhile, Zhu Wen occasionally cast furtive glances at Lin Sure and then at Qi Shanshan, her eyes ablaze with curiosity. Nevertheless, everyone tacitly avoided discussing these matters, with the exception of one oblivious fool who lacked the wit to ponder them. By the way, Sure, you're going to Hangzhou, and won't he be coming back? Zhu Wen inquired with curiosity. Lin Sure, caught off guard by the question, shot Zhu Wen a disdainful glance. I still have classes. How could I possibly not return? Ah, right. In truth, Zhu Wen had numerous questions she wished to ask, but was at a loss as to where to begin. After devouring 2 shrimp, she shifted her focus to Xiao Chusheng. So, Xiao Chusheng? Yes, indeed. My mother's surname is Chu, and my father's is Xiao. 2 illiterates came together and ended up naming me a little beast. His self-deprecating humor elicited laughter from the 3 ladies. One could only say that old Xiao and old Chu were quite adept at naming. However, Xiao Chusheng undeniably embodied the essence of his name through his actions. To refer to himself as a beast was, in fact, a compliment. Zhu Wen giggled uncontrollably, finally managing to compose herself, wiping away her tears before steering the conversation back to serious matters. So, Xiao Chusheng, you're studying in Hangzhou? She probed into his circumstances. Given her close relationship with Lin Sure, she felt it was her duty to ensure Lin Sure's safety, especially since, from her perspective, Lin Sure was embarking on a romantic quest to Hangzhou, a rather precarious situation. What if Xiao Chusheng turned out to be of poor character? Xiao Chusheng glanced at Lin Sure, only to find her gaze equally bewildered, indicating that she had not shared much about him with Zhu Wen. Well, I suppose it won't be long before I become your schoolmate. Xiao Chusheng responded with honesty, as there was no need for concealment. Once he began studying in Shanghai, everyone would soon know. Zhu Wen was momentarily stunned, her mind filled with questions. Huh? What do you mean? Cough, Wen, I'm older than him. He won't be joining our school for a while yet. Lin Sure interjected, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurried to clarify. Zhu Wen's voice suddenly escalated. Huh? I was about to tell you in the dormitory, but then Song Yu interrupted. Lin Sure felt awkward saying this. Zhu Wen's eyes were wide with confusion. As she recalled the situation, it seemed to indeed be the case. No wonder Lin Sure appeared to be wearing an expression that suggested complexities beyond words. Was it because she was a cougar? Wait, that couldn't be right. Lin Sure was merely 3 years older, so perhaps this should be termed a woman of 3 years older, embracing a golden brick? Understanding Xiao Chusheng's background, Zhu Wen's gaze toward him grew more complex. How could such a young man manage to win over the goddess of the finance college? This lad had something remarkable about him. Rather than belittling him for his youth, Zhu felt a weighty sense of seriousness. In her view, this young man undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, how could Lin Shi, with her assets, possibly be attracted to him? However, these were thoughts she could not voice. Zhu silently tucked them away, planning to probe further when the opportunity arose. Oh, by the way, let me give you my phone number. If anything comes up, you can call me. Lin Shi suddenly remembered, hastily jotting it down for Zhu. Zhu looked somewhat surprised. You bought a phone? It's not mine. I borrowed it. As she spoke, Lin Shi instinctively glanced at the ditzy beauty who was thoroughly engrossed in her meal, her lips smeared with red oil, resembling a pair of fiery red lips. This girl seemed a bit slow on the uptake, completely unaware of their conversation. Should she be deemed innocent or simply naive? Lin Shi felt a whirlwind of emotions as she regarded Qi Shanshan. After finishing their meal, they parted ways. Zhu returning to the school, while Xiao Chusheng and the others planned to head back to Hangzhou. Before leaving, Zhu pulled Lin Shi aside to whisper a few words, specifically reminding her to stay safe. Although she held a favorable impression of Xiao Chusheng, recognizing that he had traveled all the way from Hangzhou to protect Lin Shi, which spoke volumes about her significance in his heart. By the way, I hesitated to ask something earlier. Zhu suddenly lowered her voice. As a student from Hangzhou, how did you two meet? Lin Shi's expression froze for a moment. This matter was somewhat enigmatic, and even if she explained, Zhu might not believe her. After all, he had appeared out of nowhere, immediately proposing to support her. Was it romantic or abstract? Noticing Lin Shi's silence, Zhu felt she might have crossed into sensitive territory and quickly shifted her inquiry. I want to pry further. But what about the girl with you? I can't shake the feeling that their relationship is not ordinary. Another precarious question. Lin Shi felt as though her throat had been constricted. Ultimately, she could only muster a smile. All right, Wen, let us leave it at that. This is the life I've chosen for myself, and I have no regrets. Zhu was momentarily taken aback by this statement, but as she processed it, her mind seemed to explode with understanding. Lin Shi's response felt somewhat evasive, yet seemed to encompass everything. From a distance, Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng departed, accompanied by Qi Shanshan. Although it was a trio, the scene appeared remarkably harmonious, yet jarring. Zhu felt a profound sense of unease in her heart. However, being an outsider in this situation, she deemed it inappropriate to voice her opinions and could only silently wish Lin Shi well, hoping her choices were prudent. Are we not heading towards the train station? Lin Shi inquired, suspecting that Xiao Chusheng had taken a wrong turn. Unbeknownst to her, he was likely more familiar with the roads of Shanghai than she was. Fear not, I haven't tiered. I'm simply picking up a few items along the way. Xiao Chusheng clarified. Buying items? Lin Shi asked, intrigued. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Indeed, it's quite a hassle to come to Shanghai, and I figured since I'm here, I might as well purchase some crayfish to take back. Crayfish? What are those? Lin Shi had never encountered them before. This was quite normal. The consumption of crayfish only became popular in China after 2010. Prior to that, many regions even fed crayfish to pigs due to their alarmingly low prices. Although Hangzhou later emerged as a so-called new first-tier city, at that moment, it could barely be classified as a second-tier city, and crayfish were virtually unseen. Thus, Xiao Chusheng believed this item might possess potential, albeit with some uncertainty. He considered buying some to sell and, if unsuccessful, to enjoy himself. Upon reaching the largest seafood market, the trio spent considerable time searching before discovering a vendor who sold the coveted crustaceans. The vendor was incredulous at Xiao Chusheng's intention to purchase such items, indicating that the market for them had yet to open up. In a few years, however, these delicacies would reign supreme in night markets, leaving shrimp farmers struggling to meet demand, and even the buyers would find it difficult to procure them. Xiao Chusheng's interest in this particular item was primarily motivated by its affordability. While in later years a pound could cost tens of yuan, in 2007, a pound of live crayfish was priced at less than 4 yuan, a profit margin that was mouth-watering to contemplate. Unlike oysters, crayfish could be pre-cooked and sold, allowing for quicker service without the limitations imposed by the need for immediate preparation. On the evening prior to their market stall, or perhaps around noon, they could sauté the purchased crayfish, ready to sell by nightfall. Many eager customers could simply buy and leave without waiting. This arrangement effectively created an additional revenue stream, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it appeared entirely feasible. Be careful not to pinch your fingers, Shanshan, Lin Shi exclaimed, alarmed as she noticed the dim-witted beauty squatting there, poking at the crayfish, and quickly intervened. Xiao Chusheng's lips twitched. This wretched sense of déjà vu, why did it increasingly resemble a couple with a daughter? After a round of haggling with the vendor, Xiao Chusheng ultimately purchased 150 pounds at the price of 3.5 yuan per pound. While this sounded substantial, it would likely only last 2 or 3 days at best, provided there was a surge in sales. Nevertheless, even a gradual sell-off posed little concern. If frozen, they could last at least 10 days to half a month without issue. This was his plan, prompting him to ask the vendor to pack them into several manageable boxes. Observing the 5 foam boxes packed for transport, Xiao Chusheng scratched his head. It seems I may have overpurchased. The journey from Shanghai to Hangzhou is rather lengthy. I'll help you, Lin Shi quietly offered, lifting one foam box. It was heavy, but manageable, though she teetered slightly. Just as she intended to lift the second box, Xiao Chusheng snatched it away. One is about your limit. I'll carry 2. However, as Xiao Chusheng prepared to lift another foam box, the dim-witted beauty unexpectedly came over to carry one away. It was reminiscent of when she had snatched a bottle from his hands. Despite being the weakest among them, she had no trouble carrying one. The vendor would assist with a cart to transport the items from the market, and the taxi ride to the train station would only require them to carry the boxes for a short distance before entering the station. Left behind were Lin Shi and the dim-wit, watching as Xiao Chusheng made multiple trips inside, easily managing one box at a time. Xiao Chusheng confirmed, "You can handle that, right?" Qi Shanshan nodded, her stubborn little pout appearing quite adorable. The 3 of them shared an inexplicable harmony. On the train, Lin Shi suddenly gasped, drawing the attention of all the passengers in the compartment. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Xiao Chusheng, lowering her voice, "We're all here. So who will pick up the oysters?" "Do not worry," Xiao Chusheng chuckled softly. "I anticipated this before we left. So I used Qi Shanshan's phone to inform the supervisor about the situation. He will arrive a bit later. If we return too late, we'll hand them over to Qinbin." Lin Shi exhaled in relief. That's a relief. Xiao Chusheng felt fortunate for having obtained the supervisor's contact information that day. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. As for Qinbin, while reaching out might be somewhat challenging, he had mentioned that he would check on Lin Shi every afternoon, making it likely he would be nearby Qi Shanshan's home. Perhaps due to the fatigue of travel, the dim-witted beauty fell asleep on Xiao Chusheng's shoulder shortly after boarding. Lin Shi rested her chin against her hand, quietly observing the sleeping girl, lost in thought. After an indeterminate amount of time passed, Lin Shi broke the silence. "This girl, she must like you, doesn't she?" Xiao Chusheng fell silent, not out of evasion, but rather uncertainty about how to respond. "I don't know," he finally admitted. "She is a bit naive and innocent, lacking guile, so whether she truly understands what liking someone means is hard to say." Lin Shi also fell silent, aware that Xiao Chusheng spoke the truth. In Qi Shanshan, there existed a rare purity and innocence. Xiao Chusheng gently stroked the hair of the dim-witted beauty resting on his shoulder, sincerely reflecting, "This girl is surprisingly perceptive. Oh yes, your description of her as naturally naive fits perfectly. She is simply a fool. What malice could a fool possibly harbor?" Both of them silently regarded the sleeping Qi Shanshan, both aware of her circumstances. In many ways, Lin Shi and she could be considered kindred spirits. Though their experiences differed, they shared a commonality. Both were pitiful girls devoid of familial love. Xiao Chusheng squinted his eyes, inhaling deeply before continuing. "To her, whether it's love or any form of affection is not particularly significant. Just like a drowning person grasping at a straw. She instinctively clings to what she perceives as safety. A girl unloved encounters a special boy. Although he may appear mischievous, he has never truly harmed her. This extraordinary individual enters her solitary life, and she greedily savors the feeling of companionship. It is not about love, it is simply that. Actually, you must have noticed long ago," Xiao Chusheng smiled, countering Lin Shi. "She has no defenses against you and treats you as someone akin to me." Lin Shi's expression shifted, feeling a tightness in her chest. "For her, perhaps I am like family to you?" She chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Indeed, we are family," Xiao Chusheng affirmed, his tone low yet resolute. Chapter 48. Implementation of the second plan. By the time they returned to Hangzhou, it was nearly 7 in the evening, prompting Xiao Chusheng and the others to hastily retrieve the barbecue cart from the dim-witted beauty's home. Would these items be a bit monotonous? Lin Shi mused anxiously as she gazed at the offerings displayed in the barbecue cart's window. "Indeed, there is a slight shortfall, but circumstances arose hastily," lamented Xiao Chusheng. In truth, these items were hastily procured while purchasing crayfish in Shanghai, including a substantial piece of lamb and some ready-made skewers. Upon arrival, Qinbin and a few others were already there awaiting him. "Boss, I have received your oysters," Qinbin exclaimed, hurrying over to greet Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng nodded. "Thank you for your efforts. I was delayed returning from Shanghai due to some unexpected matters. With the spirited intimidation from Chun Bin and his companions the previous day, no one dared encroach upon this territory. A peculiar sense of becoming a local strongman enveloped Xiao Chusheng. Would it not sweep me away during the campaign against organized crime? His mood was tumultuous. He hastily set up the stall, and as the fragrant aroma of garlic from the grilled oysters and the tantalizing scent of the impromptu lamb skewers wafted through the park, customers soon began to arrive, drawn by the enticing smells. The standard attire for the local residents consisted of baggy shorts and flip-flops. "Boss, you've come quite late today. When I first arrived, I thought you wouldn't set up shop," a returning customer remarked, marking his third visit in as many days. Xiao Chusheng greeted him with a smile. "I was delayed due to some matters, but barring inclement weather, I should be here regularly." "That's splendid. I truly enjoy your oysters. I've noticed they are hard to find at other stalls." "Indeed, acquiring the stock was no small feat. But I will introduce some new items tomorrow for you to sample," Xiao Chusheng replied. The uncle, eagerly awaiting his grilled oysters, perked up. "New items? Pray tell. What might they be?" Xiao Chusheng did not hold back, considering the new offerings would be available by the next day. "Crayfish, spicy stir-fried, delightfully fragrant. Though the meat is somewhat scant, those who cannot handle spice might find it unsuitable." "Oh, that dish, I've encountered it before, quite delightful, albeit with less meat." The elder brother, a true gourmet, had indeed tried it before. "However, your stall seems a tad sparse today. Will you have enough to sell?" He opened the display case, hoping to select some leeks or similar accompaniments, only to find a limited variety available. "I returned late and just sent someone to fetch more. But I can't guarantee the quantity," Xiao Chusheng admitted with a hint of frustration. He had instructed Chun Bin to take a few people to the nearby supermarkets and markets, hoping to procure whatever fresh produce was still available to enhance their offerings. While the prices at the supermarket were somewhat elevated, there was still a profit to be made in grilling, far better than having nothing to sell at all. However, given the time, freshness was a concern, so he urged Chun Bin to avoid any wilted vegetables, while Xiao Chusheng attended to the customers. Lin Shi and the clumsy beauty busily assembled lamb skewers nearby. They had prepped the ingredients at the clumsy beauty's home, marinating them in a secret sauce during transit. Though the usual order of operations was reversed, it did not hinder the process. It merely left their hands in a sticky mess. "Be careful, the two of you. Do not injure yourselves in your haste," Xiao Chusheng cautioned, recalling the previous incident where Ji Shanshan had cried out in pain. "Understood." Chun Bin and the others returned with some vegetables, having washed them beforehand. This prompted Xiao Chusheng to regard Chun Bin with newfound respect, despite his seemingly lackadaisical demeanor. He displayed considerable foresight. Realizing Chun Bin was worth cultivating, he called him over. "Binzi, come here, observe my technique." He summoned Chun Bin to teach him the art of grilling. This trip to Shanghai had illuminated for Xiao Chusheng the necessity of not relying solely on his own efforts, even as he remained in the early stages of capital accumulation. To put it plainly, hard work was essential to generating initial funding. After all, one cannot expect to reap rewards without putting in the effort. Such is the nature of the world. Risk and toil are inevitable. One cannot desire a prosperous life without investment. Yet, he could pivot his strategy to leverage the capabilities of Chun Bin and his group. Initially, he intended to wait until he had amassed his first capital infusion before employing them, but circumstances dictated change. Thus, as he instructed Chun Bin, he also prepared the vegetables he had brought. "Pay attention. Once you grasp the technique, I may have you fill in for me from time to time," he informed Chun Bin. The latter had no objections. "You are the boss. Your word is law." At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they amassed a few thousand yuan, more than sufficient for their barbecue stall. Money should not be hoarded. The true principle lies in letting money work for you. Consequently, Xiao Chusheng resolved to establish an additional stall with minimal initial costs, not seeking exorbitant profits, merely aiming for a reasonable return. He decided to let Chun Bin and his crew manage this new venture. He conveyed his plan to Chun Bin. "I will provide the capital and expertise. You will operate the stall according to my guidelines, and you will keep 40% of the profits, which you can distribute as you see fit." Chun Bin was taken aback. He had anticipated receiving a salary a month later, never expecting such fortune to arrive so swiftly. His companions were equally astonished. While they were unsure of the exact value of 40%, they had witnessed the stall's popularity and had faith in Xiao Chusheng's acumen. "My expectations of you are simple. First, comply with instructions. Second, adhere to the rules. Remember, this world no longer resolves issues through brute force. It is intelligence that earns legal and compliant profits. Of course, should others envy your success, you must be prepared to defend yourselves. Understood?" "Understood." The spirited group responded in unison, startling several customers nearby. Despite their bravado, Chun Bin and his companions did not act recklessly. The current public order was far more lenient than in later years, and a few ruffians on the streets were quite common, eliciting little concern from anyone. Let us endure a few more days, and we will soon find ourselves less fatigued, Xiao Chusheng whispered to Lin Shi. She nodded in agreement. Once all the skewers were prepared and the stall was in full operation, Xiao Chusheng finally exhaled with relief. Indeed, arriving at 7 was cutting it close. Yet seeing the long queue of customers before him prompted him to mutter, "Today's earnings may not suffer too greatly after all." Chapter 49. The Dual Beauties Serving as Living Advertisements. He entrusted the stall to Lin Shi, while the clumsy beauty remained to assist. Though Ji Shanshan was somewhat dim-witted, she was still capable of contributing. Xiao Chusheng returned to the clumsy beauty's home, intending to process the crayfish. Otherwise, by the time he finished after closing, it would be well past midnight. Presumably, both old Xiao and old Chu would return home tonight, so lingering outside was not an option. Processing crayfish was indeed laborious. If possible, he would prefer to sell frozen shrimp tails. However, those were notoriously difficult to find in 2007, leaving him with no choice but to sell what he could obtain. Although cleaning whole shrimp was more cumbersome, it yielded a higher profit margin. Armed with a shoe brush purchased from a convenience store, Xiao Chusheng turned on the tap and scrubbed the crayfish vigorously. Yet, managing to clean 150 pounds in such a short time was clearly ambitious. After over an hour, he had only managed to process a little over 10 pounds. The arduous task of dealing with this has indeed become quite exasperating, hasn't it? While others have grown numb to the effort, the delicacy in question, though delectable and yielding a fair profit, demands an inordinate amount of labor. Xiao Chusheng has, in fact, relinquished the notion of earning extra income through crayfish, given the limitations of his manpower. Yet, as he pondered with his chin resting in his hand, he considered enlisting the help of Chun Bin and his companions. With a few hands assisting, the process should expedite considerably. With the prepared chili, a medley of spices, and the beer procured from a wholesaler intended for his barbecue stand, he hastily sautéed over 10 pounds of crayfish. Mindful that excessive spiciness might deter some patrons, he refrained from adding too much chili. In light of this consideration, he decided to prepare a portion with garlic as well to gauge its appeal. Once cooked, he carefully stored the crayfish in a clean bucket and made his way to the park, stopping to purchase 3 servings of rice along the way. After such a busy day, neither he nor Lin Shi had eaten yet, while a certain foolish beauty had already indulged in quite a few skewers. Every day, this particular individual seems to consume dozens of skewers at the stall. However, Xiao Chusheng was indifferent to this. He was not lacking in resources, and besides, who knows? She might eventually become the mother of his child. Is there anything wrong with providing for the mother of your child? Not all. Come, try a bit. I've sautéed some for you. As Xiao Chusheng lifted the lid of the bucket, an irresistible aroma of shellfish enveloped the stall. He peeled a few crayfish for Lin Shi, instructing her, "You've got the hang of it, right? Grasp the head, twist, and pull, then you can enjoy it." Feeding her, Lin Shi chewed, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "This is delicious." Xiao Chusheng nodded in agreement. The fact that this dish could become the king of the night market in the future was undoubtedly justified. While the meat may be scant, the flavor was undeniably exquisite. Although many assume that eating crayfish is merely indulging in the seasoning, the reality is that using the same condiments on ordinary shrimp yields entirely different results. The foolish beauty could hardly contain her eagerness and approached Xiao Chusheng, requesting him to feed her as well. With no other option, he peeled a few more for her. "All right, you've learned how to peel. Now do it yourself. You enjoy your meal while I attend to the customers." With that, Xiao Chusheng took Lin Shi's place, allowing her and the foolish beauty to dine. The 2 lovely ladies, one tall and one petite, clutched the bucket of crayfish, unable to stop eating. They gasped and panted, overwhelmed by the spiciness. Yet, the hotter it became, the more they craved it. Thus, they became living advertisements, reminiscent of the time when oysters were sold. The patrons lining up at the stall had long been enticed by the aroma, their mouths watering in anticipation. Someone couldn't help but inquire, "Boss, are you planning to sell these crayfish?" Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback by the question. "I can sell them. I just haven't set a price yet. I plan to start selling them tomorrow." "Oh, what might the price be?" "Well, it's hard to say. Perhaps around 20 to 30 yuan per serving, which would consist of about 10 to 20 pieces. He gauged the situation. It seemed reasonable enough. The questioners didn't perceive it as exorbitant. Xiao Chusheng understood their perspective. Firstly, this delicacy was not yet widely available, and secondly, Hangzhou, being a city with a higher cost of living, justified the pricing. Furthermore, the crayfish appeared substantial, and 10 to 20 pieces sounded impressive. However, once they partook, they would realize that the actual edible portion was quite minimal. Even a dozen pieces would amount to only a couple of bites, which could be deemed visually deceptive. Therefore, to truly satiate one's hunger, one might need to consume several pounds. As Lin Sure and the foolish beauty indulged, the bucket of crayfish was swiftly depleted. Due to the uncertainty in pricing, Xiao Chuxing sold them at 1 yuan each. If he continued at this low price, it would not hold for the following day. The patrons seemed to understand this. You should try some too. He gestured to Chen Bin and his group, encouraging them to sample a couple. They had been observing for a while and were curious about the enticing aroma. Upon tasting, they were enlightened. Chen Bin couldn't help but praise boss with this flavor. You're bound to sell out. Xiao Chusheng sighed resignedly. That's a given, but while this dish is profitable, it requires considerable effort. I intend for you all to assist with the preparation shortly. That is certainly no problem, Chen Bin readily agreed. With 150 pounds of crayfish, his friends could manage the task in 2 hours. Sautéing them would be a breeze. The foolish beauty had a large freezer at home, so once Chen Bin and the others finished washing them, they could be stored there. Thus, Xiao Chusheng led Chen Bin to fetch the remaining crayfish from Qi Shanshan's place, instructing them to wash as many as they could. When it was time to close the stall, Chen Bin obediently took his crew away. Meanwhile, Xiao Chusheng returned to complete his final shift. At 11:30, he brought back the clean crayfish to Qi Shanshan's place. After counting the day's earnings, the trio stood in stunned silence. Although the income included money from the crayfish, the total was nearly the same as the previous day. Xiao Chusheng was perplexed. Perhaps the reputation of the oysters had drawn in numerous new customers. Lin Sure attempted to analyze. Though we arrive around 7, the peak business hour is actually after 8. Xiao Chusheng contemplated. That makes sense. Should we really sell the crayfish? Lin Sure expressed her concerns. While they are indeed tasty, the meat is rather scarce. Aside from the body, the claws and legs yield little substance. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but chuckle at her remark. Many vendors have pondered this question, only to be proven wrong in the end. Just wait and see. They will undoubtedly sell, albeit with considerable effort. He articulated his thoughts. We'll assess the market response first. If demand is high, I'll have Chen Bin's team assist in preparation. Otherwise, I'll abandon the idea. With Xiao Chusheng's resolution, Lin Sure felt reassured. As chapter 50 unfolded, your sister saw you leaving the hotel with a girl. When the time came, Xiao Chusheng prepared to return home, and Lin Sure instinctively followed. All right, you'll be staying at Qi Shanshan's place tonight. Xiao Chusheng remembered, informing Lin Sure. My parents are likely returning home today. Oh, Lin Sure and the foolish beauty nearby both jolted slightly. After exiting the foolish beauty's abode, Xiao Chusheng did not head home immediately. Instead, he sought out Chen Bin. This lad was in the backyard of a nearby internet cafe, assisting with the crayfish preparation. And by the time Xiao Chusheng arrived, the last batch of over 100 pounds was nearly finished. Indeed, having more hands made the task easier. Boss, you've arrived. Chen Bin greeted him with a broad smile. Xiao Chusheng nodded, responding with a brief hum. Once you're done, let us store them in the cafe's freezer for now. Offer the owner a few tins as a token of gratitude. It's late, and the boss's family is likely asleep, so let us not disturb them. Chen Bin quickly offered. No need. There is space in my home's fridge. I can take them back. Xiao Chusheng had no objections, but he remained cautious regarding Chen Bin. Although he trusted Chen Bin not to engage in any reckless behavior, he was aware that his companions were merely a group of inexperienced youths, not all of whom could be deemed trustworthy. Identifying worthy and reliable subordinates would undoubtedly take some time. After ensuring Chen Bin was settled, Xiao Chusheng returned home. As expected, he found the lights on downstairs. Old Xiao had indeed returned. Silently ascending the stairs, he opened the door to find old Xiao engrossed in watching television. You rascal, why are you home so late? Although old Xiao's tone carried an admonishing note, his face bore a look of affection. Upon hearing his father's voice, Xiao Chusheng's body instinctively froze. This marked the first occasion since his rebirth that he had laid eyes on his father. Unlike in his previous life, where over a decade had elapsed, the elder Xiao still bore a relatively modest amount of gray hair. Frankly speaking, aside from a tinge of sentimentality, Xiao Chusheng felt little emotion. Perhaps this was due to the lack of regrets he harbored towards his parents in his former life. After all, despite enduring hardships, he ultimately emerged as a paragon in their eyes. Yet, he vividly recalled that the initial funds for his entrepreneurial endeavors had been provided by his father. And when his career faced obstacles, it was once again his father who discreetly offered financial support from his hidden reserves. With this in mind, a smile crept onto Xiao Chusheng's face as he remarked, Old Xiao, how could you bear to return home? What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Can I not return to my own home? The elder Xiao's expression was stern, reflecting his displeasure. The father and son exchanged a few words when suddenly, his mother, Chu Qing, emerged from the bedroom and enveloped Xiao Chusheng in a warm embrace. Son, have you missed your mother? Not at all, Xiao Chusheng replied with unwavering conviction, prompting the elder Chu to playfully ruffle his hair in exasperation. The familial atmosphere had always been harmonious. Otherwise, he might not have had the opportunity to succeed in his entrepreneurial journey in his previous life. Generally speaking, the aspirations of parents significantly influence the heights their children can attain. Were he to have different parents, upon hearing of his intention to venture into the saturated internet economy, they might have been inclined to discourage him vehemently. How was dinner? Are you hungry? Chu Qing had always indulged Xiao Chusheng, a fact that had much to do with his own understanding and maturity. I've eaten. It's getting late. I'll wash up and head to bed. Xiao Chusheng deftly shifted the topic. In his recollection, it seemed that their meetings had become increasingly infrequent over time. The family faced considerable expenses, college, marriage, leading the elder Xiao to resign from his state-owned enterprise job and open a small restaurant. The business thrived, proving more lucrative than his previous employment. Although the state-owned enterprise offered stability, it lacked prospects for advancement, particularly in the year 2007. Prior to resigning, the elder Zhao's monthly salary barely exceeded 5,000, whereas running the restaurant, after accounting for various expenses, yielded a net profit of over 20,000. However, this figure paled in comparison to Xiao Chusheng's recent ventures, which he was reluctant to disclose to his parents. Regardless of his earnings, they would undoubtedly insist he prioritize his studies, deferring any talk of wealth until after graduation. This perspective was common among most parents. Yet, that was the ideal scenario. The reality was that opportunities never wait for anyone. The winds of fortune do not linger for those unprepared. By the time one is ready, it may be too late. After washing up, the elder Xiao suddenly interjected. By the way, you little rascal, are you in a relationship? The question caught him off guard as he pondered what had gone awry. Wait, in his previous life, the elder Xiao was unaware of his romantic involvement until much later. How did he know now? Xiao Chusheng instinctively assumed the elder was referring to Zhang Jiai, as he had only informed his parents about their relationship after more than a year of dating. Could it be the butterfly effect of his rebirth? Xiao Chusheng pondered this, but maintained a facade of composure as he inquired, How did you hear about this? The elder Xiao did not conceal the truth. That girl Yurong came by the restaurant this afternoon and mentioned it. Xiao Yurong, his cousin, was the daughter of the elder Zhao's brother and attended the 6th middle school. Due to its proximity to the restaurant, she often dined there. However, Xiao Chusheng was skeptical. How did she find out? Can her words be trusted? His doubts were not unfounded, as he had never disclosed his pursuit of Zhang Jiai to Xiao Yurong at this juncture in his previous life. Moreover, since his rebirth, he had no further entanglements with Zhang Jiai, making it even more implausible for her to know. Something felt amiss. There was undoubtedly something wrong. However, the elder Xiao responded, Yes, that is why I'm asking you. If I were sure, why would I even bother asking? She claimed that one morning on her way to school, she saw you exiting a couple's hotel with a girl, though she herself doubted whether she had seen correctly. Xiao Chusheng felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that day? He had been spotted by a relative's daughter while with the foolish Chishinshin. This truly was a prime example of the butterfly effect. Nevertheless, Xiao Chusheng feigned calmness. Oh, that was me. Do you believe it? The elder Xiao stared at him in silence for a moment before breaking into a laugh. Is there any need to ask? Of course. I don't believe you. Xiao Chusheng was left questioning his existence. Did his father have so little faith in him? Did he truly appear so disreputable? While he had managed to keep this secret from his father, for reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar sense of betrayal. Dejected, Xiao Chusheng retreated to his bedroom, unwilling to utter another word to the elder Xiao. The pain was excruciating. Meanwhile, at Chishinshin's home, the foolish beauty and Lin Shi, two stunning young women, were bathing together. Their outward appearance suggested an extraordinary bond, yet in reality, Chishinshin was simply pure-hearted and naive, devoid of any ulterior motives. Faced with such an innocent soul, Lin Shi could not bring herself to be unkind. Chapter 51. The inability to see the future is due to seeing the future. The harmless fool Chishinshin was being scrubbed down by Lin Shi, and due to the overwhelming comfort, she felt herself drifting into a stupor. Lin Shi, observing Chishinshin's drowsy demeanor, could not help but shake her head. Wake up, Shan, wake up. Only after being thoroughly scrubbed did Chishinshin finally open her bleary eyes. She instinctively checked her back. All clean. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle. I've scrubbed you so well. How could you not be clean? Oh, Chishinshin replied. Her eyes filled with confusion before she softly added, I used to wash alone, and my hands couldn't reach my back. You could use a long bath towel. It would work decently well, Lin Shi advised. Chishinshin couldn't help but ponder the feasibility of this suggestion. Over the past few days, Lin Shi had gradually come to realize that Chishinshin was genuinely a simple and innocent soul. Perhaps it was due to losing her mother at a young age, coupled with her father's and stepmother's mistreatment, that she lacked a certain level of common knowledge. While Lin Shi washed herself, Chishinshin stared at her intently, making Lin Shi feel somewhat awkward. Do you need something? Lin Shi tentatively asked. Why are you staring at me? Because we're bathing. The foolish beauty Chishinshin replied simply. Isn't it already clean? Lin Shi asked instinctively. Oh, Lin Shi felt a bit befuddled, but quickly realized. You want to help me wash my back? Chishinshin nodded. Lin Shi found herself both amused and exasperated, feeling as though there were barriers in their communication. Yet she could not bring herself to dislike the girl. All right, you can wash my back. With that, Lin Shi generously turned her back to Chishinshin. Chishinshin, though clumsy, put forth her best effort. By the time they finished bathing, it was nearly 1 a.m. Are you not going to rest? Lin Shi questioned, seeing Chishinshin sprawled on the sofa with the television on, perplexed. I'll sleep here. Lin Shi was taken aback, her brow furrowing slightly. You're going to sleep right here? Lin Shi was utterly baffled and pressed further. Why not go back to your room? At this moment, the television resonated with the unmistakable Cantonese accent of Andy Lau. Quality products, standing tall in the world. This advertisement is one of the most earworm-inducing commercials of this era and serves as a reminder of Gianni's former reign atop the domestic smartphone market. However, with the advent of the smartphone era, the industry underwent a tumultuous reshuffling, causing the Gianni brand to gradually fade from public consciousness. One may experience fear. Qi Shanshan pointed to the television ad playing. Listening to this voice dispels my fear. In that fleeting moment, Lin Shi felt her heart prickled by an unseen force, prompting her to rush forward and embrace this foolish girl tightly. Qi Shanshan felt the intensity of Lin Shi's grip, which made it difficult for her to breathe, leading her to struggle. Yet Lin Shi's hold was too tight, compelling her to surrender. Thank you for coming to find me today. Lin Shi whispered sincerely into Qi Shanshan's ear. Qi Shanshan did not respond. She had been alone for so long that she did not even know how to reciprocate the kindness extended to her. Thus, she instinctively returned the embrace, for it was the only way she knew how. Despite their differing backgrounds, both women shared a common fate and leaned on one another, akin to mutual support, yet also reminiscent of tending to each other's wounds. Perhaps this exemplifies the innate attraction between kindred spirits. One could argue that the intersection of Xiao Chusheng and the two of them was not devoid of reason. In the future, both he and I will accompany you, Lin Shi declared, her heart tumultuous. A blush involuntarily crept across her face, as discussing such shameful matters with another woman felt exceedingly embarrassing. Perhaps the foolish beauty was simply slow to comprehend, or perhaps she did not grasp the implications of Lin Shi's words, responding only with a blank nod. Lin Shi wished to inquire whether Qi Shanshan harbored feelings for Xiao Chusheng, yet the question remained lodged in her throat, as it seemed devoid of significance. Had she not already made her decision? What relevance did it hold? Furthermore, as Xiao Chusheng had suggested, perhaps Qi Shanshan herself was uncertain. She was merely a drowning person instinctively grasping at straws. Ultimately, Qi Shanshan fell asleep in Lin Shi's embrace. Lin Shi gazed at the foolish beauty nestled in her arms, feeling a slight headache. Despite being 3 years younger, Qi Shanshan appeared considerably larger. What a hefty beauty, Lin Shi mused inwardly. I truly have my work cut out for me. It took considerable effort to guide her into the bedroom, while Qi Shanshan remained as unresponsive as a lifeless pig throughout the process. This was perhaps the most peaceful night she had experienced in recent years, aside from that time with Xiao Chusheng in the hotel. This time, however, it was a big sister keeping her company, and Qi Shanshan had certainly garnered much affection. Before arriving in Hangzhou with Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi had been plagued by anxiety. There's a saying, the most despairing state is to see the future clearly while being unable to grasp it. Yet in Lin Shi's world, her inability to see the future stemmed from her acute awareness of it. This anxiety had adversely affected her mental state, leading to sleepless nights filled with restless dreams. Then, a young man approached her with an offer of support, like a ray of light that caused her previously desolate future to crumble in an instant. Thus, Lin Shi surrendered everything to Xiao Chusheng. In this context, it was not just Qi Shanshan. She herself was no different, akin to a drowning person clutching at a straw. Even the slightest possibility was enough for her to strive to break free from the clutches of despair. On that night, Lin Shi also found herself sleeping soundly and peacefully. Arriving in Hangzhou gave her a sense of having escaped the despair of her former home. Here, although she had no true home, she experienced a sense of belonging. Xiao Chuxing's solemn yet resolute declaration of "we are family" resonated with her as the most beautiful confession. In the morning, Xiao Chuxing, dragging his weary body, prepared to head to school, but was halted by old Xiao. "Aren't you on vacation?" Old Xiao inquired, puzzled. As Xiao Chuxing washed his face, he instinctively replied, "Vacation? It should be soon. The college entrance examination is over, and during this period, it's just sitting around waiting for arrangements." "I see," old Xiao mused, resting his chin thoughtfully. Xiao Chuxing felt perplexed, unsure of old Zhao's intentions. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" he inquired, suspicious. "Today is Saturday." "Huh." Chapter 52. The Mutual Redemption Among Three. Qi Shanshan gazed blankly at the ceiling of her bedroom, her mind a muddled haze. She seemed to be recalling how she returned to her room last night, while simultaneously savoring the warmth and intoxicating comfort found in Lin Shi's embrace. It felt as though her mother were still present. Were Xiao Chuxing to know of Qi Shanshan's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Goodness, do you really see yourself as a daughter?" After a while, the usual wake-up alarm rang, stirring Lin Shi from her slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked, "Are you going to school?" "Yes." The two reluctantly parted ways, not just Qi Shanshan feeling an attachment to Lin Shi, but Lin Shi herself also harboring a certain fondness for their somewhat twisted dynamic. Qi Shanshan had been lonely for too long, yearning for someone to lean on. Lin Shi was no different. Although Xiao Chuxing could suffice, there were distinctions between same-sex and opposite-sex relationships in certain moments. At least, their relationships were indeed different before they could officially form a family. It could be said that the three of them were engaged in a mutual redemption, their connections growing increasingly intricate. Just as the foolish beauty dithered while washing her face, brushing her teeth, and changing clothes, preparing to head out, the door suddenly swung open. Xiao Chuxing entered, carrying 3 breakfast meals and grumbling, "Honestly, I forgot today was Saturday since I didn't go to school yesterday afternoon. And I had to get up so early." "Hey." The foolish beauty, having already put on one shoe, stood frozen in place, seemingly contemplating the truth behind Xiao Chuxing's statement. Unfortunately, she herself was equally bewildered. Her thoughts had been predominantly focused on that rascal, Xiao Chuxing, these past few days, leaving little room for anything else. "So you're not going back to school today?" Lin Shi, freshly emerged from her morning routine, asked in surprise. "Shanshan, thought we had to sit in school today too. You all really are in sync." Xiao Chuxing was taken aback by this revelation, casting a suspicious glance at the still-dazed Qi Shanshan, who had clearly prepared to go out. "One shoe on." The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Xiao Chuxing to clear his throat. "Well then, let's eat. I brought breakfast." In truth, upon learning about the unexpected holiday, he had considered returning to catch up on some sleep. However, upon reflection, he reasoned that since he had 2 days off, it would be more prudent to utilize the time to prepare and increase his sources of income. With this resolution in mind, he had directly come to Qi Shanshan's home. Little did he expect that the foolish beauty would also be so in tune with him. The three sat down together, savoring their breakfast of soy milk and meat-filled buns. A delightful upgrade in the realm of breakfast options. The rest was either suitable only for street stalls or far too rugged. Once they had eaten their fill, the trio set out together. As this endeavor marks an expansion of business, Xiao Chuxing, accompanied by 2 women, found Chunbin, who had just finished an all-nighter in the cyber cafe. "Binzi, gather few people and follow me." Xiao Chuxing signaled to Chunbin, "I have the day off today, and I intend to seize this opportunity to set up a stall." Chunbin's expression brightened. Had he not just discussed this with Xiao Chuxing the night before? The boss truly acted with remarkable swiftness. Without delay, Chunbin summoned a few of his trusted subordinates and followed Xiao Chuxing. Meanwhile, several patrons in the cyber cafe, who were on amicable terms with Chunbin, exchanged incredulous glances. Did that person just refer to him as Bingu or Binzi? One individual, incredulous, remarked, "Is that true?" Instantly, an informed party divulged a rumor they had heard. It was said that Chunbin had recently taken on a new boss, one younger than himself. Presumably the very individual they had just seen. No way, really? The group, just off the internet, found this news hard to believe. Except for the one who had shared the information, who wore a knowing expression. "I wasn't certain before, but having seen that person, I am convinced it's true." This revelation piqued the curiosity of others. "What's the story? Did you notice those 2 ladies?" The mention of them rekindled their interest, and they eagerly nodded. "Indeed. We saw them. They were quite something." The informed individual smiled slightly. "Exactly. Anyone capable of bringing along 2 such remarkable companions cannot be an ordinary person. It's quite possible they've just spent the night together." In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon the crowd, as if a fog had lifted. Had it not been for the insight of the informed individual, they might never have connected the dots. Given the number of people, hailing a cab turned out to be comparably priced to public transport. So, Xiao Chusheng flagged down a taxi, informing Bin of their destination and instructing him to catch a cab of his own to follow. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the site where Xiao Chusheng intended to acquire a food truck for selling fried delicacies. Naturally, he sought a small-scale mobile unit. While a conventional storefront would offer more permanence, given the enduring appeal of fried foods, even in winter, he had to commence with a mobile venture due to considerations of cost and foot traffic. Indeed, Xiao Chusheng's most pressing need at this moment was cash. He aspired to employ a snowball effect, allowing his funds to grow into a substantial cash flow. Being at the stage of primitive capital accumulation, he required a business that would guarantee profits. Thus, in this phase, the only viable option was the food industry. After some negotiation with the owner, Xiao Chusheng succeeded in reducing the price of the small vehicle by nearly half. The owner's face was one of palpable pain, and Xiao Chusheng cheerfully remarked, "You see, if I succeed in this venture, I might very well be back for more." The owner, considering the people Xiao Chusheng had brought along, began to ponder this possibility. Indeed, as Xiao Chusheng had noted, he could discern that this young man possessed considerable ambition, and such a business could be arduous, one that most young people would shy away from. Yet, Xiao Chusheng was willing to endure the struggle, which would undoubtedly lead to growth. "What kind of business are you planning?" Lin Shi inquired with curiosity. "Initially, I will sell fried chicken cutlets, and depending on the circumstances, I may expand into other fried delicacies," Xiao Chusheng explained. "This is merely a transitional phase. In the long run, I certainly aim to secure a storefront." Naturally, this too was a lofty ambition, given the high property prices in Hangzhou, making the acquisition of a shop quite costly. For Xiao Chusheng at this stage, committing to a storefront was not a prudent choice. However, with such a vast city as Hangzhou, and with fried chicken cutlets requiring minimal technical expertise, he planned that if business flourished, he would acquire additional mobile units to capture the customer flow in bustling parks, tourist attractions, and schools. Even a mere 2-month operation could yield substantial profits. After all, prior to the rise of the delivery industry, the economy of street vendors reigned supreme. Xiao Chusheng harbored aspirations of emulating the success of Zhengxin chicken cutlet, even though the market for such ventures would inevitably become saturated over time. Nevertheless, even in a dwindling market, it still represented a multi-billion-dollar industry. He did not, however, consider himself capable of directly competing with an already established brand like Zhengxin. Simply capturing a fraction of the market share would suffice. In Xiao Chusheng's recollection, the initial traces of Zhengxin began to emerge around 2007, albeit the brand was just at its inception. It would take many years before it reached widespread popularity, as a brand must establish a presence across every street and alley nationwide, even in the most remote towns. Yet, one must progress step by step, both in dining and in business endeavors. The rapid market penetration of Zhengxin was not solely attributed to its catchy advertising slogans or its palatable offerings. Rather, it was significantly bolstered by the capital backing it. This was precisely the disadvantage Xiao Chusheng faced at present. He was an individual light years away from wielding substantial capital. Thus, he resolved to carve a different path, first by utilizing mobile food trucks to dominate the street vendor economy in Hangzhou, thereby building a reputable brand. He intended to use this as a springboard to transition into a permanent storefront once his finances were adequately fortified, eventually expanding into surrounding areas. He had no aspirations of going national, for that was unrealistic. Even the formidable Zhengxin had relied on a franchise model to achieve nationwide reach. The simplicity of replicating fried chicken cutlets meant that once profits were realized, a multitude of chicken cutlet establishments and brands would inevitably emerge. Yet in the end, only a select few would endure. Therefore, rather than fantasizing about a national market, he deemed it wiser to cultivate a smaller region. This delicacy would always attract consumers. Even a decade hence, Xiao Chusheng planned to establish a brand, initially focusing on revenue generation. He anticipated that once those so-called investment companies came knocking, he could engage in financing or acquisitions, and then he would abscond with the funds. After all, his true goal did not lie here. These surefire profitable ventures merely served as a steady lifeline for his grander ambitions in the realm of the internet. Xiao Chusheng's previous entrepreneurial ventures had indeed straddled the line of the internet industry, granting him profound insights into these matters. Unlike the sensational narratives and novels depicting internet companies raking in profits from the outset, in reality, nearly every company experiences initial cash burn. For years, even decades, many operate at a loss. Profit? A distant dream. Yet, therein lies the conundrum. If everyone is losing money, where does the cash come from? It emerges through capital gains. Competing capitalists burn money to carve out market share, then flip the table, casting out those who cannot keep up. They exploit various avenues, stock markets, financing, user acquisition, to compensate for early losses. This is the essence of winner takes all. And now, Xiao Chusheng aimed to be that winner. With the assistance of Chun Bin and his laborers, he also procured the ingredients needed for the evening's stall. Morning ingredients were fresher than those available at noon, allowing for better selection. After purchasing these supplies, Xiao Chusheng and his two companions returned, while Chun Bin directed his subordinates to transport the food truck back. Taking advantage of a day free from school, Xiao Chusheng decided to return to Qi Shanshan's place to prepare the entire batch of crayfish in one go. This time, he brought Chun Bin into Qi Shanshan's lavishly decorated home, leaving him utterly astonished. Coming from humble background, Chun Bin had never encountered such opulence. Xiao Chusheng chuckled. "Are you envious?" Chun Bin nodded honestly, "But I shall never have such hopes in my lifetime." In response to Chun Bin's candid admission, Xiao Chusheng remarked with surprising bluntness, "Indeed, you possess a remarkable self-awareness." This left Chun Bin in a state of bemusement. "Boss, could you not at least paint me a rosy picture to lift my spirits?" Xiao Chusheng laughed. "Did you think I would be like those capitalists, telling you that with hard work, you'll surely succeed?" Embarrassed by the accuracy of the observation, Chun Bin lowered his head. The young man was not particularly cunning. Otherwise, he would not have recognized his own missteps. Speaking of lofty ideals seemed pointless. What truly mattered was what one could grasp. With a profound gaze, Xiao Chusheng looked at Chun Bin and said, "Some things are destined to be out of reach. Yet there are others that are within your grasp." Chun Bin pondered this deeply. Xiao Chusheng was subtly guiding him, indicating that certain opportunities could be seized while others should be left alone. As long as Chun Bin was sufficiently astute, he could achieve much more. While he might not be exceptionally talented, he was undeniably clever. Using the chicken breast he had purchased along with various seasonings, Xiao Chusheng demonstrated the cooking process to Chun Bin. In truth, he was not highly skilled himself, resulting in the frying being somewhat subpar. The presentation leaves much to be desired. However, he believed the taste was far superior to that of Zhengxin's offerings. This was only natural, as Zhengxin's methods were primarily designed to ensure a consistent standard across all outlets, while also considering cost. Unlike Xiao Chusheng, who utilized only the finest ingredients, a disparity was inevitable. In any case, the process was straightforward. He entrusted this task to Chun Bin, instructing him to refine the cooking parameters and flavors, gradually compiling precise data during their sales. For instance, the oil temperature, frying duration, the ideal consistency of the batter and breadcrumbs, and the precise measurements of the seasonings. Xiao Chusheng guided Chun Bin, who was quick to absorb and memorize his instructions. "All right, once you have developed a set of precise data, we shall expand our business throughout Hangzhou." Chun Bin felt an exhilarating rush of enthusiasm and promptly returned to his studies. As for one foolish glutton, he couldn't stop himself from devouring the experimental fried chicken, leaving nothing behind. For such an insatiable foodie, Xiao Chusheng could only shake his head in resignation. After handling some skewers for the evening, he had the frozen crayfish delivered from Chun Bin's home. Xiao Chusheng immediately set to work, but due to the sheer quantity, he found himself cooking until well past 2 in the afternoon. The kitchen was filled with the pungent aroma of chili, causing both Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan to tear up. Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Chusheng muttered, "This smell is overwhelming. If this is to be sold for months, your kitchen will likely be forever infused with the scent of crayfish." "Oh, foolish beauty," she instinctively responded, tilting her head with bright eyes as she gazed at Xiao Chusheng. "I love crayfish. Is this really a matter of preference?" "Look at the time," he replied. "By the time the exhaust fan clears this chilly scent, I shall prepare 2 dishes for lunch." Xiao Chusheng resolved to showcase his culinary skills. "Can you actually cook?" Lin Shi inquired, momentarily astonished. He met her incredulous gaze with an expression that conveyed bemusement. "Why would you assume that barbecuing doesn't count as cooking?" Lin Shi felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite articulate it. Xiao Chusheng, not wishing to elaborate further, began washing the pots while requesting Qi Shanshan, the foolish girl, to fetch some rice. "My family runs a restaurant. My father taught me. A few years back, I cooked at home for a while, but it was too time-consuming," he explained to Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes widened in understanding. "No wonder your business revolves around food. But those two things don't seem directly related, do they?" They don't?" Xiao Chusheng paused, realizing it couldn't be entirely unconnected. After all, if he didn't enjoy food, he might not ponder it as much. A restaurateur who doesn't intend to venture into the internet business isn't a good cook. Rubbing the rice that Qi Shanshan had found, he noted that while it wasn't this year's harvest, it was still good rice. "Never mind, it's not a big deal. Our taste buds aren't that discerning. And besides, how could the landlord's rice be subpar?" Xiao Chusheng took 3 small bowls, placing a handful of rice in each, but subconsciously glanced at the foolish beauty. silently swapping one for a larger bowl. After adding water, he placed them on the stove to steam for 20 minutes. With fewer people, it was unlikely they would have leftovers next time. This method was superior to using a rice cooker. In his past life, Xiao Chusheng often cooked meals for himself and Lin Shi in this manner. When purchasing lamb, he also acquired some pork and mushrooms for their evening stall. A simple stir-fry was in order, followed by a quick sauté of lamb with scallions. Together with the freshly prepared crayfish, he created 3 uncomplicated yet delightful dishes. Poking at the rice, Xiao Chusheng tasted it. Not bad, though it's not new rice, it's quite satisfying. Let us dig in. Thus, the 3 of them sat down to eat. Lin Shi savored her food at a leisurely pace, while the foolish girl devoured her meal with reckless abandon, completely disregarding her goddess-like demeanor. If the boys from school were to witness her unrefined behavior, their illusions of her would surely shatter. I must say, your culinary skills are quite commendable, Lin Shi remarked. Your family must truly be in the restaurant business. After enjoying a hearty meal, they froze the majority of the fried crayfish, leaving only what was to be sold outside. Xiao Chusheng made simple preparations for the evening's ingredients and then took a brief nap on the sofa. As it was Saturday, he anticipated a significantly higher foot traffic than usual, already dreading the fatigue that awaited him. When the time came, they prepared to set up their stall, only to find that Chun Bin had arrived early with additional help. It was clear that Chun Bin was eager to make progress, especially since Xiao Chusheng offered him a glimmer of hope. He was genuinely willing to help him earn money. Once Xiao Chusheng received the delivery of oysters and made his way to the park, it was already bustling with people, as it was Saturday. Many students were enjoying their day off, along with couples who had no work commitments. In this era, there were few entertainment options, making shopping a common pastime during holidays. Reflecting on it, the entertainment avenues of 2007 primarily revolved around computer games, with titles like World of Warcraft and Legend being popular. If you recalled correctly, even the domestic server's infamous poison milk powder had yet to be launched by Tencent during this time. Living through another life. Gazing toward the future only deepened his sense of surrealism, almost leading him to believe that his previous existence was merely a dream. In an age where one could enjoy a month of service for merely $5 with 30 megabytes of data left over, who could envision the world 10 or 20 years hence? It seemed utterly fantastical. However, with Xiao Chusheng's arrival, this world was destined to witness his grand ambitions. As anticipated, Saturday's business surpassed expectations, with customers arriving even before the sun had fully risen. He worried that the ingredients he had prepared might not suffice to last until 9 o'clock. If only every day could have such thriving business, Lin Shi mused. Xiao Chusheng chuckled and remarked, although we've earned some money, we've also rendered ourselves quite useless. Indeed, this business, if we strip it down, essentially relies on brute force to generate income, only to spend that income on medical expenses. After decades of toil, we've merely returned to square one. It's ultimately not sustainable. Just hold the fort for a moment. I'll go check on the chicken chop situation, he instructed. Upon arriving at Chun Bin's stall, Xiao Chusheng observed quietly. He had to admit that after their afternoon of experimentation, the presentation was at least satisfactory, far superior to the 2 pieces he had prepared earlier in the morning. Boss, would you like to give it a try? Chun Bin eagerly inquired upon noticing Xiao Chusheng's presence. Yes, I'd like a sample apiece, Xiao Chusheng replied. After tasting it, he found the flavor acceptable, even slightly better than his recollections of Zhang Xin's offerings. However, he mused that the crispy coating could use some refinement, as it was a tad too hard. Indeed, we are still experimenting with the batter-S ratio, Chun Bin explained. Xiao Chusheng listened, yet his mind was preoccupied with another matter. The chicken chop tasted fine, but he felt it was missing something. Zhang Xin's strategy was to bundle chicken chops with beverages, as consuming deep-fried chicken alone could quickly become monotonous. Typically, their stores would pair it with sour plum drink. However, some smaller franchises, in a bid to cut costs, would substitute it with cheap orange-flavored water. Consequently, many patrons, in their previous lives, often discarded the beverage, as not everyone enjoyed sour plum drink. Thus, within the 10 or 12 yuan price range for a chicken chop, most customers essentially paid for a drink they didn't want, resulting in waste. Xiao Chusheng pondered whether he could capitalize on this aspect. Eureka! An idea sparked in his mind. He resolved to rent a soda machine. Cola was a beverage that most people could accept. His plan was to offer it alongside the chicken chop, making it available for a discounted price of 1 yuan if they opted out. Yet, the cost of a cup of cola was minuscule, only a yuan. Many would choose to spend that extra money. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng's company had rented a soda machine from Coca-Cola for employee benefits. After paying the deposit, they just had to arrange for installation. Although a mobile cart could be a hassle, it could easily be managed with large barrels of drinking water. Determined, he decided to expedite the arrangements. Oh, I almost forgot. It's the weekend, and others companies are closed. In this era, foreign enterprises offered a significantly more relaxed work environment, which explained the throngs of individuals vying for positions. Nonetheless, beyond this, there were still pain points. Xiao Chusheng recalled the critical juncture that had led to Zheng Xin's market contraction in his previous life. Chapter 55. She is merely naturally naive. She isn't truly foolish. Zheng Xin had experienced vigorous midterm growth, expanding nationwide through franchises. However, after several years of rapid development, it entered a phase of stagnation. The fundamental reason was that while fried foods were undeniably delicious, they ultimately represented an unhealthy dietary habit. Moreover, the company's offerings were excessively singular. To break this deadlock, they later introduced a variety of fried skewers and inexpensive fried items. Yet, they could never escape the unhealthy stigma attached to fried foods. This was an inescapable predicament. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that, despite being unhealthy, such delights were irresistibly tempting. Another factor compressing Zheng Xin's market share was the emergence of various fried chicken styles. Zheng Xin's method was overly simplistic. For instance, the later popularization of Korean-style battered and sauce fried chicken captured a significant portion of their market. Chinese consumers tended to favor dishes with richer sauces and sweetness. Otherwise, dishes like sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, or fish-flavored shredded pork would not have become household names. Yes, this was the breakthrough. Xiao Chusheng finally identified the key to overcoming the stalemate. The industry's pain points were insurmountable, yet he could address the specific weaknesses of his own product. For him, profit margins were not a primary concern. He was primarily focused on generating income to subsidize the internet sector. As for future plans, that was straightforward. Once the business grew, he would secure funding and cash out at a high position, a typical capitalist maneuver. However, there was no need for such drastic measures. Although this industry would continue facing market pressures, there was still profit to be made. Even if he allowed it to run on its existing momentum, it could sustain itself for 30 years without significant strain. All right, let me conduct some research. In a couple of days, I'll provide you with a new proposal. Continue refining the chicken chop, and we'll launch them together, he instructed Chen Bin, intending to first ascertain the daily sales of the mobile frying cart. As that was crucial, returning to the barbecue stall, Lin Shi was sweating profusely as she grilled oysters. These were indeed in high demand. The allure of aphrodisiacs captivated the Chinese populace. Not only men were drawn to them, women showed an inclination as well, as ultimately, the benefits to men culminated in enjoyment for women. This logic held true since, for men, the thrill was often in the experience itself, regardless of the implications of vitality. Interestingly, many of the patrons drawn to the stall for oysters were middle-aged women, vibrant and energetic. Wow, the crayfish are selling out quickly? Upon noticing the bucket of crayfish was nearly empty, he recalled it had originally contained at least 30 pounds. Indeed, it's surprisingly popular despite its spiciness. Lin Shi remarked while wiping her brow. The spicier, the more one craves it. That is perfectly normal. Beer and crayfish, these are the essence of night markets. And now both are available in my stall. However, the man squinted suspiciously, realizing it was the naive beauty handling the cash. Xiao Chusheng, somewhat skeptical, pointed at the silly beauty and asked Lin Shi, "Are you sure it's all right to have her handle the money?" Lin Shi rolled her eyes. Shan is merely naturally naive. She isn't truly foolish. Can you please refrain from being biased against her? At a loss for words, he observed for a while, noting that the silly girl hadn't made any mistakes in giving change, which eased his concerns. In an era still relying on cash, transactions could be cumbersome and fraught with the risk of counterfeit bills. Unlike the later widespread adoption of QR code payments, where one could simply carry a mobile phone, eliminating the issues of fake currency and pickpockets. If possible, Xiao Chusheng even considered intercepting the financial fortunes of Alipay. Yet, upon reflection, that seemed daunting. As Alipay was backed by substantial capital, he was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Better to consider this in the long term. All right, I'll head back to fetch another bucket of crayfish. Sorry for the trouble, he conceded, realizing he had to rely on Lin Shi once more. Lin Shi, however, was unfazed. As she had pointed out, the workload was minimal compared to her previous jobs. On his way back to retrieve the crayfish, he also packed 3 servings of rice bowls. Barbecue could be enjoyable occasionally, but setting up a stall and consuming it daily could become tiresome. Nevertheless, the silly beauty showed no signs of fatigue. She was unstoppable. During their time at the stall, she had already devoured over 10 skewers of lamb and munched on several oysters. As Xiao Chusheng returned with the takeout rice bowls and crayfish, an acquaintance of his had quietly arrived at the scene. "I've heard that the garlic butter grilled oysters here are exceptionally popular." and they even possess beauty-enhancing properties for women. Just look at you. Your complexion has been rather poor these past few days. Perhaps you should indulge a bit. The speaker was none other than Zheng Jia's close friend, Shun Jing, who attended a different school. The two shared an almost unbreakable bond, discussing everything, including the matter of Xiao Chusheng. It could be said that Shun Jing played a significant role in the numerous rejections Xiao Chusheng faced from Zheng Jia. She often instilled in Zheng the notion that a man who easily wins a woman's affection seldom cherishes it, thus encouraging Xiao Chusheng to profess his feelings multiple times, believing that once he succeeded, he would treat the relationship with the respect it deserved. Such matters are difficult to evaluate. One might argue there is some merit to this reasoning, yet also borders on the absurd. Observing her friend's despondent demeanor, Shun Jing, exasperated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Oh, come now, he is just a man. You're stunning. If he doesn't want you, that's his loss, and he should be the one regretting it." However, Zheng Jia's voice trembled as she replied, "But he is with Qi Shanshan now. That aloof campus beauty from your school?" Shun Jing had heard of her, but found it hard to believe. "Are you certain? Xiao Chusheng doesn't seem capable of attracting someone like her?" Zheng Jia shook her head, uncertain. Xiao Chusheng had never elaborated on the details. Yet, she had indeed witnessed him and Qi Shanshan in intimate interactions, leaving her with no choice but to believe. So what if he is with the campus beauty? Shun Jing scoffed dismissively. How many high school romances truly endure? In college, the campus beauty might easily find someone more accomplished and discard him. You shouldn't be so distressed. Boys like Xiao Chusheng are rather ordinary. You will undoubtedly encounter someone far better in university. Shun Jing affectionately tousled Zheng Jia's hair. "We're almost there. I've been longing to try this place for ages, and the holiday has finally arrived." Zheng Jia instinctively glanced towards the stall, only to be met with the sight of Lin Shi's remarkably beautiful and ethereal face. She felt dwarfed in comparison, akin to a celestial being fallen to earth. Consequently, she instinctively lowered her gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chusheng had just returned, taking over the work from Lin Shi. "Darling, open wide. Oh, we're almost there?" Shun Jing exclaimed in delight, turning back to continue their conversation about the barbecue. She had heard that the owner, a strikingly beautiful woman, was affectionately referred to as the grilled skewers fairy. Zheng Jia, still with her head down, was lost in thoughts of that fleeting glance she had just witnessed. She murmured softly, "Yes, she's indeed very beautiful." Although she wished to deny it, she could not help but acknowledge that the woman was far beyond her reach, even more stunning than Qi Shanshan. This beauty radiated a wisdom and maturity that only experience could cultivate, while they were merely a group of girls yet to blossom. This inclination to compare herself was not entirely unfounded. Lin Shi had been working since graduating high school, gaining exposure to various experiences and people. This exposure naturally lent her an air of sophistication. Among her peers, Lin Shi emanated a sense of wisdom akin to that of an older sister, especially when juxtaposed with Zheng Jia, who had yet to face the world's harsh realities. "Boss, we'll have 20 oysters, please." Through the haze of smoke rising from the grilled lamb skewers, Shun Jing had yet to notice that the owner before them was indeed Xiao Chusheng. He paid them no mind, engrossed in his responsibilities. It was not until he heard a girl beside him inquire, "Hey, what else would you like?" that he paused. "Jia?" The mention of her name caused Xiao Chusheng to instinctively look up, his brows furrowing in surprise. Their eyes locked. In Zheng Jia, he found herself momentarily dazed by the face of the very person who had been the source of her recent turmoil. Zheng Jia felt a surge of panic but quickly regained her composure. "Chusheng." Shun Jing, noticing her friend's sudden excitement, also recognized Xiao Chusheng. She had sensed familiarity when placing their order but had not connected the dots. For who would expect a student like Xiao Chusheng to set up a stall in such a bustling place, and one that had become so popular at that? "Xiao Chusheng? What are you doing here?" Shun Jing's irritation flared, as she realized he was the reason for Zheng Jia's distracted demeanor. Xiao Chusheng shot her a cold glance. His prior impressions of Shun Jing had never been favorable. After all, it was her influence that had led to his many unsuccessful attempts to profess his feelings to Zheng Jia. Their subsequent relationship, marred by frequent quarrels, had also been exacerbated by her meddling. Shun Jing's toxic friendship had instilled negative emotions in Zheng Jia, especially during those tumultuous years post-university graduation, a time rife with anxiety and uncertainty. Zheng Jia faced the common plight of students who graduated into a challenging job market with scant employment opportunities available, particularly in her newly renamed university. Thus, she found herself endlessly submitting resumes across Shanghai, only to face rejection after rejection. For a long time, Xiao Chusheng had been the one supporting her. In a bid to alter their circumstances, he ventured into entrepreneurship. Zheng Jia remained stagnant. And when Xiao Chusheng lacked the energy to maintain their relationship, Shen Jing subtly undermined him, repeatedly disparaging his entrepreneurial aspirations. Such manipulation gradually altered Zheng Jia's mindset, leading to an increase in her unreasonable complaints towards Xiao Chusheng and a rise in trivial disputes between them. The deterioration of their relationship was a confluence of various factors. While Shen Jing's toxic influence was undeniably a malignant force, Zheng Jia's susceptibility to her words played a significant role. Xiao Chusheng had previously cautioned Zheng Jia against maintaining close ties with Shen Jing, as her workplace was a nightclub where he frequently conducted business. He had overheard unflattering rumors about her, but whenever he brought it up, Zheng Jia would argue with him. After that, he refrained from mentioning it again. Now, encountering Shen Jing again, Xiao Chusheng had no intention of feigning amiability. He merely coldly inquired, "Are you going to order or not? If not, please step aside. Other customers are waiting." Shen Jing's expression turned stiff at his reaction. "Why are you acting like this? We're here for Jia. Are you ordering or not? If not, move along." Xiao Chusheng had no desire to waste words with her. He merely wished to disentangle himself from Zheng Jia. But Shen Jing? That was another matter entirely. Stunned by Xiao Chusheng's brusque dismissal, Shen Jing contemplated retorting, but two of Chun Bin's minions, stationed nearby, swiftly intervened, dragging her aside. The two young men, sporting flamboyant hairstyles, were quite intimidating to the girls. Shen Jing trembled, fear evident in her voice. "What do you want?" Zheng Jia, having followed closely behind, was utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. The atmosphere was far from conducive for her to act defiantly. Any troublemaking would result in consequences. The two spirited young men threatened her, and their societal intimidation silenced Shen Jing, rendering her unable to utter another word. "Jing, are you all right? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" As the two spirited young men departed, Zheng Jia hurried over to inquire about Shen Jing's condition. Shen Jing, shaken and weak-kneed, collapsed onto the ground. "What do they mean? I was just talking to Xiao Chusheng. What does it have to do with them?" Zheng Jia's gaze flickered thoughtfully towards Xiao Chusheng. "Jing, wait a moment." With that, Zheng Jia cautiously approached Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall. She was eager to ask him why he was selling here and whether it was the stall Su Hai had mentioned the other day. However, her primary concern was still that woman who had made her feel so ashamed. She was anxious to uncover the nature of the relationship between that woman and Xiao Chusheng. As she quietly moved closer, she observed Xiao Chusheng intently grilling large skewers of lamb, sprinkling water over the meat. In truth, Xiao Chusheng had long since noticed her, but pretended not to see. Lin Shi was savoring the rice bowl Xiao Chusheng had brought over, having witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety. Yet, she remained unclear about the circumstances surrounding Xiao Chusheng and the girl who had been taken away, wondering what deep-seated grudge could lead him to so directly tell someone to leave. "The one with that guy was a girl I once pursued," Xiao Chusheng murmured quietly to Lin Shi, using the past tense, because, at this moment, it was a settled matter. Lin Shi, however, keenly sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. She refrained from addressing it directly, instead smirking as she scooped a spoonful of rice and brought it to Xiao Chusheng's mouth, playfully saying, "Darling, open wide, ah?" Chapter 57. Declaring sovereignty over an ex. Xiao Chusheng's lips twitched. Knowing Lin Shi as he did, he realized she was putting on a show. Was this what one might call declaring sovereignty over an ex? Yet, he was more than willing to play along, for since he knew there would be no rekindling of past ties, it was better to allow her to let go of any lingering thoughts. Thus, he dutifully opened his mouth, allowing Lin Shi to feed him. "Would you like something else?" Lin Shi feigned a sweet, coy tone, making Xiao Chusheng shiver with goosebumps. This woman, nevertheless, he steeled himself and nodded, and before long, the two were publicly showcasing their affection. Xiao Chusheng focused on selling his wares, while Lin Shi fed him, occasionally indulging herself as well, completely unconcerned about whether this could be construed as an indirect kiss. "Oh, the boss lady and the boss are quite affectionate. You must be married by now," teased a familiar diner who had visited several times, unable to resist commenting on the scene. Lin Shi feigned shyness, playfully swatting Xiao Chusheng's arm. To onlookers, it was evidently a flirtatious exchange. Naturally, Zheng Jia, who was hiding not far away, took in the entire spectacle. Her breath quickened, disbelief etched across her face, as if the sky itself were collapsing. In truth, for Zheng Jia, it felt as if the world had indeed crumbled. She sensed that many things were slipping from her grasp, an unsettling feeling. What are you doing?" After Xiao Chusheng finished the last bite of his rice, he pondered what he should say to her. It was clear that Lin Shi was merely putting on a show for Zhang Jiai's benefit. Lin Shi feigned innocence, asking, "What is wrong? You're not still harboring feelings for her, are you?" To this, Xiao Chusheng vehemently shook his head, asserting, "Absolutely not. I have you now. How could I still have feelings for her?" Lin Shi rested her chin in thought, glancing at the silly beauty nearby, who was munching away like a hamster. Eventually, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is easy to fall from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to return. Was that how the phrase went? "Shall I help you out with it? It seems your ex is trying to reach you," Lin Shi remarked with a smirk. Xiao Chusheng shot her an exasperated glance, but still switched positions with her. Indeed, it was necessary to clarify matters with Zhang Jiai. Otherwise, this ongoing charade would become tiresome. Just as Xiao Chusheng sat down with a few sips of water, Zhang Jiai timidly approached him. He cast her a dispassionate glance, but remained silent. In such moments, the one who speaks first loses, and the one to lose was clearly Zhang Jiai. She timidly inquired, "Who is that woman?" "My girlfriend," Xiao Chusheng replied, not even bothering to look at her, uttering the words with a commanding tone. Zhang Jiai's complexion shifted dramatically, for that unhesitating admission struck her like a dagger, signifying that Xiao Chusheng had already devoted his heart to another, and she, perhaps through her own misguided testing, had missed her chance with him. Yet, Zhang Jiai was unwilling to let it end without clarity. She forced a smile that was more painful than tears and said, "Is that so? She seems nice." But Xiao Chusheng, that dog of a man, retorted mercilessly, "What does that matter to you?" His words left Zhang Jiai speechless, as she realized that Xiao Chusheng might truly harbor no feelings for her anymore. Not only had he lost interest, but it seemed he also bore a degree of disdain, one might even venture to say loathing. Zhang Jiai felt a swell of injustice within her. She had done nothing wrong. Her eyes began to well with tears, as if she were on the verge of breaking down. The absence of love was undeniable in their past life. Despite their long companionship, any remnants of affection had long been eroded by the passage of time. Even fervently enamored couples experience a 4-month lull, and married partners encounter the 7-year itch. What of Xiao Chusheng and Zhang Jiai? Their inherent differences in personality and values rendered their prolonged union a remarkable feat. More accurately, it could be termed a sunk cost. Oh no, that term applies only when no better options exist. For Xiao Chusheng, there was Lin Shi. If one were to speak plainly, the only sunk cost resided with Zhang Jiai. Zhang Jiai's own attributes were rather average, while her appearance could be deemed delicately attractive. She paled in comparison to universally acknowledged beauties. Furthermore, her familial background and academic performance were inadequate. To put it bluntly, she was quite ordinary. Conversely, should Xiao Chusheng's entrepreneurial endeavors flourish, she would transform from a mere sparrow into a phoenix, a feat she could never achieve on her own. Hence, despite Xiao Chusheng's despondent state in their previous life, she remained by his side, partly out of hope, and partly because he bore the considerable cost of living in such an expensive city. She simply enjoyed the benefits without bearing any burdens. As all the pressure rested on Xiao Chusheng, as his career stagnated, she eventually gave up and returned to her hometown. After that, their contact dwindled until Xiao Chusheng's rebirth. Then what about Qi Shanshan? Zhang Jiai finally mustered the courage to ask, "Aren't you with Qi Shanshan?" Xiao Chusheng instinctively looked up towards the foolish beauty. He then met her bewildered gaze as she clumsily peeled a small lobster. The shells around her piled into a small mountain. This girl had a penchant for snacking. In no time, she had devoured nearly 2 pounds of lobster by herself. Following Xiao Chusheng's line of sight, Zhang Jiai was left in shock. Why was she here? Due to the incessant indulgence of a certain foolish beauty in her meal, and Zhang Jiai's unwavering focus on Xiao Chusheng, she remained oblivious to her surroundings. At this moment, Zhang Jiai's mind was a cacophony of confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. What was the nature of the relationship among the three of them? Why did Qi Shanshan show no reaction to the intimate display between Xiao Chusheng and that woman? Zhang Jiai's thoughts were a chaotic tangle. Xiao Chusheng merely cast a glance her way, leaving her to ponder, what was the connection between him and her? This question erupted from her lips in a near-hysterical outburst. "What does it have to do with you?" Xiao Chusheng retorted coldly. Zhang Jiai found herself at a loss for words, for as Xiao Chusheng pointedly remarked, what indeed did it have to do with her? They were not together, and she had no standing to inquire. After all, it was she who had repeatedly rejected Xiao Chusheng's advances. "Why don't you just leave? You're merely an inconvenience to our business," he stated bluntly, with each word piercing Zhang Jiai's heart like a knife. Chapter 58, The Heartless Moneymaker. Tears brimmed in Zhang Jiai's eyes, yet Xiao Chusheng remained indifferent. After their previous quarrels, she had always exhibited this demeanor, as if Xiao Chusheng were the one in the wrong. Initially, He felt a pang of sympathy, believing that girls occasionally experience emotional instability. However, as such instances became more frequent, he grew immune to her displays. Thus, when he encountered this version of Zheng Jiai again, he was completely unfazed. Even finding it amusing, Lin Shi cast a meaningful glance at her, but chose to remain silent. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Shi was firmly in Xiao Chuxing's camp. Zheng Jiai stood there for what felt like an eternity, only to discover that no one acknowledged her presence. Even Qi Shanshan, engrossed in her meal, failed to spare her glance. In truth, the foolish beauty had not paid her any heed, fully absorbed in her culinary delights. Perhaps feeling that she was merely making a fool of herself, Zheng Jiai quietly withdrew from the crowd, returning to where Shun Jing was situated. Shun Jing's eyes were red with fury, yet she dared not express her emotions, for the two spirited young men occasionally glanced in her direction. As long as she dared approach them, they would readily respond with harsh words. Although Xiao Chusheng, the boss, had instructed them that this was no longer an era for brawls, if others sought trouble, retaliating was permissible. The only rule was a flexible bottom line. Upon seeing her friend return, Shun Jing clenched her teeth and inquired what had transpired. Zheng Jiai, utterly disheartened, merely shook her head, unable to utter a sound. Observing her state, Shun Jing understood that Zheng Jiai was struggling to accept the current reality and was temporarily incapacitated. Thus, she offered words of comfort. Jiai, do not be disheartened. He will soon be a university student, wholly engrossed in this trivial venture. What prospects could he possibly have? In the future, you will inhabit entirely different worlds. This sentiment reflected the prevailing mindset of their generation, with the vast majority of students sharing such beliefs. Whether they were high achievers, average students, or those who struggled academically, they all held similar views. They believed that even attending a second-tier, third-tier, or even a subpar university conferred a sense of superiority. They looked down upon jobs deemed undignified, convinced that university graduates should at least secure positions as office workers. How much money could be made from such a business? While this mindset is somewhat lamentable, it was indeed the reality of the time, particularly in more isolated areas. Zheng Jiai herself harbored similar thoughts, but her perspective diverged from Shun Jing's. She contemplated whether she should intervene and dissuade Xiao Chusheng from jeopardizing his future and squandering his time. Little did she realize that if she were to act upon such intentions, Xiao Chusheng's reluctance to maintain any ties with her would not be as simple as it appeared. After all, severing someone's financial opportunities is akin to committing a grave offense. Admittedly, this sentiment is somewhat exaggerated, yet this was indeed a year of unique significance, even determining the future trajectory of a nation. A singular year, and moreover, a year within a golden era. The advantages afforded in a year of prosperity could yield returns in the future amounting to billions. Could Zheng Jiai truly be worth such a vast sum? Perhaps she was simply overestimating her value. Let's go. Though Shun Jing refrained from causing trouble, she remained unsatisfied, unable to shake her disdain for Xiao Chusheng. Sometimes, such aversion is inexplicable, a mere feeling of dislike without rationale. When the two spirited young men noticed Shun Jing tugging at Zheng Jiai, attempting to approach, they immediately intervened. What are you doing? Are we not allowed to eat? Or do you not wish to do business with us? Shun Jing's voice trembled with fear, though her words remained defiant. The two young men exchanged glances but chose not to respond further, maintaining a vigilant watch over the two girls. Their primary duty was to ensure that no disturbances occurred in the vicinity. If the two girls were merely dining, there was indeed no issue. Shun Jing pulled Zheng Jiai along, quickly leading them to the front of the line. Upon spotting them again, Xiao Chusheng's expression shifted, and he was about to shoo them away when he heard Shun Jing assert, "Is it not permissible for us to eat?" This took Xiao Chusheng by surprise, but he quickly deduced that their presence here was likely coincidental. Given the burgeoning fame of his stall, it was only natural for patrons to come seeking his offerings. Thus, he impatiently inquired, "What do you wish to eat?" Why should he refuse paying customers? After all, it all goes into his pocket. Xiao Chusheng was not foolish enough to drive them away without first collecting their money. Shun Jing promptly ordered an array of dishes, including over 20 oysters alone. Xiao Chusheng calculated the total, 80 in total. "But Jiai is here. Shouldn't you treat us?" Shun Jing shamelessly declared. This statement elicited a chuckle from Xiao Chusheng, who found it amusing how Shun Jing had always been so adept at taking advantage of situations. Now that he and Zheng Jiai were no longer together, how could she still have the audacity to say such things? Thus, he retorted with disdain, "Treat you? What gives you the right?" It was evident that Zheng Jiai's complexion had turned a ghostly pale, for she realized that Xiao Chusheng had genuinely moved on from her. In the past, He would never have spoken to her in such a tone. Shun Jing's expression similarly darkened, her voice laced with frustration as she demanded, Xiao Chusheng, do you not wish to pursue Jiai any longer? A snicker escaped Lin Shi's lips, causing Shun Jing's face to flush with embarrassment. Xiao Chusheng too wanted to laugh, but Lin Shi had beaten him to it. Ultimately, he decided to abandon any pretense and spoke with open scorn. Did she not inform you? Or are you feigning ignorance? Pursue her? Is it you or she who is lost in a dream? If you wish to eat, go elsewhere. Do not linger here, as we still have business to conduct. If you seek a free meal, best be on your way before I call for someone to remove you. His words were nothing short of humiliating, causing both girls' faces to flush crimson with rage. Shun Jing, infuriated, contemplated overturning Xiao Chusheng's stall. Yet she lacked the courage to do so. A cowardly and troublesome friend indeed. Well, surely a discount would not be out of the question. After all, Jiai is your classmate. Shun Jing attempted to salvage the situation. Xiao Chusheng was about to retort, discount? How about I break your legs? But then a thought struck him, and he smiled suddenly. A discount? Fine, $80. You pay $79.50. Is our classmate bond really worth only 5 dimes? This blow is hardly worth delivering. Its aftermath only serves to deepen the insult. Enraged, Shun Jing retrieved 80 yuan from her possession and flung it at Xiao Chusheng, exclaiming, no need for change. Xiao Chusheng, undeterred, chuckled amiably, declaring himself a merciless practitioner of wealth acquisition. Shun Jing seized Zheng Jiai and attempted to take a seat, heading towards the direction of that foolish beauty. Qi Shanshan. Yet, Zheng Jiai instinctively clutched Shun Jing's arm, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation in the presence of Qi Shanshan, a sensation akin to a mouse sensing the blood of a cat, despite the fact that the latter had never so much as glanced in her direction. In truth, it was not merely a lack of attention. She had not even afforded her a single glance. In the eyes of the foolish beauty, only her own interests mattered. Everything else was naught but fleeting clouds. Suddenly, the foolish beauty emitted a cry of distress. Chapter 59, more like a couple with a daughter. This exclamation startled both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng placed his work into Lin Shi's hands, saying, you keep an eye on this, I'll see what is going on. Lin Shi had also intended to check on the situation, but upon Xiao Chusheng's insistence, she remained behind. Upon reaching the foolish beauty, he found her weeping profusely, her demeanor exuding a pitiable charm. What is the matter? Xiao Chusheng inquired, puzzled, as he assessed the foolish beauty, who seemed relatively unscathed. It's stinging my eyes. She sobbed. Relieved, Xiao Chusheng realized that she had inadvertently touched her eye with the hand that had feasted on spicy crayfish, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably. Well, she truly is quite clumsy. Although most people might have experienced something similar, how could she be so careless? Xiao Chusheng cupped her exquisitely beautiful face, feeling a flutter of affection. He gently blew on her eyes. Though the gesture was of little practical use, it offered some comfort. I was wearing gloves, the foolish beauty sniffled, but the tears continued to stream down her cheeks. Disposable gloves, Xiao Chusheng mused with a mix of amusement and exasperation, while explaining, those are merely for hygiene. They cannot prevent the chili oil, as the oil molecules can permeate through the gaps between the plastic molecules. Even if the gloves are intact, a bit of oil will inevitably transfer to your hands. At least she had received a basic education, and despite her natural foolishness, the foolish beauty could comprehend his words. Feeling increasingly wronged, Xiao Chusheng retrieved a bottle of mineral water to rinse her eyes, which alleviated her discomfort somewhat, though they remained red and slightly swollen. The sting was indeed a painful sensation. Curiously, Xiao Chusheng pondered whether consuming such a large quantity of spicy crayfish would cause her any discomfort later. He meant no harm. His intrigue was purely innocent. Is it feeling better now? Xiao Chusheng's voice unconsciously softened as he could not resist caressing her face. The foolish beauty replied obediently, yet her gaze remained fixed on the bucket of crayfish. Wait, you're still eating? Xiao Chusheng was flabbergasted. Just how much had she consumed today? What kind of bottomless pit was her stomach? Since she appeared to be fine, he retreated, taking over the grilling from Lin Shi. What happened? Did you get chilly in your eyes? Lin Shi had been observing for some time and had deduced what had transpired. Just her clumsiness, nothing serious. Xiao Chusheng replied with a smile. In his eyes, Lin Shi perceived tenderness and a happiness that could not be concealed. I'll take a look, she said, moving to inspect the foolish beauty's face, reassured upon realizing there was no significant harm done. Like Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi found herself captivated by the beauty of the foolish girl. After all, who could resist a lovely girl? Even other girls felt the same. Of course, Lin Shi herself was quite beautiful, though without a mirror, she could not recognize her own charm. Be good, Lin Shi gently patted Qi Shanshan's hair. This scene grew increasingly surreal, resembling a couple with a beloved daughter. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiayi and Shun Jing observed everything with keen eyes. Zheng Jiayi's face turned pale. At that moment, the last remnants of her hope evaporated. She finally realized that Xiao Chusheng was entirely beyond her reach. Yet, she could not comprehend the nature of his relationship with the two lovely girls. Was he romantically involved with Qi Shanshan, or was it that woman? If it was indeed that woman, what did his closeness with Qi Shanshan signify? Just moments ago, that woman had even fed Xiao Chusheng. The two appeared remarkably compatible. To Zheng Jiayi, the entire situation was utterly opaque, and she dared not consider that Xiao Chusheng might truly be a cad, straddling two relationships. In Zheng Jiayi's eyes, Xiao Chusheng was merely an ordinary student. The notion of him being able to win the heart of the school beauty, Qi Shanshan, was already astonishing. How could he possibly attract someone like Lin Shi? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In truth, even in her past life, Zheng Jiayi had subconsciously held this belief. She had never paid attention to Xiao Chusheng's career. All she recognized was the infatuation he had for her during their school days. Thus, even when Xiao Chusheng spent many days in the company of Lin Shi during his entrepreneurial phase, Zheng Jiayi never doubted the nature of their relationship. In her mind, Xiao Chusheng was unworthy of a woman like Lin Shi. She remained blissfully unaware of how successful and charismatic he had become in his professional life. Xiao Chusheng had shown her his most affable side, neglecting a crucial point. Women often gravitate toward strength. A charming demeanor in matters of the heart frequently leads to disadvantage. The term simp originated from this very notion. Shun Jing, meanwhile, questioned Zheng Jiayi about the relationship between those two girls and Xiao Chusheng, marveling at their beauty. Although Shun Jing had heard Zheng Jiayi mention Xiao Chusheng's involvement with Qi Shanshan, she had yet to see the latter. Zheng Jiayi, with her eyelids lowered, dug her thumbnail into her thigh, remaining silent. Sensing that she had broached a topic that perhaps should not have been discussed, Shun Jing refrained from further inquiry. It was not until Lin Shi delivered the oysters and other items they had ordered that she uttered not a word. Zheng Jiayi consumed the food grilled by Xiao Chusheng's hand, yet it tasted as bland as cardboard, as if her sense of taste had failed her. In stark contrast, the carefree Shun Jing remarked, "To be honest, even though Xiao Chusheng isn't much to look at, his culinary skills are genuinely impressive. It's no wonder his stall is doing so well. Jiayi, how much do you think he makes in a day?" Zheng Jiayi seemed oblivious to her words, her entire being resembling that of a marionette, mechanically feeding herself. The day's events had dealt a significant blow to Zheng Jiayi, and Shun Jing opened her mouth, but chose not to say anything further. After they finished eating, the two departed silently, unwilling to stir any more trouble. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Chusheng had not spared them a glance, while Lin Shi casually broached the topic. What is it like to be seen by an ex while with a current partner? Xiao Chusheng wore a perplexed expression. What kind of ridiculous question is that? Lin Shi let out a soft laugh. I'm just curious. There's nothing to experience. My heart is completely unfazed, Xiao Chusheng replied indifferently. Then what is your relationship with him? Did she do something unforgivable to become an ex? The astute Lin Shi surmised that the connection between the girl named Zheng Jiayi and Xiao Chusheng was far more complex than it appeared. She instinctively surmised that this relationship was not meant for the present moment. Yet, those words ignited a fervent gaze from Xiao Chusheng, who fixed his eyes intently upon her, for she was not a virtuous woman, and indeed, I am no paragon of a man either. Chapter 60. Here, there is no divorce, only widowhood. Xiao Chusheng's gaze remained unwavering on Lin Shi's face, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. In an instant, she seemed to grasp something profound. Was his implication about not being a good man directed at me? Lin Shi pondered, reflecting on his past relationship. Xiao Chusheng had claimed that the woman was not virtuous. Given his audacious nature, he would not resort to deception in such matters, nor would he shift blame. His admission of not being a good man suggested that he, too, had erred in love. If his missteps had an object, Lin Shi felt her cheeks grow warmer. Surely, it must be me. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Shi earnestly inquired of Xiao Chusheng, "Is it truly impossible between you and her?" Without considering me, of course. Under our circumstances, the we in her question was unmistakable. This inquiry left even Xiao Chusheng feeling somewhat awkward. Reborn, he had never contemplated embracing multiple affections. Yet, fate is capricious, and certain matters elude control. When destiny presents itself, one must grasp it, lest one shows disrespect to the heavens. He even mused that perhaps his return to this world was to rectify past regrets. However, upon reflection, did he possess any regrets in his previous life? The answer was a resounding no. Although his relationship with Zheng Jiai had devolved into a trivial mess, it culminated in an inevitable conclusion. Yet, this did not imply that after seeking solace in Lin Shi's embrace, he would find no happiness. In his relationship with Zheng Jiai, it was she who had relinquished her commitment first. There was no betrayal. She merely gambled her future on Xiao Chusheng, only to abandon it before attaining success. Subsequently, someone remained steadfastly by his side and ultimately reaped the rewards. Hence, Xiao Chusheng felt no regrets regarding his past with Zheng Jiai. His rebirth was not in pursuit of her. As for Xiao Chusheng's family, his parents were healthy and without significant ailments, and he had established a prosperous career. In the future, he would also have Lin Shi as his devoted wife. Such a blissful existence left little room for regret. Nevertheless, the truth was evident. Regrets did exist. Firstly, Lin Shi's past experiences were marred by misfortune, as Xiao Chusheng encountered her too late. Secondly, there was the foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, who served as the catalyst for his rebirth. In essence, it was the heavens compelling him to settle an outstanding debt with her. Oh, you might wonder if Xiao Chusheng was superstitious about the heavens. Naturally, having been reborn, how could he not be? Xiao Chusheng's response was unequivocal. Indeed, there is no possibility between her and me, for some relationships are flawed from the outset. In truth, neither I nor she harbored genuine affection. This was the conclusion he had drawn after many years with Zheng Jiai. A decade? In truth, it was unclear when Zheng Jiai had silently exited his life. After that, her contact with him had been merely symbolic, perhaps to retain a fallback option. After all, a girl who could not thrive in Shanghai would inevitably return to her hometown. If she failed to find a suitable match, she would ultimately resort to blind dates. Before his success, Xiao Chusheng was indeed an ordinary person, but he was a good man nonetheless. And what if one day he achieved success? It was somewhat ironic, yet this notion was common among many, a behavior most would exhibit when faced with similar circumstances. Thus, upon his rebirth, Xiao Chusheng harbored no animosity towards Zheng Jiai. In the realm of adulthood, there is no absolute right or wrong, only considerations of benefit and harm. There was no need to turn away silently. In this life, she would lose many things, the most significant of which was Xiao Chusheng. The comfort Zheng Jiai had enjoyed in her past life was largely due to Xiao Chusheng's unwavering support. As Xiao Chusheng contemplated this, Lin Shi suddenly interjected with a seemingly unrelated remark. Isn't the thrill of infidelity exhilarating? If Xiao Chusheng failed to decipher her undertone, he would truly be dim-witted. It was evident that she, with her extraordinary intellect, had pieced together the fragments of their previous encounters. I don't know, Xiao Chusheng feigned ignorance. I believe that sometimes a breakup isn't defined merely by a verbal agreement, just as a divorce isn't solely validated by a certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback by this statement, instinctively asking, I understand breakups, but how can one be divorced without a certificate? There are two terms, widowhood and disconnection. Xiao Chusheng asserted with misplaced seriousness, leaving Lin Shi speechless. Yet, she comprehended the implications of his suggestion, an entangled and virtually non-existent relationship. Indeed, a new beginning was impossible. With this realization, her mood inexplicably lightened. The cunning Lin Shi regarded Xiao Chusheng with a playful glint in her eyes and mischievously remarked, In my eyes, there is no divorce, only widowhood. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Indeed, this Lin Shi was imbued with a unique spirit. The Lin Shi of his previous life would never have uttered such words, for she had long lost faith in the world, with Xiao Chusheng being her entire universe. Yet, back then, Lin Shi had been rife with insecurities and lacked the courage to claim him with such audacity. However, in this life, Lin Shi was unperturbed. She possessed the stance, the qualifications, and most importantly, the courage to assert herself. As they shared laughter, suddenly, the foolish beauty tugged at Xiao Chusheng's clothing, startling him. Huh? What is it? The foolish beauty's sudden appearance left him untroubled, for he did not mind her overhearing their earlier conversation. After all, whether she could comprehend it was another matter altogether. It's gone. Huh? What has gone? Xiao Chusheng, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, until, no, I had a whole bucket of crayfish. The bucket now lay empty, devoid of a single crayfish. Did you eat an entire bucket by yourself? Lin Shi reacted quickly, realizing that the glutton in question was indeed this foolish girl. Yet, when they glanced at the small table where they had left some crayfish, it appeared that there were not many shells scattered about, although there were certainly a few. It was inconceivable that she could have consumed everything. Thus, the inquiry arose, where had it all gone? Both turned suspiciously towards Qi Shanshan, who handed them a wad of cash. So much? Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The foolish beauty nodded vigorously. After her explanation, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi finally understood what had transpired. Well, a big client are we? Chapter 61. This money is for you to earn. It turned out that while they were engrossed in their conversation, a nearby restaurant owner had approached with a bucket, taking the entire bucket of crayfish with him. Crayfish could indeed serve as a dish. Perhaps he was merely testing the waters to see if they would sell well before deciding to prepare them himself, Xiao Chusheng speculated. Perhaps, but what he does may impact our business, Lin Shi expressed with a hint of concern. Xiao Chusheng, however, shook his head. When it comes to crayfish, it is more about the ambience. Eating at home and savoring it here under the evening breeze, with the scent of charcoal, creates two entirely different experiences. I see. Lin Shi pondered, recognizing the truth in his words. The essence of a bustling marketplace? Indeed, it's a profound concept, Xiao Chusheng chuckled. Our stall is sufficiently spacious, allowing us to handle such a large volume of crayfish. Otherwise, considering the current distribution and average prices in Hangzhou, profitability is quite elusive. This was an accurate observation. Back in 2007, the crayfish craze had yet to reach Hangzhou. Without extensive farming and an accompanying logistics network, costs were simply too high. The lower prices in Shanghai stemmed from an initial partnership with Qianjiang, which was currently in the distribution phase. One could say Xiao Chusheng was reaping the benefits of the era, leading the charge. The most lucrative period for crayfish was right when it gained popularity. Night markets were abuzz, and stock would sell out daily. However, as time progressed, the chain of middlemen increased, squeezing profits. Much like our oysters, Xiao Chusheng remarked. Though they are profitable, currently only one vendor can truly thrive. Fresh oysters sell for more than 2 yuan each, leaving little room for profit. Surveying the nearby stalls, he noticed 2 vendors had started selling oysters, but had not advertised them, as their stock was minimal. They couldn't set prices too low, nor too high, lest they scare away customers. It was a precarious balancing act. But what if they find a dock? Lin Shi fretted. What will we do if they steal our business? Xiao Chusheng chuckled nonchalantly. I never intended to pursue this business long term. It was always a quick cash grab. Who knows? The supervisor might lose the opportunity for this side income one day. So, if we can profit, we shall. If not, we will pivot. Oh, you've thought it all through. That's reassuring. Lin Shi sighed in relief. Yes, I mentioned before this stall was merely a means to quick financial gain. An initial investment. And you needn't worry about those finding a dock. Oysters are still quite niche. Many people are unaware of their existence. And even if they do find one, the demand is too low to sell significantly. Xiao Chusheng rationally assessed the current situation, unfazed by the oyster business, as it would only last until October. Even without it, the barbecue stall remained quite profitable. Worst case scenario, he could source goods from the dock in Shanghai, bringing back a few boxes without much strain. Frozen oysters are easy to preserve. Even if sales were sparse, he could simply stockpile more. There are always solutions to challenges. That's enough for today. We've worked hard. Let South prepare to close up, he declared. The ingredients in the display had nearly sold out, leaving only 2 or 3 varieties with a few skewers remaining, making further sales rather pointless. He called Chen Bin and the others to grill the unsold items and share a meal while discussing the day's business. Chen Bin beamed with excitement. Boss, the business has been phenomenal. Though I haven't tallied the exact sales yet, it must have exceeded 2,000. 2,000? Xiao Chusheng calculated, noting that the profit margins for chicken fillets were rather modest. Such sales during a peak weekend were fairly standard. Of course, the surrounding environment and the stall's lack of established reputation also played a role. Despite the park being busy, most visitors were drawn solely to Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall, inevitably affecting the competition, which was why local vendors were so irate. Unfortunately, they were too intimidated to voice their grievances, especially with Chen Bin's crew of former delinquents around. Xiao Chusheng felt no guilt. In business, some must lose for others to gain. Everyone earns based on their abilities, and the overall market is finite. One cannot expect harmony to yield wealth. It simply does not exist. History has shown that the notion of harmonious profit is merely a ruse by capitalists to exploit consumers by shifting costs onto them. Let us head back. There's room for improvement with the chicken fillet stall, and it will get better, Xiao Chusheng reassured Chen Bin with a pat on the shoulder. The chicken fillet business was predicated on high sales volume and was never intended to be limited to this area, so this revenue fell within expectations. On their way back, Chen Bin's 2 young associates, tasked with overseeing Xiao Chusheng's stall, approached him, brought by Chen Bin. Boss, these 2 are looking for work. Looking for work? Xiao Chusheng inquired, slightly puzzled, but he clarified, that will have to wait a few days. Our resources are currently limited, and we must take it step by step. Actually, Boss, I heard from Ben that you might not continue with the crayfish. One eager young man, Zhou Chun, quickly interjected. Ah, yes, the procurement is in Shanghai, making it cumbersome, and cooking requires a kitchen, Xiao Chusheng patiently explained. Zhou Chun immediately proposed, what if we run to Shanghai for you to gather supplies? Then the brothers can help you handle the rest, and you'd only need to cook. You can pay us a wage. How's that sound? The young man seemed a bit hesitant, as if fearing Xiao Chusheng might decline. Xiao Chusheng, sensing something deeper, asked, have you encountered difficulties at home? Zhou Chen's face flushed, and he awkwardly ran his fingers through his hair. My sister is about to enter university, but our family can't afford it, so. You wish to support her education? Xiao Chusheng felt a surge of admiration. Despite their carefree demeanor, these young men genuinely cared for their families. Yes, she's the first in our family to attend university. I've wasted my chance. I can't let her waste hers. You're right. We must seize opportunities to change our fates, Zhou Chun declared, his gaze resolute. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng posed a thought-provoking question, one that also served as a test. If that is the case, why not have your sister work part-time? High school graduates can earn money washing dishes or something similar, right? Absolutely not. Zhou Chun replied vehemently, urgency in his tone. She is a girl, and the world is still unsafe. I fear for her safety while working. Xiao Chusheng found himself appreciating this spirited young man named Zhou Chun and nodded. All right, you shall earn this money. Chapter 62, Striving to Become a Better Version of Oneself. As soon as Xiao Chusheng's words fell, smiles illuminated the faces of both young men. However, before their joy could fully blossom, Xiao Chusheng suddenly furrowed his brow, turning his attention to the other young man. You're working to support his sister, but what about you? Instantly, everyone paused, their eyes landing on the other young man. Su Fei. Curiosity filled the air. Just as Chun Bin was about to speak on Su Fei's behalf, Su Fei took the initiative. Boss, actually, I'm also doing it for his sister. The trio was momentarily taken aback. The response had indeed caught them off guard. Zhou Chun chuckled awkwardly. Boss, well, Fei likes my sister. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but facepalm. So it was true? This young man was indeed a romantic? Lin Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Who would have thought this seemingly unreliable delinquent would charge forth for love? Perhaps it was a moment of wicked amusement. Xiao Chusheng approached Su Fei and patted him on the shoulder. That is commendable, but I do have a question for you. Su Fei hesitated, a worried expression crossing his face. Boss, you're not going to stop me, are you? Xiao Chusheng shook his head. That is unlikely. I am merely curious about certain matters. You could interpret it as my exploration of human nature. Such profound words left everyone present perplexed. However, this man, a dog in the eyes of others, was the boss, the highest authority, so no one dared to voice their thoughts. With a beaming smile, Xiao Chusheng continued, I wonder, hypothetically speaking, if Zhou Chen's sister were to attend university, she would undoubtedly encounter many individuals over the next 4 years, broadening her horizons. In other words, she might become more accomplished, with higher standards, and potentially meet someone better than you. At this juncture, everyone grasped the implications. For a naive young man, this truth was rather harsh. Yet the audacious Xiao Chusheng pressed on, what if, in due course, she develops feelings for another man and no longer desires you? All your efforts today would merely serve as a wedding dress for someone else. What would you do then? Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the room. Xiao Chusheng had posed an exceedingly realistic question in the calmest of tones, akin to a soul-searching inquiry. Su Fei stood frozen, having never contemplated such matters before this moment. However, as he envisioned the hypothetical scenario, he felt as though his very blood were congealing. Zhou Chun opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but he realized the boss was stating an undeniable truth. Although the prevailing societal narrative of the current era champions struggle and perseverance as pathways to a brighter future, the reality is often uncertain. At least for most individuals in this age, uncertainty reigns, except, of course, for that dog, Xiao Chusheng. After all, he had witnessed the future firsthand. Su Fei, despondent as if mourning a loss, nearly cried out, Boss, are you suggesting that someone like me is unworthy of love? Xiao Chusheng smiled and shook his head. No, I never deny that there are good women in this world who would stand by you through your most challenging times, helping you build your dreams. Yet, one must also acknowledge that there are many unscrupulous women who merely seek to exploit you. Su Fei's emotional turmoil rendered his voice tremulous as he asked, What do you mean by that, boss? Do you recall what I said when you first approached our brother Ben? Xiao Chusheng replied without answering directly. Su Fei nodded earnestly. Of course I remember. Xiao Chusheng affirmed. Indeed, as I stated, the extent of your capabilities determines your financial rewards. This is the rule of this world. The onlookers stared at Xiao Chusheng in bewilderment, unable to fathom why he would reiterate this statement at such a moment. Xiao Chusheng smirked. Similarly, some abilities are innate, which we refer to as talent. However, the heights you can reach are not solely dictated by talent, but rather by the synergy of hard work and innate ability. Possessing talent without effort may yield some accomplishments, yet will ultimately be limited. Do you understand? Su Fei, not particularly astute, struggled to digest Xiao Chusheng's words. After a moment's thought, he scratched his head. Are you saying that if I work hard now, as long as I don't lose Xiao Qian, she won't leave me? Xiao Chusheng deduced that Xiao Qian was Zhou Chen's sister and nodded. Yes, this world does not offer only one path. Diligently studying at university is one avenue. Engaging in business is another. There are countless possibilities. I cannot guarantee that by striving to become a better version of yourself, she will remain faithful, as human emotions are complex. However, by that time, losing you may very well become her greatest regret, for without you, she will still find herself strong. Su Fei's eyes brightened. Undoubtedly, Xiao Chusheng had illuminated a new perspective for him. Nevertheless, he posed a question that lingered in everyone's mind. So, boss, if I follow you, can I earn a lot of money? Xiao Chusheng refrained from providing a direct answer, instead retorting, that depends on your capabilities. In my realm, I never lack opportunities to earn. I only lack capable individuals. I will be one, Su Fei declared with determination. Xiao Chusheng was pleased with his response and patted him on the back. Then I shall await the results. All right, everyone, you may return now. Once we tally the earnings, we will distribute them tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Chen Bin and the others, Xiao Chusheng and his companions calculated that day's revenue at Qi Shanshan's residence. During this time, Lin Shi suddenly inquired, do you think Su Fei will win over his sister? Xiao Chusheng appeared surprised. You actually care about this? Well, he casually replied, I am uncertain. The world is full of changes. All we can do is focus on bettering ourselves. Lin Shi appeared thoughtful. After tallying the earnings, bolstered by the addition of 2 new items, crayfish and chicken cutlets, on a Saturday, typically the busiest day, the single-day profit exceeded 10,000 with ease. The crayfish venture was an expansion of the business, with many customers purchasing them to take home, requiring no on-site preparation, thus serving as a profitable point. Xiao Chusheng attempted to analyze. The chicken cutlet business, however, was rather monotonous, with a ceiling on sales. Achieving 2,000 in a single day was already considered substantial. It seemed adjustments were indeed necessary. Xiao Chusheng mused aloud. At that moment, Lin Shi suddenly questioned Xiao Chusheng, if you teach them how to procure crayfish, they will learn how to make money. Once they have sufficient startup capital, won't you fear they might venture off on their own? You think long-term, Xiao Chusheng remarked. Somewhat surprised, yet he smiled slightly. I am not worried. Chapter 63. Must you not give me a kiss? Xiao Chusheng was candid. I never intended to rely on this for profit. It is merely one of my methods of wealth accumulation. Moreover, this business is time-consuming and labor-intensive, making it unprofitable for us, at least. If they are willing to work hard, then the money is essentially theirs for the taking. As for them starting anew, it is not a significant concern. Using this modest profit to discern human nature is a worthwhile endeavor. Xiao Chusheng exhibited a shrewd glint in his eyes. If they are astute enough, they should realize that following me will yield greater rewards. Those who settle for small gains are unworthy of earning more. Lin Shi gazed at Xiao Chusheng in awe, conceding that the current version of him was indeed captivating. The future could very well fall deeply for him. It seemed quite natural. Just then, Xiao Chusheng's lips curled into a smirk. Of course, even if they were to venture out on their own, they likely wouldn't earn much. Why is that? Lin Shi queried, puzzled. Because crayfish belong to a unique category. They thrive on ambience, relying on our barbecue business to sell in abundance. Many consumers order them as an afterthought while enjoying other foods. If you attempt to sell them independently, the business may not flourish as well. Lin Shi rested her chin on her hand, contemplating Xiao Chusheng's words, finding them reasonable. In fact, I had considered selling crayfish at my family's restaurant, but upon reflection, I decided against it, knowing there wouldn't be many buyers. Xiao Chusheng explained to Lin Shi, those who dine at restaurants typically gather for a meal, ordering several dishes. However, at a restaurant of our scale, the clientele primarily consists of students or workers. Oh, is there a difference? Lin Shi blinked, though bright. She lacked extensive societal experience. Xiao Chusheng chuckled. Consider it from their perspective. How can a few crayfish requiring effort to peel fill one's stomach? Workers and students often find their funds insufficient. Lin Shi's eyes widened in realization, her questions finding resolution. No wonder. Meanwhile, her gaze toward Xiao Chusheng was imbued with a heightened sense of admiration. This man was a born merchant. He possessed the remarkable ability to consider the perspectives of various consumer demographics, discerning their needs and preferences. Indeed, this was precisely the greatest asset Xiao Chusheng held upon his rebirth, for he grasped the answers that others sought. Well, I should take my leave now. Tomorrow, do not rise early. Indulge in a leisurely slumber. Let us commence our shopping around 10 o'clock and in the afternoon. I shall take you out to shop for some items, he declared. Shopping? Lin Shi faltered momentarily. Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon Lin Shi's feet, which were adorned with a pair of nondescript, worn-out shoes, devoid of any recognizable brand. I shall procure some attire and shoes suitable for you to wear in Hangzhou, he stated. Lin Shi, feeling a touch flustered, hurriedly insisted, there is no need for that. I still have some. Money should be spent as needed. We are not lacking in that regard, Xiao Chusheng decisively countered. I earn money for this very purpose. If I do not spend it on you, then what significance does my earnings hold? Sure. Xiao Chusheng's gaze burned fervently into Lin Shi's eyes. She averted her gaze, feeling as though he might devour her in the next instant. Nevertheless, Xiao Chusheng maintained his composure and continued, do not concern yourself with saving money for me. You must understand the principle that money begets money. It must be spent to multiply. In the future, we shall possess even more wealth, far beyond your current capacity to expend. Moreover, what I lack at present is substantial capital. This is of no consequence, he added. His words ignited Lin Shi's curiosity, prompting her to inquire, then, how much do you actually need? Xiao Chusheng smiled slightly. Perhaps several million, if not tens of millions, may suffice. Lin Shi felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Was this a venture of grand proportions? Might be a tad excessive? Xiao Chusheng could only smile wryly. Such was the nature of industries related to the internet. They were notoriously capital-intensive. Moreover, he needed to establish a solid foundation, which would require even more resources. The tens of millions he mentioned were merely an estimate, and it was not a matter of immediate expenditure, but rather a gradual process. During this period, he could supplement his expenses through other ventures, which was precisely why he tirelessly managed these stalls. Despite their inconspicuous nature and the labor they entailed, they were genuinely profitable. The street economy, during this era, represented the optimal solution with low costs and high profits. As for other ventures, they either required a hefty startup capital or had slow returns on initial investments. But with the street economy, one could simultaneously earn money while utilizing those profits for expansion. Like a snowball effect, it could quickly generate substantial cash flow. Of course, the challenge lay in the need for manpower, which was why he had recruited Chun Bin and his associates. While not all were entirely trustworthy, they represented the most cost-effective means at Xiao Chusheng's disposal. His remarks to Zhou Chun and Su Fei earlier were intended to establish his authority among these spirited young men. He wanted them to believe that by aligning themselves with him, the great boss, they would reap financial rewards, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Furthermore, if he could identify a few exceptional talents among them, while weeding out the unscrupulous, then once the enterprise expanded, these individuals could become his elite team. The lessons learned from his past life with Su Hai had taught Xiao Chusheng a crucial truth. Some positions must be filled by those who can be trusted. And what guarantees trust? The answer is simple: benefits. Indeed, when one is provided with sufficient incentives, they would offer their very lives in return. Xiao Chusheng was crafting an image for himself, positioning himself as the core figure. With him at the helm, there would be a continuous flow of benefits for all involved. This way, no one would follow the path of Su Hai, who discarded the greater good for the sake of petty gains. Well, I must take my leave. If I linger any longer, I might end up sleeping here with you, Xiao Chusheng jested. However, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with mirth as she replied, that is not entirely out of the question. Do you wish to stay? Xiao Chusheng, caught off guard by her playful tone, instinctively swallowed hard. I must admit, I am quite tempted, but my parents are at home. I shall introduce you to them someday. They would be delighted, he concluded, waving his hand as he exited. Lin Shi watched him depart, a flutter of anticipation stirring within her, perhaps with a hint of mischief. She was curious about how Xiao Chusheng's parents would react upon meeting two beautiful girls. Just as she was about to express her delight, Xiao Chusheng unexpectedly turned back. Did you forget something? Lin Shi quickly composed her expression, questioning him with curiosity. Xiao Chusheng shook his head, pointing to his lips. I just realized that since I've treated you so well, shouldn't you give me a kiss before you go? Chapter 64. Who truly is the prey? A blush suffused Lin Shi's exquisite face, yet she displayed no sign of reluctance or hesitation. In fact, there was a hint of eagerness. Their lips met briefly, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water before parting. It was not that she was averse to a lengthy and passionate French kiss with Xiao Chusheng. Rather, it was simply because Qi Shanshan was watching them intently from short distance away. The clueless beauty had unwittingly become a part of their playful exchange. For someone who was somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart, she failed to process the scene unfolding before her in that moment. Xiao Chusheng, the reckless scoundrel, waved his hand at the girl. Silly girl, do you wish to kiss? No need to pay. He was merely indulging in a jest, as teasing her was often far too entertaining. However, to his surprise, the naive beauty pondered for a moment and then nodded. She actually nodded. Huh? Xiao Chusheng stood frozen, astonished. Was she truly so easily swayed? Before he could react, the naive beauty approached him, grasped his face, and planted a forceful kiss upon his lips. Of course, it was merely a kiss, for it was evident that she had little experience in such matters. Yet, Xiao Chusheng found himself momentarily dazed by the kiss. It felt inexplicably as though he had been overwhelmed. Neither Xiao Chusheng nor Lin Shi could comprehend the situation. Lin Shi had always regarded Qi Shanshan as a pure-hearted girl, one who would not engage in such behavior. Wait, could it be that her innocence made her all the more unpredictable? Lin Shi's mind raced, quickly piecing together the logic of the situation. Because of her simplicity, she was bold in love and hate. She could easily discern who treated her well and who did not, perhaps even more so than those with more intricate thoughts. The malice that people harbor is often subtle and hard to detect. Although Xiao Chusheng, the scoundrel, appeared to be quite wicked, he indeed had his own set of principles. He treated Qi Shanshan with utmost kindness, despite the occasional teasing. In that moment, Lin Shi felt as if she had unraveled many mysteries. Perhaps the three of them coming together was not mere coincidence. Xiao Chusheng, feeling as though he had been caught off guard, stood dazed at Qi Shanshan's doorstep. He touched his lips, which had been graced by two women's kisses, and a sense of pride, or perhaps happiness, bubbled forth uncontrollably. Upon returning home, old Xiao could no longer contain his curiosity. Why does your face look as if you just struck gold? In an instant, Xiao Chusheng found himself struck by the notion that they truly were akin to family. What a wondrous metaphor that was. Yet, he managed to suppress a smile, though he could not resist chuckling softly. No, nothing at all. Comrade old Xiao did not press further, but instead inquired whether he had eaten. Remarking on his absence from home all day, "Where have you been wandering?" With a bright smile, Xiao Chusheng replied, "Isn't it natural for someone my age to indulge in some fun?" In this lifetime, he felt remarkably self-assured. Moreover, with his intellect, academic pursuits, and qualifications no longer binding him, he was liberated. Old Xiao did not dwell on these matters, merely speaking casually. Once in his room, Xiao Chusheng had yet to shake off the emotions of the previous moment. After all, the thrill was overwhelming. What was this he experienced? Was he truly savoring the blessings of companionship? This was an unprecedented experience for him. While in the past he might have only contemplated such a notion, now it seemed to be manifesting, although it was still just shy of complete fulfillment. Two exquisite beauties, who others would scarcely dare to even imagine, were now willingly by his side. This was indeed a bit too exhilarating for Xiao Chusheng in the present moment, rendering him restless and unable to sleep. It was in this moment that he truly felt as though he had been granted a second chance at life, embodying the youthful exuberance expected at his age. Perhaps, in matters of the heart, he was still just a boy at heart. Overwhelmed by excitement, he found sleep elusive, leading to a sense of discomfort. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and resolved to seek physical means of inducing slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were exchanging silent glances, both enveloped in an unspoken understanding, perhaps out of mutual complicity or reluctance. At least for Lin Shi, this was true. Ever since Xiao Chusheng had mentioned his intention to support her, she felt as though she had become a bad woman, and now found herself somewhat enamored by the chaotic nature of their relationship. Although society would scorn such an arrangement, she felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, she experienced excitement and anticipation. "I must be losing my mind," Lin Shi sighed inwardly, yet felt helpless, for she could not harbor any dislike for the innocent Qi Shanshan. Rivals? That was hardly the case. Yet, this relationship was undeniably peculiar. Moreover, Qi Shanshan's presence was baffling. She seemed devoid of malice, but exuded an air of profound wisdom masked by an apparent simplicity. Indeed, she possessed a unique charm that belied her outward demeanor. Lin Shi felt as though she had uncovered a truth. Which of these men was truly the prey? Thus, whether it was Xiao Chusheng or the two women, they all found themselves in a tacit agreement to remain awake deep into the night. The following day, when Xiao Chusheng visited the home of the charming yet naive beauty, all three bore dark circles under their eyes. They exchanged glances, and for a moment, the air grew palpable. "What were you all up to last night?" Xiao Chusheng was the first to voice his curiosity. "And you, what were you doing?" Lin Shi inquired suspiciously. experienced insomnia, Xiao Chuxing concocted an excuse. After all, I was feeling lonely and empty, without any lovely company to keep me warm. Lin Shi could not help but roll her eyes. It was evident he was alluding to her. However, Lin Shi feigned ignorance. Oh, we were also unable to sleep. Silence enveloped them, as they all understood the unspoken reasons for their wakefulness. They were all seasoned foxes, well-versed in the subtleties of life. Well then, let us first head to the market to procure the items for tonight's meal, and in our spare time, we can enjoy a leisurely stroll together, Xiao Chuxing suggested. Thus, they enlisted Chun Bin, bringing along some help to lighten the load, making the task considerably easier. Their efficiency soared compared to usual, especially since Xiao Chuxing was keen on mentoring Chun Bin, as these stalls would eventually be entrusted to them. Boss, you and the boss lady enjoy yourselves. We'll take care of the rest, Chun Bin eagerly remarked, casting a flirtatious glance as they parted. Chapter 65. Compensating for Lin Shi's childhood regrets. Xiao Chuxing had long wished to take Lin Shi out, having noticed that her travel shoes were quite worn. Footwear was essential, given the extensive walking and standing involved in daily life. Yet, he did not want her to purchase them herself. Why? Because he knew she would certainly compromise her desires to save money. After years of interaction, he understood her all too well. Thus, seizing the opportunity of the weekend, Xiao Chuxing decided to indulge her generously. At the very least, he aimed to excite her. He was the first to lead her into a branded athletic shoe store. However, after perusing for a while, he found the selections rather jarring. This was the first time he scrutinized the prevailing aesthetic of this era since his rebirth. Had shoes in 2007 truly been this unattractive? They appeared clunky, with chaotic lines, unlike the minimalist beauty emphasized in later years. Yet, upon reflection, Xiao Chuxing could comprehend the evolution. Just as the initial smartphone UI, exemplified by Apple's fourth generation, began with a realistic design, it eventually transitioned to a more streamlined aesthetic. Such principles are similarly applicable across fashion and interior design. For instance, in later years, a popular style emerged known as New Chinese, whereas 2007 still adhered predominantly to European influences. Xiao Chuxing concluded that his taste was rather avant-garde. Every pair of shoes he surveyed was simply unappealing to his eyes. Consequently, he allowed the two women to choose for themselves, content to play the role of a discreet financial supporter. This time was indeed abstract. Though prices were notably lower than in subsequent years, acquiring quality items required a greater expenditure, particularly with shoes and clothing. Even ordinary or counterfeit brands demanded around 200 yuan during this era. Conversely, in later years, one could procure exceptionally comfortable and stylish signature models for that same amount. The root of this paradox lay in the so-called lack of transparency in information, which permeated various aspects of life, including mobile phones, food, and dining. The advent of mobile internet not only ushered in entertainment and convenience, but also solidified Xiao Chuxing's resolve regarding his path forward. He intended to capitalize on the opportunities presented by the proliferation of mobile internet. At this juncture, the most comfortable shoe design featured air cushioning, albeit at a slightly higher price point. Lin Shi hesitated over a pair of relatively elegant white shoes, and Xiao Chuxing recognized her reluctance to spend. Despite earning enough in a single day to buy 20 pairs, she was still unwilling to splurge. Thus, Xiao Chuxing approached her quietly. All right, let us go with this pair. Huh? Lin Shi was taken aback that Xiao Chuxing had made the decision without hesitation. Given that Lin Shi was still learning to embrace spending, she could not afford to be overly concerned about appearances. After some haggling, the originally priced 450 yuan shoes were reduced to 220. Xiao Chuxing could only lament the opacity of prices in physical stores, feeling somewhat helpless. Don't you want to buy anything? He queried, noticing the naive beauty sitting idly on a nearby bench, seemingly uninterested in choosing. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be the boys who behave like her? The foolish beauty shook her head. I have so many shoes that I can't wear them all. Such is the declaration of someone from a wealthy family. One simply cannot compete. Just change into a pair, she insisted. Huh? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, huh? Just change. The shoes you're wearing are quite old. A new pair would be so much more comfortable. This was precisely the purpose for which Xiao Chuxing had brought her today. And naturally, he urged her on. Lin Shi bit her lip but complied obediently. Is it comfortable? Yes, she replied. Then afterward, we can stroll around a bit more, and I'll buy you 2 more pairs for replacements, Xiao Chuxing said with a smirk. Lin Shi immediately panicked. Is that really necessary? That seems too extravagant. One should save when appropriate, but also spend when necessary. What is the point of earning money if not to spend it? Xiao Chuxing decisively made the choice for her once again. Lin Shi felt quite embarrassed, yet she found herself powerless against him as he held the purse strings. The three of them did not continue shopping, but instead sought a place to dine, as it was already well past noon. In truth, Xiao Chusheng had intended to treat them to something splendid, but then he reconsidered. It seemed that in this day and age, fast food appeared rather upscale to many. For instance, Kaifeng Cuisine and that golden-arched establishment. Oh yes, at this point it was not yet referred to by that name. This cognitive dissonance arose from the incessant bombardment of brainwashing advertisements these foreign fast food chains had been airing on television. Coupled with their prices, which had indeed become quite steep in recent years, they had fostered an illusion of being high-end. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chusheng's mischievous side surfaced. How about fast food? Would you like pizza? He inquired of Lin Shi. Her eyes widened in surprise. She was aware of it, yet had never been able to indulge, as it was far too costly for her. After moving in with her adoptive parents, she had not only found her pocket money insufficient, but had, in fact, never received any at all. Even her earnings from part-time jobs were meager, thus placing such luxuries beyond her reach. It was only during her freshman year of college that she had the fortune to share a piece of fried chicken with Zhu when after her dorm mates had gone out. Xiao Chusheng was well aware of this, and even after hearing Lin Shi recount her childhood experiences in her previous life, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. During that time, he frequently took her out for fast food, disregarding health considerations, solely to compensate for her childhood regrets. Although he had arrived now, Lin Shi's past could not be rewritten. Yet, he yearned for her to experience all that she had missed in her early years. What others possessed as woman, Lin Shi should also have. Feeling somewhat uneasy upon entering such an establishment for the first time, Lin Shi appeared anxious. Xiao Chusheng gently grasped her hand, reassuring her. Don't worry. Feel free to order anything you desire. Eat to your heart's content. Money is of no concern. I will earn it. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with gratitude. At that moment, this young man provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. Even with her mental preparation, when she glanced at the prices on the menu, she was still taken aback. The various pizzas, with the smallest size starting at 40 to 50 yuan. For the three of them to feel satisfied, it would surely cost 300 to 400 yuan at the very least. In an instant, a thought crossed her mind to back out. However, Xiao Chusheng maintained his stoic expression, gazing steadily into Lin Shi's eyes. I tell you, I can earn enough money to let you eat until you're stuffed. Do you believe me? Her breath nearly hitched at his words. Did she believe him? Absolutely. Noticing the change in her expression, Xiao Chusheng finally handed her the menu. Don't worry about spending money. Order whatever you like. As Lin Shi pondered over the menu, Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon the foolish beauty. She seemed to sense that something was amiss. Chapter 66. When pulling out a wallet becomes second nature. Without waiting for Xiao Chusheng to speak, the foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, adeptly retrieved her wallet and presented it with both hands. Xiao Chusheng was utterly bewildered. What had he intended to say? Qi Shanshan's actions were so extraordinary that he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Shi, too, was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to glance at the menu. For this pair was truly something else. That is not what I meant, Xiao Chusheng stammered, awkwardly clearing his throat. I wouldn't he go so far as to make you pay. The expression on Qi Shanshan's face seemed to say, Are you certain? She recalled his previous and scrupulous antics, eating her food, drinking her drinks, and even having her pay for their accommodations, not to mention the 200 he had swiped before leaving. Xiao Chusheng, of course, remembered this too, but he was thick-skinned enough to act as if it were of no concern. Well, I meant for you to go grab a family bucket from KFC next door. As for the rest, feel free to order whatever else you fancy, he explained. Qi Shanshan, still somewhat dazed, blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion as she gazed back at him. Hurry, he urged, playfully swatting her on the rear to rouse her from her stupor. Oh, she exclaimed, and then, with her head down, she hurried out the door. Lin Shi turned to Xiao Chusheng, momentarily unsure of where to begin her critique. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. I thought you had deceived me enough. How many times have you tricked her? It seems to have become second nature. She hands over her wallet before you even say a word. Xiao Chusheng felt deeply wronged, but could not refute her, as those dubious deeds were indeed his doing. Furthermore, when Qi Shanshan had first encountered Lin Shi, she had offered him her entire wallet without hesitation. At that moment, he had been flabbergasted, thinking how easily this silly girl could be deceived. However, he had not accepted, believing that even if she came from a wealthy family, her disposable income was likely limited. In truth, Xiao Chusheng did not lack for money, as he possessed numerous avenues for earning. What he lacked was significant capital. Even with Qi Shanshan's assistance, it would be of little use without someone to manage it. The profits one could generate individually were limited, as demonstrated by the barbecue stall. No matter how much he and Lin Shi toiled, they could only earn a modest sum in that vicinity. To multiply their earnings, they would need to enlist the help of others. Thus, he turned his attention to Chunbin. although there were risks involved as an initial capital accumulation. Those risks were not a concern. Another reason for not accepting Qi Shanshan's assistance was the thought of her biological father. If he were to dip into Qi Shanshan's funds, a small amount might not have much impact, but what about a larger sum? Who knows if the account holding her money was one only she was aware of, or if her father was privy to transactions as well. Therefore, for the time being, Xiao Chusheng remained cautious. Have you decided? He asked Lin Shi, noticing she had stopped perusing the menu. Yes, I'll let Shanshan choose when she returns, and you as well. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback. In truth, it had been quite some time since he had dined at a Pizza Hut, as in his previous life, the family dining concept had gradually faded from public view. This was due in part to the rise of prepackaged meals, and also because their prices were genuinely exorbitant. Yet, as Xiao Chusheng flipped through the menu, his eyes widened in shock. Alarmed, he quickly pulled out his phone to check the time. Good heavens, it's definitely 2007. Seeing Xiao Chusheng's unusual demeanor, Lin Shi curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just checking the time," he replied with an awkward smile. At the same time, this fellow pondered to himself. No wonder Lin Shi finds it expensive. To be fair, even Xiao Chusheng thinks the price is outrageous. The most terrifying part is that this is 2007, and somehow it is even pricier than a decade later. Is this scientifically plausible? Xiao Chusheng had to admit that the correlation between prices and income is, in a certain sense, quite contrary to common sense. Much like before his rebirth, when many people felt that prices had surged, limiting how years ago a bowl of noodles cost just a few yuan, yet now it costs over 10. But in reality, while this is true for food, many less transparent sectors have prices that are absurdly high compared to the past. Take clothing, shoes, and electronic products, for example, or fast food, where pizzas are uniformly priced at 55 yuan and above. And for beverages, juices range from 15 to 18, or even surpassing 20. Xiao Chusheng nearly believed he had traveled back in time. He ordered some symbolic grilled wings, and, although they were a bit pricey, he was willing to spend for Lin Shi's satisfaction. He himself opted for a classic spaghetti bolognese. Would he have ordered too much? Lin Shi felt a twinge of uncertainty. Xiao Chusheng chuckled, reassuring her, "It's fine. If we can't finish, we can pack it up and have it later." All right then. After spending some time together, Lin Shi had essentially grasped the character of this young man, decisive and a bit domineering. Once he made up his mind, it was unlikely to change. Therefore, her opinion was rather inconsequential. Of course, this was merely Lin Shi's current understanding. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chusheng's domineering nature stemmed from his desire to provide her with the best. Before long, the clumsy beauty returned, cradling a large bucket and carrying a bag. What a sizable bucket! Lin Shi had seen the family bucket in television commercials and thought it looked impressive, though she had never tasted it herself. Xiao Chusheng smirked. "You won't be surprised once you see what's inside." Huh? Lin Shi was puzzled. When she lifted the lid, she found a decent amount of food within, sufficient to stave off any disillusionment. It was certainly far superior to the meager offerings of the orphan bucket years down the line. He pushed the menu towards the clumsy beauty. "Take a look and see what else you'd like to order." Qi Shanshan perused the menu for quite some time, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As soon as she squatted down, Xiao Chusheng knew precisely what she was about to do, promptly reminding her, "Don't overorder. You want to finish everything, so don't think you can try it all." Oh, as expected, had Xiao Chusheng not intervened, this clumsy girl would have even contemplated ordering a full platter. Fast food in 2007 was quite popular, with many indulging in it, often with a sense of superiority. It was common to see college boys earning money from part-time jobs, taking their girlfriends out for a date here. Why would they indulge? Seeing that Lin Shi was still hesitating, the clumsy beauty had already dug into a fried chicken leg, her mouth smeared with grease. Lin Shi, on the other hand, felt a bit shy, having never set foot in such an establishment before today. Xiao Chusheng, aware of her thoughts, rummaged through the pile of food the clumsy beauty had brought back and produced a hamburger. He handed it to Lin Shi, sighing, "Eat up, look to the future. For you have me now." Chapter 67, a bad woman, an unfilial daughter, yet finding joy in it. Lin Shi silently accepted the hamburger, unwrapping the greaseproof paper and taking small bites. "Is it good?" Xiao Chusheng inquired. Though she verbally affirmed it, her tone was somewhat muted. She felt a lump in her throat, tears welling uncontrollably in her eyes. Although the situation was not particularly sentimental, the hamburger seemed less delectable than she had anticipated. Yet, she could not help but be overwhelmed. In truth, Lin Shi was acutely aware that her emotional turmoil stemmed from Xiao Chusheng's attitude and his words. Although this boy, 3 years her junior, could sometimes be rather dogged, he was undeniably the person who treated her the best in this world. At times, She even pondered whether he cared for her more than her biological parents ever did. Despite the absurdity of such thoughts, they had taken root deep within Lin Shi's heart. She considered herself a bad woman, an unfilial daughter. After her parents passed away, she initially wept endlessly. But as time wore on, once her tears had dried, they ceased to appear in her dreams. Eventually, as life grew increasingly harsh, Lin Shi even forgot their existence. Their faces had faded into a blur in her memory. She couldn't help but wonder if her parents were alive and learned of her choice to be with someone like Xiao Chusheng, even contemplating living with another girl. Would they be furious enough to want to strike her? I am truly a bad woman, Lin Shi mused self-deprecatingly within her heart. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs in this world. Lin Shi had long since succumbed to the hardships life had dealt her. Xiao Chusheng was undoubtedly the one who led her into this downfall, yet she found joy in it. Perhaps many would look down upon her, even scorn her. But she remained indifferent, for she was happy. Xiao Chusheng quietly observed Lin Shi, fully aware of the reason behind her tears. He understood better than anyone. For in her past life, Lin Shi had experienced similar moments, like a tightly strung cord within her heart, suddenly snapping. In truth, there was nothing wrong with being emotionally vulnerable. Xiao Chusheng moved closer, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Lin Shi did not resist. Her hands continued their rhythmic motion, taking tiny bites of the hamburger. Once she finished one, she reached for a fried chicken leg. The clumsy beauty's eyes were glued to that chicken leg, clearly coveting it. However, if it were Lin Shi, she would gladly share. What ill intentions could the clumsy beauty possess? She was merely a bit endearing. Just like binge eating, wanting to experience all the things she had missed out on in childhood, Lin Shi now yearned to savor it all at once. Unfortunately, her stomach had its limits, making this an unrealistic desire. As the server approached with more food, he noticed Xiao Chusheng holding Lin Shi, who appeared somewhat emotional and flustered. Nodding towards the server, Xiao Chusheng smiled gently. Just set it down. We can manage on our own. Also, please bring us 3 cups of your signature drink, the fruity one. Xiao Chusheng had forgotten its name, but remembered it existed during this time. After all, many items from these fast food chains had gradually been phased out over the years. Yet there were still plenty of good offerings. Once the server departed, Xiao Chusheng reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of Lin Shi's eyes. A gentle and serene smile graced his face. All right, the pizza has arrived. Do you want me to feed you? Lin Shi resolutely shook her head. While she cherished the feeling of living alongside Xiao Chusheng in this manner, she was not yet at the point of finding it tiresome, like young lovers often do. She felt that their bond ran deeper than mere superficiality. Lin Shi picked up a slice of pizza, taking small bites once more. In fact, she found it quite delightful, generously topped and flavorful. Xiao Chusheng glanced over, equally surprised. It seemed to have even more toppings than those available over a decade later. Skeptical yet intrigued, he also took a slice to taste. Indeed it was. As prices soar, it appears that fast food chains are resorting to reducing their offerings to maintain profit margins. For instance, the crust at Pizza Hut during this period is notably thin, yet the cheese remains delightfully stretchy and abundant. However, in Xiao Chusheng's recollection, the crust he savored was disappointingly thick and stretchiness. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Moreover, it is worth noting that during this time, pre-prepared dishes had not yet reached their peak refinement. Even these Western fast food establishments still required considerable culinary intervention, ensuring a certain standard of flavor. It is indeed challenging to ascertain whether history is regressing or advancing. Having lived 2 lives, Xiao Chusheng found himself increasingly contemplative. The 3 of them devoured the food on the table with a whirlwind of enthusiasm, and one could only conclude that with a charmingly foolish beauty present, all concerns dissipated. Oh, and let us not forget Lin Shi, who was indulging in a bout of revenge eating. Once a woman allows herself to feast, her appetite seems insatiable. Xiao Chusheng merely nibbled on his serving of meat sauce noodles, yet he generously offered the remainder to Lin Shi, for her desire to eat was unequivocal. He silently opened the bag that the foolish beauty had brought back, only to be taken aback by its contents. Bone and meat connected? Xiao Chusheng's expression turned peculiar. He was astonished that this item had not yet been discontinued. The bone and meat-connected dish from Kaifeng had vanished from his memories for many years, primarily due to its exorbitant price of 5 yuan 50 per skewer. Subsequently, numerous street vendors had deciphered the secret, leading to its resurgence. Observing the 2 women finish their meal, one of them sipping a colorful fruit beverage, Xiao Chusheng's expression grew quite complex. Truly, they can eat. He pondered that if he were to support these 2 women, he would need some financial backing. Otherwise, it would prove quite challenging. This meal solidified Xiao Chusheng's resolve to earn money. At the very least, this meal was not a loss, serving as a valuable lesson. Silently, he settled the bill, which for the 3 of them, including those 3 cups of colorful fruit beverages, now discontinued in later years, amounted to nearly 300 yuan. Highway robbery? Is it really this expensive? In 2007, Xiao Chusheng glanced at the receipt, unable to suppress his critique. Lin Shi chuckled. Isn't this just daylight robbery? He was left speechless. Yet, one could not deny that these brands had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Even if business had declined later, there remained profits to be made. Xiao Chusheng smirked, inquiring, "Are you satisfied?" Lin Shi's cheeks flushed as she recalled her earlier state of melancholy, merely nodding in response. She then fled to the side of the foolish beauty, as if escaping. The foolish beauty was somewhat slow on the uptake. Before she could respond, Lin Shi tightly embraced her. She adored this girl, so naturally endearing and sweet, who wouldn't cry even when bullied by that scoundrel Xiao Chusheng. Unlike herself, who, despite not being bullied, would still sob uncontrollably. Chapter 68. What I Owe Him. Hey old Xiao, is the shop not busy? Having just finished lunch and preparing to return to the store, Zhao's father encountered a neighbor descending the stairs. The shop run by Zhao's father was quite popular, so the neighbors often frequented it. It was the weekend, after all, with students on holiday, thus he was taking a day off. Old Xiao smiled amiably in response. After a few casual exchanges about daily life, the neighbor suddenly asked, "By the way, doesn't your Chusheng have a very beautiful cousin?" Old Xiao was taken aback. The abrupt change in topic left him momentarily flustered. Reflexively, he recalled that Chusheng did indeed have a cousin, and she was, well, reasonably attractive, perhaps. Old Xiao could only say that his cousin barely met the passing mark in terms of beauty, but certainly could not be considered a top beauty. Old Xiao, uncertain of the neighbor's intentions, continued the conversation. Then he heard the neighbor exclaim with delight, "Oh, really? That's wonderful. My little rascal mentioned seeing a particularly beautiful girl enter your home a few days ago, and wanted to ask if her Chusheng has a cousin. My boy is already in his 20s and still hasn't settled down. Old Xiao, do you think it's worth reaching out to see if they could be introduced?" Old Xiao's mind buzzed. A beautiful girl? Enter my home? Just in the past few days? His cousin? Why was he unaware? Wasn't she working in Shanghai? Had she returned to Hangzhou? Old Xiao fell into contemplation. Moreover, if she had indeed come home, why hadn't anyone mentioned it? Had the little rascal forgotten? Or was there something else? Old Xiao felt an inexplicable unease, but he could not pinpoint the reason. So, he could only respond, "I wasn't aware of this. I'll ask around later. It must be that there's mutual interest." All right. Meanwhile, Xiao Chusheng remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Shi had been staying at his home recently. The three of them exited the restaurant, braving the sweltering sun. Feeling rather fatigued, Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell once more upon the foolish beauty, causing her to shiver with apprehension. This person seemed to have ulterior motives. This was the first reaction of Qi Shanshan. As expected, Xiao Chusheng revealed a harmless smile. "Fool, let us go to KFC and get 3 ice cream cones." The foolish beauty cast a wistful glance his way, yet she complied, preparing to go. Just then, Xiao Chusheng suddenly grasped her by the arm as she was about to lower her head to walk away. "Forget it. Let us go together," he explained. "It's so hot outside. Let us enjoy some air conditioning." Oh! The three of them then hurried to indulge in ice cream cones, with Xiao Chusheng lingering at the ordering counter, seemingly fixated on something. Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan found a vacant table to sit at, and while they ate, Lin Shi curiously asked the foolish beauty, "Why do you listen to him so obediently? Whatever he asks, you just do it." The foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, instinctively replied, "I owe him." Huh? Lin Shi hadn't anticipated such a response and inquired what she owed Xiao Chusheng. As a result, the foolish beauty was momentarily at a loss, her eyes glazing over as she delved into thought. She was so absorbed that she nearly let her ice cream cone melt, only to be reminded by Lin Shi to finish it quickly. "I don't know," the foolish beauty asserted with unwarranted confidence. Lin Shi couldn't help but facepalm. Feeling a bit exasperated, yet she was still curious enough to ask, "If you don't know, then how can you say you owe him? Doesn't that seem odd?" Their eyes met, and Qi Shanshan, with her clear yet wise gaze, declared, "I don't know. He said so." In that moment, Lin Shi felt that the relationship among the three of them was indeed somewhat abstract. This girl was fortunate to have encountered a scoundrel like Xiao Chusheng. Otherwise, she might have been deceived to the point of losing her trousers. Although, it seemed she had already been somewhat hoodwinked. In truth, Lin Shi could vaguely sense something, but she wasn't astute enough to grasp the entire picture. "What have you been searching for since earlier?" After finishing their ice cream, Lin Shi curiously approached Xiao Chusheng. He seemed to be looking for something, yet had not found it. Xiao Chusheng felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. "Oh, nothing in particular. I was just hoping to see if there were any new delicious items." "Is that so?" Lin Shi regarded him with suspicion, knowing he was certainly not being truthful. But she chose not to confront him. In reality, Xiao Chuxing was searching for a long-discontinued item that he had fond memories of. Indeed, it was the tender beef 5-flavor dish. This item had been sold at Kaifeng for several years, but due to the rising cost of beef and diminishing profitability, it had been taken off the menu. Every few years, a limited number of replicas are produced, resulting in increasingly scarce portions of meat. Xiao Chuxing had the chance to savor it once, only to find a pitiful few strips of meat, utterly disappointing. Having been reborn, he contemplated indulging in the original version, yet he found himself unable to locate it. Could have been discontinued, or perhaps it had yet to be developed. Xiao Chuxing pondered. He initially intended to inquire with Lin Shi if she had heard of the tender beef dish, but then he recalled that she had never dined there before, and thus, she would likely be unaware. He resolved to search the internet upon his return. Such is the nature of rebirth, even with memories from a past life. Not all details remain clear. For instance, he knows that K-Brand once offered the tender beef dish, yet he lacks knowledge of its specific launch and discontinuation dates. There are countless situations like this. Xiao Chuxing is well aware of numerous lucrative avenues, but is oblivious to the operational intricacies. Even with the most foolproof investment like Bitcoin, he cannot pinpoint the exact day it peaked or its precise value. He only knows approximately which year it reached its zenith, illustrating the true essence of a reborn individual. Is it truly believed that reborn beings are invincible? The reality is that their prowess ultimately depends on their abilities. A worthless individual remains so, regardless of rebirth. Having failed to find what he sought, Xiao Chuxing waved his hand dismissively. Have you finished eating? Once you're done, let's go look at some clothes. Lin Shi instinctively glanced at her attire, a pristine white short-sleeve shirt. Although purchased from a night market stall, it suited her quite well. After all, her inherent beauty makes anything look appealing on her. As for clothes, I have plenty already, she replied, pursing her lips, embodying her frugal nature. Xiao Chuxing, having prepared his persuasive rhetoric, countered, you do have many clothes, but they are quite ordinary. It would be wise to buy a few quality pieces. Soon, we will need to conduct business, and it would be beneficial for you to look presentable by my side, enhancing my reputation. This would elevate their presence, granting him a superior position in negotiations. Understood? Lin Shi appeared momentarily taken aback by his reasoning. She comprehended the logic, but harbored a lingering suspicion that he was attempting to deceive her. Chapter 69. What I prefer most is when you wear nothing at all. Clothing differs from footwear. Shoes indeed rely heavily on branding. However, in this era, the superior materials for cushioning and comfort, like Adidas UB or Peaks A-Tide, had yet to emerge. Thus, the comfort levels among brands were relatively comparable. Currently, the best options included air cushioning and shock absorption, and he had selected a pair of stylish air cushion running shoes for Lin Shi. In contrast, clothing had always been a matter of intellectual taxation, a reality that persisted even many years later. The value of materials and designs remained opaque, compounded by the complexities of online and physical goods, as well as counterfeit products. The intricacies of this realm were daunting, leading Xiao Chuxing to leave the selection to Lin Shi, while he would simply observe. Lin Shi, being rather frugal, would not entertain overly expensive options. Of course, even the high-end brands remained exorbitantly priced, with luxury items not significantly cheaper simply because it was 2007. Prices in the thousands were commonplace. Lin Shi dragged the oblivious beauty along to assist her in choosing, as both girls shared a common language. Xiao Chuxing found a place to rest, quietly observing. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shi's current clothing style mirrored that of her past life, prioritizing a polished and sophisticated appearance. Aren't you going to help me choose? She asked, noticing Xiao Chuxing's apparent disinterest, mistakenly believing he was uninterested in shopping for clothes. She understood the stereotype that boys generally dreaded shopping with girls. However, Xiao Chuxing shook his head. These clothes seem rather standard. Choose what you like. And show me once you've made your decision. Oh, Lin Shi replied, not dwelling on it, and eventually selected 2 pieces before heading to the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged wearing a sky-blue spaghetti-strap dress, instantly captivating Xiao Chuxing, who gazed at her like a famished wolf. The vibrant youthfulness radiating from her was almost overwhelming for his youthful vigor. What do you think? Do you like this one on me? Lin Shi twirled before him, showcasing her graceful figure. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Chuxing nodded. I like it, but I prefer you in nothing at all. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully scolded. You little lecher. Xiao Chuxing chuckled. What man isn't a bit lustful? Those who aren't are merely hanging on the wall. Lin Shi huffed, retreating into the fitting room to try on the next garment. Suddenly, the oblivious beauty tugged at Xiao Chuxing, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What does hanging on the wall mean? Xiao Chuxing was pleasantly surprised by her inquisitive nature, not expecting her to be so curious. However, Considering her innocent naivety, he pondered whether revealing the truth would corrupt her. Nevertheless, he realized he would eventually have to enlighten her himself, so imparting a bit of wisdom now wouldn't he harm. It refers to a portrait, he explained seriously. Oh, Lin Sure exclaimed, comprehension dawning upon her. As they chatted, Lin Sure emerged in another outfit, a crisp white shirt adorned with subtle stripes and floral embellishments. Remarkably, she exuded an air of confidence and beauty. I think it looks good, Xiao Chusheng offered his opinion. What about the other outfit? Is it nice? Yes, it's beautiful. Lin Sure agreed. However, she felt conflicted. The shirt was reasonably priced, but the spaghetti strap dress was rather expensive, nearing 800. Even after negotiation, it still exceeded her previous spending habits significantly. Xiao Chusheng, recognizing her dilemma, decisively interjected, "We'll take both." He then summoned the sales attendant and initiated his notorious haggling tactics, leaving the attendant questioning her life choices. Such was the reality of 2007. Aside from food, almost everything required negotiation, often requiring one to navigate through the main arteries of commerce. Otherwise, they risked being exploited. This was the prevailing economic climate, where information was not transparent. The rise of online shopping, while eliminating some of the pitfalls, also led to the downfall of many small garment factories during this era of e-commerce transformation, where those who couldn't adapt were left behind. Eventually, the sales attendant was nearly in tears from Xiao Chusheng's relentless negotiation, and the price for the two outfits was halved. The attendant managed a forced smile as she packaged the items for Lin Sure, who was left in disbelief. Previously, Lin Sure had haggled for clothes, but never to the extent that Xiao Chusheng had. Once outside the store, she couldn't help but ask him, is the profit margin for clothes really that high? How can they sell them at such prices? Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes and explained, that dress you chose looks stunning, but it's clearly a knockoff, given the inferior materials. How could you tell? Lin Sure was astonished. Intuition, he replied. Xiao Chusheng pointed to his temple, which was a euphemism for his intellect. In my understanding, the price of clothing these days is primarily determined by its design. However, this design paired with such materials, it's akin to Lu Bu riding a dog. Such commonplace materials are unworthy of this design, leading me to suspect it is a counterfeit, imitating the design of some luxury brand, as evidenced by those faux diamonds. At that moment, Lin Sure felt even more astonished by Xiao Chusheng's discerning eye and experience. It was clear why this individual could amass wealth. Xiao Chusheng regaled her with a story. Typically, the wholesale price of such counterfeit clothing is remarkably low, so if you were to negotiate with the owner, they would likely consider you a fool, much like that garment you're wearing, which I suspect you purchased in night market stall. Ah, yes, Lin Sure instinctively replied. I wager you spent at least 50 or 60. Xiao Chusheng ventured guess. Correct. Lin Sure was taken aback. How could he have guessed so accurately? Xiao Chusheng scoffed lightly. At a small factory in Wenzhou, you could buy them in bulk for as little as a few yuan to 25. It's far cheaper than the Four Seasons Spring in Hangzhou. Lin Sure was utterly flabbergasted. The notion that clothing could be obtained for 20 yuan was beyond her comprehension. Yet, Xiao Chusheng wore a mischievous smile, muttering, I wonder if they sell black stockings now. It would be a shame not to adorn those long legs of yours with them. Lin Sure recalled the last time this little rascal had taken her on a bicycle ride, leading to unwelcome advances upon her legs. Was he still fixated on them? In Chapter 70, I Want You to Return in Splendor, Xiao Chusheng indeed procured several pairs of stockings for Lin Sure, including black, white, and flesh-colored options. However, he had little affection for the white ones, as they simply did not complement Lin Sure's aura. She promptly tried them on for him, enhancing her casual outfit with an ethereal flair. Yet, Xiao Chusheng furrowed his brow, commenting, black stockings are typically synonymous with seduction, but on you, they evoke a reluctance to touch. This is rather unfortunate. Lin Sure was left speechless. This fellow was indeed quite particular. It was not entirely unreasonable for Xiao Chusheng to think this way. After all, the design of black stockings inherently leans toward allure, while Lin Sure's innate purity, amplified by her youthful attire, transformed that allure into a heightened sense of innocence. Under normal circumstances, extreme purity can evoke a desire to disrupt it, creating a thrilling tension. Oh, right, foolish beauties can be like that, too pure for their own good. However, Lin Sure possessed a unique balance, an innocence that exceeded mere desire. It still retained a hint of it. Xiao Chusheng mused that this was likely the source of Lin Sure's charm. While a foolish beauty may also possess beauty, she paled in comparison to Lin Sure. Xiao Chusheng exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, fortunately, I desire both. As they exited the store, Lin Sure curiously inquired, why didn't you haggle this time? These stockings were not inexpensive, and the material is rather flimsy. They could easily snag. Xiao Chusheng looked at her, as if she were simple-minded. Well, of course, stockings are meant to be torn. If you don't let me tear them, what's the point? Had it not been for Xiao Chusheng revealing the truth, Lin Shi would have remained oblivious, her face visibly reddening. However, Xiao Chusheng earnestly elaborated. If we were to haggle over this, it would be somewhat impolite. Lin Shi was puzzled. Why is that? Think of it this way, Xiao Chusheng replied. Resting his chin in contemplation before a light bulb moment struck him, it's akin to us being in a hurry to accomplish something. It's still needing to bargain for 2 boxes of condoms. At this, Lin Shi truly felt bewildered. What peculiar metaphors filled his mind? Observing her bemused expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. The salesgirl at the clothing store must have thought, this guy can attract 2 such beautiful girls. He must be wealthy, only to see him haggling like a miser. This remark elicited laughter from the trio, as they imagined the perspective of the salesgirl. Realizing it might indeed be true, after wandering the streets a bit longer, Xiao Chusheng purchased some snacks for the 2 girls, ensuring they would have something to enjoy when they returned home. Spending money in this manner felt gratifying. Xiao Chusheng mused that if he could relive his life, it would be quite splendid, as the joy he experienced now was unparalleled to anything in his previous existence. That evening, as Xiao Chusheng prepared to venture out with them once more, he noticed Lin Shi still clad in her old attire, and questioned, "Why haven't you changed into your new clothes?" Lin Shi paused. "If I get oil stains on them, wouldn't that be a waste?" "Oh, that makes sense." "Well, wear them to school tomorrow," Xiao Chusheng insisted, his eyes narrowing with determination. "I want you to return to school in a glorious manner, so others can see just how well you are doing." A warm sensation surged within Lin Shi. This young man truly cared for her deeply. Yet, she feigned ignorance, longing to hear more of his sweet, affectionate words. "Why? Aren't you worried that if I dress so beautifully, I might attract rivals?" Xiao Chusheng chuckled lightly. "Rivals? Only those of equal standing are rivals. Those who are not are merely clowns." His words struck home, leaving Lin Shi in stitches. "Are you really that confident?" "Absolutely. I already made an appearance at your school last time. Somebody must know you have a boyfriend. You should definitely return in style. When they see how well you are doing, it will only highlight the disparity." Lin Shi had to concede that the perspective this young man held was something her peers could hardly fathom. "Prepare yourself. The business on weekend evenings may be even better than Saturday," Xiao Chusheng cautioned Lin Shi. "Why is that?" Lin Shi queried, confused. "Aren't Saturdays when everyone goes out for fun?" Xiao Chusheng explained. "Sunday is when boarding school students return to campus. Some school cafeterias are even closed that day. And even when they are open, options are limited. Coupled with their return, students often have money on the first day and will treat friends, roommates, or partners to a meal out." After hearing this, Lin Shi's gaze towards Xiao Chusheng shifted further. One thought consumed her. This guy truly understood human nature. It's no wonder he could earn money. Such abilities should not be taken for granted, as not everyone can apply them effectively, which distinguishes people from one another. "How was business today?" Xiao Chusheng entrusted the stall to Lin Shi and the others while he first inquired with Chun Bin, who had set up earlier. "Chicken chops differ from barbecues. By the afternoon, passers-by will start purchasing," Chun Bin reported. "Not bad. Based on yesterday's experience, today's feedback is indeed better." Xiao Chusheng nodded. "Tomorrow, I will head to Shanghai to retrieve the soda machine. We need to prioritize the fried food business." Afterward, Xiao Chusheng discussed the significant adjustments planned for their business. He intended to establish a brand for the fried food venture, which would be crucial in competing with Xingxin. Initially, he planned to operate as a mobile food truck to earn quick money and build a reputation. Once sufficient funds were amassed, he would open a physical store. The brand would be called the Zhahui. The Zhahui? Upon hearing this name, Chun Bin's eyes brightened, even with only a middle school education. He grasped the implications behind it. The homophone of mixed stew has been altered, with mixed transformed into fried, corresponding to the term for deep frying. Stew has been replaced by confluence, implying an amalgamation. "Boss, does this brand signify our intention to create a plethora of fried delicacies?" Chun Bin discerned the flavor. Xiao Chusheng nodded. "Indeed, but this is a discussion for another time. Currently, my focus is on fried chicken, as it is the most universally appealing option. Since we are establishing a fried confluence, we shall offer an array of fried chicken varieties: Korean, American, Chinese, and Japanese." "Brilliant!" Chun Bin could no longer contain his excitement. Instinctively giving a thumbs up, "Boss, your idea is exceptional. Once we expand, whenever anyone thinks of fried chicken, they will undoubtedly recall our grand fried confluence." Chapter 71. Burying Heaven. Burying Earth, burying the love family. Xiao Chusheng sighed, muttering, "Such aspirations are indeed beautiful, but we are lacking in manpower." Chun Bin was momentarily taken aback. "Boss, lacking manpower? Don't we have enough brothers? How many reliable individuals can you count? I mean those who are genuinely dependable." This question left Chun Bin momentarily speechless. He pondered seriously, perhaps over 10. Xiao Chuxing nodded. Indeed, we are short on hands. He fell into deep contemplation. The absence of trustworthy personnel was a significant obstacle to his rapid expansion. In the early stages of business, a single misstep could lead to being undermined by subordinates. Chunbin may be clever, but that does not guarantee that all of his associates possess the same acumen. However, the crux of the matter is that Xiao Chuxing has no choice. He cannot afford to halt progress over such trivialities. Moreover, there is another point. My plan requires not merely a dozen individuals. Even doubling that would be insufficient. Xiao Chuxing confided in Chunbin. Chunbin was astonished. Boss, how large do you intend to make this establishment? Not excessively large, primarily diverse. Xiao Chuxing was candid about his preliminary plans. I also intend to establish a barbecue brand, to be named Shisher Barbecue. This requires careful consideration. For now, I plan to operate a food truck until October, after which I will lease a shop to create an indoor charcoal barbecue experience for winter diners. The name Shisher Barbecue is inspired by the strikingly beautiful proprietress, Lin Shi, who has garnered the affectionate nickname Barbecue Shisher from numerous patrons, much like the tofu Shisher. Unbeknownst to them, this moniker has become a clever marketing gimmick for the stall. In the future, we can leverage this reputation to build a brand. While the profits may not compare to the several thousand earned by street vendors in a night, a single shop could still yield a net profit of $2,000 to $3,000 a day. His primary aim was to outsource the more arduous tasks and rely on these two culinary brands for a stable cash flow. This way, Xiao Chuxing would have the confidence to pursue a grand venture, as the opportune moment for significant progress was still some time away. As he contemplated his next steps, Chunbin suddenly slapped his forehead. Eureka! Boss, I have a candidate in mind. What candidate? Just then, Lin Shi's voice echoed behind them. Xiao Chuxing was taken aback. What brings you here? I noticed you hadn't tea returned, so I came to check. The guest haven tea arrived yet. I was discussing with Binzi the plans for the upcoming shop. Xiao Chuxing informed Lin Shi, but quickly recalled. Binzi, what candidate were you referring to? Didn't you mention we were short on staff? Chunbin hurriedly explained. I know where to find people. Oh, do tell. Xiao Chuxing was genuinely intrigued. I have an acquaintance in the neighboring district named Luo Fei. He has a considerable number of associates. Chunbin clarified. Trustworthy? Xiao Chuxing maintained a skeptical outlook. Chunbin's acquaintance was likely involved in dubious activities, which could pose a problem. Xiao Chuxing feared that a crackdown on organized crime might inadvertently ensnare him, especially if it were revealed that the business was associated with unsavory characters. That would be utterly unjust. However, after Chunbin elaborated, Xiao Chuxing's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was Lin Shi who prompted Chunbin with a question. What exactly is this love family you mentioned? Without needing Chunbin to answer, Xiao Chuxing cleared his throat. Burying heaven, burying earth, burying the love family, Tang San's burial. The jest elicited laughter from Lin Shi, and even Chunbin found it hard to maintain his composure. This reference was rather ahead of its time. Many young people today still view the love family and its associated subculture as a trend. However, Binzi, do you mean the same love family I am thinking of? Xiao Chuxing inquired, skeptical. It should be, right? Chunbin scratched his head. Luo Fei's cousin is indeed the founder of the love family. No way, what a coincidence. Xiao Chuxing found himself questioning his own life choices. He indeed had some recollection of the love family, and he knew the founder's surname was Luo. However, he could not recall the full name. Is your cousin from the eastern part of Guangdong? He probed cautiously. Yes, Luo Fei speaks fluent Cantonese, Chunbin affirmed repeatedly. Goodness. Xiao Chuxing never expected that in this rebirth, he would encounter such a figure steeped in contemporary culture. He had inadvertently crossed paths with the Hangzhou branch of the love family. This left him pondering. While he truly needed personnel, was it wise to recruit this group of subcultures? He understood Chunbin's implication. The love family comprises individuals who, despite their eccentricity, differ fundamentally from common delinquents. Many harbor misconceptions about this group, equating them with societal misfits or petty criminals. In truth, the love family represents a cultural phenomenon. Even celebrities like Jay Chou and Li Yuchen have sported similar styles. The members of the love family are more akin to unique, independent youths, what one might call chunibu in contemporary parlance. Most harbor no ill intentions and, in comparison to Chunbin's associates, possess considerably cleaner backgrounds. After careful consideration, Xiao Chuxing decided to move forward, albeit with necessary precautions. Thus, you should reach out to your acquaintance and express that I'm looking to hire a team for my business. If they are interested, they can come to me. Chunbin agreed, thereafter inquiring about the timeline for the Grand Fried Confluence project. Tomorrow, I will head to Shanghai to see if I can procure the necessary ingredients. Xiao Chuxing stated. In order to create a full range of fried chicken, Many seasonings are simply unavailable in Hangzhou, prompting Xiao Chusheng to search in Shanghai's Walmart or other places with a wider selection of imported goods. Time is indeed of the essence. Xiao Chusheng sighed in exasperation. He felt utterly stretched. After laboriously amassing a fortune in his past life, he was thwarted by an inept beauty who insisted on restarting the project. Once again, he found himself tirelessly toiling. Very well, let Zhou Chun and Su Fei accompany me to Shanghai tomorrow. I will also take this opportunity to familiarize them with the procurement process for crayfish. Before departing, Xiao Chusheng mentioned this to Chunbin. Understood, boss. You can fully utilize them. They will handle the supplies. Chunbin had completely shed his previous image as a small-time thug. This convinced Xiao Chusheng that nurturing him was indeed the right course of action. It was a commendable deed to guide a group of aimless delinquents toward legitimate endeavors. Upon returning to his barbecue stall, Xiao Chusheng suddenly spotted a familiar figure, instantly lighting up his eyes. He rushed forward, embracing a flustered girl in a joyous reunion. Little girl, I finally caught you. Chapter 72. Xiao Yurong. Qi Shanshan and Lin Shi were initially engaged in assisting each other with collecting payments and grilling delicacies when they suddenly witnessed their little man unexpectedly embracing a seemingly adorable girl. The foolish beauty blinked her bewildered eyes, glancing at Lin Shi, then at Xiao Chusheng, who was enveloping the girl in his arms, and exclaimed, "Has he taken on another mistress?" Lin Shi nearly burst into laughter. She had indeed entertained the same thought initially, until she observed the way Xiao Chusheng held the girl, which seemed to lack any intimate implication. "You little rascal, run if you can. I've finally caught you." Xiao Chusheng chuckled wickedly, embodying the essence of a villain. "Oh dear brother, spare me. I promise I won't do it again. Please let me go," the girl pleaded, clearly under Xiao Chusheng's control. This girl was none other than Xiao Chusheng's cousin, the very one who had snitched on him to their uncle, Xiao Yurong. Accompanying Xiao Yurong were several of her classmates from the 6th high school. Initially, they suspected that Xiao Yurong was secretly dating someone, but upon hearing her refer to him as brother, they quickly grasped the situation. However, Xiao Chusheng did not release her immediately. Instead, he inquired, "What wrong have you committed?" Xiao Yurong was taken aback. "I don't know. You suddenly grabbed me, and She stammered. Clearly, this girl had no idea what she had done wrong. "Well then," Xiao Chusheng said, exerting pressure, causing Xiao Yurong to cry out in pain. Under his intense scrutiny, she finally confessed her misdeeds. "Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told uncle about your romantic affairs, nor should I have mentioned your hotel stays." Xiao Chusheng's face darkened. She was clearly aware of her actions and was intentionally trying to embarrass him. Who would openly discuss such matters in front of so many people? He thought. Thus, he decided to escalate the punishment. After subjecting her to a bit of torment, Xiao Yurong, under the threat of his relentless teasing, had no choice but to admit her guilt. "All right, what brings you here?" Xiao Chusheng released her, shifting to more serious matters. The location of his stall was quite distant from Xiao Yurong's home, making her presence there rather unusual. Xiao Yurong pouted, but upon meeting Xiao Chusheng's gaze, she reluctantly shared her purpose. "I heard there's a barbecue stall here that's particularly popular. Many people come just to eat. We had nothing to do today, so we came." Xiao Chusheng was enlightened. This reasoning made sense, but was somewhat unexpected. "Has this barbecue stall gained enough fame to reach your circle?" "Yes, they say the flavors are exceptional, with dishes you can't find elsewhere, and the owner is stunningly beautiful," Xiao Yurong remarked, her mouth betraying her as tears began to well up. This girl certainly had quite the appetite. It was evident that her substantial nourishment had contributed to her growth, making her particularly striking, even among university students. As her name suggested, Yurong, meaning abundant, she was indeed a unique presence. However, her arrival made Xiao Chusheng realize that perhaps he needed to set his plans into motion. The rapid rise of his barbecue stall's fame could lead to others snatching his opportunity if he delayed. This was not surprising, as in the absence of the internet, information was conveyed relatively slowly, largely relying on word of mouth or social groups. The social circles were primarily confined to local groups, and given the limited entertainment options, the traffic in these groups was unprecedentedly high. Additionally, there were forums, with the entirety of internet traffic concentrated in these two areas. As Xiao Chusheng's stall gained popularity, it wouldn't take long for word to spread. "I must arrange for several barbecue carts to extend our reach across Hangzhou," Xiao Chusheng mused silently to himself. He recognized this as a pivotal opportunity to build a brand. Otherwise, if someone else discovered this trend, they could usurp his territory under his name. "Brother, what are you mumbling about?" Xiao Yurong inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Are you here to have fun too?" Xiao Chusheng did not respond, but instead took her hand, calling over her friends. "Once you finish eating, we should head back quickly. It's not safe to be out at night." "Oh, Xiao Yurong replied, though inwardly she scoffed at the irony of his warning about safety while he was in a hotel with a girl. Brother, people are lining up. Isn't it rude to cut in? As Xiao Yurong noticed Xiao Chusheng guiding them through the crowd toward the seating area, she suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. I didn't instruct you to cut in, he replied. Huh? They were seated at a small table typically occupied by the foolish beauty alone, leaving the girls in a state of confusion. What's going on? Xiao Yurong was the most perplexed, as no one seemed to voice any objections, not even the owner. Soon, they witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Xiao Chusheng directly took over the grilling duties from the owner, leaving Xiao Yurong utterly speechless, as if the situation was spiraling into the realm of the unimaginable. Who is that girl? Lin Shi glanced at the group of girls and curiously asked Xiao Chusheng. That's my cousin, my father's brother's daughter. Like me, she just finished her college entrance exams and came here to hang out, Xiao Chusheng explained. Suddenly, Lin Shi grasped the situation. Our stall has become so famous? Indeed, thus we need to expand our seating. The few thousand we've earned will have to be reinvested. Lin Shi chuckled resignedly. Let be, we'll earn it back soon enough. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback by Lin Shi's newfound understanding. It seemed that the thrill of consumption had indeed sparked a change in her. The foolish beauty silently absorbed their conversation, and upon learning that the girl was Xiao Chusheng's cousin, she ceased to pay attention to the rest of the discussion. It was as though she could only hear what she wished to hear, a prime example of self-deception. After procuring some oysters and meat skewers, Xiao Yurong couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Brother, do you know the owner of this stall? Upon meeting Xiao Chusheng's peculiar expression, she continued, Is it possible that you are, in fact, the owner? Xiao Yurong's mind briefly short-circuited before she quickly processed the information, her voice rising by 2 octaves. Wait, you're the owner? She then abruptly turned to Lin Shi, her gaze landing on the foolish beauty beside her, her pupils dilating in shock. Chapter 73. What about the girl you stayed with? To her astonishment, it was the very same girl she had seen leaving the hotel with Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Yurong felt utterly disoriented. On one hand, her cousin had suddenly opened a barbecue stall, and on the other, the girl he had shared a hotel room with had become the owner? Wait, she thought she had heard the customers referring to the other beautiful lady as the owner. What was going on? In an instant, Xiao Yurong felt her mind was overwhelmed. Glancing at Xiao Chusheng, he offered a harmless smile, having guessed that she had many questions. However, he chose not to elaborate, but instead warned her, Do not let anyone know about my barbecue stall. Otherwise, Uncle Xiao will definitely disapprove. Xiao Yurong blinked her big eyes, her small hands rubbing together, adopting a crafty expression. Then, you owe me some hush money. Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes. There's no hush money, so be careful or I might assign you 10 summer homework assignments. What? No way. I graduated, and you still want me to do summer homework. All right, stop wailing. Although there's no hush money, I promise you can eat here to your heart's content. Xiao Chusheng assured her. Xiao Yurong was satisfied. This was far better than any hush money. However, she soon became troubled, but I can't come here all the time. It's so far from where we live. Xiao Chusheng nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. True, but soon I'll be opening a stall near Liuzhong, so you can still enjoy VIP treatment when you come over. Upon hearing this, the girls at the table brightened up in unison. Really? Xiao Chusheng nodded. Yes. It'll be soon, but it won't mean much. You'll only get to eat a few times. The girls then recalled that Xiao Yurong would only have the chance to enjoy such VIP treatment for a few days, as they had just finished their college entrance exams and were merely waiting for notifications from schools. Xiao Chusheng didn't disturb the girls. He set down the items and went back to assist Lin Shi. Xiao Yurong's friends quickly whispered to her, Is your brother your biological brother? Or? Xiao Yurong's expression was peculiar. Of course he is not. What are you thinking? He is my cousin. Oh. It can only be said that in the eyes of these young girls, running such a bustling barbecue stall was quite impressive. After all, while university students seemed valuable in this era, not everyone would be pursuing higher education. For instance, among Xiao Yurong's friends, 2 had average academic performances and certainly had no hopes of attending university. They admired Xiao Chusheng, who was already making money at such a young age, and subtly inquired about his age and whether he had a girlfriend. Xiao Yurong couldn't help but chuckle. I suppose he must have a girlfriend, right? As soon as this was said, the disappointment was palpable among the girls. Xiao Chusheng's charming and roguish demeanor was quite appealing to girls of their age. As for whether he was in the same school as Xiao Yurong, that was merely due to no one knowing Xiao Chusheng's true character, coupled with the black history involving Zheng Jiai, which had cast a shadow over him. In fact, Xiao Yurong was more concerned about the relationship between Xiao Chusheng and the beautiful older sister, Lin Shi. One could say she understood her cousin well and immediately sensed that he might be up to something unusual. However, she was more tempted by the grilled skewers before her. The girls had eaten a lot, and midway through, Xiao Chusheng brought over more dishes and meat skewers, as he certainly wanted to treat his cousin as friends well. After Xiao Yurong had her fill, she cautiously approached Xiao Chusheng, observing his skilled techniques. "Brother, why did you start a barbecue stall? Aren't you supposed to be in school? With such good grades, Dad'll be furious." Xiao Yurong expressed her concern anxiously. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. "Huh? When did I say I wouldn't be going to school?" Although Xiao Chusheng's past life could be deemed fulfilling, strictly speaking, this life couldn't be classified as such. After all, the purpose of schooling is to acquire knowledge. As for university, aside from that, it serves as an early experience of small society. Thus, for someone like Xiao Chusheng, who had already experienced it once as a second-time player, it seemed unnecessary to go through it again. Yet, such a life would ultimately feel incomplete. So he planned to proceed step by step, especially since this time he was going to the School of Finance to be with Lin Shi. The social circle, academic environment, and atmosphere were entirely different from his previous life. It was a brand new experience. Therefore, Xiao Yurong's concerns were utterly unfounded. Xiao Yurong was momentarily stunned. "Huh? So, you're making money. Does making money conflict with going to school?" Xiao Chusheng retorted naturally. "Does it not? Does it conflict? Does it not?" One could say this pair of cousins had always been at odds with one another, with Xiao Yurong's character somewhat resembling a certain troublesome creature. Xiao Chusheng patted his cousin's head. "Don't worry, in a few days when the business grows I'll outsource these stalls and it'll be easier for me. It won't affect my studies." "Oh." The little money-loving girl's eyes lit up, and she lowered her voice to ask Xiao Chusheng, "So, brother, how much can your stall earn? Do you think I could come help you during my break? You could pay me a little." Xiao Chusheng's eyes brightened. He hadn't thought of this point before. Right, he had a reliable ally. Xiao Yurong was of the right age, and she wasn't even considered a child worker. Yet, Xiao Chusheng still nodded nonchalantly. "That depends on your performance. I'll think about it." He didn't agree outright, as summer vacation would soon begin. The specifics of how he would run the business during the profitable months were still uncertain, so he would address it later. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Xiao Yurong beamed. After all, her pocket money was truly meager. Each month, aside from her meal money at the cafeteria, her uncle's family only gave her 50 yuan. And after buying stationery and reference books, there wasn't much left. While it is said that girls should be raised well, the family's financial situation unfortunately didn't permit that. Of course, the term wealthy here doesn't imply a specific amount of money, but rather ensuring that a girl is not intellectually impoverished and possesses insights. So she won't be easily deceived by trivial gains. Xiao Yurong was quite sensible and hadn't gone astray. She maintained a good relationship with Xiao Chusheng. So, not to mention earning money for her, what would be wrong with spending a little on her? After all, family should not keep score. "Yurong?" Lin Shi took the initiative to greet Xiao Yurong. Xiao Yurong cast a pleading glance at Xiao Chusheng, feeling overwhelmed by Lin Shi's beauty, which exuded a daunting aura. Moreover, she didn't even know how to address Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled. "Oh, this is Lin Shi, your sister-in-law." "What?" Xiao Yurong was completely stunned, instinctively blurting out. "Then, what about the person you were in a hotel with?" Chapter 74. To hold a rose, one must bear its thorns. Xiao Chusheng was just about to refer to the fool, Qi Shan, when she suddenly jumped out. I'm here. The room fell silent instantly, especially as Xiao Chusheng felt as if darkness had descended upon him. Who would willingly admit to such things? Normally, wouldn't one feel ashamed? Yet here she was, seemingly quite proud of it. Lin Shi couldn't help but facepalm. After spending time with this character, she had come to understand Qi Shan as personality. Despite appearing somewhat foolish, there was a hint of profound wisdom hidden within her. Furthermore, this fool lacked a clear understanding of relationships, which led her to behave in a manner quite similar to Xiao Chusheng, disregarding conventions and catching him off guard. Her unabashed demeanor left Xiao Yurong's expression frozen, her gaze toward her cousin becoming decidedly complex. Xiao Chusheng coughed awkwardly. "About this, please don't mention it for now. Remember, it's for now." He emphasized for now because such matters could never remain hidden indefinitely. While it might seem somewhat disreputable in the eyes of many over the years, after all, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To grasp a rose, one must endure its thorns. Having resolved to live his life in a certain manner this time around, Xiao Chusheng was naturally well prepared psychologically. As for the present, until he felt confident enough to lay all his cards on the table, it was essential to proceed as usual. This was both a mark of respect and protection for the two girls involved. After all, Xiao Chuxing understood that before he had sufficiently established himself, he needed to remain in the shadows. If not, the ones who would bear the brunt of others' disdain and attacks would be those two young ladies. Such is human nature. When a man is strong enough, others will commend the discerning choice of his partner. Yet, when he is not, they will only deem her lacking in judgment. There is no doubt, this was the future Xiao Chuxing had witnessed firsthand. Though Xiao Yurong had her share of criticisms for her cousin, she nonetheless nodded in agreement. After all, he was family. However, the little girl could not resist playfully beckoning to Xiao Chuxing with her tiny hand, her expression of avarice eliciting both amusement and exasperation from him. This little money grubber was someone Xiao Chuxing knew all too well. Clearly, she was angling for a bribe. Nevertheless, even if Xiao Yurong did not demand such a sum, he intended to offer her some pocket money. Her uncle's household could not provide her with much, so whenever he encountered her, he would slip her 10 or 20 yuan. It may not be a large amount, but a girl always needs a bit of money in her purse. Girls require a certain degree of financial nurturing. Only by experiencing the world and having sufficient funds at their disposal can they avoid falling prey to unscrupulous men. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chuxing produced 200 yuan from his pocket, discreetly slipping it into hers when no one was watching. After all, with so many eyes around and the current state of public safety being what it was wise to be cautious. Spend it sparingly, he advised her. This counsel was somewhat superfluous, as they would be returning to the dormitories soon, and the graduation ceremony had already concluded, leaving only academic guidance ahead. It was unlikely that she would find many opportunities to spend the money. Upon receiving such a generous amount, Xiao Yurong's eyes sparkled with delight, teasing. Being a boss grants you a certain confidence. Bosses are so generous. She playfully tapped him on the head. This is merely because you have been somewhat obedient. Girls should always have a little money. They are far too beautiful, Xiao Yurong sighed. If Uncle finds out, he surely won't let you off lightly. To which Xiao Chuxing remained non-committal. While old Xiao would not punish him for this, he was still walking a fine line. Brother, I'll be heading back now. Xiao Yurong seemed reluctant to part ways, clearly not eager to return her friends. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chuxing called over a spirited young man named Zhou Chun. Please escort these young ladies to the station or help them catch a cab. Zhou Chun readily complied. They're leaving? Lin Shi remarked, crossing her arms as she watched the girls depart. Xiao Chuxing nodded. Seeing those girls reminds me of plan. Oh, what plan? Let us hold off for now. We still need to set up a few more stalls, as we are short on funds. Agreed. Indeed, despite the impressive earnings from their 2 stalls, sometimes exceeding 10,000 yuan on weekends, the reality was that expanding their business would incur substantial expenses. For instance, tomorrow he needed to order several soda machines from Coca-Cola's headquarters, which would certainly constitute a significant outlay. The specifics would only become clear upon his visit, considering that the commercial soda machines he had rented previously were from many years later. Who could predict what the situation would be like in 2007? After sending Xiao Yurong off, the atmosphere felt decidedly less lively. Indeed, her presence had contributed significantly to the vibrancy of the gathering. As Xiao Chuxing had anticipated, the foot traffic on Sunday was even greater, resulting in a complete sellout of their prepared ingredients. It should be noted that they had stocked more than in previous days, even bringing out the last of the small crayfish, which also sold out swiftly. With the crayfish now out of stock, it was the perfect opportunity to procure more from Shanghai. Returning to Qi Shanshan's residence, he calculated the profits, which, as expected, exceeded 10,000 yuan. Of course, that was the total from both stalls, including the crayfish earnings. Was it a lot? It was reasonable, considering it equated to the income of 2.5 stalls. Currently, his crayfish sales model differed from that of later night markets, primarily relying on packaged sales. In the future, it would be common to see frozen shrimp tails stir-fried fresh, which would be more convenient. However, in 2007, few people consumed such offerings. As there were hardly any places to purchase frozen shrimp tails, it was simply a matter of circumstance. After deducting necessary operating costs, Xiao Chuxing found that he had approximately 40,000 yuan available in cash. In less than a week, that figure was indeed quite remarkable. This was hard-earned money, not merely the whimsical rewards from a fictional system that magically bestows billions. I'll take 20,000. The rest, he pondered, I should keep for myself. Given that no one would be home at Qi Shanshan's during the day, and considering the household's affluence, it was prudent to be cautious. I'll take you to the station tomorrow morning. Before departing, Xiao Chuxing made sure to remind Lin Shi, knowing full well that without his insistence, she would likely slip away quietly. Lin Shi had that tendency, not wishing to trouble anyone. Is that necessary? I have to get up so early, and you still need to return to school, right? Lin Shi expressed her concerns. It's settled then. Xiao Chuxing was quite resolute, leaving no room for her to decline. Certain matters, especially with someone of Lin Shi's disposition, were non-negotiable. Meanwhile, back at the girls' dormitory at number 6 middle school, Xiao Yorong's roommates cornered her, eager to learn more about her cousin. Girls, after all, are not so different from boys. They too can develop interests in the opposite sex. Xiao Chusheng, with his charming demeanor, excellent grades, and newfound financial acumen, naturally attracted the attention of many young girls, who sought to use Xiao Yorong as a bridge to connect with him. Astutely aware of her friend's intentions, Xiao Yorong candidly informed them, "Don't bother asking. It's a lost cause." "Oh, why not? Does he really have a girlfriend?" Her roommate Su Weiwei inquired with curiosity, though she quickly added, "Yorong, even if he does, it's not the end of the world. It's just a girlfriend, after all. Who knows, they might break up someday." "Exactly. You know how student romances go. Many fizzle out after graduation. We're all friends here, after all. Why not keep in the family?" Several of her friends chimed in, making a compelling argument. Yet, that was under normal circumstances. Unfortunately for them, Xiao Chushing's situation was anything but ordinary. Xiao Yorong sighed in exasperation. "My brother's girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful. I'm not trying to dishearten you, but you really can't compare." Upon hearing this, her friends' faces fell, for comparisons can be daunting. Having witnessed Lin Shi's astonishing beauty, they understood that Xiao Yorong's words were likely true. If they were to compare themselves to a moderately attractive girl, they might still harbor some hope, but against Lin Shi, that was an entirely different matter, exhausting and futile. "So, the owner of that stall is your brother's girlfriend?" One of her friends had begun to piece it together. Xiao Yorong did not deny it. After all, Xiao Chushing himself had referred to Lin Shi as his sister-in-law. This revelation plunged her friends into despair. For Lin Shi's stunning beauty was indeed on a different level altogether. Just how beautiful is she, even if one were to overlook all of Lin Shi's virtues? Even if she were merely an exquisite vase devoid of any other merit than her beauty, she would still captivate countless men. Such is the magnitude of her allure. Yet, it is precisely this that renders one despondent, for these young women are acutely aware that a girl possessing such beauty, as long as she is not a disheveled tomboy, stands unrivaled. Clearly, Lin Shi does not fit the mold of a tomboy. Xiao Yorong's roommates swiftly abandoned their hopes of using her to introduce them to her cousin, for they sincerely felt overshadowed by the enchanting barbecue goddess. Upon returning home, Xiao Chusheng found the house deserted. On a weekend evening, the family restaurant was bustling with patrons. Thus, his parents would undoubtedly not return home, which indeed allowed for Lin Shi to stay over. However, with Lin Shi now rooming with the charming but foolish beauty, he had heard from her about the latter's nightly solitude, stirring a pang of compassion within him. "Never mind, I shall keep my solitary vigil for now," he murmured to himself. Enduring this year, once he arrives in Shanghai next year, Xiao Chushing plans to purchase an apartment there, dreaming of a life unrestrained by modesty. A thought that exhilarates him. In the ensuing decade, as property prices soar, investing in real estate would undoubtedly prove profitable. Moreover, after a year, the funds in his possession would pose no obstacle to buying a home, which could also serve as an investment. Thus, he convinced himself, his own words resonating with conviction. The thriving business, however, brought with it an inescapable fatigue, nearly rendering him utterly exhausted. Consequently, after a shower, he collapsed in a bed, too weary even to dream. Despite having stood at the stall for several consecutive days, he found it unbearable. This is the paradox of laborious work. While it may yield swift financial returns, it is often not worth the toll it takes on one's health. The hardships of the lower class are indeed a tragic conundrum, devoid of resolution. Awakening at dawn, Xiao Chusheng, bleary-eyed, pedaled his bicycle towards Qi Shanshan's residence. Lin Shi had already risen and begun her morning routine, yet he noticed the absence of the foolish beauty. Where could she be? He wondered, intrigued. Still in bed, I suppose. No matter how much you call her, she's simply one tea awake. Lin Shi remarked with a soft gaze. Let her sleep a little longer. She is quite well behaved. Xiao Chusheng nodded, but despite her words, he felt an inexplicable urge to ascend the stairs and glimpse the sleeping countenance of the foolish beauty. Having witnessed her serene slumber on the train, he found her exceedingly adorable, her innocence profoundly soothing. As for the incident when they shared a room, he had had the chance to see, but inadvertently awakened her. Just as they were conversing, the foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, had whimsically climbed downstairs. Yet, she was awake, albeit not fully conscious. The foolish beauty walked as if in a dream, eyes closed, heading towards the bathroom, appearing to be sleepwalking. The most striking aspect was her disregard for her appearance. Her hair was tousled, and a stray lock fell adorably askew. Clad in a loose camisole nightgown, one strap had slipped down, exposing shoulder. With her well-developed figure, from Xiao Chushing's vantage point, he could see rather clearly. Initially, he instinctively thought to shield his eyes, but then reconsidered. Well, I've already seen what I should and shouldn't have seen last time. Haven't I? What need is there for modesty now? Look and look again. Thus, he boldly gazed, indulging in the scene before him, even emitting a few sounds of appreciation, sharing his thoughts on the view. It must be said, aside from her slight foolishness, she was indeed impeccable. Lin Sure was both amused and exasperated, playfully poking Xiao Chuxing's forehead. You little lecher. Just as they exchanged banter, an unexpected scene unfolded. In a daze, the foolish beauty, resembling a sleepwalker, settled onto the toilet, intending to relieve herself. Oh no, I really must leave, Xiao Chuxing exclaimed, hastily exiting the bathroom, prompting Lin Sure to burst into laughter. Emerging from the bathroom, the foolish beauty had regained some lucidity and noticed Xiao Chuxing's complex gaze fixed upon her, puzzled. Oh, what are you doing here? Xiao Chuxing could not help but facepalm. Ah, you're here. Their exchange was devoid of substance. Yet curiously, Xiao Chuxing relished this sensation. It felt warm and intimate, as if awakening each day beside a lifelong companion, a feeling of happiness and contentment enveloping his heart. After a brief wait, Zhou Chun and Su Fei arrived, accompanied by a sprightly young man. Wow, you all certainly know how to have fun, Xiao Chuxing remarked, nearly unable to contain his laughter upon seeing the bright red tricycle. Haha, borrowed it from my second uncle, Zhou Chun replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. With so many of us, it's hard to find a taxi in the morning. Indeed, the group climbed aboard the tricycle, and the foolish beauty clumsily attempted to join them. You're coming too? I'm only dropping her off at the station, then I'll be back, Xiao Chuxing remarked with a peculiar expression. Yes. The foolish beauty beamed with excitement and anticipation, making it difficult for Xiao Chuxing to refuse. He reluctantly nodded in agreement, muttering, You're so tired, you might as well sleep in a bit longer. Qi Shanshan. The foolish beauty kept silently climbing aboard the tricycle and sitting beside Lin Sure. This is the era where traffic regulations are not overly stringent, and tricycles can be seen transporting goods and passengers alike. Naturally, having two beauties on board, all of them young, was less common. However, it must be acknowledged that tricycles are indeed easier than bicycles and considerably faster, bringing them to the train station with ease. Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but reflect on the heyday of tricycles. Once subjected to sanctions by the beautiful nation, one could hardly say it was without merit. Just smuggling tricycles abroad could yield a substantial profit. Yet in this life, Xiao Chuxing found no need to pocket even that amount. Arriving early, Xiao Chuxing treated everyone to breakfast, naturally at his expense. Zhou Chun and Su Fei, being his subordinates, were not the type to skimp on such matters. You two stay close to your boss lady, keep your distance, and act as her bodyguards, seeing her off to class. If you spot anyone with ill intentions, don't hesitate to take action, Xiao Chuxing instructed them before departing. Given the previous encounter with Song Yu, it was unlikely anyone would dare to provoke Lin Sure again. Nevertheless, with her returning to school exuding unparalleled charm, it was not improbable that someone might entertain foolish notions. Yet Xiao Chuxing harbored no concerns regarding such individuals, for they posed no real threat to Lin Sure, merely a mild annoyance. But that was inconsequential. After all, Lin Sure would soon have limited time at school. The true concern lay with Feng Weiming and his vampiric family. Having not received any funds from Lin Sure for quite some time, they were likely on the verge of financial ruin. They had probably been inquiring about her whereabouts, unaware that she had departed from Shanghai. This was a factor Xiao Chuxing had considered, hence his decision to have Zhou Chun and Su Fei temporarily act as Lin Sure's protectors. He specifically cautioned them that if they encountered Lin Sure's foster parents, they were to act without hesitation, ensuring they received no mercy. While Xiao Chuxing might extend some leniency to others, he held no such regard for Feng Weiming's family. Life stretches long ahead of us. Let us indulge in leisurely pursuits. As for how to differentiate, must we be taught by Xiao Chuxing? Having adoptive parents, it is certainly impossible for us to be of the same age. After escorting the three to the train station, Xiao Chuxing and the silly beauty were taken back by the young man who had driven them directly to the school gate. The foolish Qi Shanshan possessed no sense of shame, thus she was indifferent to the gazes of others. For her, it was a matter of as long as I'm not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. And as for someone like Xiao Chuxing, with his thick skin, he was even less concerned. Do you think I'm embarrassed now? Well, in the end, it won't be me who is embarrassed. At the rate Xiao Chuxing was accumulating wealth, it would be no challenge for him to purchase a luxury car within half a year, though he had no need for one. All right, I will go request a leave now. You can manage lunch on your own, right? Xiao Chuxing said this to the silly beauty, feeling an indescribable sensation. He was somewhat reluctant, perhaps due to the fact that they had been inseparable these past few days. He felt a certain attachment to this endearingly foolish individual who caused no trouble. Yet, Qi Shan Shan, the silly beauty, seemed entirely oblivious to his words. Tugging at his shirt, "Let us eat together. Didn't I mention? I must go to Shanghai," Xiao Chusheng helplessly reiterated. However, this girl's ears automatically filtered out what she did not wish to hear, together. Her expression of grievance resembled that of a forlorn little creature abandoned by him, which inexplicably stirred a sense of guilt within Xiao Chusheng. Why does it feel as though I am the one who initiates and then abandons? I am merely leaving for a day, all right? However, the silly beauty continued to blink her beautiful eyes, together. When you say together, does that mean you want to accompany me to Shanghai? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng finally grasped the situation. This silly beauty was adept at misunderstanding. And without a certain level of comprehension, one might indeed struggle to interpret her intentions. Qi Shan Shan nodded eagerly yes. Together. This. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily speechless. Pausing to contemplate, it seems it might not be impossible. Then, you must speak to your homeroom teacher. Is that all right? He asked with some hesitation. All right. Let us each speak to our respective homeroom teachers and meet at the school gate. Xiao Chusheng instructed. They then went their separate ways to their classrooms. Of course, as he was being playfully pulled by the silly beauty, many students in the school witnessed the entire interaction from afar. Though they were unaware of the specifics of their conversation, Qi Shan Shan's adorably explosive demeanor was a sight not commonly seen. After all, in the eyes of most, Qi Shan Shan was the aloof school beauty. How could such a high and mighty figure display such girlish charm? The result was that this endearing side, which had left her cheeks flushed, was exclusively for Xiao Chusheng. How unfair. Xiao Chusheng remained oblivious to the myriad of emotions swirling within the students and returned to his class. Zheng Jiayi arrived very early. Upon seeing Xiao Chusheng, she opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from saying anything. After Saturday night's incident, Zheng Jiayi had come to understand that her chances with Xiao Chusheng had likely evaporated, no matter how hard she tried to salvage things. There were better individuals out there. Why would Xiao Chusheng remain stagnant, waiting for her? Whether it was that woman who made her feel inferior or Qi Shan Shan, the school beauty, Zheng Jiayi was acutely aware that she could never compete. Xiao Chusheng was quite pleased with Zheng Jiayi's reaction. This was for the best. No more entanglements. This was sufficient, allowing everyone to enjoy their own lives. Xiao Chusheng had no desire to squander his energy on those unworthy of it, that was all. When old Lu entered the class, Xiao Chusheng promptly followed him out, conveying that he would be absent from school for the day, which left old Lu somewhat speechless. Is this the umpteenth time you've done this in recent days? Even though you've completed your college entrance examinations, what if something arises in the next few days? Aren't you afraid of missing out on guidance for your application choices? Xiao Chusheng sheepishly chuckled. Hee, it's just that something came up last minute. What can I do? Besides, what mistakes could possibly occur? It's still early for application choices, and I've already decided on my target university. Old Lu didn't say much more, merely offering a symbolic reminder. As long as you're aware of your own situation, that's good enough. However, just a few days ago, you stirred up quite the situation with Qi Shan Shan. You really are. Old Lu was genuinely a loss for words regarding Xiao Chusheng. Chapter 77. The freshness that Lin sure lacks. As for the reason for leaving, one could easily fabricate an excuse. The homeroom teacher wouldn't bother to verify. Exiting the office, Xiao Chusheng promptly made his way out of the school gate. Once outside, he glanced around, noticing the absence of the silly beauty. This inadvertently relieved him. Perhaps for the first time, he was ahead of her. Previously, every time he stepped out, he would invariably encounter her, as if she was eagerly awaiting his arrival. This had consistently left him with a heavy heart. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the silly beauty dashed out of the school gate. Just as Xiao Chusheng had been looking around earlier, she too was scanning her surroundings with her little eyes. Upon spotting Xiao Chusheng, Qi Shan Shan's aloof expression vanished instantly, her eyes sparkling as she hurried towards him. In that moment, Xiao Chusheng was utterly enchanted by this delightful creature, wondering how anyone could be so charming. Hold hands. The silly beauty raised her little hand towards Xiao Chusheng, who understood her intent and did not resist. He had already resolved to never let go of this girl, so what was there to hesitate about? However, once he grasped her small hand, it felt significantly weighty. Yet, that was all right. He was capable of bearing it. With time on their side, the two of them took the bus together to the train station. Due to the peak commuting hours, the bus was crowded with no available seats. Xiao Chusheng securely held her in his embrace, akin to cradling a plush toy. Though this was not their first time in such a position, Xiao Chusheng's heart raced nonetheless. Unlike with Lin Shi, Being with this girl truly stirred emotions within him that were beyond his control. He understood the reason behind this. It was the freshness. While Lin Shi, in her youthful version, still bore her essence. She was ultimately Lin Shi, the one who had walked with him to the very end in his previous life. They had shared touches, kisses, and intimacy. He was intimately familiar with every inch of her skin. No matter how youthful Lin Shi appeared now, she was still herself. But the silly beauty was different. She was an entirely new girl, one whom Xiao Chusheng had yet to truly know. This sense of novelty was something Lin Shi could never possess. His heart raced rapidly. The silly beauty nestled in his embrace suddenly whispered, her lovely face raised, lips glistening as if adorned with lip balm. Yet, Xiao Chusheng knew it was natural. Her lips had that innate sheen, reminiscent of someone who had just eaten fried dough sticks without wiping their mouth. Yet, this very appearance gave him an illusion of delectable allure, coupled with her faint fragrance, which Xiao Chusheng had initially mistaken for shower gel. He gradually realized it was something entirely different. Hiss! With a sudden intake of breath, Xiao Chusheng finally regained his composure, having nearly succumbed to the moment. Just an instant ago, he found himself contemplating kissing the lips of this foolish girl. Even he had to concede that this campus belle was truly deserving of her title. Of course, the label of being aloof was a matter best left unaddressed. Due to his distraction, the two nearly missed their stop. The silly beauty was utterly unhelpful, completely surrendering herself to Xiao Chusheng. Wherever he went, she followed closely, terrified of being left behind. Thus, even after they had passed their station, she raised no objections, embodying obedience in its purest form. The consequence was that Xiao Chusheng's conscience pricked at him. Such an innocent girl should not be led astray by him. He truly felt like a scoundrel. Yet, how could he possibly let go? This was what they called greed, a fact Xiao Chusheng was all too aware of. The two squatted outside the train station, having procured a large bucket of beverages, swapping the previous cola for Sprite this time. When the train finally arrived, they commenced their journey to Shanghai. Unbeknownst to them, while they held hands on their way to Shanghai, their homeroom teachers had fortuitously gathered together, and, by chance, maintained a good rapport. Even more coincidentally, both teachers happened to engage in a lively conversation on their way back to the office that very morning, with the topic centering around Xiao Chusheng and the aloof campus belle, Qi Shanshan. Hey, did your student actually manage to woo Qi Shanshan for my class? One teacher inquired. Don't ask me. I have no idea, replied Lao Lu, adjusting his glasses. How could he possibly know? That rascal Xiao Chusheng was quietly amassing success. It seems that way. Chun Lei, Qi Shanshan's homeroom teacher, chuckled. But that boy truly has something. It's no small feat to win over a girl like Qi Shanshan. Oh, by the way, I just ran into Qi Shanshan, he continued. The little girl spoke so softly, mentioning she had something to attend to today. She usually appears so cold and rarely speaks. It's quite challenging to communicate with her. Really? Qi Shanshan? Lao Lu's heart skipped a beat, as if a realization dawned upon him. Has Qi Shanshan also left? Surely, this can't be mere coincidence? Despite Lao Lu's reluctance to dwell on it, he couldn't shake the suspicion that their meeting was unlikely to be accidental. Meanwhile, the two protagonists had already arrived in Shanghai. In these times, pickpockets were particularly rampant at train stations, and the foolish beauty, appearing as a wealthy young lady, was an easy target. Therefore, Xiao Chusheng held her hand tightly, remaining vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. To avoid pickpockets, one simply needed to refrain from mingling within crowds, maintaining a certain distance from others. If someone intentionally bumped into them, it was certainly a sign of a thief. Should they approach, he would merely step back, leaving them thwarted. Unless faced with a brazen thief intent on outright robbery, such occurrences were rare. Moreover, Xiao Chusheng was skilled in martial arts. Should he encounter such ruffians, he wouldn't mind resorting to a more forceful approach, employing the weight of virtue to dissuade them. Perhaps it was Xiao Chusheng's demeanor that deterred any would-be assailants, for no one dared to approach them as they exited the train station. At this hour, Lin Shi was likely in class. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chusheng decided against seeking her out for the time being. Furthermore, Lin Shi had yet to call or message him, indicating that all was well on her end. Perhaps she had not encountered Feng Weiming's family. This was only natural. That family couldn't possibly remain at the school at all times. However, there would be one day they would be present, and that was the day Lin Shi would leave school for summer vacation this week. It seemed necessary to make arrangements in advance. Thus, Xiao Chusheng resolved that their first stop in Shanghai would be to visit the Coca-Cola Company. Chapter 78, Returning in Splendor. Upon returning to her classes at the Financial Institute, Lin Shi stirred quite a commotion within less than an hour. This was solely due to the goddess, who had previously donned a modest and understated style, suddenly transforming her attire to something more ostentatious. Lin Shi now exuded an air of elegance. her presence enriched with an aura of sophistication. Lin Sure was a natural model. Even the simplest, cheapest garments could not conceal her beauty. Yet, this did not imply that she could not do even better. The sky blue spaghetti strap dress she wore was a perfect match for her temperament. And since entering the school gates, she had turned heads at a staggering rate of 100%. Both boys and girls instinctively glanced back, some even unable to continue on their path. However, it was not solely the seemingly expensive dress that elevated Lin Sure's allure. While indeed costly, it was merely a replica of luxury goods. It is worth noting that the effect of such designer items varied drastically when worn by different individuals. For instance, should a nouveau riche matron don it, even if it were genuine, it would still seem counterfeit. Conversely, when worn by a beauty like Lin Sure, even a replica appeared authentic. Though it had only been a few days since her last return to school, Lin Sure felt as if she were returning after a long absence. The campus appeared entirely different in her eyes now. Perhaps it was due to the transformation in her mindset, she mused. In the past, each time she walked along this tree-lined path, she had felt a pang of inferiority. This self-doubt stemmed from her family background and her own despair regarding the future. Thus, she had refrained from lifting her gaze to meet the world ahead. In similar situations, many would glance her way, yet she always felt a sense of anxiety. Now, however, the scenario had shifted. A little boy behind her was gently nudging her forward, and she found there was nothing left to fear. Life was improving, and everything was getting better. With newfound confidence, Lin Sure's charm was irresistible. "Ah, sure," called Ju Won, the bespectacled girl, as she hurried to catch up with Lin Sure, holding the professional books Lin Sure had asked her to bring. "Wow, Ah, sure, you're positively glowing." Ju Won was nearly smitten by Lin Sure's appearance. After all, how could anyone dislike a woman as stunning as Lin Sure, coupled with her genuinely kind disposition? She was simply enchanting. Receiving the books from Ju Won, Lin Sure expressed her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." This was a double entendre, acknowledging both Ju Wen's assistance and her compliment. As they made their way to class, Ju Wen's gaze frequently drifted toward Lin Sure. It was impossible to control herself, for Lin Sure was simply too radiant. "By the way, did your boyfriend buy you that outfit?" Ju Wen inquired curiously. "It looks quite expensive." Lin Sure replied with a soft, "Yes, it's rather pricey, but I wouldn't splurge on it myself." In truth, Lin Sure had little awareness of clothing prices. It was entirely Xiao Chuxing's influence. The tag price, around 1,000 yuan in 2007, wasn't particularly exorbitant. However, it was crucial to consider this within the broader societal context of the time. After all, this was an era marked by a lack of transparency in information, where many prices defied common sense, especially in the realm of fashion. For instance, a pair of no-name, shabby sneakers could easily command 200 to 300 yuan. Such phenomena would only begin to be curtailed once online shopping gained traction, leveling the playing field of pricing. Lin Sure and Ju Wen were merely university students lacking substantial financial means, and the price of the item in question was exorbitantly high for students like them. Indeed, it was exceptionally steep. In this day and age, the average monthly living expenses for university students in Shanghai hovered around 600 to 800 yuan, certainly not exceeding 1,000. Only those from affluent families might possess 1,500 or 2,000 yuan. Yet, the majority hailed from ordinary backgrounds. To spend an entire month's living allowance on a single dress? It was simply unrealistic. Furthermore, there were not just one, but multiple dresses involved. The air-cushioned shoes adorning Lin Sure's feet were, by contemporary standards, considered a brand name, easily recognizable by many trend-conscious youths. Thus, while Lin Sure's ensemble might not outshine the attire of the wealthy, she undeniably stood out among her peers of average means. However, Lin Sure herself remained oblivious to this fact, as well as to the significance of Xiao Chuxing's boastful declaration about returning home in such style. Ju Wen, feeling a twinge of envy, remarked, "It seems he truly cares for you. That puts my mind at ease." Upon entering the classroom, Lin Sure's presence left her classmates astonished. Recently, she had become something of a phantom among them. Previously, when she worked part-time, she would at least return to the dormitory for the night, ensuring she was still visible. But now, it was as if she had vanished entirely. Suddenly, she appeared transformed, as though she were a different person, just days prior. Rumors had circulated about Lin Sure's romantic involvement, and some had been skeptical. Yet now, disbelief was no longer an option. Everyone was aware of Lin Sure's financial struggles. It was common knowledge among her classmates. If she were not in a relationship, how could someone in her financial situation afford such a wardrobe? The answer was glaringly obvious. Instantly, those who had not witnessed the events unfold beneath the girls' dormitory were consumed with curiosity. What kind of young man could win the heart of a goddess like Lin Sure? Meanwhile, Ju Wen, fully aware of the intricate details, had gathered Lin Shi with a few roommates, who were all eager to extract information from her. Lin Shi had returned previously with great modesty, so her roommates had not noticed anything unusual until the incident at the dormitory spread. By the time they returned, Lin Shi had already departed with Xiao Chusheng. They had gleaned some information from Zhu Wan, and though there were minor issues among the roommates, they were fundamentally kind-hearted. For instance, when Fong Weiming's family came looking for Lin Shi, they cooperatively helped her avoid them. In the past, they would also share snacks with her. Lin Shi found it challenging to articulate her current situation, particularly regarding her relationship with Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan, which felt somewhat abstract. Zhu Wan, understanding this, offered Lin Shi some cover. "Oh, don't pry too much. When the time is right, a Shi will surely introduce her boyfriend to you. It's not easy for him to visit, you know?" Zhu Wan did not conceal the fact that Xiao Chusheng was from out of town, which conveniently explained his infrequent appearances. Lin Shi cast a grateful glance at Zhu Wan, who displayed a subtly complex expression. Though she had reservations about Lin Shi's choices, ultimately, it was her own life, and Lin Shi was evidently thriving. Zhu Wan had neither the reason nor the right to voice her concerns. Should she urge Lin Shi to abandon her newfound happiness and revert to the past? At that moment, roommate Dong Xiqing interjected, "A Shi, you look so much healthier than before," and playfully pinched Lin Shi's cheek. "Hey, it's true. You've got some meat on you now." Indeed, Lin Shi felt her face and confirmed it. Once, she had shown signs of malnutrition, her cheeks gaunt and lacking the fullness they now possessed. This surprised her. She had only been with Xiao Chusheng for a few days. How could she have gained weight so quickly? However, reflecting back, ever since her arrival in Hangzhou with Xiao Chusheng, she had never lacked for meat. Daily, he provided her with lamb and beef from his stall, allowing her to indulge freely. Moreover, the oysters they consumed daily with Qi Shanshan could fetch a hefty price. Oysters are known for their rich nutritional value, contributing significantly to one's well-being. With such nourishment, it was hardly astonishing that Lin Shi was gaining weight so rapidly. Zhu Wan remarked meaningfully, "It's due to happiness, isn't it? When one is happy, it's easy to gain weight." This statement left Lin Shi and her roommates momentarily stunned, as they had indeed heard such notions before. It was said that those who were happily married or in love tended to gain weight, with Lin Shi's own experience to validate this. The girls had no choice but to accept it. Meanwhile, Lin Shi found herself in deep thought. She did indeed feel as though she were being enveloped by happiness. Before meeting Xiao Chusheng, even when funds are not an issue, she had never possessed such a healthy appetite. Perhaps her heart had been burdened, limiting her consumption. Recently, however, she had noticed herself indulging more often. All these changes were undoubtedly the result of Xiao Chusheng's influence. Presently, she felt genuinely happy. Simultaneously, Xiao Chusheng had just exited the Coca-Cola company. As a global enterprise with a well-established commercial framework, the processes were clearly defined. He swiftly obtained the collaborative model he sought and felt quite satisfied. Compared to a few years hence, the current price of commercial soda machines had not decreased significantly. In fact, it might even be higher. The same applied to rentals. Xiao Chusheng had briefly contemplated that, based on rental projections, his mobile fried chicken stall might not yield substantial profits. Not every customer would order soda unless it was bundled like Zhengxin's offerings. But if that were the case, it would essentially be the same, wouldn't it? Thus, Xiao Chusheng opted to invest more and purchase the machines outright. This decision was also strategic, as he intended to transition to a storefront when the weather turned cooler, ensuring that these machines could still be utilized within a shop setting. There were various types of commercial soda machines, from large integrated units to smaller ones suitable for mobile stalls. Xiao Chusheng acquired the latter at a remarkably low price. Naturally, such a price would not typically be offered to someone like him, but he had negotiated a different collaboration model. He signed a contract stipulating that he would purchase over 30 units from Coca-Cola by the year's end. An order worth hundreds of thousands in 2007 was indeed substantial, making it relatively easy to secure a favorable price. Each unit cost over 4,000 yuan, which was actually pricier than it would be a decade later. However, many factors were involved, such as production capacity and maintenance costs. To maximize his profit, Xiao Chusheng negotiated an additional 2 years of free maintenance from the manufacturer, along with discounts on gas and materials. In reality, the machines themselves were not the primary expense. Consumables and raw materials represented the true costs, requiring greater expenditure. But of course, they also yielded greater profits. The contract stipulated that within 3 days, technicians would be dispatched to Hangzhou to install and guide Xiao Chusheng in using the machines. After which he left the Coca-Cola building alongside the hapless Qi Shanshan. Looking for Shi, the clueless beauty suddenly chimed in. This caught Xiao Chusheng off guard, and he couldn't help but laugh. When did you start calling her sure? That feels a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? She's 3 years older than you. So, what about you? The naive beauty was rather slow-witted, unable to grasp the significance of the term exchanged between him and Lin Sure. It was a matter of sentiment, perhaps even flirtation. Her natural cluelessness genuinely restrained Xiao Chusheng, leaving him with the sensation of striking a fist against cotton. Well, never mind. He decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. As midday approached, Xiao Chusheng placed a call to Lin Sure, informing her to await his arrival for lunch. Lin Sure agreed and bid farewell to her dormitory companions. Hey, Assure, you haven't gathered with your friends in ages. Were you rushing off to now? Dong Xiqing inquired curiously, then mischievously added, could it be that your boyfriend is coming? Lin Sure's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, maybe next time. I have something to attend to. With that, she hurriedly exited the school grounds as if fleeing. The other girls in the dorm exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback. Was this really Lin Sure? She exhibited the demeanor of a shy girl, a stark contrast to her previous image as the science goddess who seemed indifferent to everything. Why was she referred to as the science goddess? Because Lin Sure resembled those engineering boys, unambitious, with a perpetually expressionless face. The extent of her transformation was so significant that even her roommates found it hard to believe. This piqued their curiosity about the kind of boy who could captivate Lin Sure, prompting them to surround Zhu Wan and inquire about Xiao Chusheng's height, looks, and wealth, wondering if he was a rich second generation. Lin Sure's attire was undoubtedly expensive, which only fueled their intrigue. Zhu Wan, overwhelmed by their incessant questioning, could only reply, how should I know? I've only seen him once, and he was handsome. In her mind, she recalled the face of the boy who was 3 years younger than Lin Sure. He seemed somewhat attractive. As for his wealth, she couldn't ascertain, but he likely had some. Regarding his height, he was indeed not tall, not even among his peers. This was unsurprising, given that Xiao Chusheng had experienced a delayed growth spurt. Meanwhile, Lin Sure, now outside, called Xiao Chusheng to ask for his location, intending to find her way over. However, the call was abruptly disconnected. Just as Lin Sure was puzzled, she spotted Xiao Chusheng approaching with a naive beauty. The girl rushed up and enveloped Lin Sure in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Sure. Lin Sure was momentarily stunned. Shan, why are you here too? Her gaze shifted to Xiao Chusheng, who sheepishly scratched his nose and confessed she insisted on coming. And I couldn't stop her. Really? Lin Sure questioned, skepticism lacing her tone. Xiao Chusheng remained silent, for he hadn't tried to dissuade her. He had initially thought Shan wanted to join him for lunch, unaware that she intended to be with Lin Sure instead. The three of them were together, inseparable. Chapter 80, Calling Mom. Lin Sure finally managed to detach the naive beauty from her, who had become increasingly clingy in recent times. Even Xiao Chusheng had noticed this change. Although he found it somewhat peculiar, he chose not to address it. Yet now, as he looked at the naive beauty, his gaze had grown increasingly strange. Why does it seem like I've found myself a daughter? Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What? Lin Sure caught a hint of his murmuring, but couldn't discern his words clearly. Xiao Chusheng glanced between the naive beauty and Lin Sure, chuckling awkwardly before teasingly suggesting, just the other day, I was telling her that, being 3 years younger than you, calling you sure might be a bit inappropriate. Lin Sure pondered for a moment. That does seem a bit odd. And then? Well, there was no and then, but I suddenly thought she shouldn't call you sure. Xiao Chusheng's grin turned sly. Lin Sure furrowed her brow, sensing that this mischievous fellow was up to no good, yet her curiosity got the better of her. Then what should she call me? Xiao Chusheng could hardly contain his laughter. Call you Mom. Lin Sure was utterly taken aback. What was more astonishing was that the naive beauty was seriously contemplating the feasibility of this title. Mom? Don't call me that, Lin Sure exclaimed, quickly advising the naive beauty that it was merely a jest, exerting considerable effort to convince her. Yet, the naive beauty tilted her head and earnestly remarked, Sure is like a mother. This statement rendered everyone momentarily speechless. It was somewhat bizarre, yet it resonated with both Lin Sure and Xiao Chusheng. Lin Sure was gentle and kind towards her. The last woman to treat the naive beauty with such care had been her biological mother. Xiao Chusheng had reason to suspect that the naive beauty's clinginess towards Lin Sure was somehow related to this. Was this what one might call an Oedipus complex? It was hard to say. Not wishing to dwell too long on the topic, Xiao Chusheng took the hands of both girls and led them to a restaurant. One hand held Lin Sure, the other the naive beauty, embracing them both as if they were his own. However, after their previous discussion, Xiao Chusheng now felt a stronger sense of a family unit, a couple with a daughter. Both girls were exceptionally beautiful, yet they had fallen into the clutches of Xiao Chusheng, a mere mortal. Notably, Lin Sure was a well-known figure at the finance school, which drew the attention of several students. However, most were more astonished by Lin Shi's eye-catching attire that day before they turned their gaze to Xiao Chusheng, the dog of a man who had captured the goddess of the finance school. Who's this guy? The onlookers wondered as they noticed Xiao Chusheng holding another girl. In a bid to avoid any potential altercations with Lin Shi's admirers, Xiao Chusheng promptly hailed 2 taxis to whisk them away. Zhou Chun and Su Fei sat silently in the back of one cab, their separation appearing deliberate on Xiao Chusheng's part, aimed at diffusing any risk. Should any trouble arise, Zhou Chun and Su Fei would be able to seek help or call the authorities. Despite the security situation being somewhat lacking, the possibility of involving law enforcement remained a viable solution. You can always trust the nation. The car stopped near the Oriental Pearl Tower, a location with which Xiao Chusheng was well acquainted from his previous life in Shanghai. For the naive beauty, who had scarcely ventured beyond Hangzhou, it was an entirely novel experience. She held Xiao Chusheng's hand, her mouth agape as she tilted her head back, nearly losing her balance until Lin Shi caught her. Sure, it's so tall. Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng exchanged a glance, both smiling helplessly, their affection for the naive beauty evident. What do you want to eat? There's a food street in Lujiazui with plenty of delicious options, Xiao Chusheng inquired. Delicious food, the naive beauty replied, though her eyes remained fixated on the top of the Oriental Pearl Tower, her innocence endearing. It was a common reaction for many to marvel at such towering structures. However, despite its height, it was not the tallest building in Shanghai. Wait, is it still the tallest? Xiao Chusheng mused, recalling that during this time, in his previous life, he had yet to arrive in Shanghai for his studies. His impression was somewhat vague, yet he distinctly remembered that during the summer of his second year at university, the title of the tallest building in Shanghai changed hands. It seemed that the illustrious Oriental Pearl had been supplanted by the newly erected sword building crafted by a certain entity. Urban legends buzzed with fervor, suggesting that this newcomer had sinister intentions, striking at the very dragon vein of the Huangpu River. Previously, Xiao Chusheng had approached such matters of feng shui with a sense of reverence, but now he found himself a true believer. After all, he had been reborn. What was there that he could not accept? At that time, he had even ventured with a few roommates to witness it firsthand. Enough of that, he said. Today, time is of the essence. Next time you come, I shall take you up there. How's that sound? He playfully pinched the slightly plump cheek of the silly beauty. The sensation was delightful. The silly beauty let out a soft exclamation and withdrew her gaze. In that moment, she resembled a little girl, perhaps due to the early loss of her biological parents and the unkindness of her stepmother, who seldom took her out to enjoy life. It was akin to how Xiao Chusheng took Lin Shi to indulge in fast food, a form of compensating for lost opportunities. Presently, the silly beauty seemed to relish experiences she had never had the chance to enjoy as a child, such as parental love. This train of thought triggered an unwelcome sense of déjà vu, making Xiao Chusheng's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Why did it increasingly feel as though he and Lin Shi were raising a rather large daughter? He had no choice but to shift the conversation, continuing to inquire about their culinary preferences. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, he was open to suggestions. Although Xiao Chusheng was somewhat financially comfortable at the moment, he could not deny that the culinary scene in China was exceptionally extravagant. In 2007, it was not uncommon to encounter meals costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. One could only say that luxurious ingredients were perpetually in vogue. The gastronomic street in Lujiazui thrived in 2007, bustling with activity. With the Oriental Pearl as a nearby landmark, it attracted numerous tourists from afar. The reason Xiao Chusheng brought these two along for a meal was, in truth, a strategic consideration. He intended to conduct an informal survey, for it remained an era dominated by tangible economies, and he needed to lay the groundwork for his aspirations in the culinary sector. Thus, establishing a culinary business in Shanghai was an inevitable pursuit. Lujiazui was the primary area he contemplated, as they had yet to decide what to eat. He opted to guide the two ladies through the streets, observing what caught their fancy. Before long, the silly beauty's arms were laden with a variety of snacks, indulging in them with joyous abandon. Recently, Zhou Chun and Su Fei had also earned some money, relieving Xiao Chusheng of the burden of footing the bill. Thus, each enjoyed their own meal, eager to impress. After all, their boss was on a date with two lovely ladies. How could they not be attuned to the romantic atmosphere? Chapter 81. Huh? A mature woman? Eating so much, it's a wonder your stomach can hold it all. Xiao Chusheng instinctively glanced at the silly beauty's abdomen. Due to the summer heat, she was dressed quite lightly. To put it plainly, her attire was thin. Given how much she had consumed, her stomach remained flat. It was hard to fathom how much one would need to eat to become round. His expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, girls' stomachs seemed to belong to another dimension. Yet, Unexpectedly, Lin Shi suddenly remarked, "I know." "Oh, you know?" Xiao Chusheng instinctively inquired. "If one is pregnant, then one grows." Her simple statement shattered his composure. And he had to admit, it was indeed true, but Xiao Chusheng grew more curious. If she could eat this much now, how much would she require while pregnant? It seemed that Hangzhou did not boast such an abundance of snacks. Lin Shi glanced around, offering her perspective. Of course, a culinary desert is not named without reason. Xiao Chusheng felt the urge to retort. Even after a decade, Hangzhou had become synonymous with the most ubiquitous snack, the soup dumpling. The irony was that this delicacy was not crafted by locals of Lanzhou, but rather by chefs from Qinghai. It was not a product of Hangzhou at all, but rather a franchise created by the people of Xingzhou. Quite absurd. Hangzhou could barely claim the West Lake vinegar fish as a local specialty. Its flavor left much to be desired. As a native of Hangzhou, he found it nearly inedible. "If there is something you wish to take back, feel free to grab a bit," Xiao Chusheng suggested to the two ladies. "No need," Lin Shi promptly declined. "We still need to bring back a lot of crayfish this afternoon. Instead of buying these, we might as well take more crayfish, considering the round-trip ticket is quite pricey." Her words left Xiao Chusheng momentarily silent, and he couldn't help but embrace Lin Shi briefly before quickly releasing her. Mainly, there were too many people. Even he, with his thick skin, could not withstand it. Lin Shi blushed. She understood the underlying meaning of the boy's gesture. "Ahem, it's not necessary. In a few days, I'll have Zhou Chun and the others come again. Later on, I'll consider expanding the crayfish business, and if conditions allow, I'll drive over to collect them." Xiao Chusheng explained. "Huh, drive over to collect them? That is at least 1,000 or 2,000 pounds, right?" Lin Shi's eyes widened. "How large do you intend to make this business?" Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment. "Not too big, about 10 stalls perhaps. We'll sell for 10 months. Aiming for a sizable profit first, considering we'll only be selling for a few days." Lin Shi was taken aback, her mind racing to calculate the potential earnings from 10 stalls based on the current daily income from crayfish over 3 months. Xiao Chusheng, aware of her tendency to overanalyze, gently patted her forehead. "All right, stop calculating. It's not so straightforward. Not every location will perform as well as our stall. Some stalls exist merely to raise their profile. I intend to pave the way for our Shisher barbecue." "Huh, Shisher? Isn't that a peculiar name?" Lin Shi exclaimed, her expression bemused. Xiao Chusheng smirked mischievously. "What is odd about it? Shisher, after all, is in line with your name, Lin Shi." Lin Shi couldn't have anticipated such a connection. Chuckling, Xiao Chusheng composed himself. "Just a jest. Regardless, the barbecue business is a sure bet. It's unlikely to incur losses. Consider it a foundational investment for the future." "Oh, but Lin Shi, being astute, quickly grasped, "So besides that, in the fried chicken shop, do you have other plans?" Xiao Chusheng nodded, his gaze drifting toward 2 nearby storefronts. Following his line of sight, Lin Shi was taken aback. "Beverages?" Xiao Chusheng was momentarily perplexed by her reaction, but soon understood. In Lin Shi's eyes, a milk tea shop was merely a place for beverages, seemingly indistinguishable from one another. Thus, he clarified, it's milk tea and fruit tea, compared to Starbucks coffee. These align more with our national context, catering to the domestic market, with profits that are astonishingly high, making it a foolproof venture. Lin Shi furrowed her brow. Although she lacked knowledge in this area, having never indulged herself due to financial constraints, after all, a cup cost several yuan. She couldn't deny that her female classmates often purchased them. This was how Lin Shi processed her thoughts, drawing from her own experiences. Soon, she reached a conclusion. "What you're saying must be correct." Xiao Chusheng thought to himself, "Of course it's correct. This market has even been manipulated by capital games to the tune of hundreds of billions." However, unlike those capital games, he had his own ambitions. "I want to develop my own brand, using it as a continuous source of income to support other ventures. This will require renting a storefront, which isn't cheap." Lin Shi couldn't help but shatter his daydream, at least several tens of thousands. Xiao Chusheng sighed. Indeed, a storefront could cost several tens of thousands. Yet the return on investment was rapid. Moreover, this venture necessitates swiftness. For each day he operates, he incurs considerable financial losses. Indeed, it is imperative to rely on the barbecue stall and fried chicken stand to generate immediate cash flow. Xiao Chusheng felt overwhelmed before the financial crisis swept across the globe. It was of utmost importance to devise ways to secure as much cash as possible. After some contemplation, he took the 2 women to purchase 3 cups of bubble tea. It was delightful. The foolish beauty took a sip, her eyes squinting in sheer pleasure. Lin Shi, however, did not display such an exuberant reaction, though she did offer a compliment. Unlike them, Xiao Chusheng took a sip and smacked his lips. "This brewed milk tea doesn't even use real milk. And at 8 yuan a cup, It's a blatant ripoff. It is essential to note that this was in 2007. Such a price was indeed exorbitant. Having previously tasted genuine milk tea in his past life, he could easily discern the difference. I have an idea, Xiao Chusheng said with a mysterious smile, directed at Lin Shi. An idea? What sort of idea? Lin Shi inquired with curiosity. The concept for the milk tea business. I've even thought of a brand name. Xiao Chusheng chuckled, his lips curling upward. His visit to Shanghai had sparked the notion of a brand that had yet to be conceived, one he could seize. Of course, he was not interested in usurping the brand's team. The essence of milk tea lies in its simplicity, lacking significant research and development barriers, but rather, it demands creativity and ingenuity. What he was focused on was the brand itself, or more precisely, its name. Indeed, no other brand could rival the potential efficacy of this particular name at this moment. Why? Because the government's advertising policies were not yet overly stringent. Lin Shi, observing the wicked grin on his face, felt a shiver run down her spine, but was nonetheless intrigued. Oh? You've already thought of a brand name? Do tell. Shanghai Ani. Huh, Ani. Chapter 82. I don't believe it, unless you let me touch. Let us be honest, doesn't that name seem a tad vulgar? Lin Shi said, her tone somewhat hesitant. Xiao Chusheng erupted into laughter. I'm just joking. It should actually be called Shanghai Ani. Huh? Lin Shi paused, murmuring Auntie? Huh, I see. Before long, Lin Shi seemed to connect the dots, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wait a minute, oh, I understand. That was the name used for marketing, wasn't it? Xiao Chusheng admired her intellect, thinking, no wonder she asked the goddess Lin Shi. Her intelligence is indeed remarkable, as she grasped my intent immediately. He then readily confessed, yes, this is a marketing strategy. I plan to establish a high-end milk tea brand, utilizing pure milk tea to penetrate the market. In the future, I also intend to introduce a fruit tea series, though that will come a bit later. In any case, I aim to open the store this year. The reason for delaying the fruit tea launch was because the logistics system in the country was still underdeveloped. Fruits could easily face supply issues, resulting in inconsistent quality. To put it simply, would it not be reckless to plunge into the market before it had matured? If it were merely one store, it could be considered small-scale, and thus manageable. However, in the milk tea business, if one seeks substantial profits, one must establish a chain or franchise. If a single store reveals its cards and the logistics system fails to keep pace, what awaits? The answer is simple. A rampant imitation by competitors across the region. This industry, devoid of any technical barriers, can easily have its business snatched away. However, pure milk tea is different. At its core, it is authentic milk tea. Ultimately, those previous street-brewed milk teas ought to be condemned for relying on artificial flavors and non-dairy creamers. What is this called? It is a return to authenticity. Shouldn't the common folk be entitled to consume genuine, high-quality products? After sharing his plans and aspirations with Lin Shi, she fell into contemplation. In truth, Xiao Chusheng also harbored a rather audacious idea, but it was not yet the right time to unveil it. Thus, he kept it to himself. Lin Shi pondered, then nodded. I believe this can work. Just like when you sold lamb skewers, the market is currently flooded with brewed milk teas, and if you offer genuine ingredients, even if your prices are slightly higher, as long as they're not excessively so, people will definitely buy. She quickly calculated in her mind with her impressive IQ of 163. If you charge a bit more, as long as you achieve 1/3 or even half of the sales of those ordinary milk tea shops, you can match their revenue. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps those cheaper options might not outdo our high-end offerings. Huh, that seems unlikely. Lin Shi was taken aback. There shouldn't be that many people able to afford something so expensive. That's the herd mentality, Xiao Chusheng said with a serious expression. In the eyes of the majority, cheap does not always equate to inferior quality, but expensive is usually perceived as superior. Lin Shi fell silent, for this was indeed the reality. Xiao Chusheng nodded. The only obstacle to this business venture was the cost of the storefront. Since it would be called Shanghai Ani, the first store must undoubtedly be opened in Shanghai, as it would lend a certain prestige. Subsequently, a branch would be established in Hangzhou, given that the current business there served as a solid foundation. Xiao Chusheng could leverage his existing presence in Hangzhou to mutually support and strengthen both establishments. By the way, with you consuming so much and loving this beverage, once you gain weight, Xiao Chusheng's gaze landed on the foolish beauty, who was still diligently sucking on her straw. She had long finished her cup of milk tea and, unbeknownst to him, had subtly leaned her small face closer to his, unabashedly sipping from his cup. Xiao Chusheng had only taken a few sips from his drink, and by the time he realized it, more than half of it had disappeared into her belly. The foolish beauty, hands on her hips, wore a proud expression, as if to declare, "Hey, I'm awesome. Not gaining weight, she asserted confidently. I don't believe it. Xiao Chusheng squinted. Unless you let me touch. The foolish beauty was momentarily stunned, her brow furrowing as if she were deep in thought. Lin Shi, overhearing this, couldn't help but facepalm, lowering her voice to ask Xiao Chusheng, don't you feel any guilt for constantly teasing Shan Shan? Xiao Chusheng seriously contemplated this question before concluding. At first, I did feel a bit guilty, but now, not at all. After all, money can be earned again. But a conscience, once lost, cannot be regained. What is the value of a conscience? Lin Shi was rendered speechless, her lips twitching uncontrollably. This guy truly lived up to his name. Quite the beast, indeed. Just then, the foolish beauty suddenly exclaimed, startling both of them. What's wrong now? They both jumped in surprise, with Xiao Chusheng casting an exasperated glance at the foolish beauty, to which she pointed at him. You touched me just a few days ago. Xiao Chusheng was about to retort when he caught Lin Shi's playful gaze, filled with curiosity, as if she were eager to see the unfolding drama. After all, Lin Shi was intrigued about what had transpired between the two and when it had occurred. During the days since arriving in Hangzhou, she had been virtually inseparable from Xiao Chusheng, so he should not have had the opportunity. Oh, there was a chance, such as during her time back in Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng could only offer an awkward smile and explain to Lin Shi, that was a few days ago, the night before I sought you out. Lin Shi squinted her eyes and tentatively replied, you mean the time after you finished your rendezvous and came to find me? Ahem, indeed. It was rather awkward. One might not exactly label it as an act of infidelity, right? Well, that is somewhat acceptable. Lin Shi did not dwell on this topic, as she had grown accustomed to it over time and had, in a way, come to terms with it. Subsequently, Xiao Chusheng took everyone to several renowned wholesale markets in Shanghai, where they explored various offerings. Ultimately, they discovered some essential seasonings that would serve as the key ingredients for establishing the brand de Jiahui. While the marinade required careful calibration of proportions, the coating sauces and dry powders were typically pre-made products. After all, without a dedicated supply chain or production line, relying solely on manual labor would lead to inconsistent quality and exorbitant costs. These considerations could be addressed once the brand was established, but the primary focus at this stage remained on cost efficiency. Indeed, Xiao Chusheng harbored numerous ambitious ideas for generating wealth, some even bordering on the outrageous. However, he found himself hindered by a singular constraint, a lack of funds.